Chapter 2341. Swear-ng. Are you trying to rebel? Rage appeared on Mu Zifeng's face. This swear-ng was not giving him any face at all. Mu Zifeng had already formed a contract with Xiao Qin. However, at the last step, Xiao Qin put him on the spot. Swear-ng ignored Mu Zifeng's rage and the other doyen's anger. Swear-ng maintained a sinister expression. In any case, in Swear-ng's opinion, Xiao Qin was someone who repaid kindness with kindness and grudges with grudges. Xiao Qin was ruthless and vengeful. However, Xiao Qin's character was rather good. As long as Xiao Qin made a promise, Swear-ng would believe him. It looked like Mu Zifeng was about to give the order for the other foe gods and doyens to attack Swear-ng together. Xiao Qin raised his hand to stop Mu Zifeng. He felt somewhat sorrowful in his heart. Swear-ng's threat made him feel some pity. This was the change of epochs. Even someone as strong as a foe god felt so uneasy and lowly. If it were in the past, Swear-ng would not have bothered with Xiao Qin when foe gods were aloof. However, Swear-ng now showed a cold expression, threatening a four-veined sovereign emperor junior with words that cut off all means of retreat. How could a foe god do such an embarrassing thing in the past? Xiao Qin said calmly, I can promise you that as long as you do not make a move against me, I will naturally not make a move against you. All the more, I will not touch your Heavenly Alliance descendants or other blood relatives. I was just waiting for you to say that. After hearing Xiao Qin's words, Swear-ng's expression instantly changed, revealing a faint smile. Mu Zifeng showed a sullen expression, ignoring Swear-ng's little tricks. He said softly, Doyens, let's work together to open the seal on Heavenly Divine Mountain. All right. Whoosh. 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 The doyens and foe god experts present all took out Heavenly Alliance medallions and dripped their soul blood into them. The medallions immediately gave off a bright light, giving off many ancient and mysterious talisman scripts, looking very dazzling and intoxicating. After a while, these 10-odd Heavenly Alliance doyens merged into a door of light. They formed a door of light that emitted a hazy and mysterious purple luster. The door of light was covered in pure white snow, and a plum blossom stood proudly. This was the symbol of the Heaven Alliance. Mu Zifeng and the other doyens stopped what they were doing and looked at the light door with complicated expressions. Open this door, and you will enter the core of the God of Heaven Mountain, which is a paradise created by the 9 heaven source gathering formation. Mu Zifeng said with a grave expression as he looked at Xiao Qin. When Xiao Qin was about to step in, Mu Zifeng said again, there is one last thing that I want to remind you of. What? Once you enter, you won't be able to exit for a year. The 9 heavens origin gathering formation would only self-destruct when the Heavenly Divine Mountain's resources were truly exhausted. The space-time inside is distorted. 1 year in the outside world is equivalent to 10 years inside. Xiao Qin turned around and said, in other words, I have to stay in there for 10 years before I can come out? Mu Zifeng nodded and said, that's right. The purpose of this Heavenly Divine Mountain is to nurture the Epoch Master. Only a superpower could create such a blessed land. Once the seal was broken, the heavenly treasures would be destroyed. Once the seal is broken, there will be no turning back. You will not come out until you exhaust the resources that the Heavenly Alliance has accumulated for more than 100,000 years. Do the other super factions have similar paradises? Xiao Qin asked. Naturally. Their inheritances might be even more ancient, so you have to give it your all. If you don't exhaust the resources, you won't be able to come out. Xiao Qin thought to himself, this is equivalent to being separated from Ao Jiao, Mo Chen, and the others for a year. Had I known, would have made some arrangements in advance. Help me take care of Ao Jiao, Mo Chen, and the others. I hope to see them again 1 year later. Bang! Right after speaking, Xiao Qin pushed open the door and entered the core of the Heavenly Divine Mountain. Whoosh! 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 The doyen's medallions returned, and Xiao Qin vanished. Mu Zifeng muttered to himself, I have bet more than 100,000 years of the Heavenly Alliance's luck on you. I hope you will not disappoint me. At the same time, in the Universe Origin Sect, Bushan Palace, and the Profound Heaven Holy Land, the masters of the various super factions did not heed the Holy Lord's orders to head to the foe god world. They were making similar preparations to the Heavenly Alliance. In their opinion, the Holy Lord was already at the end of his rope. The martial epoch would crumble soon. If they headed to the foe god world now, they would just die with the Holy Lord. Light flickered, and the world spun. After a bout of dizziness, Xiao Chen's vision cleared up. Then, he appeared in a mist-shrouded pool. When he looked up, he saw countless stalactites hanging above him, giving off brilliant lights and spiritual energy. Drip. Drip. At the bottom of the stalactite, a handful of dewy spiritual beads fell into the pond. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. Then, he plucked a stalactite. Crunching sounds rang out as Xiao Chen took a bite. As he expected, it was spiritual milk. Whoosh! The moment Xiao Chen took a bite, the spiritual milk materialized in his body like a storm, pouring into his divine energy sea. As he looked around, Xiao Chen said softly, "This place is indeed a blessed land. The spiritual energy here does not contain any impurities at all. If it were someone else, they would not be able to finish absorbing it even after 100 years. However, Xiao Chen was different. His 10,000 dragons art had already reached the third layer and condensed a blue dragon essence soul. The newly condensed blue dragon essence soul was like a baby waiting to be fed. It happened to require a large amount of resources. Even if it was not enough, Xiao Chen still had the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. He could materialize the demonic cloud bird, so he did not need to worry about not being able to consume it. As Xiao Chen walked, he felt time flow slowly. He entered deep thought, not in a rush to absorb the spiritual milk here. Xiao Chen had his own thoughts. In terms of resources, the various super factions should be about the same. Some super factions had inheritances even older than the Heavenly Alliance. In terms of cultivation, there was no way to determine who was stronger. After he came out of closed-door cultivation, he might even be weaker than the other party. Hence, the crux of these 10 years was not to absorb all the resources here and raise his cultivation. Instead, Xiao Chen needed to understand his Tao. Aside from the cycle of reincarnation, his Tao was also the Tao that he accumulated bit by bit. Compared to Shi, Chu Chaoyun, Wen Renyu, Qin Ming, Yan Sangming, Yuan Zhen, and the others, Xiao Chen's Tao was more complicated and his path more difficult. Xiao Chen dual cultivated immortal cultivation and martial cultivation. At the same time, he had a fate with Buddhism. With the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, many people of the Buddhist sect could not compare to him. Furthermore, Xiao Chen cultivated an ancient demonic cultivation technique, the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. At the same time, he possessed the blue dragon divine body. Xiao Chen dual cultivated immortal cultivation and martial cultivation, divine and demonic as one. He also had a Buddhist heart. Compared to the natural treasures that littered this place, understanding his Tao was more important in these 10 years. Perhaps it had something to do with Shi Wangmu's experiences, but Xiao Chen still maintained an indifferent attitude toward the vast spiritual milk that the Heavenly Alliance had accumulated for more than 100,000 years. His expression was calm, like that of a mortal walking on a mountain made of gold, calm and indifferent. In contrast, when Qin Ming, Wen Renyu, and the others entered their respective blessed lands, they immediately went wild with joy. They did not hesitate to circulate their cultivation techniques frantically, absorbing the surrounding natural treasures into their bodies at a horrifying speed. How long was 10 years? Xiao Chen did not know. The instant he entered the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering formation, he started thinking about dual cultivating immortal cultivation and martial cultivation, divine and demonic as one, and a Buddhist heart. He wondered how to merge them, how to walk a path that belonged to him, Xiao Chen. This was a path that no one had taken before or after. 1 year passed in the blessed lands. Suiren Ji, Hua Tianyang, and the other doyens came to find Mu Zifeng in a somewhat flustered manner. Alliance chief, not to mention 10% of the resources in the blessed lands, there is not even 1,000th less. What is this Xiao Chen doing? Is he sleeping inside? This guy better not waste our painstaking efforts. Regardless of whether he absorbs it or not, after 10 years in the cave, the Divine of Heaven Mountain will self-destruct. The group of doyens appeared flustered. After Mu Zifeng persuaded them to leave with kind words, he also felt apprehensive in his heart. What was Xiao Chen up to? Soon, 2 years passed in the blessed enclave. The spiritual milk formed by the various natural treasures in the Nine Heavens origin-gathering formation did not decrease at all. This group of doyens sought out Mu Zifeng again. 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, in the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed in the blessed paradise. However, the resources in the Nine Heavens origin-gathering formation did not decrease at all. Now, not only Hua Tianyang and the other doyens but also Mu Zifeng could no longer sit still. Everyone, what should we do now? After a while, regardless of whether Xiao Chen is willing or not, the heavenly mountain will collapse, but the resources inside will not decrease. Mu Zifeng said somewhat helplessly as he looked at everyone with a sullen expression. The situation before them was beyond Mu Zifeng's expectations, something he had never expected. Actually, they had already discussed such a problem several times. However, they could not come up with a good solution in the end. Should we switch out someone else? Hua Tianyang said after some thought, since the resources in there have not decreased, let's risk it and open the seal. Then, we can switch out someone else to absorb the resources in the Nine Heavens origin-gathering formation. Who should we switch to? Let's switch to Jianghu. He is the Heaven Dragon's descendant. Coincidentally, he absorbed the entire ethereal immortal palace. I think that he is a person with great luck. Coincidentally, he is also in our heavenly alliance. He also wants to become the Dragon Emperor, so we might be able to make a deal. Someone whispered a name, which immediately caused a moment of silence. Switching out someone else meant abandoning Xiao Chen. Mu Zifeng closed his eyes and said, "Don't say it first. Let me think about it." Chapter 23:42. Let me think about it. 8 months had passed since Xiao Chen entered Heavenly Divine Mountain's Nine Heavens origin-gathering formation. Based on the ratio of time in the Nine Heavens origin-gathering formation, Xiao Chen had been in there for 8 years. During these 8 years, the 10,000-year-old spiritual milk and the various divine sources in Heavenly Divine Mountain had not moved at all. Such a strange situation made the Heavenly Alliance's upper echelon feel somewhat anxious and uncertain. Some of the outstanding talents that the other super factions placed their bets on had already appeared and stirred up a storm in the Great Thousand Realms, attracting attention. For example, the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming suddenly came out of closed-door cultivation 2 months ago. Now, he was a horrifying 9-vein sovereign emperor. The more horrifying thing was that he had completely unlocked the potential of the Golden Dragon's bloodline. His every movement gave people the feeling that he was an ancient golden dragon that had come back to life. The many older generation 9-vein sovereign emperors in Bushan Palace trembled before him. However, Xiao Chen still showed no signs of movement. No one knew what was happening inside. Zifeng, we can't wait anymore. Hua Tianyang, the old alliance chief, said hoarsely, his face covered in wrinkles, looking extremely old. The other doyens did not say anything. However, the expressions in their eyes as they looked at Mu Zifeng went without saying. They could not afford to wait. Or rather, the Heavenly Alliance could not afford to lose. As the epoch changed, as long as they lost the bet, it would not just be 1 or 2 people who died. The thousands of clans and factions that relied on the Heavenly Alliance would either be destroyed or enslaved in the new epoch. As faux god experts, they definitely did not want their descendants to be unable to maintain their current status in the new epoch. They might even be enslaved by other factions. Mu Zifeng said after some thought, I understand. Get someone to send Jianghu over. Understood. In less than 15 minutes, the faux god experts brought Jianghu to the summit of Heavenly Divine Mountain. Back then, after absorbing the ethereal immortal palace, Jianghu had fallen into a deep sleep. Then, Xiao Chen saved him. Jianghu had already woken up 3 months ago. Now, he had already stabilized the fortuitous encounter in the ethereal immortal palace. His entire body gave off an ethereal air. This was especially so for his eyes, which were as bright as stars and gems. When looked carefully, they were as deep and vast as the boundless starry heavens, giving off an ethereal and clear feeling. The ethereal immortal palace's aura was perfectly compatible with the heaven dragon mysteries. Now, Xiaochen already possessed a true heavenly dragon bloodline. It had to be said that the previous heavenly dragon owed Jianghu a lot. However, he had done everything a father could to show the utmost fatherly love. The Heavenly Alliance doyens, including Mu Zifeng and Swearenji, all carefully sized up Jianghu, nodding to themselves. Xiaochen was very satisfied with Jianghu. Since something unexpected happened to Xiaochen, Jianghu was a good backup. "Seniors, what do you want to discuss with me?" Jianghu quickly asked, feeling weird being sized up by a group of people. Zhao's Dao Emperor Alliance Chief Shen God, Alliance wants to ask him, "King Chen is, you want me to be to replace Chen? You want Chen, you want me substitute? You want a Divine Emperor, you want me you want me replacing me instead? Shao King Chen heaven on one, you heaven on one, on demon you sue you all." Yes. The Heavenly Alliance has already staked everything on this and cannot afford to fail. You also want to become a Dragon Emperor, right? With our support, you will definitely be able to become a Dragon Emperor after you absorb the spiritual milk and divine source in the Nine Heavens Source Gathering Formation. Mu Zifeng knew that Jianghu had a deep relationship with Xiaochen, so he made his relationship clear. Several thoughts flashed through Jianghu's mind, but he soon calmed down and mused to himself, "Chieftain Mu, I suggest we wait. Perhaps Xiaochen is at the critical juncture of his closed-door cultivation, and if we rashly open the seal, it will instead cause him to fall short of success. But we can't wait any longer." That's right. Once the Nine Heavens Source Convergence Array is activated, it can only be maintained for a year. It's already been 8 months. Xiaochen has been in there for 8 years. No matter what he is doing, he should have finished it by now. Little brother Jianghu, just say yes. When the Heavenly Alliance doyens saw Jianghu hesitate, they immediately felt somewhat anxious. They couldn't be blamed for not being anxious. After all, they had given Xiaochen a lot of time. If it wasn't at the very last moment, they wouldn't resort to such a method. Rumble. Just as Jianghu was about to speak, the entire heavenly divine mountain suddenly shook intensely. The world spun around as if time and space twisted. At the summit of the mountain, Mu Zifeng and the others in the residence shook, unable to stand stably. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, showing doubt in their eyes. Crack. Crack. Cracks appeared in the roof of the residence, and rubble fell continuously. The palace that stood on the peak of the mountain seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. "Let's go." Mu Zifeng made a prompt decision, quickly leaving with Jianghu and the other doyens. Whoosh. Just as the group left the residence and landed at the foot of Heavenly Divine Mountain, the Heavenly Divine Mountain shining with spiritual light behind them suddenly lost all its spiritual energy. All of a sudden, there was no more spiritual chi, and it turned into a pile of withered rocks. Then, it collapsed. The 10,000-foot God Mountain disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Hua Tianyang and the other doyens were startled, their expressions changing dramatically. They all wondered if something had happened to the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering Array. It's over. It's all gone. Swearenji shook his head and sighed softly. The 100,000-odd years of the Heavenly Alliance's accumulations suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes. Jianghu entered deep thought as if he thought of something. Whoosh. 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 Many figures quickly flew over from a distance. The Heavenly Alliance's cultivators had rushed over after hearing the news. Heavenly Divine Mountain was the symbol of the Heavenly Alliance. Everyone's every move was watched by the light. What more when it collapsed? They could not hide it even if they wanted to. This might even trigger a chain reaction. Bang! Just at this moment, the rubble exploded, and a figure drifted out. Xiaochen. Jianghu's sharp eyes immediately recognized the person who flew out of the heavenly divine mountain's rubble. This person was none other than Xiaoqin. This is somewhat strange. Swearenji stared at Xiaoqin, who was slowly descending. He revealed an expression of doubt in his eyes, as he was shocked to discover that Xiaoqin's aura had disappeared. He was shocked to discover that, despite being a faux god, he could not make out Xiaoqin's cultivation. Xiaoqin, who appeared before Swearenji, seemed ordinary, without anything special about him. Mu Zifeng's expression changed slightly. He signaled with his eyes, and a grey-clad nine-veined sovereign emperor Doyan immediately soared into the air. He soared into the air and threw a punch at Xiaoqin without saying a word. When Xiaoqin punched, he activated his 9 divine veins at the same time. Vast divine energy and soul energy drove the power of the world and materialized the mysterious phenomenon of 10,000 stars falling and the sun and moon shattering. This punch seemed to shatter the boundless river of stars and the sun, moon, and stars at the same time. Good timing. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. Then, he raised his hand and flicked his finger. Whoosh! A strand of saber chi shot out from Xiaoqin's fingertip. When the saber chi appeared, sun, moon, stars, universe, starry sky, endless divine essence. Before this seemingly ordinary strand of saber chi, they all lost their color and vanished. Pu Ci. The saber chi pierced through the fist light of the 9-veined sovereign emperor Doyan, sending him flying back while vomiting blood. 9-veined sovereign emperor. The instant Xiaoqin attacked, Swearenji and the other Doyans clearly saw Xiaoqin's cultivation. A bona fide 9-veined sovereign emperor. They immediately rejoiced. It turned out that Xiaoqin had absorbed all the resources in this heavenly divine mountain. Sorry for the offense earlier. After Xiaoqin landed, he performed a cupped fist salute to the Doyan who vomited blood. It's not really, the grey-clad Doyan quickly waved his hand as he spoke. When Xiaoqin attacked earlier, the grey-clad Doyan seemed to see gods, demons, immortals, and Buddhas sitting quietly behind him, submitting to a treasure saber. He had never seen or heard of such a scene before. The sky was filled with immortals, Buddhas, and countless gods and demons. Any one of them was an unprecedented powerhouse. Every one of them represented a grand epoch. All of them had startling magic skills that could pluck the stars and moon. However, they all submitted to the light of a saber. Be it the ancient Buddhist nations with Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Vajras, the supreme immortal courts with immortals, the 9 layers of the demonic abyss with ancient demonic sovereigns, or the boundless hell, they were no exception. Xiaoqin raised his hand and flicked his finger, and the immortals, Buddhas, and ancient gods and demons all submitted. Chapter 23:43. Xiaoqin raised his hand and flicked his finger. The grey-clad 9-veined sovereign emperor Doyan instantly lost, a clean defeat. Such a scene elicited wild joy from Mu Zifeng and Swearenji's shock. Although this grey-clad Doyan was not particularly strong among the 9-veined sovereign emperors, he was still a bona fide 9-veined sovereign emperor. However, Xiaoqin was a bona fide 9-veined sovereign emperor who had accumulated his divine energy for many years. However, he still got defeated in one move. Xiaoqin, how did you do it? Mu Zifeng and the other Doyans asked out of curiosity. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and replied, I just figured out some problems, understood my Tao, and found the path I want to take. For the past 8 years, Xiaoqin had been thinking hard about where his path should be. Immortal cultivation and martial dual cultivation, divine and demon as one, and a Buddhist heart. All these things were hard to separate. Compared to raising his cultivation and absorbing resources, Xiaoqin paid more attention to the Tao he wanted to take. How to control it, how to merge it, how to look at his heart, and how to make his thoughts clear. Xiaoqin was very clear that if he did not understand, no matter how high his cultivation was, he would not be able to jump out of his current shackles. If he could not break through the bottleneck of the martial epoch, he would always have to live in the shadows of his predecessors, unable to be himself. 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaoqin finally understood. His Tao, his path, his original heart, everything, came from the saber in his heart that had never been sealed. Xiao Chen was a bladesman. No matter how long it took, no matter how many immortals, demons, gods, or Buddhas passed, this would never change. After thinking it through, Xiao Chen suddenly saw the light. Then, he used the saber to suppress the immortals, demons, gods, and Buddhas in his heart. Although it was called suppression, it was actually merging and absorbing them, mastering them, and taking the path to his heart. After comprehending the Tao, the world suddenly became clear. In one breath, Xiao Chen absorbed all the resources of Heavenly Divine Mountain into the saber in his heart. What exactly is your cultivation now? Mu Zifeng was more concerned about this. Xiao Chen had revealed too little strength, so it was better to have an idea. Xiao Chen didn't say anything. After a while, he said softly, the level of cultivation isn't important. Once the epoch collapses, all the rules will be broken, including the division of cultivation levels. At that time, who will truly be able to establish an epoch will depend on one's understanding of the Tao, the world, and one's own heart. What do you mean? The moment Xiao Chen said that, Mu Zifeng and the other doyens exchanged looks, not really understanding. It's fine. With my current strength, I should be able to fight anyone below the empty god realm. Seeing that the other party did not really understand what he was talking about, Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. He could only say something practical. When Mu Zifeng and the others heard this, they all laughed. This made it much easier to understand. According to Xiao Chen's humble character, he was at the highest level below the foe god realm. Get some rest. Jianghu is here anyway, and you could ask him about what happened in the outside world while you were in seclusion. We'll be on our way. After experiencing Xiao Chen's strength, Mu Zifeng and the other Heavenly Alliance upper echelon left in satisfaction. He did not care about the collapse of the Heavenly God Mountain at all. Congratulations. Jianghu said with a smile as he strolled over. Many thanks. Xiao Chen sized up Jianghu with a few glances and sensed the other party's ethereal air, as well as the deep and distant eyes that looked like the boundless starry heavens. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. After some thought, he asked, "You became a heaven dragon?" Yes. However, although I became a heaven dragon, my cultivation did not increase by much. I cannot compare to you. Jianghu smiled faintly, not showing much joy. Is that so? That might not be the case. When the martial epoch is destroyed, the various rules of the martial epoch might be destroyed along with it. At that time, we might no longer be able to judge a person's strength based on their cultivation. What do you mean? You were right about that earlier. That group of doyens said it too. Jianghu showed a confused expression. He felt that Xiao Chen did not seem to be joking. Xiao Chen thought for a while before explaining, "This is just my guess. When the martial epoch is destroyed, the rules of the martial epoch, like the division of cultivation realms, will be destroyed as well. At that time, before the new epoch appears, how much strength one can bring out will depend on one's understanding of one's Tao, not just one's cultivation." Jianghu had never heard of such a theory before. When he suddenly heard it, he felt greatly startled. Xiao Chen said softly, "Let's not talk about this for now. While I was in closed-door cultivation, did the Foe God War in the Yanwu dynasty come to an end?" Xiao Chen had been in the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation for about 8 years. 8 or 9 months should have passed in the outside world. Logically speaking, the results of the Foe God War in the Yanwu dynasty should have come to an end already. Jianghu nodded and said, "I was just about to talk to you about this. I'd like to hear the details. I'm not very sure about the process of the Foe God War. However, after that battle, the factions of the Underworld God Hall and the demonic Tao Hall withdrew from the imperial capital Yen City. All the factions belonging to the imperial ancestral temple in the palace have been cleared out. Now, Wang Yan has inherited the throne and is the new Yen Emperor." After a pause, Jianghu continued, "However, things are far from over. The demonic Tao Hall and the Underworld God Hall have already launched a large-scale invasion of the Yanwu dynasty. Right now, the flames of war raged everywhere in the Yenwu dynasty. There was also a new Buddhist sect that appeared everywhere, bewitching the masses. They revered the ancient Kitagarbha Bodhisattva as the Buddha, gaining countless believers. It shows signs of overtaking the hidden spirit temple. Its development speed is incredible. Xiaochen thought to himself, it looks like the shattering of the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body has something to do with Yuanzhen. How is the hidden spirit temple now? It's very difficult. The shattering of the golden body of the Buddha caused them to lose many believers. Now, there's a young monk called Yan Chen who goes around preaching and forming an alliance with the imperial family. We're mutually dependent. If that was the case, then the battle between foe gods that day must have been extremely intense. Pan Huang and sword god Su Hanshan should have worked together to defeat the demonic Dao Hall and the underworld god Hall. However, they could no longer support the Yenwu dynasty. The entire dynasty was in a precarious situation, becoming the most chaotic place before the epoch changed. Oh, right. There's something else I have to tell you. Jianghu looked around cautiously. Then, he sent a voice projection to Xiaochen. Xiaochen felt enlightened, but his expression did not change much. That's normal. I have not done anything for 8 years. It is hard for them to not get anxious. After all, he staked everything on me. Xiaochen appeared rather calm about Jianghu's secret, replying in a relaxed manner. That's good. I was thinking the same thing. Before this, I was still hesitating, afraid that you would overthink it. Now, it looks like I was overthinking. Jianghu sized up Xiaochen and found that he could not figure out the other party. It was like Jianghu and the others were still in a cage, but Xiaochen had already jumped out. How is the situation in the Divine Dragon Empire? I would like to take some time to go over. It is time to resolve some grudges. Jianghu's expression changed slightly as he asked, are you sure? While Xiaochen spoke casually, Jianghu knew that once Xiaochen went, there would be a bloody storm. I'm sure. Tell me, then. Xiaochen knew that Jianghu had been thinking of returning to the Divine Dragon Empire. He had designs on the Dragon Emperor position and had been paying attention at all times. Qin Ming stood out among the outstanding bloodline talents of the 8 great empires and obtained the full support of the Bushan Palace. He came out of closed-door cultivation before you and is a 9-vein sovereign emperor. Now, he shakes the dragon race with his might. The purple-gold Dragon Emperor intends to bring forward the Dragon Emperor selection. Helplessness flashed in Jianghu's eyes as he said, however, with Qin Ming's current cultivation, even if the other divine dragon disciples work together, they will not be able to defeat him. The competition to become the Dragon Emperor is just a ceremony for him to crown the Dragon Emperor. Is that so? A smile appeared on Xiaochen's face as he said softly, it will not be that easy. Remember to tell me when you return to the Divine Dragon Empire. Xiaochen, will you vie for the Dragon Emperor position as well? Jianghu felt somewhat conflicted in his heart. After hesitating for a long time, he said, although you saved my life, if you vie for the Dragon Emperor position, I'll probably have to fight you to the end and not back down. Xiaochen did not deny it, not answering directly. He smiled and said, there's no need to feel conflicted. I never use morals to coerce others. If you do your best to vie for the Dragon Emperor position, I will definitely support you. I have to go and meet the others. Thank you for telling me so much. What does that mean? Jianghu remained in front of the rubble of Heavenly Divine Mountain, frowning heavily as he pondered Xiaochen's words. Sorry, I have to vie for the Dragon Emperor position. I can only repay the debt of saving my life in the future. Even after a long time, Jianghu still could not figure out Xiaochen's words. So, he shook his head and chose to leave. Whoosh! 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 Xiaochen continuously traveled through the vast and boundless Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, appearing like a flash of light and shadow, leaving no traces. After a while, he appeared outside Ao Jiao's room. However, he discovered that Ao Jiao had already left. She returned to the Golden Crow Empire. Mo Chen and Su Yi, who were in the same courtyard, came out. After chatting for a long time, they informed Xiao Chen of Ao Jiao's whereabouts. She already left? That's good. I should make a trip to the Golden Crow Empire. Chapter 2344. At that time, the 100 schools of thought and the 10,000 races would contend for supremacy. Blood and fire, chaos and despair, would continue until the start of the new epoch. The two crashed into the Buddhist nation's barrier in the air like broken kites, producing loud sounds that sounded like morning bells and evening drums. Which evil beast dares to barge into the divine kingdom? The two controlled their Buddhist sect consummate techniques as they pleased. With a wave of their hands, they perfectly manifested their true meaning. Xiao Chen felt startled. He had heard from Jianghu that the new Buddhist sect led by Yuanzhen was developing rapidly. The so-called purification was using the Buddhist sect's magic skills to brainwash and enslave the other party, turning them into one's slaves. The two's initiative vanished in mere moments, and they fell into a predicament. The saber light materialized by the power of cycles materialized in Xiao Chen's 5 fingers gathered in his palm. Then, he casually swung. The many believers on the ground showed joy on their faces. Smiles appeared on their faces, appearing content and blissful. The seal could not stop Xiao Chen, as this world called for the destroyer. The various mysterious phenomena of the Buddhist sect could not advance an inch under the illumination of the saber light. Cloud rubbing palm. No matter where one was in the vast, boundless starry heavens, as long as one looked back, one would always see the central great realm, which was like an eternal treasure of the world. Xiao Chen was very familiar with such a scene. The Life Tao and the Death Tao immediately cycled endlessly around Xiao Chen, sending out saber lights materialized by the power of cycles. However, there were still many people outside the Divine Kingdom who could not avoid worshipping the Divine Kingdom. These people kowtowed piously, hoping that the bodhisattvas would show themselves and let them in. In an instant, a vast Buddhist kingdom appeared, overflowing with golden light. However, when looking at it now, one could clearly sense an ominous black fog encasing the central great realm. Now, this Yanwu dynasty's ritual ground was densely packed with believers in the blink of an eye. Countless believers worshipped inside and outside the ritual ground. Incense burned, making the Buddha statue and the bodhisattvas and arhats around it look even more dignified. A rainbow path carrying a lotus platform wound its way through the air and landed at Xiao Chen's feet. Then, Xiao Chen saw a gigantic Buddha image in the west of the Yanwu dynasty. Connected to the heavens and the earth, Buddhist light illuminated everything. His appearance was dignified and kind. After passing 10 layers of palace halls and 1,000,000 steps, Xiao Chen saw Yuanzhen on the spacious Dao platform in front of the palace. Xiao Chen spread his arms and slowly descended from the starry sky like an eagle. Countless refugees, destitute and destitute. The evil Dao ran amok everywhere. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, feeling a little sad. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen felt curious and wanted to probe Yuanzhen's current situation. He immediately stepped onto the lotus platform, and the Buddhist light rotated. The lotus platform automatically brought Xiao Chen forward on the rainbow path. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's divine sense sensed a dazzling Buddhist light, and he opened his eyes. Xiao! The two of them vomited blood and looked at Xiao Chen with fear in their eyes. That was because if the old era was not destroyed, the new era would never appear. That eternal night would never have a moment of dawn. It would forever fall into darkness. Just as the two were at a loss for what to do, the barrier of the Buddhist nation in the air suddenly opened like an ancient Buddhist gate. Furthermore, Ao Jiao did not feel at ease leaving Little Yellow Feather alone in the Golden Crow Empire. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. This was the purification that the two Protector Vajra mentioned earlier. However, since Yuanzhen invited him, there was no harm in meeting him. Buddhist chanting rang out beside Xiao Chen's ears as scriptures echoed. Rubbing the clouds freely and projecting 10,000 Buddhas with the palm. However, Xiao Chen did not know that the other party had already established a Buddhist nation. The eyes of the two Buddhist sect protectors, who were as strong as great perfection sovereign emperors, lit up when they saw Xiao Chen. Then, they saw two Buddhist sect experts bathed in golden light, dressed in Protector Vajra attire, flying out of the dazzling Golden Nation. If they wanted to make things difficult for Xiao Qin, it would not be easy for them to come out. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. After entering the other party's Buddhist nation, his strength would be limited. He knew that this was just the beginning. Such a tragedy would slowly spread. Eventually, it would spread to the entire Great Thousand Realms. When the epoch ended, the eternal night would officially descend. At this moment, Yuanzhen sat cross-legged, giving a lecture to the surroundings. 3 days later, Xiaoqin returned to the central Great Realm from the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Xiaoqin frowned slightly. These two Buddhist sect experts had pure Buddhist dharma and deep accumulations. The two did not waste any time speaking nonsense. They each executed a killing move, and vast Buddhist might encased Xiaoqin. At the very least, there were hundreds of millions of them. They are pretty strong. Furthermore, they are spies sent by the royal court's lackeys. Without any warning, Xiaoqin, who moved forward like a laser beam, crashed into the void. Xiaoqin's spiritual sense turned into countless invisible motes of light, spreading out like a spiderweb. Soon, he sensed the entire Yanwu dynasty in his sea of consciousness. This was the small world of more than 100 Buddhist sect experts, gathered using Buddhist magic skills. This materialized a divine nation that rivaled a true god's, even stronger than a small world. Dang! The sovereign emperor experts of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao stood up and left respectfully. Just as the sovereign emperor experts felt horrified, they saw Xiaoqin suddenly raise his hand. However, Xiaoqin's eyes were lifeless, devoid of spiritual light. Clearly, he was already delirious. "We have guests. We'll talk about it another day. You all can withdraw." Flames of war and beacons filled the place. The bustle of the past was long gone. Xiaoqin could see the dragon luck guarding the Yanwu dynasty from the constellation. It was unstable in the wind and rain, showing signs of crumbling. When Xiaoqin sent out his spiritual sense, all he received was negative emotions. The Yanwu dynasty's etiquette had collapsed. Order no longer existed, and ghosts ran amok. Night slowly descended, with no hope in sight. Xiaoqin did not panic. He silently circulated the cycle Great Tao. Xiaoqin did not rush to the Golden Crow Empire. He directly landed in the sky above the Yanwu dynasty. This was the center of the entire martial epoch, the Great Thousand Realms, where the luck of the entire martial epoch gathered. Xiaoqin was like a wild beast that saw delicious prey. He spread his fingers and lifted them up high. In that instant, Xiaoqin's figure magnified infinitely in the eyes of the two, making them look infinitely insignificant. As the world venerate commands. Don't bother speaking nonsense with him. Capture him and get martial ancestor Yuanzhen to purify him. That will be a great help. Now, Xiaoqin somewhat understood why Mu Zifeng said that the Black Dragon King would definitely appear. Even if Xiaoqin knew where the Black Dragon King was sealed, he would not be able to stop the Black Dragon King from appearing. Back in the Kunlun realm, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva had opened a similar dojo in the heavenly starry ocean. However, it was much smaller in scale. Pa! Millions of five-colored auspicious signs layered over each other burst out. A golden Kitagarbha Bodhisattva Dharmic incarnation was hidden in the depths of the Buddhist light. Without more than 100 years of attainments in the Buddhist Dharma, it would be very difficult to materialize such a perfect Buddhist mysterious phenomenon as one pleased. Flying Flower Finger. After all, she was the Golden Crow Empire's divine daughter. She could not remain in the Heavenly Alliance forever. Xiaoqin's figure turned around and flew straight to the dojo. He arrived within a short while. "Welcome, Benefactor Xiao. The world venerate invites you in." The countless astral regions in the magnificent starry heavens revolved around the central great realm. Whoosh! After Xiaoqin entered, the gates of the Buddhist nation closed. When Xiaoqin looked down, there was a vast and majestic execution ground that occupied a vast area. Yuanzhen glanced over. When he saw Xiaoqin, he smiled and said, "Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? Xiaochen took a few steps back and looked over, entering deep thought. Flowers flew around, and light and shadows danced. It was not hard to understand why Ao Jiao returned to the Golden Crow Empire. Given Xiaochen's current strength, he could travel the starry heavens without an alloy warship, even faster. Xiaochen did not seem like a sovereign emperor expert who relied on the power of incense. The people who spoke to him startled Xiaochen. Among them were sovereign emperor experts of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao. There were even people of the demonic Dao and abyssal underworld's foreign races. Those lawless evil cultivators all appeared pious or enslaved. This situation could not be reversed by just one person. After saying goodbye to Mo Chen and Su Yi, Xiaochen headed to the Golden Crow Empire alone. The ordinary people showed flustered expressions. They were numb and ignorant, not knowing how to deal with this. Some were kept in captivity by demonic Dao cultivators, using their physical bodies as nourishment for their demonic cultivation techniques, and their souls as sacrifices to the ghost pennant. The various religious sects took advantage of the chaos to bewitch the hearts of the people. When looking around, Xiaochen saw a dense, indescribable number of believers. Countless arhats wore kasayas and had golden divine powder smeared over their bodies on both sides of the road. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, they glistened like ancient arhats, looking incredibly dazzling. Chapter 23:45. Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? When Yuanzhen saw Xiaochen, he smiled faintly, showing a relaxed expression. There was an indescribable Buddha nature on him. It was neither good nor evil, and it was extremely strange. Xiaochen had just heard the others call him the revered one of the world. This was an incredible title. It was rumored that the first ancestor of Buddhism was born. He pointed to the heavens and drew the earth, saying that he was the only supreme being in the world. This simple form of address showed Yuanzhen's ambition. Xiaochen asked softly, should I call you Yuanzhen or the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva? Yuanzhen pressed his palms together and smiled benevolently. Benefactor Xiao, it is better to address me as Yuanzhen. I prefer you to call me Yuanzhen, but in your eyes, it's all the same no matter what you call me. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes slightly. He found Yuanzhen somewhat unfathomable. Looking up, at the back of the heavenly strength hall, in the depths of the myriad of overlapping auspicious signs, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's transcendence golden body was hidden within. Its face was benevolent, and its heart was filled with compassion. Suddenly, Xiaochen understood. So that's how it was. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva had already merged with Yuanzhen. However, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva existed in Yuanzhen's form. The two had not truly merged yet. Hence, Yuanzhen's consciousness remained. He was right. The one standing before Xiaochen was indeed Yuanzhen and not the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. Xiaochen said softly, if you had a choice, would you still bear the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's karma? According to his plan, when the Buddhist epoch is established, your memories of Yuanzhen will disappear. Yuanzhen's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen saw through his relationship with the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. When the Buddhist epoch arrived, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva would truly awaken. At that time, the dominant position would change. Yuanzhen withdrew his smile. After some thought, he said, most of the time, there is actually no choice. Maybe. Xiaochen didn't refute the other party. From his point of view, he could choose at any time. But he also understood that the others had no choice. There seem to be many hidden spirit temple esteemed monks in your Buddhist nation? Xiaochen changed the topic and asked casually. Yuanzhen smiled and said, you have pretty good eyes. Indeed, after the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body was destroyed, the Kasyapa Buddha's body was destroyed. Many martial uncles abandoned the darkness for the light and joined me in creating a new Buddhism. But, even if you want to create a new Buddhist school, there's no need for you to make a move against these commoners, no? Xiaochen pointed at the believers kneeling at the foot of the 10,000 steps. Yuanzhen argued, what's wrong? Didn't you see the smiles on their faces? In my Buddhist kingdom, you only need to worship devoutly every day, and you won't have to worry about food or clothing. What's so bad about that? Right now, the Yanwu dynasty is hell on earth, filled with the flames of war. I am doing good deeds to accumulate virtue. If you want to argue, I won't argue with you. Yuanzhen's expression slowly turned serious. He said seriously, Xiaochen, what if I told you that the Kasyapa Buddha used this method to establish the Buddhist sect back then? Would you believe me? The epoch changed, and chaos arose everywhere. Extraordinary times naturally required extraordinary methods. If I did not use such methods, how could I establish the Buddhist kingdom in such a short time? I know you want to say that these believers do not have any thoughts or intelligence, like the walking dead. However, this has always been the case in this world. The strong can be merciful. When the Buddhist epoch starts, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva will return the power of faith, and there will be no need to do this. Xiaochen felt slightly stunned. Then, he thought of the 3 black mountains behind Spirit Vulture Mountain, the boundless demonic domain filled with sin. Yuanzhen's words should be true. However, so what? Hence, Xiaochen did not feel any pity for the hidden spirit temple's destruction. A temple built on boundless sin should not have a reason to exist, no matter how glorious it was. You're on your own. You should understand that these words of self-consolation can only deceive yourself. Xiaochen felt very uncomfortable staying here. After investigating Yuanzhen and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's situation, Xiaochen did not want to linger, so he turned and left. Did I say you could leave? Yuanzhen snorted coldly and sent a palm strike at Xiaochen. The entire Buddhist kingdom's 90,000 arhats, 8,000 Vajras, and 300 bodhisattvas all chanted scriptures at the same time. This caused countless ancient Buddhist sect scriptures to surround Yuanzhen's palm strike. The entire divine kingdom started circulating in his palm. Xiaochen's expression did not change. He turned around and sent a palm strike in retaliation. Boom! The instant the 2 palms clashed, the vast and boundless Buddhist kingdom shook intensely. Images of countless ancient arhats and bodhisattvas appeared in the sky amid thousands of auspicious signs. The Tao of life and death cycled endlessly around Xiaochen, producing an unending stream of reincarnation power. Xiaochen resisted the pressure of the entire Buddhist kingdom by himself. Saber! Xiaochen shouted, and an eternal, inextinguishable saber light that surpassed the epoch shot out from his body. The saber light soared into the clouds and tore a crack in the Buddhist kingdom's barrier in the sky. Yuanzhen showed shock on his face as he got knocked back. Then, he watched helplessly as Xiaochen soared into the air and left the divine kingdom before the crack mended. World Venerate. Right after Xiaochen left, many Buddhist sect sovereign emperors appeared in the surroundings with grave expressions. World Venerate, why did you not bring out the golden Buddha body and directly suppress him? With Xiaochen dead, we will have one less strong enemy. Yuanzhen said indifferently, I feel that he is not as simple as a 9-vein sovereign emperor. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's golden body is not complete yet. We cannot take the risk. The two were testing each other, probing each other's limits. While Xiaochen wanted to figure out Yuanzhen and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's strength, Yuanzhen thought the same. However, Yuanzhen could not figure out the other party's strength with just one palm strike. After leaving the Buddhist kingdom, Xiaochen hovered in the air and looked down at the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's golden body. Yuanzhen remained silent and observed for a long time, not leaving. He wanted to destroy this Buddhist kingdom in one go. However, he felt that there was no need in the end. The Buddhist kingdom was established because the epoch was about to end. Order collapsed, and the natural laws no longer existed. It was like a dynasty on the verge of destruction. The emperor lost his suppression of the feudal lords. Outstanding talents fought each other, and chaos descended. This was not a problem that could be solved by killing 1 or 2 feudal lords. The current situation was even more complicated and terrifying than that. The Holy Lord, who controlled the entire epoch, had already lost control of the various factions. The righteous Tao was no longer righteous, and the demonic Tao was even more demonic. The entire world was on the verge of collapse, on the verge of collapse. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze and stood up to leave. Not long later, Xiaochen sensed two figures rapidly approaching him. Big brother. It was the little monk Yan Chen and the heavenly book scholar. Xiaochen asked in confusion, "Why are the two of you here? Let's leave this place first. This is the evil Buddha's territory. Even foe gods do not dare to barge in." The heavenly book scholar looked at the Buddhist kingdom fearfully. After a while, Xiaochen understood that Yan Chen and the heavenly book scholar sensed a battle in the Buddhist kingdom. They came to check and discovered that it was Xiaochen, so they rushed over. Whoosh! Far away from Yuanjin's Buddhist kingdom, the three landed. When Xiaochen saw the little monk Yan Chen, he felt rather happy. "Big brother, my master passed away," Yan Chen said sullenly, showing grief on his face. "Big brother, my master passed away." Venerable Su Yun. This senior had left a very good impression on Xiaochen. Xiaochen felt deep respect for him. "How did he die?" The heavenly book scholar explained, "Back when we were still in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb during the succession race, Senior Su Yun chased after the traitor, Su Ming, who was Yuanjin's master. In the end, that Su Ming had planned this. He lured Venerable Su Yi to the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body. Then, he died together, destroying the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body, resulting in today's situation. That was how the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body was destroyed. This Su Ming schemed and was very ruthless. No wonder Xiaochen did not see him in the Buddhist kingdom. It turned out that he was already dead. Where are Abbot Su Yi and Senior Pan Huang? Xiaochen asked. Yan Chen answered, "The abbot and Senior Pan Huang are at Spirit Vulture Mountain, leading the remaining martial uncles to suppress the sin in Spirit Vulture Mountain. Right now, I am in charge of the hidden spirit temple. The abbot and his martial uncle told me to assist the Yan Emperor and not lower my head to the evil Buddha." Unexpectedly, Yan Chen would have a day where he could stand on his own. Given Yan Chen's character, he probably did not like this responsibility. However, with the epoch changing, the Buddhist sects no longer had anyone to lead them aside from him. Xiaochen said softly, "Before I came, I saw that the entire Yanwu dynasty was covered in smoke. The situation does not seem very optimistic. We have to persevere, right?" The heavenly book scholar smiled and said, "If even we give up, there will be no hope for this land at all." Yan Chen showed a determined expression as he said through clenched teeth, "Big brother, there is no need to worry. When the reinforcements from the other three Buddhist temples arrive, the evil Buddha will not be able to be so arrogant." Aside from the hidden spirit temple, the Buddhist sects had 3 other Buddhist temples, all of them holy lands. "It looks like the situation is not that bad." Xiaochen said, "Help me send my regards to ninth brother. I still have things to do and cannot stay to help him for now." After taking his leave of the two, Xiaochen headed for the Golden Crow Empire. Xiaochen passed through the desolate sea and arrived at the Blue Dragon's old land, stopping at the small village that Xiaochen once led. The small village no longer existed. In its place was a flourishing city. A towering tree stood outside the city, covering the sky and sun. A youth formed hand seals under the tree, using spiritual energy to nourish the tree's roots. This youth was none other than Sang, the propping mulberry tree. "Wait here first." Sang did not feel surprised to see Xiaochen land. He gave him a casual glance before continuing to focus on nourishing the propping mulberry tree. Many years had passed since they parted. The sapling from back then. After so many years, the sapling from back then had already grown into a towering tree, protecting the city behind it like a guardian deity. Xiaochen was not in a rush. He waited quietly at the side. Chapter 2346. After Sang finished nourishing it with spiritual energy, Xiaochen waved his hand. Then, he looked at Xiaochen and said, "It has been many years. However, I knew that you would definitely return. That is natural. However, when I came from the Yanwu dynasty, the desolate sea did not seem to have many waves." As the two walked casually, Xiaochen asked, finding it strange. Sang showed a calm expression as he replied casually, "The desolate sea is filled with deserts and desolate lands, lacking in spiritual energy. It is not like the Yanwu dynasty, which is at the center of the storm. However, it is only a matter of time. When the epic ends, chaos will sweep through the entire Great Thousand Realms. Xiaochen frowned and said, the epic changes, and the order collapses. You don't seem to feel it at all. What can I feel? When I was still in the propping mulberry tree's body, I saw the rise and fall of many epics. However, don't worry. With the propping mulberry tree's protection, the villagers in Azure Mountain Town should be able to avoid much trouble. Sang knew that the ordinary people gathered in Azure Mountain Town had a deep connection to the Blue Dragon bloodline back then. Perhaps they were once ordinary people under the Blue Dragon race's rule. Although Xiaochen did not say it, he still cared about this group of people in his heart. In that case, I'll have to trouble you. Xiaochen thanked Sang. Then, he turned his head back and happened to see the towering Azure Mountain in the distance. Xiaochen's expression slowly turned grave. Now that he had returned to the Blue Dragon's old land, he definitely could not avoid this towering mountain that resembled the Blue Dragon's flight. However, the Azure Mountain remained, but the dragon head was gone. It was clear that the Azure Mountain once had a dragon head. However, someone chopped it off. Xiaochen guessed that the Divine Master must have done it after defeating Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun in the Desolate Sea. After the Holy Lord defeated Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun in the Desolate Sea, he chopped off the Azure Mountain's dragon head, using that to strangle the Blue Dragon race's luck. Bring me to meet Grandpa Seven and the others, then. All right. Sang led the way, bringing Xiaochen to meet all the old friends he once had. Of course, the burning moon wine brewed by Grandpa Seven had to be drunk to his heart's content. In the dead of night, Xiaochen left alone and looked at the blood moon in the sky, deep in thought. What are you thinking about? Sang asked as he walked out. Xiaochen muttered softly, previously, my cultivation was not high. I thought that the Desolate Sea's blood moon was just a star. In the vast starry sky, there were countless stars. There was nothing strange about it. Now that I've reached my current realm, I can sense that this blood moon is truly incomparably mysterious. A blood moon would rise in the Desolate Sea every night. This was an ancient mystery. Many foe gods could not solve it. Why could one see the blood moon only in the Desolate Sea and not elsewhere? What was even more mysterious was that the blood moon was clearly in the sky, but if one flew into the starry sky, they would not be able to find it. It was even more wondrous than the reflection in the mirror. When Xiaochen thought about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's words in the ethereal immortal palace, he found it hard not to connect this blood moon to the wings of time. This blood moon is indeed strange. It is clearly in the sky, and moonlight covers the entire Desolate Sea. However, it feels somewhat illusory. Sang nodded, agreeing with Xiaochen's point of view. So, I have to figure it out. What are you doing? Sang asked, feeling confused. Xiaochen smiled mysteriously, not saying anything more. Then, the divine universe steel quietly emerged from his body. After a while, a light flashed, and Xiaochen entered the divine universe steel. Then, the divine universe steel vanished into thin air. Sang searched around in confusion but did not find anything. However, he did not worry. He shook his head and said, this fellow is becoming increasingly mysterious. He gives me the feeling that he is even more unfathomable than those powerhouses of the ancient epic. The Blue Dragon's old land, Xiaochen leaped out of the blood moon while holding the divine universe steel. He looked around and saw the desolate slave Soul Reaper standing on the city wall in the distance. Soul Reaper's figure looked as imposing as before, but its aura was much weaker than what Xiaochen had seen previously. Come in. The dragon spirit's voice rang out in Xiaochen's mind right after he appeared. Xiaochen turned into a beam of purple light and leaped 50 kilometers. When he passed by Soul Reaper, he turned his head back to look at it. Soul Reaper sensed Soul Reaper. It also turned its head to look at Xiaochen with a confused expression. Every time Xiaochen saw Soul Reaper, he felt a trace of sorrow. Sighing softly, Xiaochen landed on the ancient city's Dao platform. A blue dragon statue surrounded the mountains in front of the Dao platform. Having come here many times, Xiaoqun was familiar with the place, so he pushed open the door of the dragon statue and entered. The dragon spirit had been waiting for a long time. Without saying a word, it brought Xiaoqun to the blue dragon's inheritance hall. Xiaoqun did not say anything. He headed for the inheritance hall. This time, he was confident of directly climbing to the top floor. There's no need. With your current strength, you no longer need to go through a test. I can give you the 10,000 Dragons Arts follow-up cultivation technique that you want. However, the dragon spirit stopped Xiaoqun and directly handed a jade strip to Xiaoqun. Ancestor Dragon Art? Xiaoqun gave the jade strip a strange look. To think that the dragon spirit gave him the Ancestor Dragon Art. That's right. With your current foundation, you can already cultivate it. When the 10,000 Dragons Art is cultivated to the end, all techniques will return to one. No matter what bloodline it is, it will take the path of atavism, bringing out the great desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon's divine might. However, it is hard to say whether you can cultivate it or not, the dragon spirit said indifferently. If one could cultivate the Ancestor Dragon Art, one would be able to bring out 1% of a great desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon's strength. Unfortunately, over the countless epochs, very few managed to cultivate it. However, Xiaoqun did not really need the Ancestor Dragon Art right now. Right now, his flawless saber Dao already surpassed the epochs, surpassing immortals, Buddhas, gods, and demons. Furthermore, with the cycle Dao as his foundation, regular 9-vein sovereign emperors would not be a match for him. Furthermore, Xiaoqun had a trump card that others did not know about. Xiaoqun was not a 9-vein sovereign emperor but a 10-vein sovereign emperor. The special divine vein that Xiaoqun condensed after absorbing the entire immortal burial lake actually existed independently. After Xiaoqun comprehended the Dao and absorbed all the resources of Heavenly Divine Mountain, he advanced to a 10-vein sovereign emperor. However, Xiaoqun had not ignited his divine flame and was not a faux god. However, he had one more divine vein than a 9-vein sovereign emperor. Perhaps, it would be more accurate to call it an immortal vein rather than a divine vein. I'll leave this to you as well. After the dragon spirit handed the Ancestor Dragon Art to Xiaoqun, it handed Xiaoqun an item. Royal Genealogical Record. Xiaoqun received it and took a look. It was a royal genealogical record. Only by writing his true name in it could he truly possess the dragon race's royal bloodline. Before Xiaoqun could digest it, the dragon spirit took out another item. A throne with 10,000 dragons carved on its back appeared out of nowhere before Xiaoqun. A pure emperor dragon's divine might surged out from the throne. This slightly stunned Xiaoqun. Caught off guard, this emperor dragon's divine might forced him back a few steps. This is? Be it the Ancestor Dragon Art or the Royal Genealogical Record, Xiaoqun knew about them. Hence, he was not surprised when the dragon spirit took them out. However, this throne startled Xiaoqun. Even with Xiaoqun's current cultivation, this ancient throne still forced him back a few steps when he was unprepared. One could imagine just how great the background of this throne was. The dragon spirit smiled and said, "This is the Emperor Dragon throne that the dragon race has acknowledged since ancient times. The throne in the Divine Dragon Empire is just a replica. Is this for me as well?" Naturally. The dragon spirit's enthusiasm made Xiaoqun feel apprehensive in his heart. This dragon spirit is taking out all its trump cards. Xiaoqun asked suspiciously, "Senior, what do you want me to do?" The dragon spirit said somewhat excitedly, "I already sensed a great change in the world. The martial epoch will come to an end. With the Emperor Dragon throne and the Royal Genealogical Record, you will definitely be able to snatch back the position of Dragon Emperor. After that, you will lead the Divine Dragon Empire and formally start the Divine Dragon epoch, fulfilling Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's final wish." So, that is what the dragon spirit wants. Xiaoqun put away the Emperor Dragon throne but did not rush to imprint his soul blood on it. He looked at the dragon spirit and said, "Actually, I am not here today for the supreme treasures of the dragon race in the Blue Dragon treasure trove. I have a question that I would like to ask Senior. Speak. Did Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun obtain the wings of time back then? The dragon spirit turned silent upon hearing that. After a while, it replied, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun did indeed obtain the wings of time. In that case, why did he not use it when he fought the Holy Lord? Chapter 23:47. In that case, why did Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun not use the wings of time when he fought the Holy Lord back then? Xiao Chen asked the question in his heart. Then, he looked at the dragon spirit, hoping to get an answer from it. The dragon spirit remained silent, seeming to be hiding something else. Xiao Chen found it strange, but he did not pursue the matter. He only waited quietly for the other party. After a long time, the dragon spirit said, I'll tell you after you become the Dragon Emperor. How about that? Xiao Chen said softly, it's better to tell you now. I'm afraid of changes in the future. This matter is very important. How long is Senior going to hide it from me? The dragon spirit sighed. After a while, it said, all right. It is indeed time to tell you. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun did indeed secretly take away the wings of time back then. He did not use the wings of time when he fought the Holy Lord. That's because the wings of time were prepared to deal with even stronger enemies. The Black Dragon King. An enemy stronger than the Holy Lord. Naturally, Xiao Chen thought of the Black Dragon King. That's right. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor used the martial epoc's luck to barely seal the Black Dragon King. Back then, the martial epoch declined and could no longer continue sealing the Black Dragon King. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had a greater goal, to kill the Black Dragon King and deal with this problem in one go. This revelation startled Xiao Chen. This Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun was very ambitious. This was something that even the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor could not do. To think that he wanted to take the risk and kill the Black Dragon King. After some thought, Xiao Chen said, how did he prepare? If I guess right, it should have something to do with that blood moon above the desolate sea. The dragon spirit looked at Xiao Chen, and its eyes lit up. It said softly, it looks like you suspected it long ago. It does have something to do with that blood moon. The desolate sea was the origin of the entire martial epoch. Back then, after Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun obtained the wings of time, the desolate sea was the origin of the entire martial epoch. Back then, after Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun obtained the wings of time, he materialized the blood moon as the formation core and laid 2 formations. 2 formations? Xiao Chen knew that there was a heavenly Tao killing formation in the vast desolate sea with the blood moon as the formation core. Then where is the other array formation? I believe you know about the heavenly Tao killing formation laid in the desolate sea. The other formation is in the sky. In the sky? Yes. In the vast starry heavens, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun mobilized all the dragon race disciples in the various astral regions of the Great Thousand Realms to set up formation nodes. With the boundless universe as the background, the millions of stars as the nodes, and the wings of time as the formation core, Xiao Chen formed the unprecedented Great Desolate Blood Dragon Formation. Once the formation is activated, the millions of stars will be driven by the blood moon and condense into an ancient blood dragon from the prehistoric era. The dragon spirit showed a disappointed expression as it spoke of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's shocking actions back then. Xiao Chen was greatly shocked, and his expression changed slightly. The Great Desolate Blood Dragon Formation used the starry heavens as its background and the millions of stars as its nodes. If this formation was activated, the size of the Great Desolate Aeon Blood Dragon that was formed would be simply inconceivable. Do you think I'm strong? However, in reality, the Great Desolate Blood Dragon Formation alone could not kill the Black Dragon King. He is the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao. He is destruction itself, the monster that the Heavenly Tao used to destroy the martial epoch. Hence, the Heavenly Tao killing formation is needed. The 2 formations overlap, using the Great Desolate Aeon Blood Dragon's boundless dragon might to suppress him and then using the Heavenly Tao's killing intent to destroy him. The dragon spirit did not pause, continuing to speak. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. Then, with a flip of his hand, Heavenly Slayer appeared in his grasp. My Heavenly Slayer saber. The desolate sea was the origin of the martial epoch. The heavenly Tao killing formation that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid was to gather the killing intent born of the heavenly Tao since the birth of the epoch. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen's heavenly Slayer saber could activate the heavenly Tao's killing intent. The heavenly Slayer saber did not kill but hurt itself. Once it was unsheathed, it would taste blood. Heavenly Slayer and the heavenly Tao killing formation happened to draw on the heavenly Tao's killing intent. The dragon spirit said softly, "You are not stupid. The heavenly Slayer saber in your hand is used to activate the heavenly Tao killing formation. The great desolate blood dragon formation is activated by the Shuowu dynasty's blood dragon cloak." Xiao Chen quickly recalled the blood dragon cloak that she wore. The first time he saw it, he found it incredibly familiar. "Indeed, you already know." The dragon spirit did not show much surprise on its face. After some thought, it said, "Back then, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun dual cultivated the righteous and demonic Tao. He left a total of 2 inheritances. Naturally, one is here, and the other is the demonic Tao Hall. The 2 inheritances each control a formation and compete with each other in the future. The victor can obtain both Heavenly Slayer and the Blood Dragon Cloak, truly merging the 2 formations and becoming Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's true inheritor." Xiao Chen could not help revealing a self-mocking smile. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun really hid himself deeply. What, starting the divine dragon epoch and inheriting his will? From the very start, she and I were his pawns. Only one person can obtain his inheritance. Both of us have been deceived. Xiao Chen was certain that she had not known about this either. When she saw Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun visit the ethereal immortal palace, he could not disguise his shocked expression. However, she should know more than Xiao Chen. "You could have continued hiding it. Why are you telling me now?" Xiao Chen asked as he looked at the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit sighed and said, "According to Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's will, when you become the Dragon Emperor, he will become the demonic monarch. Then, the protectors of the 2 inheritances will tell you the truth, letting you kill each other. The one who survives will be able to merge the 2 formations. However, even you are suspicious now. I believe that person should be suspicious as well. I cannot be certain that the protectors of the demonic Tao Hall's inheritances will not tell him the truth in advance. If he knows the truth and you do not, you will be at a great disadvantage. In the depths of my heart, I definitely hope that you, with a pure-blooded bloodline, can start the divine dragon epoch and not a demonic Tao cultivator without a dragon race bloodline." The dragon spirit showed a guilty expression, but it still told Xiao Chen the reason. "Don't blame Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. Back then, he spent too much effort laying the 2 formations. Just as he was about to enter closed-door cultivation to recuperate, the golden dragons betrayed him and told the Holy Lord about his declining strength. The Holy Lord suddenly made a move. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's defeat was too unjust. He simply could not swallow this defeat, so he laid this seemingly inhumane contingency plan. After hearing the dragon spirit's explanation for Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, Xiao Chen felt suspicious. He asked, "Why did I hear that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun took the initiative to challenge the Holy Lord before being defeated?" The dragon spirit smiled and said, "Back then, he secretly laid the 2 formations and was incredibly weak. How could he be stupid enough to attack the Holy Lord? The winner takes all. Since the Holy Lord won, he naturally would not say that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun launched a sneak attack, something so disgraceful." Xiao Chen thought about it and agreed. This explained why Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun did not attack the Holy Lord even though he had the wings of time. However, the Holy Lord is not in a good state either. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun severely injured his main body and basically cannot leave the foe god world. In the past 50,000 years, he wanted to explore the secrets of the Blue Dragon's old lands. However, he could only materialize divine weapons to attack. However, Soul Reaper stopped him. So, that was the case. The golden divine weapons that appeared in this world in the past were actually the work of the Holy Lord. As the dragon spirit said, the Holy Lord was indeed severely injured. "Now, I no longer have any secrets. I already told you everything I know. You have to start the divine dragon epic. You have to snatch that person's blood dragon cloak. You can activate the two formations that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid back then only if you obtain both at the same time. The dragon spirit showed a serious expression as it looked at Xiao Chen with a grave expression. The truth was often cruel. The perfect image of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun in Xiao Chen's heart had already crumbled. It seemed to be unexpected, but it was also reasonable. If possible, Xiao Chen would not want to face this truth. It was too depressing. Ignoring the grave dragon spirit, Xiao Chen left this place. Then, he saw Soul Reaper standing on the city wall in a daze. When Xiao Chen first saw Soul Reaper, he only felt fear and horror. However, when he saw Soul Reaper now, Xiao Chen felt only sorrow and respect. Compared to Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, the desolate slave Soul Reaper held a much higher place in Xiao Chen's heart. Without saying a word, Xiao Chen arrived before the desolate slave Soul Reaper's mountain-like body. Xiao Chen extended his hand. Soul Reaper seemed to sense it, so it raised its thick hand clumsily. When the two hands, one large and one small, touched each other, the cycle Great Tao circulated. Then, Xiao Chen slowly absorbed the death qi in Soul Reaper's body into his body. Then, he converted the death qi into vigorous life force. Life and death cycled, materializing the power of cycles. The death qi in the desolate slave Soul Reaper vanished at a visible rate. Soul Reaper was already a dead person. Due to the death qi in its body, it could not truly die. It could only guard this secret realm in the form of a desolate slave. Bang! The instant the death qi vanished, the desolate slave Soul Reaper's huge body suddenly vanished, turning into ashes. As Xiao Chen watched Soul Reaper turn to ashes, he felt deeply moved. He figured out some things. Being despicable was the pass of the despicable. No explanation would be enough. Being noble was the epitaph of the noble. There was no need to say anything. He used his life to shape a character that others looked up to. Chapter 23:48. With Wuchang gone, the Blue Dragon ancient city appeared even more empty under the blood moon. What was emptier than the ancient city was the human heart. Xiao Chen looked at the blood moon and pondered for a long time, lost in thought. The dragon spirit's words dispelled many of the doubts in his heart. At the same time, he felt even more deeply moved by the word involuntary. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun was a formidable and ambitious person. In the end, he fell at the hands of his own people's betrayal. If Xiao Chen could recuperate successfully after he finished laying the Great Desolate Blood Dragon Formation and the Heavenly Tao Killing Formation, he would be able to establish a grand undertaking after he came out of closed-door cultivation. He had not expected that he would not need to use the wings of time to deal with the Holy Lord. Thinking about it, it made sense. With his weak body, he was able to severely injure the other party with less than half of his strength. If he used his full strength, the Holy Lord would definitely not be a match for him. While Xiao Chen admired Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, he also felt repulsed by Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan before his death. If it weren't for him asking repeatedly, the dragon spirit wouldn't have told him the truth at all. After Xiao Chen foolishly became the Dragon Emperor, he would not know that all this was part of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan. The other party had already set up a plan to kill each other. Between Xiao Chen and Shi, only one could live. What was even more frightening was that even when he died, he couldn't understand why he had been so focused on restoring the glory of the Blue Dragon. He did not know that he was actually killed by the Dragon Emperor of the Blue Dragon race. She should know the truth by now, right? Xiao Chen wondered if Xiao Chen, who knew the truth, would still say that no one in the world was his friend, as he did in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. She thought that he was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's inheritors, thinking that he was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's inheritor. No matter what, they should be friends on the same side. However, Xiao Chen did not know that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun already planned in his heart. The two of them would kill each other sooner or later, leaving only one alive. After a long time, Xiao Chen sighed and left the land of the Blood Moon. The vast desolate sea, the origin land of the martial epoch. Under the agile blood moon, it was bleak and gloomy. Now, Xiaochen finally understood why the desolate sea's scarlet color was so bleak, giving off an ominous feeling. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid another formation 50,000 years ago, gathering the heavenly Dao's killing intent born in the martial epoch into the heavenly Dao killing formation. In the night sky, a formless killing intent spread to every corner of the desolate sea. Xiaochen tightly grasped Heavenly Slayer and closed his eyes, carefully experiencing it. The killing intent that filled the desolate sea under the blood moon was connected to Heavenly Slayer. Moments later, Xiaochen opened his eyes. Golden rays flickered in his eyes as the chaos godly eyes were activated. Suddenly, he saw many strange sights that others couldn't see. Countless scarlet threads surged over from all directions, connecting to Heavenly Slayer. Unfortunately, he was unable to activate the Heavenly Dao killing formation for his own use. According to the dragon spirit, one needed to have both Heavenly Slayer and the Blood Dragon Holy Cloak to activate these two formations. If one possessed only one of them, it would be a soul treasure with no special use. It had to be said that this move was quite ruthless, forcing Xiaochen and Shi to fight. Huh. Just at this moment, Xiaochen frowned slightly. He sensed a dark aura containing destruction approaching. This dark aura covered the night sky. It seemed like a thin layer of fog covered the blood moon in the sky, making it much more hazy. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, a figure approached from afar, rushing over. Jin Yuan. When that figure got closer and clearly saw its appearance, Xiaochen felt slightly startled. This person was none other than Jin Yuan, the one who once had many conflicts with Xiaochen in the Grave Sea Cluster. Jin Yuan betrayed his master and entered the demonic Dao because of Jin Yuan. Then, he absorbed a portion of the Black Dragon King's demonic thoughts in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm's underground dragon city. Whoosh! 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 A few more beams of light flashed. Yan Sangming quickly followed, arriving beside Jin Yuan. Yan Sangming hovered in the air, looking down at Xiaochen, who stood on the Azure Mountain town's walls. Then, he said, "Indeed, as I expected, you are really here." Xiaochen asked indifferently, "What business do you have with me?" A faint layer of black fog covered Jin Yuan's body under the night sky, making him look unfathomable. Jin Yuan remained silent, attracting Xiaochen's attention even more than Yan Sangming did. Yan Sangming said softly, "If I guessed right, you should be going to the Divine Dragon Empire soon." Going to the Divine Dragon Empire? Xiaochen did not have such a plan for now. He intended to go to the Golden Crow Empire to deal with Ao Jiao's matters first. As for the Divine Dragon Empire, he would go there after Ao Jiao's matters were settled. Xiaochen's expression did not change as he replied indifferently, "Is that so? I don't seem to have told anyone that I am going to the Divine Dragon Empire." Yan Sangming guffawed and said, "Why act dumb? The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor will hold the abdication ceremony 7 days from now. The disciples of the 6-colored divine dragons will fight for the position of Dragon Emperor. Qin Ming inherited the Bushan Palace's inheritance. If you do not go, the position of Dragon Emperor will definitely go to Qin Ming. The competition to become the Dragon Emperor will begin 7 days from now." This news startled Xiaochen slightly. This news came very suddenly. It should have arrived in the past 2 days. Previously, Xiaochen had been traveling alone and had not received any notice from the Heavenly Alliance. "What does this have to do with you? The internal affairs of the dragon race are not for you to worry about, right?" Xiaochen did not deny it, testing Jin Yuan's purpose in coming. Yan Sangming smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? After all, I have some dragon race bloodline in my body. We are more or less related. I came here to tell you that if you do not work with me, you will die for sure when you go to the Divine Dragon Empire." This joke is not funny. Working with Yan Sangming felt like a joke on Xiaochen's part, very comical. Yan Sangming retorted indifferently, "I came from afar and do not have the time to joke with you. A few days ago, you fought alone in the Yanwu dynasty and fought Yuan Zhen to a standstill in the entire Buddhist nation. He is on equal footing with Yuan Zhen's entire Buddhist nation. He might even be superior. This news has already spread like wildfire. When the martial epoch comes to an end, only a few people are qualified to start a new epoch. Everyone has to know each other's limits. Your strange strength has already caused many people to be unable to see through it. If you were to become the Dragon Emperor, I'm afraid no one would be able to stop you. Xiaochen felt excited, feeling that Yan Sangming was right. Only a few people could start a new epoch. They would definitely view each other as competitors. If Xiaochen accidentally exposed some of his strength in the Yanwu dynasty, news of it would spread quickly. So? Xiaochen asked as he looked at Yan Sangming. He. You are a smart person. You should be able to guess what will happen later. Yan Sangming smiled mysteriously, not saying anything. When Xiaochen heard that, he could not help smiling bitterly. Given this group of people's characters, they must feel that I am too much of a threat. They are sure that I will head to the Divine Dragon Empire to fight for the Dragon Emperor position, so they might work together to lay a trap and use this opportunity to end me in the Divine Dragon Empire. Hence, Yan Sangming said that if I do not work with him, only death awaits me. Those people should have communicated with Yan Sangming, inviting him to form an alliance to deal with me. However, for some reason, Yan Sangming leaked this information to me and wanted to form an alliance with me. Why are you telling me all this? This was the only question that remained in Xiaochen's heart. Why did Yan Sangming travel so far to tell him all this? A dim light flashed in Yan Sangming's eyes as he looked at Xiaochen. Do you know who set all this up? Who colluded with the outstanding talents of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao to kill you? Yuan Zhen? That's not right. Chu Chaoyun? Guess again. The profound heaven holy lands Wenren Yu? Yan Sangming smiled faintly and said, that's not right. It's she. After he returned to the demonic Dao palace from the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, he became somewhat strange. After he learned that you fought Yuan Zhen's Buddhist nation alone in the Yanwu dynasty, he became even stranger. Yan Sangming did not know the reason either. Xiaochen sighed in his heart. It looks like she knows about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan as well. Hence, she plans to kill me immediately. To me, I definitely do not wish for you to die just like that and watch as she covers the sky with one hand. Hence, we should work together. I will help you obtain the Dragon Emperor position, and you will help me restore the status of the Flood Dragon humans in the Divine Dragon Empire. Yan Sangming continued, telling Xiaochen his true purpose at the same time. Wrong. You just want us, the Epic Masters, to kill each other so that you can reap the benefits. Black Dragon King, am I right? Xiaochen swept his gaze past Jin Yuan and fixed it on Jin Yuan, who had remained silent from the start to the end. Whoosh. Jin Yuan's eyes turned pitch black. Two black dragon images swam in the depths of his eyes. Surprise flashed on Jin Yuan's face when he heard what Xiaochen said. He said softly, that's right, only you can be absolutely certain of my identity. After all, you personally saw me swallow the Black Dragon King's demonic sense back then. Chapter 2349. That's right. Only you can be 100% certain of my identity. After all, you saw me devour the Black Dragon King's demonic will with your own eyes. When Jin Yuan heard Xiaochen determine his identity, a look of surprise flashed across his face. Then, he openly admitted it. You fused with the Black Dragon King's demonic will? Xiaochen asked in a deep voice. Sort of, but that's not important anymore. You don't have a choice. Everyone knows that you will definitely fight for the Dragon Emperor title. However, once you go to the Divine Dragon Empire, only death awaits you. Jin Yuan looked at Xiaochen and said calmly. Yan Sangming continued, work with me. Everyone is just taking what they need. Even if we take a step back, don't you want Qin Ming to become the Dragon Emperor? She's strength is equally terrifying now. You have no choice. Even though Xiaochen saw through their thoughts, Yan Sangming and Jin Yuan remained fearless. He was not afraid that Xiaochen would not agree, because he had no choice. No choice? Wrong, as long as your heart is strong enough, you can always make the right choice. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaochen suddenly attacked, sending a punch flying toward Jin Yuan. Regardless of whether Jin Yuan had merged with the Black Dragon King's demonic will or not, since it delivered itself to him, Xiaochen naturally would not let it go. When he punched out, the great Tao of reincarnation circulated, and the endless power of reincarnation circulated. It gathered in the fist radiance and bloomed like an epiphyllum in the dark night, making the blood moon in the sky dim. Jin Yuan's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Xiaochen to suddenly make a move. With a cold snort, a monstrous demonic aura erupted from his body, and a destructive aura erupted from his body. In his eyes, there was a sky full of stars. In the vast river of stars, stars were destroyed one after another. This caused the destructive aura on his body to reach a horrifying level. It was as if there were really stars exploding in his body. Pooh! However, before Jin Yuan, who had passively received this punch, could fully extend his arm, he was sent flying by Xiaochen like a meteor. Stop! At the side, Yan Sangming felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, the force behind Xiaochen's punch was so horrifying. He quickly made a move to block Xiaochen, who wanted to give chase. The will of death spread out from his body like a tide. The black aura was like liquid. The strange, evil tentacles materialized and gathered on Yan Sangming's palm. Just a glance at the terrifying death intent was enough to send shivers down one's spine. He was afraid of being touched by it and could not avoid it in time. Yan Sangming's death Dao domain already reached the 9th layer, only one step shy of the 10th layer. Its lethality was extremely terrifying. Compared to other killing moves, martial techniques powered by the Death Great Dao could injure a cultivator's life force. If he was heavily injured, his vitality would be damaged, and it would be very difficult to recover. However, Xiaochen did not fear the killing move materialized by the Death Dao domain. He raised his hand and clashed with it. Boom boom boom. The moment the two palms collided, a vigorous life force gushed out from behind Xiaochen. At a visible speed, a vast, green grassland took form behind Xiaochen in an instant. The grass grew long and the orioles flew. Everything was in spring. Thousands of flowers appeared in the vast grassland, adorning it with beautiful purples and reds. My death intent. Horror appeared in Yan Sangming's eyes, revealing heavy confusion. Unexpectedly, the other party turned Yan Sangming's vast and boundless death intent into even more boundless life force, scattering it on this desolate and dilapidated desolate sea land. Flowers bloomed and withered in an endless cycle. Xiaochen shouted, and the vast grassland behind him looked like a wildfire. It burned out, not leaving a single blade of grass behind. The thousands of flowers and grass instantly withered. The instant the flowers withered, Xiaochen returned a palm strike to Yan Sangming. The death intent contained in this palm strike was even stronger than Yan Sangming's. Bang! Yan Sangming gaped in disbelief. To think that Xiaochen was even more skilled in the Death Dao domain than him. Xiaochen's even more ferocious and surging Death Dao domain directly scattered Yan Sangming's heavy death intent. Yan Sangming vomited a mouthful of blood as he retreated in an even more sorry state than Jin Yuan. Whoosh! Whoosh! The instant Yan Sangming and Jin Yuan landed, they flew up at the same time. Both of them charged at Xiaochen, going all out this time. Jin Yuan drew his saber, and Yan Sangming tightly grasped a black whip with a sticky black liquid around it. Dense black dragon scales appeared on Yan Sangming's face. Alloy dragon armor. With a thought, Xiaochen activated the alloy dragon armor. Then, he grasped the tyrant saber's scabbard on his back with his right hand. As the two charged over, Xiaochen drew the tyrant saber at the same time. Under the blood moon, this flash of saber light looked as beautiful as a scarlet datura flower. Xiaochen suppressed Jin Yuan's and Yan Sangming's auras by himself. Pa! Yan Sangming roared ferociously and swung his black whip in a circle in the air. It was like a thunderclap, ear-splitting and ear-splitting. As this whip swept over, it was like a phantom from hell's depths. Jin Yuan remained expressionless, looking like a demonic Buddha descending to the world as he held the world destroyer in his hand. The dark saber light cut through the world with an irresistible force, containing a boldness that wanted to destroy everything in the world. Even so, the two still retreated before Xiao Chen's saber light. Xiao Chen's saber light seemed to surpass the limits of the epoch, unrestricted by the world. It was like the horn of an antelope, untraceable. It was also like the blazing sun, its surging energy soaring endlessly. Damn it, what kind of strength is this? This is definitely not the cultivation of a nine-veined sovereign emperor. Even a faux god is only a so-so. Yan Sangming said with some despair. Even when the two worked together, they were not a match for Xiao Chen. After exchanging a few moves, the two retreated. However, Xiao Chen remained unfathomable. Under the blood moon, every move he made seemed to freeze time. In the eyes of others, Xiao Chen looked magnificent, unrivaled in the past and present. After 100 moves, Jin Yuan revealed a strange smile as he stretched out his hand and threw a palm strike at the sky. Whoosh! Under the influence of the destruction great Tao, the boundless night sky slowly turned denser, until it hid the blood moon. Let's go. The instant the blood moon vanished, Jin Yuan grabbed Yan Sangming and fled far away. The boundless night sky lasted for only a moment. Before anyone noticed it, the blood moon reappeared. However, when Xiao Chen looked around, he could no longer see Yan Sangming and Jin Yuan. Did they flee? A look of pity flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. It was not that Jin Yuan had fled. But Xiao Chen clearly felt that Jin Yuan had not done his best. Xiao Chen had not fought this battle yet, but the other party had already left. This felt somewhat unfair. An unprecedented 10-veined sovereign emperor, the cycle great Tao, and the flawless saber Tao infused with immortals, Buddhas, gods, and demons. Xiao Chen really wanted to know how strong he was now. Unfortunately, this Jin Yuan, or rather, the Black Dragon King's seal had not been broken, and his strength was not at its peak. Thus, he did not wish to fight with Xiao Chen. What he displayed was only the strength of the Black Dragon King's demonic will and quintessential essence soul, not the sealed Black Dragon King's main body. At best, it can only be considered a clone. How strong is the Black Dragon King's main body? After Xiao Chen sheathed the tyrant saber and calmed down, he entered deep thought. No wonder Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, a peak expert, had to put in so much effort to lay two startling formations to kill the Black Dragon King. At the mention of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, Xiao Chen recalled the arrangements Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun made before his death. Then, he sighed. Now, retribution came. After she learned the truth, he actually worked with the epic masters of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao to kill Xiao Chen in the Divine Dragon Empire. He raised his head and saw a glimmer of light on the horizon. Dawn was about to arrive. A vast sun was about to rise into the sky. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The desolate sea had a blood moon at night and an incredibly huge, blazing sun during the day, illuminating the desolate sea all year round. The blood moon was a trap laid by Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. Who was the one who laid the blazing sun, which was much larger than the sun outside? Yan Sangming and Jin Yuan stood side by side in the distance, still feeling lingering fear. This person is too horrifying. No wonder he did not work with me. He did not need it at all. To think that he managed to merge the life and death Tao so perfectly. That is the cycle great Tao, one of the ultimate great Tao. The cycle great Tao? Yes. There's no need to ask about the details. In any case, we already achieved our goal in this trip. Hee hee. Originally, I was worried that he was too weak and would be easily suppressed by Shi. Now, there is a good show to watch, Jin Yuan said softly, revealing a playful smile. Yan Sangming remained silent at the side for a long time. Finally, he could not help asking, if we let him grow, will the Black Dragon King's true body be unsealed and not be able to do anything to him? The moment Yan Sangming said that, Jin Yuan revealed a complicated expression. He sighed, it's useless. The Black Dragon King represents the end, represents destruction. Unless all the epic masters work together, we can barely put up a fight. Otherwise, everything will be for naught. When the Black Dragon King appears, it will be the end of the martial epic. Chapter 2350. The morning sun rose, and the sun rose into the sky. On the horizon, a sun that was much larger than the rest of the world shone with a dazzling brilliance. The sun shone, sweeping away the chill of the desolate sea's night. After Xiaochen took his leave of Sang, he used the Heavenly Alliance medallion to confirm the information he obtained from Yan Sangming with Mu Zifeng. It's true. Jianghu already left the Heavenly Alliance and headed for the Divine Dragon Empire. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor will abdicate the Dragon Emperor position 7 days later. At that time, the entire upper echelon of the Bushan Palace will arrive. The other super factions will come as well. What do you think? I hope that you can rush to the Divine Dragon Empire quickly. We absolutely cannot let Qin Ming obtain the Dragon Emperor position. The Heavenly Alliance will support you fully. I understand. Mu Zifeng's illusory figure on the medallion slowly faded. Xiaochen muttered to himself, thinking about something. He did not tell Mu Zifeng that he obtained the Emperor Dragon Throne and the royal genealogical record. However, it did not matter much whether he told Mu Zifeng. The Heavenly Alliance placed all its bets on Xiaochen. It would definitely support him unconditionally. If Qin Ming successfully became the Dragon Emperor, it would be a huge blow to Xiaochen. Xiaochen's luck would decrease significantly. As the epoch changed, the previously boundlessly ethereal luck would become even more important. Perhaps an insignificant matter could have a major impact, causing the Heavenly Alliance to lose the competition to start the epoch. Dragon Emperor. Xiaochen sighed and shook his head. Then, he carefully put away the Heavenly Alliance medallion. Compared to the Dragon Emperor position, Xiaochen cared more about the other piece of news that Mu Zifeng told him. The White Dragon bloodline had already confirmed that they would send Lu Riyue to fight for the Dragon Emperor position. The 6-color divine dragons, including the Heaven Dragon Palace, were all qualified to send disciples to fight for the Dragon Emperor position. However, this fight for the Dragon Emperor position was clearly just a formality. Qin Ming, who obtained the full support of the Bushan Palace, was much stronger than the other opponents. Of course, that was if Xiaochen did not appear. I'll go to the Golden Crow Empire first. A bright light lit in Xiaochen's eyes. He did not change his original plan because of this sudden incident. In merely 2 days, Xiaochen crossed the desolate sea and stepped into the Golden Crow Empire's territory. Something's wrong. The instant he stepped into the Golden Crow Empire's territory, Xiaochen sensed a strange divine essence fluctuation in the air. The divine energy fluctuations were extremely weak. Even a regular sovereign emperor would find it hard to notice if they did not pay close attention. As a 10-vein sovereign emperor, Xiaochen immediately noticed something wrong. Xiaochen pondered for a moment before he looked up at the capital of the Golden Crow Empire. Opening his heavenly eye, Xiaochen's vision extended out continuously. Cities, rivers, mountains, grasslands, deserts, all of them flashed past his eyes. We're here. After a while, Xiaochen's gaze traversed the boundless distance and landed on the majestic capital. But just as he was about to take the next step, however, he realized that his vision was obstructed. There was an invisible force blocking his view, and he immediately felt puzzled. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiaochen closed his eyes and tried to sense with his soul power. Once again, he was blocked. Be it his soul energy or the heavenly eye, he could not see through the Golden Crow Empire's capital. There were only 2 explanations. The Golden Crow Empire's capital's protective formation had already been activated. Unless a faux god powerhouse worked together to lay the formation, it could not block Xiaochen's vision. What's going on? No matter which explanation it was, it would be shocking. This meant that a huge change had happened in the Golden Crow Empire's capital. Xiaochen opened his eyes, and a murderous intent flashed in them. There were many possibilities for such a huge change. However, it would be best if it was not what Xiaochen guessed. Whoosh! Xiaochen gently pushed off the ground and turned into a flash of lightning, merging into the clouds. Amidst the clouds, lightning flashed and flashed, advancing at an inconceivable speed. About 15 minutes later, electric light fell from a tall mountain peak 50 kilometers away from the Golden Crow Empire's capital. The electric light formed, and the white-clad Xiaochen firmly landed. Whoosh! 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 The moment Xiaochen appeared, he discovered the auras of a few sovereign emperors rushing over to where he landed. The security is really tight. I was discovered the moment I appeared, Xiaochen muttered to himself. Xiaochen muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something big was happening in the capital. 3 figures appeared before Xiaochen. Without exception, none of them had the Golden Crow bloodline. The leader had white hair and a bright red mark on his forehead, showing that he was a royal member of the White Marsh Beast Empire. The other 2 middle-aged men looked very wild, showing that they were from the Heavenly Wolf Empire. The white-haired old man had a benevolent expression. He revealed a smile as he looked at Xiaochen. Then, he asked softly, "Are you entering the capital?" Xiaochen felt suspicious in his heart. However, he replied calmly, "I saw that the capital seemed to have activated its protective formation, so I came over to take a look. Your cultivation is rather astonishing. I can sense it even if you are not from the Golden Crow Empire. However, I do not seem to have seen you in the Divine Dragon Empire before." The white-haired old man clearly noticed the dragon race bloodline in Xiaochen, so he probed. Xiaochen said indifferently, "He's just a mixed-blood dragon. It's normal that you haven't seen him before." The white-haired old man suddenly understood. That was not strange. The people he dealt with in the Bushan Palace were all divine dragon emperors. However, it was quite surprising. Even though this person's draconic might was restrained, his aura was outstanding and couldn't be concealed. Unexpectedly, such a person was actually a mixed-blood dragon. If you are not the Golden Crow Empire's sovereign emperor, then stay away. Don't be a busybody. The middle-aged man next to him stared at Xiaochen and said in an unfriendly manner, "All right, I was just curious." Xiaochen smiled and turned to leave, disappearing from their sight in the blink of an eye. This person is quite sensible. He should be a mixed-blood dragon who has been wandering outside. He doesn't know about what happened in Bushan Palace. The other middle-aged sovereign emperor said softly. The white-haired old man's smile vanished, replaced by a ferocious expression. There was no trace of the benevolence he had a moment ago, and his gaze was like that of a poisonous snake. The white-haired old man said coldly, "We cannot be careless. We cannot make any mistakes at the crucial moment." Suddenly, the white-haired old man's expression changed drastically. After a pause, he said, "Why do I feel that this white-clad person's aura, appearance, and bloodline are very similar to a certain rumored person?" "Similar to who?" The white-haired old man was about to speak when he sensed a weak killing intent. He shouted, "There is killing intent." Bang! However, it was too late. The 2 great perfection sovereign emperors with only 6 divine veins could not react in time. Xiaochen, who had quietly circled around, punched them. Supreme Dragon Fist, only I am supreme. The blue dragon image connected the sky and the ground. A vast dragon might descended together with the fist light, making breathing difficult. Before the 2 6-veined sovereign emperors could turn around, Xiaochen punched them into bits. They turned into ashes, their souls extinguished. The white-haired old man, who was an 8-veined sovereign emperor, fled far away. When he turned around and saw the scene, he gaped in shock, flabbergasted. What kind of strength is this? He managed to destroy 2 6-veined sovereign emperors with one punch. Although this was partly due to the element of surprise, the might of this punch was too horrifying. Ice Small World. Without much time to think, the white-haired old man instantly activated his 10th layer Ice Dao domain and formed an ice small world encasing Xiaochen. Pa! However, before the white-haired old man could show his might, a saber light flashed, and the entire small world shattered into countless ice shards. Xiaochen broke the ice small world with one saber strike. The white-haired old man felt greatly startled, completely at a loss. He opened his hand and grasped a Bushan Palace medallion. Whoosh! A miserable shriek rang out. The white-haired old man did not see the white-clad old man move at all, but the saber light chopped off his right hand, which held the medallion. Xiaochen reached out and grabbed the medallion. Then, he crushed it into a ball and casually tossed it away. You are Xiaochen. The white-haired old man looked at Xiaochen in horror. Now, he finally recognized Xiaochen and guessed his identity. Since you know that it is me, then be more obedient. Don't think of informing the faux god experts. Tell me, what happened in the Golden Crow Empire's capital? If you don't tell me in 3 seconds, don't blame me. Xiaochen said indifferently without fear as he stood in front of the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man clearly knew that even if he did not say anything, Xiaochen had other means to obtain an answer from him. The white-haired old man had no choice but to take the initiative to tell the white-haired old man. Otherwise, who knew what kind of torture he would suffer? There's no need to threaten me. The winner takes all. I'm clearer than you on the means of a sovereign emperor. I'll tell you. The Bushan Palace wants the Golden Crow Empire to offer up the Golden Crow Holy Beast as a congratulatory gift to Qin Ming, who will become the Dragon Emperor in 5 days. The Golden Crow Holy Beast will sign a contract and become his divine pet. The white-haired old man sighed softly. You saw the result for yourself. The Golden Crow Empire did not agree, so the Bushan Palace resorted to forceful means. Right now, the Golden Crow Empire's royal clan has already retreated to the Sun Han Divine Temple. However, they will not be able to hold out for long. It is impossible for him to handle the entire Bushan Palace by himself. Xiaochen did not say anything even after a while. The white-haired old man felt nervous as he probed. It looks like you are tactful. You know that a faux god is holding down the fort and do not dare to act rashly. Since that is the case, why make things difficult for me? I've been missing for too long. If I startle a faux god, it will not be good for you. Whoosh! Xiaochen casually swung his saber and sheathed his tyrant saber. Before the white-haired old man could finish speaking, his divine seal and physical body were chopped in half. When the white-haired old man turned his head back to look at the capital, he saw Xiaochen standing upright while holding his saber. Unexpectedly, the result was the one that he did not want to see the most. A clump of golden light struggled endlessly behind him. That was the white-haired old man's soul. However, the soul contained a strand of saber intent. No matter how the white-haired old man struggled, it appeared weak and powerless, unable to change the fate of his soul scattering. From start to end, Xiaochen did not turn his head to look at the white-haired old man. Chapter 2351. As he looked at the Golden Crow Empire's capital, Xiaochen showed an unsightly expression. After noticing the strange situation in the capital, Xiaochen guessed that the Bushan Palace was targeting Little Yellow Feather. Who would have thought that the worst outcome would really be predicted by him? Although a pure-blooded holy beast was still young, it would be a great weapon at this crucial juncture when the epoch changed. If Xiaochen ignored Little Yellow Feather and used a secret technique to catalyze it, overdrawing on its life force in exchange for the strength of an adult golden crow, it would be simply unimaginable. That was simply unimaginable. In a battle against the other sons of epochs, they would occupy an enormous advantage. The Golden Crow Empire would definitely have a faux god guarding the capital. Its luck would be second to none among the 8 great empires. However, the Golden Crow Empire would not be able to resist when the other 7 great empires worked together. The faux gods had already worked together to seal the entire capital with a barrier. As a result, Xiaochen had no idea what was happening inside. Breaking the barrier would not be too difficult for a 10-vein sovereign emperor like Xiaochen. The difficult part was that it was impossible to break the barrier without alerting a faux god expert. Xiaochen did not know how strong a faux god was. Xiaochen could not be sure if he could fight a faux god with his current strength. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen gave a simple report of the Golden Crow Empire's situation to Mu Zifeng. Don't act rashly for now. I'll get Swearen Ji and the other doyens to help you. With your current strength, it is still not time for you to face a faux god. How long do I need? Half a day is enough. After putting away the Heavenly Alliance medallion, Xiaochen sat cross-legged on the summit and thought to himself, half a day. Can Ao Jiao really wait half a day? What if the Solar Divine Temple falls in half a day and the Bushan Palace's people want to snatch little yellow feather away? Given Ao Jiao's character, she would definitely fight with her life on the line. No, I can't afford to gamble. Compared to Ao Jiao's safety, Xiaochen would rather face a foe god himself. He could not let the past repeat itself. Ao Jiao had already died once in the Sky Dome realm when she was helping him with his heart tribulation. Foe god. Let me experience the strength of a foe god. Xiaochen shouted and grasped his saber hilt. Then, he swung his hand, and the tyrant's saber came out of its scabbard again. The flawless saber Dao, which surpassed the epoch, materialized thousands of saber lights when driven by the cycle Great Dao. Then, a boundlessly resplendent saber light rose behind Xiaochen. The dazzling saber light spread out in circles and overlapped with each other. It was as if another sun had risen behind him. In the vast Golden Crow Empire, the hundreds of millions of commoners and cultivators scattered across the empire's territory all witnessed this shocking scene. Suddenly, a blazing sun appeared in the sky. The two suns competed with each other's brilliance, and for a moment, it was impossible to tell which was the real one. However, this phenomenon only lasted for an instant. Just when everyone thought that they were seeing things, a voice suddenly rang out. In a flash, he entered the capital. The four corners of the capital, which seemed to be normal from the start, suddenly changed. Then, a barrier of light suddenly appeared and pressed down, sealing off the entire capital. This made the vast and majestic capital look like a birdcage, firmly locked in. Boom! The blazing sun in the sky smashed into the capital with the momentum of a thunderbolt. In the next moment, the ground trembled. Terrifying shock waves erupted above the capital. The shock waves spread for millions of kilometers. The instant the shock waves shattered the tall mountains under Xiaochen's feet, Xiaochen leaped into the air and landed on the majestic city walls of the capital. Xiaochen broke the barrier reinforced by a foe god with one saber strike. He used an absolutely tyrannical and ferocious saber strike to forcefully break it, not using any tricks at all. Strong winds buffeted Xiaochen's clothes as he stood on the city wall in his white robes. Xiaochen looked down at the entire capital. The originally prosperous and flourishing capital had already turned into rubble. Thousands of kilometers of rubble could not be seen. A capital that had existed for a long time was destroyed just like that. It did not get destroyed by Xiaochen's earlier saber strike. Instead, it got destroyed in the battle before Xiaochen arrived. Clang! 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 The sounds of fighting rang out endlessly. The intense battle came from the distance. Xiaochen turned his head to look. His vision peered through the dust and saw two foe god experts fighting on a tall mountain in the city. Below, many sovereign emperors fought each other in an extremely intense battle in a completely intact, empty land. It was the Solar Divine Temple. The foe god experts fought above the Solar Divine Temple. The Bushan Palace's sovereign emperors were below. They had already broken the Solar Divine Temple's formations and charged into the temple to fight the final battle. Xiaochen could sense countless gazes in the Golden Crow Empire's capital, both in the open and in the dark. Countless gazes looked at Xiaochen, either filled with doubt or confusion. This humble one is Baiju. Might I ask which faction's foe god you are from? Why are you interfering in the private matters of my Bushan Palace? Just as Xiaochen sized up the surroundings and prepared to head to the Solar Divine Temple, an old man landed on the city wall in the distance. This old man wore gray robes and had a pale complexion. There was a blood mark on his forehead. This was a foe god expert with the great desolate Ian White Marsh Beast's bloodline. Baiju looked at Xiaochen, feeling puzzled. He wondered which faction this foe god was. To think that he was so young. However, Baiju only sized up Baiju for a while before feeling even more puzzled. Why does he not look like a foe god? There is no divine nature at all. Then, what about the earlier saber strike? Xiaochen did not answer. He noticed that the other party held a crystalline pagoda radiating silver light in his left hand. As the other party spoke, he silently circulated his divine energy. The barrier that Xiaochen broke earlier was slowly recovering. It looked like it was going to envelop the Golden Crow Empire's capital again. Xiaochen felt excited. It looked like this old man was in a rush to seal off the capital again. Xiaochen thought about the foe god experts fighting in the sky above the solar divine temple. Xiaochen immediately understood. The silver pagoda in the old man's hand had the effect of isolating the nation's protective formation. The protective formation could draw in the spiritual energy of the entire Golden Crow Empire's capital. If Xiaochen was suppressed and could only draw in the capital's spiritual energy, the formation would be useless. Xiaochen looked around. Indeed, in the Solar Divine Temple, the many sovereign emperors that had already charged into the Solar Divine Temple were chased out. The Golden Crow Empire's sovereign emperors fought even more ferociously. Given this, as long as Xiaochen delayed this foe god and prevented him from raising the barrier again, he would not have to worry. There was no need to worry about Ao Jiao and the others in the Solar Divine Temple. When the Heavenly Alliance experts arrived, the Golden Crow Empire would have survived this crisis. Trying to act mysterious, Baizhu finally confirmed that Xiaochen was not a foe god. Seeing that Xiaochen still did not answer, he flew into a rage. Baizhu waved his hand and threw a palm strike at Xiaochen. Immediately, Xiaochen felt that hand cover the sky, cutting off his connection with the world. The entire world turned pitch black. The world started rejecting him, and unprecedented loneliness surged over. Xiaochen felt startled. What kind of move was this? He had never heard of it before. However, although Xiaochen felt shocked, he did not panic. He was like a saber abandoned at the darkest edge of the world. However, this saber was unprecedented. Even if the world abandoned it, its light would not be shrouded by darkness. Even if the world abandoned it, its light would not be shrouded by darkness. Whoosh! Xiaochen sent out a saber light. The instant the saber light flickered, the dark world regained its color. Then, the Golden Crow Empire's capital reappeared bit by bit. Xiaochen had returned. Crack! Xiaochen chopped the gigantic palm descending from the sky in half. However, the huge impact still knocked Xiaochen into the air, shaking his blood vessels and shattering his internal organs. The divine seal in Xiaochen's soul pool was like a candle flame in the wind, flickering like it would be extinguished at any moment. How terrifying! Even though Xiaochen blocked the killing move of a foe god, the shock waves were still fatal. When a foe god ignited their divine flame, a casual strike of theirs would be supported by the foe god flame. While severely injuring the physical body, it would also attack the divine seal. If Xiaochen was not careful, he would turn to ashes. Xiaochen circulated the cycle Great Tao, using the cycle of life and death to continuously negate the shock waves. By the time Xiaochen landed, the swaying divine seal in his soul pool had already stabilized and slowly burned. You truly live up to being a foe god expert. This Xiao has experienced it firsthand. Xiaochen said sincerely as he looked at Baizhu. A foe god expert was indeed incredible. If it were any other nine-vein sovereign emperor, Baizhu's palm strike would have been sufficient to turn that nine-vein sovereign emperor into ashes. Even Xiaochen felt somewhat lucky. When isolated, Xiaochen did not panic or feel anxious. He did not hesitate to draw his saber. Otherwise, if he delayed for even a moment, the consequences would be dire. This Xiao. A brilliant light flashed in Baizhu's eyes. After some thought, he said, "You are the epic successor that the Heavenly Alliance nurtured, Xiaochen." "That is me." Ha 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 ha. Baizhu could not hide the wild joy on his face as he guffawed. "I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. You are really bold to dare to face a foe god expert alone. If I kill you, I can forget about my divine beast." Chapter 2352. Baizhu, who unexpectedly discovered Xiaochen's identity, rejoiced. Unexpectedly, such a good thing delivered itself to him. Right now, Xiao Chen was the Bushan Palace's greatest enemy. Between Bai Ju and the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming, only one could truly become the Dragon Emperor. If Xiao Chen killed Bai Ju, Qin Ming would inherit his luck. The Bushan Palace's chances of starting a new epoch would increase significantly. In the end, Bai Ju came to the Golden Crow Empire to hunt Little Yellow Feather to increase Qin Ming's luck and strength, increasing his chances of starting a new epoch. However, the effect was far from being as fast as killing Xiao Chen. Die. Bai Ju attacked again, still using only one hand. He held the silver pagoda in his left hand, wanting to prop up the formation sealing the capital again. The world sank into darkness again. When Xiao Chen looked around, everything he saw and felt was pitch black. The city walls, the capital, the land, the mountains, the sky, the white clouds, everything that Xiao Chen saw vanished. It was like he was isolated in another world, not tolerated by the world. There was no place for him in this vast world. The sense of isolation in Xiao Chen's heart surged even more ferociously than the first time. Again? This time, Xiao Chen did not feel surprised when Bai Ju used the same trick, forcing him into this strange space again. Xiao Chen raised his hand and swung his tyrant saber again. All sorts of colors immediately appeared in this world. Xiao Chen's sealed senses and vision recovered. The sense of isolation from the world no longer existed. Whoosh! When Xiao Chen looked up, an ancient finger descended from the sky. The finger descended like it was trying to kill an ant. Xiao Chen felt a vast and boundless pressure. After experiencing it once, Xiao Chen was no longer as nervous as he was the first time, so he dodged in advance. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure turned into a lightning bolt, and a resplendent saber light descended. My divine pressure, how can you dodge it? Bai Ju felt shocked. To think that Xiao Chen dodged this attack. This was simply unimaginable. No sovereign emperor had ever been able to dodge a foe god's attack. After lighting up the foe god flame, one would be able to understand the nature of the world. Within a certain range, one would be like the creator of the world. It could perfectly merge with the world and release divine pressure, sealing off a sovereign emperor's senses and making the world reject the other party. If one were to advance further and become a true god, this space would be comparable to the divine kingdom. However, there were no true gods now. There were only foe gods and they could no longer materialize the divine kingdom. Even so, the divine pressure of a foe god expert was unfathomable to a sovereign emperor. With the six senses sealed, there was no way to avoid a foe god's killing move when one's soul energy, vision, hearing, smell, and touch were all rendered useless. But now, this iron rule had been broken twice by Xiao Chen. You overestimate yourself. After the shock, Bai Ju calmed down. After all, Bai Ju was a void god realm expert. With a raise of his hand, he neutralized Xiao Chen's saber strike, which could kill a nine-veined sovereign emperor. Then, he used two fingers to clamp down on the saber. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, immediately felt his saber completely restrained, unable to advance or retreat. Bai Ju smiled coldly and said, "You really startle me. To think that you can dodge my killing move from my divine pressure. Unfortunately, you do not know how horrifying a foe god is." Dang! A flame appeared in Bai Ju's eyes, and a vast divine might erupted from his body as he flicked his finger. The tyrant saber immediately trembled endlessly. The force traveled along the saber, sending Xiao Chen flying back like a cannonball. Clang! Xiao Chen, who knelt on one knee, stabbed the tyrant saber into the ground and stabilized his body. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's mouth, but his eyes remained calm, not showing any fluctuations. Bai Ju felt startled. His earlier attack looked casual. In reality, he had already used 50% of his strength. However, the other party was not severely injured. Bai Ju's expression was as calm as still water, and his eyes were deep like the starry sea. It was like he was evaluating his own strength. Could he be testing out how strong a foe god is? Damn it! Shouldn't he be scared out of his wits when he sees a foe god? Baiju seemed to feel that his pride as a faux god was being mocked. Rage surged in his heart, and he attacked again. This time, Baiju pressed forward, and a vast and boundless divine might pressed down like an avalanche. Then, he threw a palm strike at lightning speed, a palm strike that could shatter stars. Before Baiju arrived, a sonic boom already rang out in the air. The sound was ear-splitting like thunder, scattering the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around and revealing the boundless starry heavens dotted with stars. Xiaochen smiled faintly, not clashing head-on with Baiju, dodging for now. Xiaochen's primary goal was to delay the other party and reseal the capital. His secondary goal was to verify how strong a faux god was, to see if he could defeat a faux god. The two immediately fought on the ancient city walls of the capital that had stood for tens of thousands of years. The intensity of the battle was no weaker than the fight between the two faux gods above the solar divine temple. Your Highness the Divine Daughter, it is Xiaochen. Hao Kai, who was responsible for protecting Ao Jiao in the distant solar divine temple, finally recognized Xiaochen. Earlier, Hao Kai saw someone break the seal with one saber strike. Hao Kai also thought that it was a faux god senior helping. After observing for a long time, he was shocked to discover that it was not a faux god. It was not a faux god. It was Xiaochen. What is he doing here? That idiot. Why is he fighting a faux god? Compared to Hao Kai's excited expression, Ao Jiao showed a worried expression, continuously grumbling. In her anxiety, she did not even realize that she had called Xiaochen an idiot again. Hao Kai asked, Divine Daughter, should we go and help? Right now, the nation's protective formation is fully operational. That group of people from Bushan Palace can no longer charge in. No. Ao Jiao rejected with a calm expression. Don't give him trouble. He took the risk to fight a faux god so that the nation's protective formation could operate perfectly. If we go and help, wouldn't we be wasting his efforts? Furthermore, if they got captured, it would be equivalent to harming Xiaochen. Hao Kai asked, what should we do, then? Ao Jiao sighed softly, he probably does not know that we still have a backup plan and can leave. This idiot, he always likes to do things his own way. However, since he made a move, he definitely has a way to protect himself. 4 hours passed quickly after the intense battle on the city walls. Baiju launched a frenzied attack against Xiaochen. Aside from the silver pagoda in his left hand, he used nearly everything else he had. However, despite the other terrifying attacks, Xiaochen did not suffer any severe injuries, aside from being in a sorry state. He was like a lone boat drifting in the wind and rain. The strong wind and heavy rain battered him, but he did not capsize. It looks like faux gods are only so-so. Xiaochen said coldly as he held up his saber and looked at the furious Baiju, who could not do anything about it. When Baiju heard that, he smiled instead of getting angry. Is that so? In front of me, you don't even have the ability to retaliate. You can only retaliate a few times. Occasionally, you can't even injure a strand of my hair, yet you dare to mock faux gods as a so-so? Indeed. Even a fatal attack against a 9-veined sovereign emperor would not be able to injure you. Without igniting the divine flame, no matter how strong my killing moves are, they would not be able to injure you. However, I do not only have these ordinary killing moves. Is that so? In that case, why don't you make a move and show me? Baiju narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling coldly in his heart. He liked the arrogant Xiaochen. Only Baiju knew how strong a faux god was. The more Xiaochen underestimated him, the happier Baiju was. The more arrogant Xiaochen was, the easier it was for him to reveal openings. Baiju's repeated attacks failed to severely injure Xiaochen, which made him look forward to Xiaochen revealing openings in his arrogance. As you wish. The immortal vein formed by immortal burial lake among Xiaochen's 10 divine veins stirred. An ethereal, fairy-like air appeared on Xiaochen's body. The vast soul energy sea in Xiaochen's soul pool surged with strong waves. The divine lightning talisman formed by the immortal epic's 10,000 tribulation divine lightning broke out of the sea. Once upon a time, the divine lightning talisman could injure a great perfection sovereign emperor with just the tip of the iceberg. Now, Xiaochen looked forward to seeing what kind of strength this divine lightning talisman could erupt with when it was completely brought out. This is, the expression of Baiju, who was waiting for Xiaochen to reveal an opening, changed slightly. He sensed something strange. By the time Baiju sensed something wrong and wanted to dodge, it was already too late. The divine lightning talisman came out of Xiaochen's forehead. With a flash of light, it struck Baiju. The instant the flower blooms, it illuminates 3 lives. Before the divine lightning talisman could take effect, Xiaochen drew Heavenly Slayer and used the cycle Great Tao to execute the 3-life flower. The past, the future, and the present. 3 blue lotus flowers, 3 figures, and 3 saber lights pierced through Baiju, who was severely injured by the divine lightning talisman. However, this was not enough. Xiaochen gritted his teeth and roared, "Flowers bloom and flowers die, the cycle never ends." Previously, when Xiaochen only grasped the state of cycle, he could execute 3 saber strikes with the 3-life flower. However, now, he grasped the cycle Great Tao. There were more than 3 saber strikes for the past, the future, and the present. Flowers bloomed and withered, and killing intent filled the air, filling the entire world with a somber and cold killing intent. 1,000 lotus flowers bloomed around Baiju at the same time. 1,000 Heavenly Slayer sabers containing the Heavenly Tao's killing intent pierced through his body at the same time. Today, Xiaochen wanted to kill a god. Chapter 2353. Flowers bloom and die, reincarnation never ends. Xiaochen first used the Thunder Divine Talisman to severely injure him. Then, he used the cycle Great Tao to activate the 3-life flower and sent out 3 saber strikes. 1 saber strike each pierced through Baiju. However, this was still not enough. If he wanted to slay a deity, he had to go all out without holding anything back. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he pushed the cycle Great Tao and his saber Tao to their limits. Xiaochen's divine energy and soul energy were instantly drained. After he finished executing the move, he was already exhausted. If he failed to kill Baiju, as long as Baiju was still breathing, he could easily crush him to death. Thousands of lotuses gradually overlapped with each other. Wisps of spacetime ripples appeared around Baiju's body like water ripples. Xiao! When the 2 figures completely overlapped, Baiju coughed out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the wound on his chest in disbelief. In his world, only a second had passed. He only felt that Xiaochen had swung his saber. He simply could not understand how his physical body could be struck by more than 1,000 sabers in an instant. The scariest thing was that every saber strike was lethal. Every saber strike contained a flawless saber intent that surpassed the epoch and the inextinguishable power of the cycle of seasons, continuously attacking Xiaochen's foe god flame. If he had not been careless and allowed the Thunderbolt Divine Talisman to be heavily injured, he would still have had strength to spare even if he had been pierced by 1,000 blades. However, at this moment, the resplendent golden foe god flame in Xiaochen's soul pool was riddled with holes. Wave after wave of saber intent infused with the power of cycles surged at the dimmed foe god flame. No matter how he struggled, he could not salvage the situation. He could only watch as his foe god flame slowly weakened and slowly extinguished. "I will kill you." Baiju's eyes were filled with despair. He roared and ran toward the exhausted Xiaochen. At this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to drag Xiaochen down with him before he died. It was like the final radiance of a setting sun, and its divine might was vast and mighty as if it had returned to its peak. Xiaochen's expression was relaxed as he looked at the other party indifferently. Boom! Baiju barely managed to take a step before his body exploded with a loud bang. A brilliant flame soared into the sky. The light from the flames shone in all directions, emitting a light even more dazzling than the sun. However, although this light was resplendent, it gave off the feeling of a hero past his prime and a beauty with white hair. A sorrow that even the heavens could not suppress filled the world and permeated everyone's hearts. This made the two sides fighting in Sun God Temple in the sky above and on the ground below all stare blankly, stopping their movements. This is, a foe god has fallen. Hua. Right after the two foe god realm experts spoke, the resplendent flame appeared. It turned into a blood-red color and exploded with a loud bang. Along with the dusky sky, a blood moon descended. How is this possible? The martial god palace's foe god expert showed a numb and sluggish expression. Although in this era, it was impossible to become a true god. However, as long as one ignited the divine flame and became a foe god expert, they would not suffer from disease or calamity. It was impossible for a foe god to die. Even if they encountered great trouble, foe gods would be able to protect themselves. But today, a virtual god had actually been killed. The Sun God Temple foe god realm expert looked at Xiao Chen, who was on the city wall. Shock filled his eyes. Clearly, he was startled as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the city wall, Xiao Chen had just collected by Ju's silver pagoda when two figures descended before him. The newcomers were the two foe god realm experts of the Heavenly Alliance, Swear Ji, and the previous alliance chief, Hua Tianyang. You killed this person? Although Swear Ji did his best to suppress the fluctuations in his heart, he could not hide the shock on his face. Xiao Chen nodded. It was a fluke. If not for his carelessness, I would not have killed him. He was speaking the truth. If the other party had not received the divine lightning talisman head-on, he would have died. If the other party had not taken the divine lightning talisman head-on, even if Xiao Chen executed blooming flower destruction and endless cycle, he would not have been confident of killing the other party. Or rather, if the divine lightning talisman had not severely injured the other party, Xiao Chen would not have risked everything and forced himself into a desperate situation. In any case, an opportunity presented itself to Xiao Chen. Then, he took the risk and succeeded in killing a true god. Hua Tianyang sighed softly. As he looked at the blood rain falling from the sky, he said in frustration, even a foe god fell. This era is really coming to an end. Swear Ji and Hua Tianyang exchanged glances. Although they were not the ones who died, the two felt desolate and sorrowful. The era that belonged to them would eventually come to an end when the martial epoch's luck ran out. Even as foe gods, they would not be able to avoid death. God conferring pagoda? Hua Tianyang did his best to perk up. When he saw the silver pagoda in Xiao Chen's hand, he revealed a shocked expression. Xiao Chen stepped forward and handed the silver pagoda to the other party for him to observe. It really is the god-conferring pagoda. After fiddling with it for a while, Hua Tianyang smiled and said, "This is a rare sealing-type soul treasure. It can be considered one of Bushan Palace's trump cards." There were offensive soul treasures, like the Heavenly Slayer saber in Xiao Chen's hand. There were also defensive soul treasures, like the alloy dragon armor Hua Tianyang wore. There were also offensive and defensive soul treasures, like Xi's blood dragon cloak. However, sealing-type soul treasures were very rare, extremely rare. Swear Ji glanced at the Bushan Palace foe god who had already fled. After some thought, he said, "With this god-conferring pagoda, we can give it a try and see if we can't keep him here." Hua Tianyang handed the god-conferring pagoda to the other party and nodded. "Try to keep him here." Whoosh! After receiving the god-conferring pagoda, Swear Ji turned into a beam of black light and gave chase in the blink of an eye. A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. What is the origin of this god-conferring pagoda? To think that Senior Swear Ji is confident of using this pagoda to seal a foe god? Hua Tianyang thought for a while before replying, "It can't really be considered an origin. However, in Swear Ji's hands, it can indeed bring out greater might. We can give it a try." As Hua Tianyang spoke, a few figures flew over. They were Ao Jiao, Hao Kai, and the Solar Divine Temple foe god. Hua Tianyang recognized that foe god and introduced him to Xiao Chen. This is the Solar Divine Temple's high priest. He can be considered a veteran foe god. Many thanks to Alliance Chief Hua and little brother Shao Chen for saving my Golden Crow Empire's calamity. After the high priest stepped forward, he immediately bowed to express his gratitude. He even gave Shao Chen a few more glances. Clearly, the high priest had already learned of Shao Chen's identity from Ao Jiao. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, Shao Chen sent a voice projection to Hua Tianyang. Senior Hua, go ahead and discuss proper matters with the high priest first. Hua Tianyang glanced at Ao Jiao and entered deep thought. Then, he smiled faintly and said, High priest, now that the Golden Crow Empire has thoroughly offended the Bushan Palace, my heavenly alliance is willing to protect the Golden Crow Empire with just one word from the high priest. This. The high priest hesitated somewhat. If he agreed, it would be equivalent to the Golden Crow Empire joining the Heavenly Alliance. Hua Tianyang smiled and said, High priest, is it convenient for us to communicate in private? Sure. After the high priest left, Ao Jiao relaxed visibly. Then, she chided, You idiot, you scared me to death earlier. How could you face a foe god alone? Shao Chen felt warmth in his heart. He smiled but did not reply. You are still smiling? I will hit you. Seeing that Shao Chen only knew how to smile without replying, Ao Jiao pretended to be angry as she stretched out her hand to slap him. Who knew, Shao Chen did not dodge. Ao Jiao just stretched out her hand and touched Shao Chen's face. The atmosphere immediately turned somewhat strange. Hao Kai showed an awkward expression as he performed a cupped fist salute and said, Your Highness the Divine Daughter, I'll return first to deal with the follow-up matters of the Divine Temple. Ao Jiao pinched Shao Chen's cheek, blushing slightly. Then, she turned her head to the side and said, Just this once. Got it. Shao Chen stretched out his hands and gently pinched Ao Jiao's cheeks as he smiled faintly. You. Clearly, Ao Jiao was caught off guard by Shao Chen's sudden attack. Her heart thumped wildly, and she asked only after a while, Why are you here in the Golden Crow Empire? I came to see you. However, I happened to run into this matter. Where's little yellow feather? Why don't I see it? Shao Chen appeared very natural. Back when he saw Shi Wangmu turn to dust, he had figured out many things. Treasure the people who love you and don't make them cry. At the mention of little yellow feather, Ao Jiao's expression recovered to normal. She said angrily, Those people from the Bushan Palace are too much of a bastard. To think that they want to capture little yellow feather and make it Qin Ming's divine pet. Little yellow feather is currently absorbing the ancestors' inheritance in the solar divine pool. When it comes out, I will definitely go with it to meet that dragon god crown prince. Coincidentally, I want to go as well. Let's meet up in the Divine Dragon Empire 5 days later. When Ao Jiao heard that, her expression changed slightly. She knew that Shao Chen would definitely go to the Divine Dragon Empire. However, based on Shao Chen's words, it seemed like he still had something to do and did not intend to go with her. You still have something to do? Shao Chen nodded. After some thought, he said, With the Heavenly Alliance's protection, the Bushan Palace will not dare to seek trouble for the Golden Crow Empire. At that time, you can go with the seniors of the Golden Crow Empire. I will meet up with you on time. A reluctance to part appeared in Ao Jiao's heart. However, she understood Shao Chen the best. She knew that he would not change his mind once he made up his mind. Be careful. I'll wait for you, Ao Jiao said with a grave expression. I'll be fine. Shao Chen thought for a while. Now that he could even kill foe gods, going to the Starry Heavens Dragon prison to rescue the previous generation Heaven Dragon should not be a problem. Chapter 2354. The Starry Heavens Dragon prison locked up all the Divine Dragon Empire's sovereign personage and above criminals. It was deployed in the vast and boundless Starry Heavens. The vast Starry Sea was vast. The Starry Heavens Dragon prison was like a beacon in the boundless Starry Heavens. Searching blindly was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Shao Chen once went there with the Heaven Dragon Palace's second palace master and had some impression of it. Even so, it took 3 days for Shao Chen to find the Starry Heavens Dragon prison. The vast starry heavens were boundless and boundless. Xiaoqun stood on an asteroid the size of a city. When he looked around, he saw hundreds of thousands of asteroids of various sizes forming a vast and vast formation. In the depths, it was like standing in the middle of a boundless ocean, vast and boundless. Using the stars as the stones and the starry heavens as the foundation to lay this horrifying formation. As Xiaoqun stood at the edge, he could clearly feel the vast and peerless pressure. When looking into the distance, he was horrified to discover dense essence and killing intent gathering at the center of the formation in the asteroid belt. Countless negative emotions and resentment intertwined and condensed into a terrifying human face. Thousands of faces struggled and twisted under the skin of the human face. Xiaoqun recalled the first time he saw this. At that time, his cultivation was too low, so he did not dare to look at it. Now that he looked at it again, it was less shocking, but that was all. Drip. Drip. The sound of water dripping came from the depths of the asteroid belt. Every time a drop landed, it made one's heart tremble and soul tremble. Xiaoqun knew that this was the heaven dragon's heart blood continuously dripping. Closing his eyes, Xiaoqun recalled the steps that the second palace master once took. With his current strength, he could definitely kill his way in without any fear. However, he was going to save someone, not to flaunt his strength. It would be pointless if he startled the heaven dragon and caused the heaven dragon's death. After a while, Xiaoqun opened his eyes and gently leaped up, landing on an asteroid. The formation formed by thousands of asteroids immediately spun continuously, moving the might of the world. Even a sovereign emperor would have to be careful and not be careless. With a relaxed expression, Xiaoqun followed the second palace master's footsteps in his memory and went deeper. The magnificent meteor formation revolved slowly without any ripples. After a while, Xiaoqun was not far from the core of the formation. At the center of the formation, the distorted human face formed by endless killing intent, resentment, anger, and hatred grew clearer and clearer. It's still the same. Xiaoqun sighed softly. The starry sky dragon penitentiary had not changed much since his last visit. His gaze pierced through the layers of fog. Under the distorted human face was a black dragon city that shone with a metallic luster. Draconic Prison City. He had finally arrived. Xiaoqun spread out his soul power and sensed the experts in the city. He was extremely cautious. In the center of Dragon City, on an altar, there was a pillar of heaven dragon that was as beautiful as fresh blood. On top of the dragon pillar, there was a long sword that exuded a chilly aura. This sword has an impressive background. Previously, Xiaoqun had not noticed it. Now, he could tell that this sword had many tricks up its sleeves. This sword stabbed into the heaven dragon pillar should be no weaker than the golden dragon race's emperor dragon sword. Xiaoqun ignored this sword for now. Chains flickering with a dark light bound a petrified cultivator under the heaven dragon pillar. Even though that cultivator was petrified, his eyes still sparkled with vigor, filled with spirituality. The petrified cultivator was the previous generation heaven dragon, Jianghu's father. A fierce divine flame burned on the altar, making the heaven dragon pillar as hot as molten lava all year round. There was a sword wound on the petrified cultivator's chest. His heart blood dripped down continuously. The dragon pillar, which should have been fiery red, looked as beautiful as fresh blood after being watered with the heart blood. Even though Xiaoqun had seen it once before, he still felt shocked when he saw it again. What a cruel method. The purple gold dragon emperor was truly deranged. However, what impressed Xiaoqun even more was the special aura of the previous generation heaven dragon. That was a boldness that encompassed the entire dragon city. The dragon prison filled with sin and negative emotions could not make him sink into depravity. Xiaoqun clearly suffered, but he did not show any rage or helplessness. After concealing his aura, Xiaoqun perfectly merged into the dark space. Then, he leaped off the meteor. Without startling anyone in the dragon city, Xiaoqun silently landed on the altar without anyone noticing. Whoosh! Xiaoqun felt the flame on the altar at close range. A surging heat wave surged over like a surging sea of fire. The surging dragon might contained within the flame surged over. What a fellow! Not only did this flame have a startling heatwave, but it could also invade a cultivator's soul. Xiaochen gently waved his sleeves and casually scattered the surging heatwave. Then, he stabilized himself. Blue Dragon's descendant, we meet again. The previous generation Heaven Dragon's hoarse voice rang out in Xiaochen's mind. Clearly, he was still alive. I'm here to save you. I already went to the Blue Dragon's old land and obtained the Blue Dragon's inheritance. I still have some questions that I want to ask you. While speaking to the previous generation Heaven Dragon, Xiaochen sized up the Heaven Dragon pillar and the surrounding seal. Xiaochen thought about how to break the seal and rescue Jianghu. Don't. There is an old monster here, a 9-veined sovereign emperor. He is even more horrifying than a faux god. Leave quickly. No matter how strong you are not a match for him in this starry Heaven's Dragon prison. Unexpectedly, the previous generation Heaven Dragon directly told Xiaochen to leave quickly. What a strange aura, both familiar and strange. Just as Xiaochen was about to speak, a black-clad old man suddenly appeared at the top of the Heaven Dragon pillar, where the black sword was stabbed. Suddenly, a black-robed old man appeared and muttered to himself. His voice was old and hoarse, like an ancient hourglass that was slowly flowing. Just as Xiaochen was about to move, an overwhelming killing intent assaulted his entire body, sending a chill through him. An unprecedented danger, a killing intent that he had not felt even when facing Baiju, enveloped Xiaochen. Retreat. Xiaochen immediately made up his mind to retreat 500,000 kilometers away, leaving the Dragon City and landing in an asteroid belt. As the asteroid circled the Dragon City, Xiaochen looked at the black-clad old man. Whoosh! Nearly the instant Xiaochen landed on the asteroid and looked up, the black-clad old man drew the black sword stabbed into the dragon pillar. In the blink of an eye, the black-clad old man arrived before Xiaochen. Then, he did not hesitate to pierce Xiaochen's heart. In the time it took for a spark to fly, a vast and boundless sword intent charged over at incredible speed. Dang! Xiaochen did not even have time to think. He instantly drew Heavenly Slayer and blocked this sword. The saber and sword clashed, producing a loud sound. The horrifying impact knocked Xiaochen back 50 kilometers. How strong! As Xiaochen looked at the black-clad old man, he felt greatly startled. This black-clad old man was very strong, but the sword in his hand was even stronger. When Xiaochen looked carefully, he was somewhat surprised to discover that this old man's eyes were empty. He was completely blind. Bang! The blind old man's wrist, which held the sword, shook gently, and an endless stream of black sword light swept out. Xiaochen did not dare to be careless. He brought out his flawless saber Dao to its limits. He used the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique to clash with the other party, sending out many sword lights. This person before Xiaochen was supported by a formation in this asteroid belt. Furthermore, that black sword contained an incredibly heavy, destructive sword intent. The pressure that it gave Xiaochen surpassed that of Baiju's earlier pressure. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged 100 moves. Xiaochen relied on the cycle Great Dao and the recovery ability of life and death to block the other party's attacks. Timing, geography, and people worked together. This created an unparalleled advantage for the blind old man. Coupled with the other party's experienced mental state, Xiaochen could not find any openings. On the other hand, Xiaochen revealed some openings several times amid the other party's surging attacks. Xiaochen did not know whether the other party was overly suspicious or did not want to take risks, but he did not grasp these openings. While Xiaochen felt lucky, he also felt some doubt. Go. I should not be a match for you outside. However, you are not a match for me in this starry Heaven's Dragon prison. A hoarse voice rang out. After the blind old man gained the upper hand, he tried to dissuade the other party. Sorry, since I'm already here, I do not intend to return empty-handed. Whoosh! A flash of electric light came from Xiaochen's forehead, illuminating the eternally dark starry Heaven's Dragon prison. The divine lightning talisman appeared before the blind old man at a horrifying speed. The blind old man's expression changed slightly. He slowly raised his left hand, and the hundreds of thousands of meteors under his feet continuously gathered in his hand. As the meteors entered, the flow of time in front of him seemed to slow down. The explosive speed of the divine lightning talisman actually slowed down. Boom! When the divine lightning talisman finally arrived before the blind old man, a star chart made up of hundreds of thousands of meteors blocked the blind old man's path. In an instant, this star chart shattered. However, the divine lightning talismans might also decrease significantly, allowing the blind old man to block it with his sword. Xiaochen frowned slightly. Given this, even if he executed flower blooming and flower extinguishing without stopping, he would not be able to kill the other party. Lord Dragon Sovereign, he is the Blue Dragon's descendant. He is Xiaochen, the Xiaochen that I once told you about. Just at this moment, a figure weaved through the shock waves generated by the two's exchange with great difficulty. This person rushed over with all his might, showing an anxious expression as he shouted at the blind old man. Xiaochen looked around. When he saw that it was the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master, he was immediately shocked. The first palace master addressed this person as Lord Dragon Sovereign. Could this blind old man be the Shadow Dragon Sovereign? No wonder this aura feels both familiar and strange. Blind old man greets Lord Blue Dragon King. When the black-clad old man heard the first palace master's words, his attitude changed drastically. He knelt down with his sword in hand and slammed it down heavily. Chapter 23:55. Withdraw. The blind old man's sudden change in attitude startled Xiaochen. Then, he quickly withdrew the divine lightning talisman into his forehead. Xiaochen flew forward and helped the blind old man up. The battle between the two rivaled that of foe gods, producing shock waves and lingering mysterious phenomena. Even sovereign emperors had to tread carefully, like they were treading on thin ice. The first palace master put in a lot of effort before arriving beside the two. He first bowed to the blind old man before looking at Xiaochen with an extremely complicated expression. First palace master, receive Xiaochen's bow. When Xiaochen saw the first palace master again, all sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. Without much thought, Xiaochen directly knelt on the asteroid fragment and kowtowed heavily. It was hard to imagine how much danger the first palace master had taken back then. Xiaochen dared to save him from the hands of Ancestor Dragon City's people while he could have died at any moment. There was no way Xiaochen could repay such kindness. Waves appeared in the blind old man's heart. Clearly, he was shocked by Xiaochen's actions. Despite Xiaochen's age and current strength, he did not put on any pretense before his benefactor. I can't accept this. I can't. The first palace master was startled as well. He quickly helped Xiaochen up and smiled. There is no need to be so polite. Ha ha ha. I've been living quite well over the years. Xiaochen stood up. However, he had thought things through. Back in the Heaven Dragon Palace, the first palace master had taken good care of Xiaochen. The first palace master took good care of the first palace master. He could be said to be half a master, forever a senior. Even if the first palace master had not risked his life to save Xiaochen in Divine Dragon City, he should have maintained a respectful heart. Later, Xiaochen heard from the third palace master that he had been locked up for 100 years. Unexpectedly, he was locked up in the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison, a place akin to hell on earth. If the first palace master had known, he would have risked his life to save Xiaochen long ago. Now that Xiaochen thought about it, the third palace master must have known about Xiaochen's temper. The third palace master did not dare to tell Xiaochen the truth so that Xiaochen would feel less guilty and cultivate in peace. The first palace master smiled and said, Lord Dragon Sovereign took care of me in the starry heavenly dragon prison, so I did not suffer much. Xiaochen, let me introduce you. This is the Divine Dragon Empire's Shadow Dragon Sovereign. After something happened to you, the Blood Dragon Guards secretly escorted you out of the Divine Dragon Empire. This was Lord Dragon Sovereign's order. Thank you, Senior, for helping me back then. The blind old man waved his hand and said, Blue Dragon King, you are being too polite. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor created our Blood Dragon Guards. From the moment it was established, it obeyed only the Blue Dragon bloodline. After the Blue Dragon bloodline was destroyed, it became loyal only to the Divine Dragon Empire. I will not respect the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor and wait for the Blue Dragon's descendant to appear. Now that the Blue Dragon King has appeared, I know your orders. Xiao Qin came to a sudden realization. So that was how it was. It was similar to what he had thought back then. The Blood Dragon Guards were indeed the backup that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left behind, a secret force that helped the Blue Dragon bloodline rise. Lord Dragon Sovereign, what do you mean by the Blue Dragon King? The first palace master listened very carefully. From the start to the end, the Shadow Dragon Sovereign addressed Xiao Qin as the Blue Dragon King. The blind old man nodded and said, "My lord has the royal bloodline of the Blue Dragon bloodline. It is the royal Blue Dragon bloodline acknowledged by the ancient dragon god for a long time. If I guessed right, Lord Blue Dragon King must have obtained the royal genealogical record and added his true name in it." The first palace master asked excitedly, "Xiao Qin, is this true?" Xiao Qin nodded and said, "Senior Dragon Sovereign is right. I have indeed obtained the royal genealogical record. After I save the Heaven Dragon, I will be going to the Divine Dragon Empire." At the same time, Xiao Qin gave a detailed explanation of the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's plot to abdicate the throne to Qin Ming. Humph. The Bushan Palace has always been the Holy Lord's pawn, and this Purple Gold Dragon Emperor has always been the Holy Lord's lackey. In the past, everyone held back because they were not a match for him, unable to resist the Bushan Palace. Now that Lord Blue Dragon King has brought the royal genealogical record, my Blood Dragon Guards will definitely do our best to protect him. The blind old man snorted coldly. Clearly, he had long been dissatisfied with the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. From the blind old man's words, it was clear that the Blue Dragon bloodline was no longer around. He was only loyal to the Divine Dragon Empire and never truly trusted the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Xiao Qin rejoiced in his heart. With the Shadow Dragon Sovereign's help and the First Palace Master's rallying power among the mixed blood dragons, he would not have to worry about anything on this trip. With Wang Zhe's genealogical record and the Heavenly Alliance's support, he would not have to worry about anything on this trip. Lord Dragon Sovereign, what is the origin of the sword in your hand? Xiao Qin could not help asking as he glanced at the black sword. The blind old man explained, "This is the Black Dragon King's sword, the god-killing sword. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor bestowed it to the Blood Dragon Guards and passed it down to me. I can only bring out less than 1% of its might. If I unleashed all of its power, even I would be devoured. Less than 1% of its might was already so horrifying." It turned out that it was the Black Dragon King's god-killing sword. After a pause, the blind old man continued, "However, the saber in your hand has a great origin as well. I feel that you have not brought out the full might of this saber, either." Xiao Qin felt startled. Although this Lord Dragon Sovereign was blind, he was not blind. Although this Lord Dragon Sovereign was blind, his ability to see through everything was hundreds or even thousands of times more powerful than that of some people with good eyesight. The true might of Heavenly Slayer could only be brought out when it perfectly merged with the Heavenly Tao killing formation. "Senior, can you let out Senior Heaven Dragon?" After chatting idly, Xiao Qin got to the point. Most of the people locked up here are dragon race traders or people who committed heinous crimes. However, the previous generation Heaven Dragon is not one of them. Naturally, this old man will obey the Blue Dragon King's orders. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two followed the blind old man. With a few flashes, they arrived at the Dragon City and stood before the Heaven Dragon Pillar. The blind old man ferociously swung the god-killing sword in his hand, sweeping away the divine flame on the altar. Dang! 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 A few more sword lights flashed. Ding! Ding! Dang! The chains binding the Heaven Dragon all shattered. I can undo these seals. However, I cannot remove the curse that the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor left on the Heaven Dragon's physical body. The so-called curse should be the petrified physical body of the Heaven Dragon. Let me take a look. Xiao Chen arrived beside the Heaven Dragon and reached into the Heaven Dragon's body. Then, he frowned slightly. The previous generation Heaven Dragon sighed. It should be very difficult to deal with, right? This is a curse secret technique that the Holy Lord taught him. It is activated with a soul treasure. Back then, if not for this curse, how could the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor defeat me? After withdrawing his hand, Xiao Chen did not rush to return. After some thought, he asked, back then, why did you fight with the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor? I don't believe it was for the Dragon Emperor position. The blind old man replied, he went to the Blue Dragon's old land and learned that the Golden Dragon bloodline is just the Holy Lord's lackey. In his impulse, he wanted to change the situation by himself. The first palace master sighed softly. Back then, I advised him to endure and not do anything. There is no need to mention the past. Thank you. The Heaven Dragon smiled faintly, not regretting his hot-bloodedness back then, which resulted in decades of torture. Have you thought about Jianghu? Xiao Chen suddenly said, after you left, he must have suffered a great grievance. When he was unconscious in the ethereal immortal palace, he kept calling out your name, continuously asking why you did not tell him. I feel that he should not mind the grievance and pain he suffered all these years. He only minded his father not telling him. Jianghu, at the mention of Jianghu, the previous generation Heaven Dragon could not control his emotions. A tear leaked out of his petrified body. Let me help you remove the curse. Without saying anything more, Xiao Chen landed a palm strike on the Heaven Dragon's petrified body. The cycle Great Tao circulated, and life and death cycled. A vast and boundless life force poured into the Heaven Dragon's body, slowly battering the curse seed in it. This is... The blind old man felt startled. Xiao Chen was going to use force to break the curse, directly using the boundless life force to destroy the curse's root. However, such a method required an extremely vast amount of life force. Could it be that Xiao Chen is going to use his life origin energy to help remove the curse? No, this is the cycle Great Tao. When the blind old man recalled Xiao Chen's horrifying recovery ability when he fought him, he came to a realization. Even so, it still required a vast amount of divine energy and a long time. Blue Dragon King, I'll help you. The blind old man took a step forward, and the dense divine energy in his body entered Xiao Chen's body without hesitation. Many thanks. With the Shadow Dragon Sovereign's help, Xiao Chen's efficiency immediately increased significantly. The Heaven Dragon's petrified lower body slowly turned illusory. In just a moment, it recovered its physical body. Xiao Chen persisted. An hour later, the Heaven Dragon's physical body was completely restored. Crack. Xiao Chen used his boundless life force to forcefully destroy the curse's root in the Heaven Dragon's body. The Heaven Dragon was incredibly excited, showing a spirited expression. He wished he could raise his head to the sky and roar. After so many years, he finally regained his freedom. Congratulations, Senior. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He believed that Jianghu would feel gratified to see his father return in the Divine Dragon Empire. After some thought, the blind old man said, everyone, rest first. Wait for me to make arrangements. We will return to the Divine Dragon Empire 2 days later. I want to see how the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor will pass his throne to Qin Ming. Now that everything was ready, all they needed to do was wait, and they could charge back to the Divine Dragon Empire. Chapter 2356. Ancestor Dragon City. This was the most ancient dragon city in the Divine Dragon Empire. It had been passed down for a long time. Only the most talented dragon race disciples in the empire had the qualifications to reside there. Those who could enter were either cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines or extremely talented mixed-blood dragon cultivators. Normally, it was not open to the public. It would only be open to the public during grand ceremonies or extremely important events. Clearly, the battle for the Dragon Emperor was a major event. Compared to offering sacrifices to the Dragon God, it was not much different. In the Divine Dragon Empire, the Dragon Emperor could reign for only 500 years. After that, there would be a new competition. However, ever since the Blue Dragon bloodline had been exterminated, the position of Dragon Emperor was almost always held by the Golden Dragon bloodline. The other divine dragon bloodlines could not compete with it at all. The current Dragon Emperor was the Golden Dragon clan's Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. According to the clan's rules, he could continue to reign for another 10 years. However, he chose to abdicate on his own accord today to compete for the position of Dragon Emperor again. The 6-color divine dragons and the heaven dragon made up of mixed blood dragons were qualified to send one person to compete for the Dragon Emperor position. It was said to be a competition, but anyone with a discerning eye knew. Qin Ming had already obtained the inheritance of the Bushan Palace and was now a 9-veined sovereign emperor with a grade 7 golden dragon bloodline. The others simply could not compete with him. The so-called competition was just a formality. The upper echelon of the 6-color divine dragons and the Heaven Dragon Palace had already arrived at Ancestor Dragon City's Dragon God Plaza. The ancient Dragon God Square was vast and boundless. The Dragon God statue stood tall and dignified. Many figures filled the plaza. All the elite cultivators in Ancestor Dragon City had rushed over. Dragons gathered from all directions, and the wind and clouds surged. The 6-color divine dragons were the Gold Dragon, Silver Dragon, White Dragon, Blue Dragon, Green Dragon, and Red Dragon. Now that they had all arrived, they were all gathered in one place. The Golden Dragon race was the mightiest. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor sat on the throne, and many Golden Dragon race experts stood around him. Apart from that, there were also other experts from the Great Desolate Era Bloodline Empire who had come to observe the ceremony. Surrounded by the stars, Qin Ming wore the Golden Dragon holy armor. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he looked extraordinarily heroic and outstanding. The dragon might of the primordial Golden Dragon emanated from his body, giving off a strong oppressive force. Even though everyone here was a sovereign emperor with the bloodline of the Golden Dragon race and the other empires, they still felt significant pressure. Bai Yunfei and Xiahou Zun from the White Marsh Beast Empire sighed inwardly. The one who obtained the inheritance of Bushan Palace and became the son of an era that Bushan Palace focused on nurturing had already left the two of them in the dust. Qin Ming, the battle to become the Dragon Emperor this time is none other than you. I think that the competitors from the other 5-color divine dragons are not even a tenth as good as you. Bai Yunfei said in a relaxed manner after looking around and sizing up the competitors of the various schools. Qin Ming said coolly, the position of Dragon Emperor is definitely mine. The entire Bushan Palace supports me. Who dares to oppose me? I just want to know whether Xiao Qin dares to come or not. At the mention of Xiao Qin, Qin Ming's eyes revealed a thick murderous intent. That hatred was frightening. Bai Yunfei and Xiahou Zun both knew that Xiao Qin once crushed Qin Ming into meat paste in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Qin Ming nearly died. The name Xiao Qin had already become taboo to Qin Ming. The others simply did not dare to mention it in front of him. That Jianghu seemed somewhat unfathomable. Xiahou Zun said softly as he pointed to the southwest of the plaza, where the Heaven Dragon Palace was. After Jianghu arrived in the Divine Dragon Empire, he naturally obtained a spot in the Heaven Dragon Palace with his status as a Heaven Dragon descendant. Qin Ming showed a cold expression as he said indifferently, I heard that he refined the entire ethereal immortal palace and completely comprehended the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon. He is an opponent worth paying attention to. However, that is all. That person is the top beauty of your dragon race? Bai Yunfei's gaze fell on the opposite side of the plaza, where the White Dragon Palace's people gathered. Within the vast crowd of people, there was a beautiful figure. Her style was unmatched, and her temperament was otherworldly. She had a face that could topple cities, and there was a myriad of charm to her. She was easily recognized. Strong possessiveness flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. He snorted coldly and said, That's right. It is her, Lu Riyue. This woman has always been cold to me. She even gave me a bad look in public several times. Let's see how she dares to reject me after I become the Dragon Emperor. Xiahou Zun smiled and said, In that case, I'll congratulate Brother Qin in advance. You obtained both the country and the beauty. At this moment, where the White Dragon Palace's people gathered, a girl beside Lu Riyue frowned and said, "Elder sister, that Qin Ming is looking at you like a thief again. He must be up to something." This girl was Lu Ruyun, the White Dragon King's daughter, the White Dragon race's little princess. "Let him be. Someone will deal with him." Lu Ruyun showed a somewhat sad expression. There was practically no suspense in this fight to become the Dragon Emperor. No one expected the Bushan Palace to interfere in the fight to become the Dragon Emperor. If Qin Ming had not obtained the Bushan Palace's inheritance, Lu Riyue would have been strong enough to fight him. Given Lu Riyue's strength, she could still fight against him. Now, he was being nurtured as an epic son. Qin Ming was a nine-veined sovereign emperor. Furthermore, he had awakened his ancient golden dragon bloodline. The other competitors, including Lu Riyue, would not be a match for him. The so-called fight to become the Dragon Emperor was just a show to justify the other party's ascension to the Dragon Emperor position. However, Lu Riyue had heard that there was an overt scheme in this fight to become the Dragon Emperor. Someone had secretly allied the epic masters of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao to kill the person who betrayed the empire. That person had fought against Yuan Zhen, who possessed the entire Buddhist nation, by himself in the Yanwu dynasty. That person had not been at a disadvantage against Yuan Zhen and left calmly. That person's terrifying strength inspired fear in all the other epic masters. After learning that Qin Ming would definitely come to Ancestor Dragon City to participate in the fight to become the Dragon Emperor, they worked together to lay a trap. Then, they would turn this place into his burial ground. For some reason, Lu Riyue felt worried in her heart, hoping that that person would not appear. There was a vague figure lingering in the depths of her memory. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not recall who it was. "Riyue, what are you thinking?" The White Dragon King asked softly as he walked over and looked at Lu Riyue. Lu Riyue recovered her wits and replied softly, "I'm thinking that since it is just a formality, can we choose to give up?" "That's right. Father, why put on an act? Why give him a legitimate chance to ascend to the Dragon Emperor position?" Lu Riyun said quickly, clearly in agreement. A pained expression flashed in the White Dragon King's eyes. He smiled bitterly and said, "The other divine dragon palaces are thinking the same thing. However, we need to continue this act. This is because we have the dragon race bloodline flowing in our veins. Our fates are firmly tied to the Empire, we cannot break free. Father, if you had known that the fight to become the Dragon Emperor would end up like this back then, would you still have nurtured me to fight for the Dragon Emperor position?" Lu Riyue asked softly. The White Dragon King's heart skipped a beat. As Lu Riyue grew stronger, she could already feel that some of her memories were missing. However, Lu Riyue had never doubted him to his face. It was clear that she still respected this father of hers in name. "If I had a choice, would never let you participate in the battle of the Dragon Emperor," the White Dragon King said directly without hesitation. Many years ago, when he first met Xiao Chen, a certain thought in the depths of his heart had already been shaken. Was bringing Lu Riyue from the Sky Dome realm to the Great Thousand Realms a wrong decision for the sake of the White Dragon race? To be honest, he was at a loss. If that person really came, then, with Xiao Chen's current strength, how was Xiao Chen supposed to face him? If he could, like Lu Riyue, he hoped that Xiao Chen would not come. Xiao. At this moment, the radiance of the blazing sun shone on the majestic dragon god statue. All of a sudden, dazzling golden light shone brilliantly. The ancient dragon god statue stood at the center of the Dragon God Plaza, rising proudly like a towering mountain. The most eye-catching thing was its vigorous dragon claw. Under the dragon god's gaze, it looked very divine. The time is up. The competition to become the Dragon Emperor officially begins. Palace Masters, please send out the candidates of your palaces. Whoever can climb onto the dragon claw and receive the gaze of the dragon god will become the new Dragon Emperor. The purple gold Dragon Emperor announced loudly as he stood up from his throne. After speaking, the Red Dragon Palace's candidate, Murong Yen, was the first to arrive. Like a meteor, he landed heavily on the Dragon God Plaza, causing a fiery light to spread out. The Blue Dragon Palace's Situ Changfeng leaped up gently and followed closely behind. One candidate after another landed on the Dragon God Plaza. However, they did not attract much cheers or attention. Everyone knew that there was not much suspense in this competition to become the Dragon Emperor. Only when Jianghu arrived did he attract some attention. After all, the Heaven Dragon was a respectable existence in the Divine Dragon Empire. Jianghu could inherit his father's will and comprehend the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, which made some people view him in a different light. Boom! A vast, ancient dragon might suddenly burst out. It was Qin Ming arriving at the Dragon God Plaza. When Qin Ming unleashed his 9-veined sovereign emperor Cultivation, he instantly outshone the other 6. As the ancient golden dragon might roared, he attracted everyone's attention and startled cries. Qin Ming's might was much stronger than that of many older generation 9-veined sovereign emperors. Jianghu did not look at Qin Ming. Instead, his gaze fell on the Dragon God statue. The statue was 30 kilometers tall, towering over the vast plaza. Even at the periphery, one could clearly feel the Dragon God's might and pressure. If one approached, this might and pressure would be even more horrifying. Qin Ming's cultivation base and the primordial golden dragon bloodline gave him an absolute advantage. Indeed, after Qin Ming arrived at the Dragon God Plaza, he took the lead and charged over. Whoosh! 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 After crossing the periphery, many ancient dragon generals materialized in the Dragon God Plaza. It was like they traveled through the great desolate Aeon, arriving in heavy armor. They stopped everyone from advancing, swearing to defend the Dragon God's might to the death. Qin Ming showed a disdainful expression as he wielded the Emperor Dragon's sword and moved about fearlessly. He left a trail of dust in his wake, easily shattering the dragon generals that materialized in one exchange. In mere moments, the distance between him and the others became clear. In the end, he is the Qin Ming who obtained the inheritance of the Bushan Palace. Such grace has never been seen in the previous Dragon Emperor races. He's too strong. He's advancing so quickly. I'm afraid he's going to create an unprecedented record. Those ancient dragon generals are so weak before him. Indeed. If not for Situ Changfeng, Murong Yen, and the others fighting bitterly, others would think that they are just decorations. Qin Ming's unrivaled grace won the applause of the crowd. The dragon race disciples gathered in the surroundings were all shocked. Just as Qin Ming was about to enter the Dragon God domain and formally climb the Dragon God statue, the entire Ancestor Dragon City suddenly shook. The entire Ancestor Dragon City suddenly trembled. A melodious saber hum rang out. A saber light covered the blazing sun in the sky for 5,000 kilometers around. The sky instantly turned dark. The eyes of Ao Jiao and the Heavenly Alliance experts where the Heaven Dragon Palace was gathered lit up. Xiao Chen is here. Chapter 2357. Qin Ming's aura was flourishing in Dragon God Plaza. When this strange change happened, his expression changed slightly. Qin Ming had charged forward courageously in Dragon God Plaza, getting into a killing frenzy. He had thought that Xiao Chen would not come. Who knew, just as Qin Ming prepared to enter the Dragon God's domain and climb the Dragon God statue, Xiao Chen suddenly appeared. I can't be bothered with you. I'll climb the Dragon God statue first before settling the score with you. Qin Ming quickly made up his mind to continue forward and enter the Dragon God's domain. As for Xiao Chen, there were so many experts in the Bushan Palace, they were not just for show. It would not be that easy for him to cause trouble. Kill him. The purple gold dragon emperor ordered mercilessly from the throne with a cold expression. Whoosh. 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 The many foe gods from the Bushan Palace immediately soared into the air to attack Xiao Chen. Protect Xiao Chen, Mu Zifeng said softly with a faint smile. Mu Zifeng, who was with the Heaven Dragon Palace's group, smiled faintly and said softly. Whoosh. Under the lead of Sueren Ji and Hua Tianyang, the hidden Heavenly Alliance foe gods blocked this group of foe gods with ferocious auras. The large number of foe gods in the sky above Ancestor Dragon City instantly fought, looking like they would tear the entire sky apart. The purple gold dragon emperor sat on the throne on the tall platform, not showing any surprise on his face. He had expected that this group of Heavenly Alliance foe gods would come to support Xiaochen long ago. With the support of Ancestor Dragon City's formation, this group of foe gods would not be able to cause too much of a stir. As for Xiaochen, there were plenty of people to deal with him. There was no need for him to expose too many of his trump cards. Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, you lackey. Do you still remember me, Jiang Tian? Just at this moment, a ferocious roar resounded throughout the entire Ancestor Dragon City. The Heaven Dragon's rage. The dragon roar unique to the Heaven Dragon roared in all directions, shaking the sky. This dragon roar suppressed the might of the battle between the foe gods in the sky. What's going on? The voice that the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor had not heard in a long time suddenly appeared. The expression of the confident Purple Gold Dragon Emperor changed drastically. Xiao. The figure of the previous generation Heaven Dragon Jiang Tian arrived in the blink of an eye and landed on the tall building opposite Dragon God Plaza. Xiaochen looked down at the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor from above. A boundless fighting spirit blazed in his eyes, and his dragon might blazed like a fierce fire. That pure Heaven Dragon battle will attracted the attention of countless dragon race martial artists. The Heaven Dragon was a special bloodline that surpassed the six-veined divine dragons. It would forever be a legend of the dragon race. Although the Divine Dragon Empire had not seen Jianghu for many years, Jianghu's story had been circulating in private. Heaven Dragon's might. It really is the Heaven Dragon. Is he that Jianghu who offended the Emperor's might and was imprisoned in the Starry Dragon Penitentiary? Why did he come out? This dragon might is so terrifying. The shock that Jianghu brought was even greater than that of the group of foe gods in the Astral War. You dragon race traitor, you are truly bold. To think that you dare to come to Ancestor Dragon City. Six-colored divine dragons, listen up. Kill him. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor did his best to suppress the shock in his heart. He recalled that this was Ancestor Dragon City, where all the experts of the dragon race gathered. As the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor could command the dragons. There was no need to fear this Jiang Tian. After all, the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor controlled the dragon race's the Arch Seal. The older generation experts of Ancestor Dragon City had to obey his orders. Who dares to attack? A hoarse voice came from behind Jiang Tian. Then, the Shadow Dragon Sovereign swung the god-slaying sword in his hand. Ta! 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 Inside Ancestor Dragon City, the Blood Dragon Guards riding great desolate Ian mutated beasts wore scarlet masks and battle armor. More than 1,000 Blood Dragon Guards rushed over from all directions. Without exception, they were all Sovereign Emperor experts. The Blood Dragon Guards was a faction of the Blue Dragon bloodline that the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor personally established. After enduring for tens of thousands of years, the Blood Dragon Guards unleashed all their accumulations. The might that erupted startled the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Lord Dragon Sovereign. The older generation dragon race experts of Ancestor Dragon City clearly recognized the blind old man and respected him. When the blind old man appeared, they were incredibly shocked and no longer dared to attack. The blind old man said indifferently, "The fight to become the Dragon Emperor will continue. Right now, we are only dealing with the grudge between Jiang Tian and the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Those who trust me, the blind old man, do not interfere for now. I will give you an explanation after this. Since Lord Dragon Sovereign has spoken, naturally, we do not dare to be rash." Although the blind old man spent most of his time in the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison, the older generation experts of Ancestor Dragon City still respected him. After the blind old man guaranteed his reputation, these older generation experts of Ancestor Dragon City chose to remain neutral for now. Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, do you dare to fight me head-on again? Jiang Tian glared at the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor as he issued a challenge. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor cursed in his heart. The appearance of Jiang Tian and the blind old man completely disrupted his plans. This was especially so for this group of older generation experts of Ancestor Dragon City to not listen to his orders. This embarrassed him even more. I already defeated you before. How hard is it to defeat you again? Rage filled the purple gold dragon emperor's heart. He ferociously slammed the armrest of his throne and soared into the air, charging at Jianghu. The series of strange changes not only disrupted the purple gold dragon emperor's plans but also caught the hidden epic scions off guard. Unexpectedly, such a dramatic scene could happen in Ancestor Dragon City. The purple gold dragon emperor immediately panicked, allowing Xiao Chen to soar through the air and land in Dragon God Plaza. Good timing. When Qin Ming saw Xiao Chen land, he stopped thinking about anything else. When Xiao Chen landed, he thrust his sword over. Boom! The terrifying dragon might of the primordial golden dragon burst forth from his body as he thrust his sword forward. The instant the sword thrust out, the tip of the sword gathered all the dragon might in one spot. That spot of golden light nearly tore space apart. Scram! Xiao Chen descended while carrying an overwhelming saber might. He did not dodge this sword strike that Qin Ming sent out after storing up power. Then, he ruthlessly chopped down with Heavenly Slayer. When driven by the cycle Great Dao, the flawless saber Dao that surpassed the epic grew endlessly and endlessly. The divine might of Xiao Chen's blue dragon sword. He did not show any fear when facing the might of that ancient golden dragon, clashing head-on. Ka-ca. The saber chopped down on that spot of golden light, forcibly dimming that resplendent sword light. Blood leaked out of Qin Ming's lips as he frantically retreated, completely unable to control himself. Before the horrified expression on Qin Ming's face could fade, Xiao Chen pressed forward and brought out his saber Dao to its limits with Heavenly Slayer. The surging Heavenly Dao's killing intent chopped down the golden dragon might, slowly diminishing the vast aura coming from Qin Ming. Even the Shadow Dragon Sovereign said that he was not a match for Xiao Chen after leaving the Starry Heavens dragon prison. Naturally, Qin Ming's strength went without saying. The moment they clashed, Qin Ming fell into a disadvantageous position. Xiao Chen's overwhelming saber intent enveloped him, forcing him to retreat. The blue dragon materialized by Xiao Chen's dragon might tore the golden dragon image behind Qin Ming, leaving him in a sorry state. How could Qin Ming's grade 7 golden dragon bloodline compare to Xiao Chen's royal blue dragon bloodline? Xiao Chen, you forced me to do this. Divine Dragon Forbidden Technique, Dragon God's Rage. After 100 moves, Qin Ming was already in a sorry state. It looked like he was about to lose all his momentum and lose. Qin Ming roared, and his physical body changed wildly. Dense golden dragon scales appeared all over his body. His body continuously elongated, and his limbs turned into dragon claws. Golden dragon horns grew on his forehead as if he was reverting to his ancestry and becoming a true ancient golden dragon. Roar! 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 The roars coming from Qin Ming's body contained a terrifying bestial nature from the great desolate Aeon, startling everyone present. Their expressions changed drastically. The people who were familiar with Xiao Chen said at the same time, "Be careful, Xiao Chen. He is reverting to his ancestral roots." When one flower blooms, fragrance wafts everywhere. Circulating the cycle Great Dao to its limits, Xiao Chen took a step forward unhurriedly. When he took this step, it was like he broke the barrier of the world. The surrounding scenery and people all froze. Whoosh! 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 As soft as a swallow, Qin Ming moved like a rainbow. He raised his hand and swung his saber. By the time he turned around, Xiao Chen had already sent out 3 saber strikes. Boom! The surrounding scenery started moving again. Before Qin Ming could successfully revert to his ancestral roots, the 3 saber lights pierced through him. Qin Ming's physical body reverted to its original form. As the Heavenly Dao's killing intent destroyed him, his life force quickly faded. When the 3 saber lights layered over each other, Qin Ming's life force came to an end. The previously insufferably arrogant Qin Ming died so easily at Xiao Chen's hands. He died in an extremely pathetic manner, surpassing everyone's expectations. However, those with good judgment could tell that it was not that Qin Ming was too weak. Instead, it was that Xiao Chen was too strong. Whoosh! Before the crowd recovered from the shock of Qin Ming's death, the dragon god statue suddenly released a bright light as if it came to life. The dragon god has awakened. Now is the best time to climb the dragon god statue. As long as we climb that dragon claw, we can receive the dragon god's blessing. The dragon god actually awakened. This is a rare auspicious sign. Whoosh! 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 Figures flashed, and the candidates of the various outer palaces moved at the same time, flying towards the dragon god statue. Among them, the ones at the very front were Jianghu and Lu Riyue. Aside from Xiao Chen and Qin Ming, these two were much stronger than the others. The difference was obvious. With Qin Ming dead and Xiao Chen not moving, the two of them would definitely be the fastest. Father. I cannot disappoint father. Jianghu showed a determined gaze. He did not stop at all as he climbed the dragon god statue. Whoosh! However, another figure soon caught up. Now, the three of them stood shoulder to shoulder. Each of them contained a different saber intent. It was like three saber lights soared into the clouds at the same time. They endured the dragon god statue's immense might and pressure and reached the peak. Naturally, the one who caught up was Xiao Chen. When Jianghu looked back, he could not help thinking about the Heavenly Book scholar's prediction. The three saber lights before Jianghu seemed to be the same as the prediction from back then. However, Jianghu knew that since Xiao Chen intended to compete, his chances of becoming the Dragon Emperor were practically zero. Whoosh! However, just at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly turned around and stopped, blocking Lu Riyue's path. When Jianghu saw this scene, he could not help feeling stunned and stopped as well. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked over. Bathed in the dragon god's light, he smiled softly and said, Jianghu, don't stop. Prove yourself to your father that you are no longer the child from back then. You are the Jianghu who comprehended the heaven dragon's mysteries and can climb to the peak of the dragon god by yourself. Xiao Chen. Jianghu felt warmth in his heart when he heard that. He felt somewhat surprised that Xiao Chen understood him so well. Jianghu nodded heavily, afraid that Xiao Chen would see his moist eyes. Then, he immediately turned around and did his best to endure the dragon god's might and pressure with greater confidence. You. Lu Riyue looked at Xiao Chen and was about to speak. Then, she saw Xiao Chen turn around, and the boundless power of cycles gathered at his fingertip. Then, he pressed his finger on Lu Riyue's forehead and broke the seal in her soul pool at lightning speed. Whoosh! Lu Riyue's memories flashed. The memories that had been sealed away for decades immediately flooded Lu Riyue's mind like the tide. Chapter 2358. Xiao Chen used the power of cycles to break the memory seal in Lu Riyue's soul pool with one finger. Lu Riyue recalled all the things of the past. Lu Riyue appeared somewhat dazed, like she had a very long dream. As she looked at Xiao Chen in front, her eyes instantly turned moist. Xiao Chen. She remembered. She remembered everything. She remembered the various memories she had with Xiao Chen on Qingyun Peak at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. She remembered Ruoyan from back then and that youth standing at the highest peak of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, loudly declaring that he liked her. There were many more. It was no wonder that after so many years, even if her memories were sealed. No matter how much time passed, no matter how the world changed, she could not erase the trace of love imprinted in the depths of her soul. No matter how much time passed, no matter how the world changed, that trace of love could not erase the trace of love imprinted in the depths of her soul. Back then, they had gone through life and death together. Even if they turned to ashes, that trace of love could still give off a resplendent light in the ashes. You have suffered all these years. You searched so hard for me, and I even injured you. Lu Riyue could not stop the tears in her eyes. When she thought of Xiao Chen, even when the golden dragon bloodline chased after him, he still took the risk to enter the white dragon palace to meet her. However, she still injured Xiao Chen. When Lu Riyue thought of this, she could not help but feel guilty. Xiao Chen's eyes moistened slightly. These were tears of joy. At this instant, he knew that he had made the right choice. It was better to let someone else be the Dragon Emperor. Xiao Chen had a free nature and did not like to be someone else's pawn. He was not willing to accept Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan from 10,000 years ago. He just needed to properly repay the Blue Dragon bloodline's kindness. He needed to use his own method to live out his own glory. He did not want to live in a dead person's plan. Even if he had no choice, he had to make his own choices. It's fine. Let's go first. Xiao Chen consoled Lu Riyue. Then, he held her hand and soared into the air, landing where the people of the Heaven Dragon Palace gathered. Boom! The purple gold dragon emperor fought with Jiang Tian in the sky and lost as well. The purple gold dragon emperor was horrified. He was filled with grief and rage. He had lost this battle too thoroughly. Even his most beloved son, Qin Ming, had died in the hands of Xiao Chen. He had lost everything. The purple gold dragon emperor noticed the playful expressions of the other palace masters. After so many years of oppression, the other dragon palaces had long since disliked the golden dragon bloodline. Now, he had been utterly defeated. There would be no place for him in the divine dragon empire. As long as there's life, there's hope. I'll leave first and make a comeback in the future. Gotcha. But just as he was about to move, a ray of sword light pierced through his chest. It was the shadow dragon sovereign who pinned him to the ground, restraining him. Your debt has not been settled yet. It won't be that easy for you to leave. The shadow dragon sovereign's tone was cold, and his expression was indifferent. All these years, you have been loyal to the Holy Lord's lackey, suppressing the other divine dragon temples, and framing the Heaven Dragon. All these have to be accounted for. Whoosh! Suddenly, two beams of divine light appeared in Dragon God Plaza. The Dragon God statue's eyes released a dazzling light. Jianghu, who stood on the dragon claw, received the Dragon God's gaze, carrying the entire divine dragon empire's luck. His body exuded an overwhelming dragon might. Auspicious signs visible to the naked eye spread out from his body. Mu Zifeng frowned slightly and said somewhat unhappily, Xiao Chen, why did you give up on the Dragon Emperor position? If you did not, then you, Xiao Chen, would be the one carrying the entire divine dragon empire's luck. That's right. However, in that case, the path I take will be the same as what Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid 50,000 years ago. The karma between me and the blue dragon race will never be resolved. The epoch that I started is actually Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's unfulfilled wish. It looks perfect, but in reality, it is just a pawn. Xiao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. After learning the truth from the dragon spirit, he had a plan. What's wrong with that? Even if you are a pawn in control of your own fate. You can also bring the blue dragon race supreme glory. My heavenly alliance can continue to be glorious for another epoch. Mu Zifeng remained angry, not understanding Xiao Chen's thoughts. Just because you are willing to be a pawn does not mean that I am willing. Furthermore, do you know what the consequences are? Be it the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor back then, the later Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, or the Kunlun Realm's Qing Emperor, they were all unparalleled peak experts. They were all insufferably arrogant, peerless powerhouses of their era. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he continued, however, do you know what the consequences are? It will lead to the destruction of the blue dragon race. Be it in the Great Thousand Realms or the Kunlun Realm, it will lead to the destruction of the blue dragon race. Countless people will have their families destroyed and die a violent death, all because of the blue dragon bloodline. This is because there are no undefeatable experts, no indestructible dynasties, and no immortal beauties in this world. If I become the Dragon Emperor and start the Divine Dragon Epoch, the dragon race will become incredibly strong, ruling the entire Great Thousand Realms. However, when the epoch ends, it will be like the current martial epoch's Holy Lord, miserable and desolate, deserted by everyone, perhaps even worse. Such a divine dragon epoch is not what I want. In the end, it will just be repeating the same mistakes. Mu Zifeng sensed something unusual. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "What are you trying to do?" "I want to end the epoch." Xiao Chen enunciated every word incredibly calmly. The moment Xiao Chen said that, the expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed drastically. Ending the epoch? Such lofty aspirations and boldness were something they had never thought of before. It was not that they could not think of it, they did not dare to think of it. "I support Big Brother Xiao Chen. It is time for the epoch to come to an end. It is an endless cycle of destruction and reincarnation. Too many innocent people die during the birth of every epoch." Ao Jiao stepped forward and expressed her position, decisively supporting Xiao Chen. The others remained silent. However, their gazes on Xiao Chen clearly changed. Aside from shock, there was also admiration in their complicated expressions. Have you ever thought about the consequences of failure?" Mu Zifeng felt shocked in his heart. He felt an indescribable weakness when facing Xiao Chen. The other party's boldness, breadth of mind, and strength completely suppressed him. "Xiao Chen, the small fry is preparing to leave." The blind old man's voice projection rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. Then, he looked at Mu Zifeng and said, "Let's not discuss this for now. I have some things to deal with. Lord Mu, don't worry. No matter what I do, I will definitely protect the Heavenly Alliance in the future. However, I might not obtain the overlord position that you imagine." Without giving Mu Zifeng a chance to speak, Xiao Chen soared into the air and landed on a tall building. Then, he shouted softly, You are already here. Are you still going to leave?" Xiao Chen's voice was not loud, but it rang out clearly in everyone's ears. The sound waves contained Xiao Chen's soul energy. As his voice spread out, it locked onto the people Xiao Chen was looking for. "Still not showing yourselves?" Xiao Chen threw a palm strike at the sky. Then, 3 bolts of electric light descended from the sky without any warning. Electric light immediately encased Shi, Yuanzhen, and Wenrenyu. They could not hide from the surrounding crowd. Whoosh! 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 The surrounding dragon race disciples quickly moved, pulling away from the 3. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings of Dragon God Plaza emptied out, leaving only the 3. When she saw that the Shadow Dragon Sovereign already controlled the situation in Ancestor Dragon City, the Divine Dragon Empire, which should have been a helper, ended up helping Xiao Chen instead. Furthermore, the Heavenly Alliance's faux god experts blocked the Bushan Palace's faux god experts. Xiao Chen already considered retreating. Qin Ming's death and the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's defeat caused the earlier trap to lose an important link. This caused the situation to flip. Xiao Chen's original plan of catching a turtle in a jar and suppressing Xiao Chen with its momentum reversed. Fortunately, for some reason, Xiao Chen actually gave the Dragon Emperor position to Jianghu. This made Shi, Yuanzhen, and Wenrenyu, who originally despaired, rejoice. After some discussion, they unanimously decided to leave immediately. After losing the Dragon Emperor position, Xiao Chen's luck would inevitably suffer. In the future, they would definitely find a better opportunity to kill Xiao Chen, not giving him a chance to turn things around. However, the crowd had not expected that Xiao Chen, who had just thought of retreating, would pull it out before everyone's eyes. She looked at Xiao Chen and said coldly, "Xiao Chen, what are you trying to do? Do you think that you can kill us after finding us?" Xiao Chen knew that the 3 of them definitely had faux gods protecting them in the dark. If they wanted to leave, there was no way for them to stay. Wenrenyu and Yuanzhen did not say anything either. They just looked at Xiao Chen with hostile expressions. "I'm not trying to kill you. I'm giving you a chance." "What chance?" "I'm giving you a chance to kill me. You cast aside your prejudices and scheme to work together to kill me. Now that I am here, why are you leaving?" Yuanzhen looked around. Then, he looked at the blind old man standing beside the Heaven Dragon. Then, he looked at the older generation experts in Ancestor Dragon City. Yuanzhen said sullenly, "You want to fight the 3 of us alone? I guarantee that the older generation experts of Ancestor Dragon City, the Heaven Dragon, the Shadow Dragon Sovereign, and the Heavenly Alliance's experts will not help you. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "That's right. I believe this is your plan from the start, right? You want the purple gold dragon emperor to sit back and do nothing, allowing the three of you to work together to stop me from arriving at the Dragon God Plaza and then wait for an opportunity to kill me? I'll give you a chance to work together to kill me now. I guarantee that no one will help you." Xi's thoughts raced. Xiaochen wants to settle this once and for all, defeating the epic masters of the three super factions. However, where does Xiaochen get his confidence to face the three of them alone? If Xiaochen became the Dragon Emperor and inherited the entire Divine Dragon Empire's luck, he might be able to fight against the three of them alone. Could there be a trap? However, if the three of them did not even dare to accept such a challenge, it would deal a severe blow to their confidence. In the future, when they faced Xiaochen, they would be at a disadvantage before the fight even started. Chapter 23:59. Just as Xi, Wenrenyu, and Yuanzhen considered retreating, Xiaochen suddenly stepped forward. Xiaochen gave the three a chance to work together and fight him. Before coming, the three had already made arrangements to facilitate this opportunity with the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Unexpectedly, the situation of the fight to become the Dragon Emperor changed in an instant. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, who was supposed to support them, fell, and the Shadow Dragon Sovereign took over the Divine Dragon Empire, forcing the three to leave. However, Xiaochen suddenly returned this opportunity to them. "Xiaochen, swear. Swear that none of the dragon race older generation experts here, including the Shadow Dragon Sovereign and the Heaven Dragon, will make a move. The three of us will fight you." A crafty look flashed in Xi's eyes as he looked at Xiaochen. Originally, Xiaochen was the one giving them a chance. However, she made it sound like Xiaochen was begging them. Xiaochen said softly, "I swear on Xiaochen's name that this fight will be between the four of us. If I break this oath, I, Xiaochen, will die a horrible death, falling to my heart demon forever." "Good." She laughed loudly after hearing that. Then, he said, "Xiaochen, do you really think that you can kill the three of us in one go? I'll give you that chance now." At the same time, she looked at Wenrenyu and Yuanzhen. "What do the two of you think?" "I have no objections. If we still lose even when fighting 3 against 1, there is no need to fight with him for the Epic Sun title." Wenrenyu looked rather carefree. If they lost even when fighting 3 against 1, they would not have the face to continue fighting. "As I have heard, I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty." Yuanzhen chanted scriptures endlessly. He pressed his palms together, and Buddhist light continuously erupted from his body. Xi and Wenrenyu exchanged looks. They knew that Yuanzhen was summoning the Buddhist nation, waiting for the Buddhist nation to descend. Yuanzhen's combat prowess would soar wildly, reaching the level of a faux god or even surpassing that of a faux god. What the two needed to do now was delay Xiaochen and buy time for Yuanzhen. She waved his hand, and the scarlet dragon image on the sage cloak moved. After a while, a scarlet dragon roared out. A bloody flame burned in his demonic eye of fear, burning out of his eye sockets and lingering under his brows. Boom! A horrifying demonic might instantly swept through the entire ancestor dragon city. Black demonic clouds roared in the sky like a sea. "Forbidden art, devour all life!" She shouted, and a horrifying devouring force burst forth from his left eye. It gathered at one point and surged towards Xiaochen. In an instant, wherever his gaze passed, space and time seemed to distort under the suction of the devouring power. The distorted space wriggled like a snake. How fast was the speed of sight? With just a glance, one would be hit. Xiaochen's body was immediately entangled by this devouring power. This was the devouring power that came from the demon eye. Like a spider web, she did not care about exhausting himself as he wrapped around Xiaochen layer by layer. Within a breath's time, thousands of layers of devouring power entangled Xiaochen, dragging him towards Xi's demonic eye. Even a faux god would find it hard to break free if caught by the devouring demonic eye. Xi's demonic eye's demonic eye had already been incredibly horrifying long ago. Now that his strength had improved significantly, this demonic eye was even more terrifying. Even Xiaochen found it hard to struggle free. Die. Wenren revealed a sinister smile as a holy mirror appeared in his hand. This was the supreme treasure of the profound heaven Holy Land, the profound heaven mirror. This supreme treasure had been passed down for countless epochs. During the martial epoch, it once had the legendary feat of killing a foe god. The instant the mirror enveloped Xiaochen, he felt a dangerous aura encircling him. His heart skipped a beat. No way. I absolutely cannot let it hit me. If I drive this profound heaven mirror at full power, the consequences will be dire. Indeed, this group of people came prepared. They had great teamwork and made thorough preparations. No wonder they all revealed crafty smiles after I swore. However, now that she drove the devouring demonic eye at full power, Xiaochen estimated that even a foe god would find it hard to struggle free quickly. If Xiaochen could not break this devouring power quickly, the profound heaven mirror would definitely strike him. The situation immediately turned extremely dangerous. No one had expected this. The moment they started fighting, Xiaochen fell into such a desperate situation, catching everyone off guard. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen quickly made a decision. He stopped resisting and allowed Xi's devouring demonic eye to pull him over. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Xi's demonic eye swallowed up Xiaochen, and the profound light from the mirror missed. How can it be like this? Wenren paled, his eyes bloodshot as he panted continuously. That earlier strike nearly drained all his soul energy and divine energy, bringing out the might of the superior grade soul treasure in his hand to its limits. Even a peak foe god would be severely injured or even killed in one hit. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen gave up resisting and allowed Xi to swallow him up, perfectly dodging the attack. Although Wenren felt dissatisfied, Xi showed joy on his face. He laughed maniacally, ha ha ha. Xiaochen, you are seeking death. My demonic eye is an inheritance of the ancient god demon. Even if a foe god enters, only death awaits them. Watch as I use the power of the god demon, bang. Before Wenren could finish speaking, a saber light flashed, and his head instantly exploded. Amid the scarlet light, Xiaochen reappeared with Heavenly Slayer in hand. Then, Xiaochen tore off the blood dragon cloak from Wenren's body, not continuing to kill him. Then, he looked at Yuanzhen, who was summoning the Buddhist nation. The vague form of the Buddhist nation appeared. Yuanzhen revealed a confident expression, showing no fear. Xiaochen recalled his experience in the Yanwu dynasty. He knew that the Buddhist nation was like the god demon's nation, hard to break. Right now, the vague form of the Buddhist nation appeared. Regular killing moves would find it hard to break it. Go over. As the power of cycles circulated, Xiaochen shouted and took a ferocious step forward. With this step, it felt like the entire Great Thousand Realms blocked him, preventing him from advancing at all. He faced unprecedented resistance. Ka Xie. However, Yuanzhen managed to take this step in the end. With one step, he traveled to the future. As I have heard, hell is not empty. In the past, Yuanzhen had just pressed his palms together and chanted 2 lines of scripture. The Buddhist nation had not even appeared. Horror flashed in Yuanzhen's eyes when he faced Xiaochen, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, catching him off guard. Pooh! Xiaochen mercilessly stabbed the flawless saber intent, which surpassed fortuitous encounters, into Yuanzhen's forehead. Now, time and space returned to the present. The vague form of the Buddhist nation shattered, and a figure appeared before Yuanzhen. The slender saber blade stabbed into Yuanzhen's forehead. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's remnant soul in Yuanzhen's soul pool let out a sharp, miserable shriek. Yuanzhen. This startled Wenren. He turned around and raised the profound heaven mirror, preparing to overdraw on his life force to strike Xiaochen. The future. Xiaochen shouted. Then, light and shadow flashed, appearing in the future behind Wenren. Then, he chopped Wenren in half with his peak saber strike. Past, present, future, flowers bloom with a thought. The dragon race experts below were flabbergasted as they watched, sighing in amazement. The dragon race experts saw 3 blue lotus flowers bloom, and a figure stood on them. The instant the flowers bloomed, Shi's head exploded, the saber pierced Yuanjin's forehead, and Wenren Yu was chopped in half. The instant the flowers bloomed, they illuminated 3 lives. 3 figures layered over each other. Wenren Yu, Shi, and Yuanjin were instantly defeated. Xiao Chen's originally dangerous situation instantly reversed. Blood continuously squirmed around Shi's neck as he lay on the ground. Soon, a new head grew out. Shi's eyes looked like those of a normal person. However, he appeared fatigued and incredibly weak, finding even moving incredibly difficult. Xiao Chen did not destroy Shi's divine seal. On account of Shi being Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's pawn, he spared Shi's life. However, with Shi's demonic eye destroyed, his strength plummeted. He lost his sharpness and could no longer compete with Xiao Chen. As for Wenren Yu, he was not as fortunate. Xiao Chen's peak saber strike destroyed both his physical body and divine seal. The 3 figures layered over each other. Xiao Chen held Heavenly Slayer as he stood in front of Yuanjin. Xiao Chen maintained the posture of half the saber piercing Yuanjin's forehead. As for Yuanjin, Xiao Chen only wanted to cut off the karma between him and the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. He did not kill Yuanjin until the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's remnant soul in Yuanjin's soul pool was destroyed. As blood spurted out, Xiao Chen pulled out his saber and sheathed Heavenly Slayer. Yuanjin's eyes slowly regained clarity. Then, he wobbled like a broken kite and fell to the ground. In the distant Yanwu dynasty, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's Buddha statues in the thousands of temples Yuanjin built crumbled. The auspicious signs in the Buddhist nation on the ground scattered. The ordinary people living there appeared dazed as if they just woke up from a dream. One thought to live, one thought to die. Xiao Chen chose to take the risk of fighting the 3. If he had not dodged the profound heaven mirror strike, he would have been the one to die. If he had dodged, the other party would have been the one to die. This extremely dangerous gamble also brought a huge harvest, dealing with the 3 hidden dangers once and for all. From then on, no other faction's epic masters could compete with Xiao Chen. Dressed in white, Xiao Chen looked boundlessly elegant, making all the cultivators in Ancestor Dragon City admire him. Even the many foe gods of the Heavenly Alliance and the Bushan Palace felt somewhat horrified, ashamed of their inferiority. They had to admit that Xiao Chen was now the strongest person in the world. Now that he grasped the cycle Great Tao, no one could defeat him head-on. I have 2 supreme treasures to give to 2 seniors. I will leave the Divine Dragon Empire to you. In the future, please take care of my Kunlun Realm's Blue Dragon bloodline. Xiao Chen arrived before the Shadow Dragon Sovereign and the Heaven Dragon Jiang Tian. Then, he handed the Emperor Dragon's sword that he obtained from Qin Ming to Jiang Tian. Then, he solemnly handed the royal genealogical record that he obtained from the Blue Dragon's treasure trove to the Shadow Dragon Sovereign. The blind old man was loyal to Xiao Chen in the first place. Now that he obtained the royal genealogical record, he would definitely take care of the Blue Dragon bloodline. Given that, the Blue Dragon would definitely have a foothold in the Divine Dragon Empire in the future. Seniors of Ancestor Dragon City, does anyone have any objections to Jiang He becoming the new Dragon Emperor of my Divine Dragon Empire as the Heaven Dragon's descendant? Given Jiang He's qualifications, many people would be unconvinced if he wanted to suppress these dragon race older generation experts. This was especially so for the Silver Dragon bloodlines and the Golden Dragon bloodlines. However, after seeing Xiao Chen's strength, practically no one dared to look him in the eye when he spoke. As far as the eye could see, no one dared to say anything. Congratulations on the birth of the Dragon Emperor, Jiang He. Xiao Chen shouted. Then, he suddenly took out the Emperor Dragon Throne, the supreme treasure of the dragon race that had been passed down for countless epochs. Immediately, a vast and pure Emperor Dragon's might spread out, causing the many dragon race disciples to tremble. Under the pressure of this Emperor Dragon's dragon might, the many dragon race disciples fell to their knees. Jiang He gave Xiao Chen a deep look as he stood on the dragon god statue. After some hesitation, he sat on the throne. At this moment, as everyone cheered for the birth of a new dragon emperor, in an inconspicuous pavilion in Ancestor Dragon City, Yan Sangming revealed a cold smile as he watched Jianghu sit on the emperor dragon throne with a cold expression. A crystal ball in Yan Sangming's left palm projected the earlier scene into the distance. In the distant soaring dragon great realm, where the Black Dragon King was sealed, Zhen Yuan looked through the crystal ball and saw the scene that Yan Sangming sent over. To think that his cycle Great Dao is so strong. However, he already revealed his trump card. He can forget about reversing time and space before me. Crack. Zhen Yuan's eyes suddenly turned pitch black as he crushed the crystal ball. Then, he muttered to himself, "It is time for the martial epic to end." Blood stained the surroundings of the sealed land. 10 odd foe god corpses lay cold on the ground. These were the foe gods who felt dissatisfied and wanted to stop the Black Dragon King from returning to reality and ending the martial epic. However, all their efforts were futile. They all died at Zhen Yuan's hands. These foe gods did not know that the Black Dragon King would not end the martial epic. Instead, the martial epic's luck was about to run out, giving the Black Dragon King the opportunity to destroy it. Right now, all the luck of the martial epic was in the Black Dragon King's seal. When the Black Dragon King broke the seal, he would run out of luck, and the end would arrive. Whoosh! The Black Dragon King's veritable essence energy physical body turned into a clump of black shadow, a clump of pure demonic thought. Then, it instantly entered the seal amid a flash of black light. In the next moment, cracks appeared in the ground, and the entire soaring dragon great realm trembled endlessly. A pitch-black demonic claw broke out of the ground. The claw ferociously clenched, seeming to crush something. In the Divine Dragon Empire's ancestor Dragon City in the central Great Realm, Jianghu had just sat down on the Emperor Dragon throne. The god-killing sword in the Shadow Dragon Sovereign's hand buzzed endlessly as it gave off a dense black light, trying to struggle free of the Shadow Dragon Sovereign's hand. Whoosh! The Shadow Dragon Sovereign's expression changed dramatically. The god-killing sword struggled free of the Shadow Dragon Sovereign's hand with irresistible force. Then, it turned into a beam of black light and shot into the sky. He is coming out. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign's body trembled slightly, appearing somewhat fearful. As Xiaochen watched the distant beam of black light, he showed a complicated expression. After a long time, he sighed, "The martial epic is over." Chapter 2360. Suddenly, the god-killing sword struggled free of the blind old man's hand and turned into a beam of light, flying far away. Xiao Chen and the blind old man felt startled. They knew that the Black Dragon King was coming out. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor used the martial epic's luck to seal the Black Dragon King. If the Black Dragon King broke the seal, it would mean that the martial epic's luck had reached its end. When the Black Dragon King completely came out, the martial epic would begin to end. Although the foe gods present did not recognize the god-killing sword, they were bound to the martial epic. They already sensed that something was wrong. Horror appeared in their hearts, acutely sensing that the world was about to change. Needless to say, the foe gods of the Heavenly Alliance and the Bushan Palace all knew what was going to happen. This day would come sooner or later. Many foe gods could not sleep at night, living in fear. They feared that the apocalypse would arrive, forcing them to fall. However, when this day truly arrived, most of them discovered that they were not as afraid as they imagined. Compared to the fear and horror of day and night, this was a form of release. Whoosh! Suddenly, a resplendent light burst forth in the sky northeast of the Divine Dragon Empire. In the next moment, scarlet light rained down like a meteor shower. Mu Zifeng looked up, and his expression immediately changed drastically. Then, he looked at Swearenji and Hua Tianyang, who were beside him. Swearenji and Hua Tianyang did not say anything, only silently nodding. "Zifeng, I'll leave the Heavenly Alliance to you in the future," Hua Tianyang said softly as he looked at Mu Zifeng with a smile. Hua Tianyang said softly as he looked at Mu Zifeng with a smile on his face. Mu Zifeng's expression changed dramatically as he grabbed Hua Tianyang. However, right after Mu Zifeng grabbed Hua Tianyang's hand, Hua Tianyang's physical body shattered, turning into ashes. Hua Tianyang's body shattered, turning into ashes. A beam of divine light soared into the sky. The resplendent light illuminated all of Ancestor Dragon City, so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. In the next moment, the light vanished, turning into a scarlet meteor that bloomed like fireworks. This sudden scene shocked the surrounding cultivators in Dragon God Plaza. How could a faux god die just like that? No. Although Mu Zifeng knew that this day would come sooner or later, he still could not accept seeing Hua Tianyang fall before him. Swear Ji sighed softly. The old alliance chief was injured in the first place. He definitely wouldn't be able to last long in this great change. But I won't be able to hold on for long. The faux god flame in Swear Ji's soul pool was like a fallen leaf drifting in the wind and rain. Swaying, the light dimmed bit by bit. Mu Zifeng turned his head to look. At this moment, Swear Ji's face showed unprecedented signs of aging. Where are you going? Mu Zifeng asked softly when he noticed Swear Ji's intention to leave. Let's go back to the sect in the netherworld. Even if we're going to die, we should die where we want to die. I'll leave my family in the Heavenly Alliance to you. After fighting with you for half my life, I really did not expect such an outcome. Swear Ji laughed at himself, turned around, waved his hand, and left alone. Be it the Heavenly Alliances or the Bushan Palace's faux gods, they all sensed the great changes in the world. He noticed that his faux god flame could no longer absorb divine energy from the world. Some of the world's laws had already been broken, unable to support the burning of the divine flame. Some people bawled, tears flowing down their cheeks endlessly. Some people felt dissatisfied, frantically consuming powerful divine herbs and searching for a place where the divine flame could continue burning. However, most of the Heavenly Alliances and Bushan Palace's faux gods remained calm like Swear Ji. Before they died, they went to an old haunt in their hearts and waited for the divine flame to extinguish. In the past, these faux gods could summon the wind and rain, pluck the stars and grab the moon. They could crush countless sovereign emperors with a wave of their hands. At this moment, these faux gods showed unprecedented humbleness, inspiring sorrow in others. Xiao Chen looked at these departing faux gods, at their faces of despair, calm, or despair. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled that many years ago, when the immortal epoch was destroyed, those helpless immortals were probably like this as well. After he comes out, he will definitely come to you first. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign said as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I know. I'll leave my friends in Senior's care for now. Don't worry. I will do my best to protect them. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. Then, he went over and said goodbye to Lu Rue and Ao Jiao. Then, he instructed the two to remain in the Divine Dragon Empire and not to leave Ancestor Dragon City. Xiao Chen, I do not blame you for not becoming the Dragon Emperor. However, you have to destroy the Black Dragon King. Mu Zifeng enunciated every word as he looked at Xiao Chen, a heavy murderous intent gathering on his face. Xiao Chen looked at Mu Zifeng. Then, he looked at the worried Lu Rue and Ao Jiao. Then, he looked at Jianghu. These were all familiar faces. If Xiao Chen could not defeat the Black Dragon King, these old friends of his, these beautiful memories of his life, would all be destroyed by the Black Dragon King, utterly destroyed. They would all be destroyed by the Black Dragon King, completely and utterly destroyed. After saying that, Xiao Chen turned and left. After saying that, Xiao Chen turned and left. After he walked out of the city gates, he looked back. Scarlet meteors already filled the entire sky of the Divine Dragon Empire. That was the blood of faux gods, turning into countless tiny specks of dust. Then, the world's most beautiful flowers bloomed in the dust, creating a tragic scene in this doomsday. You are going to the desolate sea, right? The clear-eyed she jumped down from the city walls. Then, he covered his mouth with his right hand and coughed heavily. The desolate sea had two powerful formations. The Heavenly Tao Killing Formation and the Great Desolate Blood Dragon Formation materialized with the wings of time as the formation core. Back then, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had poured his life's effort into preparing these formations for the Black Dragon King. The formations could only be activated by combining the Heavenly Slayer Saber and the Blood Dragon Cloak. Although you obtained the Blood Dragon Cloak and the Heavenly Slayer Saber, you can only activate the Heavenly Dao Killing Formation. If you want to activate the Great Desolate Blood Dragon Formation, you have to kill me. As she looked at Xiao Chen, his stern face did not reveal much. However, Xi's right hand, which was clenched into a fist, trembled endlessly, revealing the struggle in his heart. She had hesitated for a long time before appearing before Xiao Chen and saying this. She did not want to die. Everyone feared death, and she was no exception. However, she was now seeking death from Xiao Chen. At this moment, the insufferably arrogant and terrifying Lord Xi, who once inspired fear in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, appeared incredibly weak. Xiao Chen replied softly, I know. The old dragon horse once said that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan would allow only one of them to survive. According to Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan, Xiao Chen would become the Dragon Emperor, and she would become the Demon Monarch. Then, the two would fight, and the victor would receive all his inheritance. From that moment on, Xiao Chen had new thoughts about becoming the Dragon Emperor. Did Xiao Chen want to become the Dragon Emperor himself, or did a dead person from tens of thousands of years ago want him to become the Dragon Emperor? The answer was the latter. Xiao Chen had no desire for power or status, he was naturally free. For a long time, Xiao Chen had felt a sense of duty, passively wanting to become the Dragon Emperor. This was what it meant by having no choice. Shock filled Xi's face. He asked somewhat incoherently, then, why did you leave me alive? Did you kill my friends? Do we have an old grudge? Did you cross my bottom line? If not, why would I kill you? If not, why would I kill you? It was just a simple sentence, but it stirred up huge waves in Xi's heart. His entire worldview was toppled. However, can you kill the Black Dragon King with just the Heavenly Dao Killing Formation? Anxiety filled Xi's eyes, urgently wanting to know Xiao Chen's answer. If I don't try, who knows? I can't possibly kill someone I don't want to kill just because of this. My heart will not forgive me. Outside Ancestor Dragon City, blood rain fell from the dark sky on the desolate land. As the blood rain fell like meteors, Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile. He said softly, you escaped Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's karma and can live for yourself. Why seek death? Bless me. I will definitely kill the Black Dragon King. I believe in my own choice. With this smile, she suddenly understood why Xiao Chen could fight 1 against 3 and why he was inferior to him. This was because from the very start, Xiao Chen had a pure heart. Even though he ruled the world now, dominating the past and present, his original heart remained, never changing. Cloudwater Marsh, a spring every 10 steps and a river every 50 kilometers. The hazy mist lingered for tens of thousands of years. After putting on the blood-clad sage robes, Xiao Chen passed through the mist and arrived at the desolate sea. Then, he sat on a rock and hugged Heavenly Slayer, resting with his eyes closed. After some time, the mournful cries in the world grew louder. Then, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. A scarlet light illuminated the sky of the entire central Great Realm. Thousands of meteors turned into a boundless blood rain. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and let a drop of blood rain land on his palm. Xiao Chen squinted and sent in his soul energy. Scenes unfolded before his eyes. These were the remnant memories of a certain foe god, the imprint that a legend once left in the world. However, they now turned into a sorrowful blood rain, sinking into the soil. Boom! A beam of black light fell together with the blood rain. When it landed, the black light coalesced into a human figure. This person was tall and wore heavy black dragon armor. His fingertips were covered in sharp metal armor. This person looked like the claws of a wild beast, holding a pitch-black sword that gave off a faint dark light. Veritable essence energy could be vaguely seen on the face under the helmet. Without a doubt, this person was the Black Dragon King. You've been waiting for me for a long time, right? The Black Dragon King looked at Xiao Chen and smiled. However, his smile was extremely horrifying, making one tremble in fear. I have been wanting to kill you for a long time. The instant the flower bloomed, it illuminated 3 lifetimes. Xiaochen drew Heavenly Slayer and executed the 3-life flower at lightning speed, wanting to cross space and time to kill the Black Dragon King. However, when Xiaochen was about to take that step, he was somewhat surprised to discover that he could not break the spacetime barrier in front of the Black Dragon King. Unable to advance or retreat, the god-killing sword in the Black Dragon King's hand stabbed at Xiaochen's chest, carrying a heavy state of ruin. Dang! The saber scabbard held horizontally in front of Xiaochen's chest. This sword strike knocked him back. The state of ruin lingered in his ears, and a deep dragon roar echoed endlessly. I've already seen your trump card in the Dragon God Plaza. As long as I keep my guard up, it will not be that easy for you to break the spacetime barrier before me. The Black Dragon King revealed a disdainful smile as he said softly, actually, I can attack you the instant you break the spacetime barrier. I can let the spacetime tear you apart. However, that would be pointless. There is no point in boasting. Flawless Saber Dao, endless cycle. Xiaochen gave up on instantly killing the other party. Then, he shouted coldly and pressed forward while holding Heavenly Slayer. He used the cycle Great Dao to materialize his own flawless saber intent. Then, he connected it with the Heavenly Dao's killing intent contained in Heavenly Slayer and unleashed a vast and boundless saber move. Excitement flickered in the Black Dragon King's eyes as he said softly, Cycle Great Dao. I have yet to taste what it feels like to destroy the Cycle Great Dao. Ha 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 ha. The Black Dragon King laughed maniacally as he drew his sword. The two started a startling battle in the desolate sea. Xiaochen's supreme saber Dao, which surpassed the epic, became incredibly sharp with the support of the power of cycle. Saber lights filled the sky. As they flickered, the sky alternated between black and white. Every saber strike contained the might to easily shatter stars. The continuous saber moves connected with the power of cycle. The saber lights turned into an ancient blue dragon that circled the world and roared ferociously under the guidance of the saber lights. The Black Dragon King fought strength with strength. Be it the cycle Great Dao's power of life or power of death, they all shattered. When the will of destruction touched him, it was completely destroyed. The will of destruction lingered in this world. It was like the will of heaven, unquestionable. It was like fighting against the Heavenly Dao. Xiaochen brought out everything he had, bringing out his saber Dao to an unprecedented level. The dragon armor on the Black Dragon King's body was already riddled with holes from Xiaochen's attacks. However, the originally fatal killing move penetrated the dragon armor and struck the Black Dragon King's body. This person seemed to be blessed by heaven, like the incarnation of the Heavenly Dao, possessing boundless life force. I am the incarnation of destruction, born from a calamity. I represent the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao's killing intent contained in the saber in your hand cannot injure me. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor could not kill me, what more you? The Black Dragon King mocked softly as he looked at the pale, blood-stained Xiaochen, who appeared to be in a sorry state. The other party's trump card was the Cycle Great Dao, tearing space and time. Aside from this killing move, which was somewhat strange and needed to be wary of, the Black Dragon King did not fear any of Xiaochen's killing moves. Even with the Cycle Great Dao's flawless saber intent supporting it, the Black Dragon King did not fear it. Xiaochen revealed a smile on his pale face. He said softly, have you never thought that there was no reason for me to force you here despite being covered in wounds? The Black Dragon King's expression changed slightly. When he looked up, he saw a blood moon hanging in the sky. Moonlight poured out, encasing the Black Dragon King. Xiaochen tightly grasped Heavenly Slayer and pointed it at the sky, activating the Heavenly Dao killing formation. Immediately, the Heavenly Dao's killing intent that had existed since the birth of the martial epic poured endlessly into the saber. The Heavenly Dao's killing intent came from all over the desolate sea and gathered on Heavenly Slayer. A dense scarlet light spread out. The terrifying killing intent made boundless blood like snowflakes fall from the sky. Wings of Time, Heavenly Dao killing formation. When the Black Dragon King saw the Heavenly Dao's killing intent in Heavenly Slayer continuously strengthen, some fear finally appeared in his heart. No killing move in the world could truly kill the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King was the incarnation of the Heavenly Dao. Only heaven could subdue him. When the Heavenly Dao's killing intent reached a certain level, it could truly kill the Black Dragon King. You want to kill me with just this formation? You are too naive. The Black Dragon King withdrew his smile and slowly turned grave. The source of destruction in his body surged wildly. What if I join in? However, just at this moment, the Black Dragon King recalled a discordant voice. He turned his head in the direction of the voice. Whoosh! The Black Dragon King's eyes immediately got pierced. He saw a blazing sun, an extraordinarily huge sun, hovering in the air. The blazing primal chaos sun blazed fiercely in the sky above a figure. That figure's appearance could not be clearly seen under the piercing light. Only the smile on that figure's face could be seen. It was like the morning sun, resplendent with the sun and colorful clouds filling the sky. Chapter 2361. Chu Chaoyun. This startled Xiao Chen. Unexpectedly, when he needed help the most, Chu Chaoyun would step forward at this moment. What shocked Xiao Chen even more was the smile on Chu Chaoyun's face. Back in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, Chu Chaoyun had been extremely gloomy and uneasy. He had not smiled like this in a long time already. Don't just stand there. Kill this black loach first. Chu Chaoyun shouted at the dazed Xiao Chen as the blazing sun hung high in the sky. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and replied, "Got it." The sun and moon shone together in the boundless desolate sea. A blood moon materialized by the wings of time and a blazing sun materialized by the universe origin. True flame's origin flame materialized, a miraculous scene that the desolate sea had never seen before. The two cooperated with each other. Chu Chaoyun used the universe origin true flame's origin flame to materialize thousands of killing moves, continuously harassing the Black Dragon King. The blazing sun above was the heavenly flame's origin flame that the Holy Lord had collected since the start of the martial epoch. Xiao Chen had accumulated it for an entire epoch for this day. Even though the Black Dragon King had tough skin and startling defense, it still burned the Black Dragon King's origin flame. The Black Dragon King roared endlessly. The Black Dragon King's origin flame, which merged with the heavenly Dao, materialized boundless attacks that continuously charged at Chu Chaoyun. Little bastard, I'll kill you. However, Chu Chaoyun possessed the primal chaos great Dao. As his figure flickered, space and time rippled. Even the Black Dragon King could not pinpoint Xiao Chen's position. The Black Dragon King's horrifying attacks looked incredibly horrifying. Even the shock waves could severely injure Chu Chaoyun. However, the Black Dragon King could not injure Chu Chaoyun. Instead, he ended up playing with him. Rage filled the Black Dragon King's heart, causing openings to appear. Xiao Chen seized the opportunity. Xiao Chen used Heavenly Slayer to drive the Heavenly Dao killing formation. The vast ocean-like Heavenly Dao killing intent materialized all sorts of killing moves. Xiao Chen's flawless Saber Dao, which surpassed the epoch, could easily suppress the Black Dragon King in the first place. However, the other party had the Heavenly Dao's protection. It was born in response to tribulation to begin with, the embodiment of the Heavenly Dao that destroyed an era. Its vitality was practically boundless, and it was impossible to kill it at all. But now, with this Heavenly Dao killing intent that was as dense as the sea, he could borrow the power of the Heavenly Dao to launch an attack, and the situation was completely different. Although the universe origin true flame burned the Black Dragon King in unbearable pain, even burning his soul, the Black Dragon King was in great pain. However, it was not fatal. On the other hand, Xiao Chen's attack, which was infused with the Heaven's Path's killing intent, was a completely different story. It could directly touch his origin of destruction. The clouds rolled in and out, the sun rose and the moon set. The cold blood moon and the blazing sun rose and fell in the desolate sea sky, perfectly displaying the sun and the moon shining together. This was an unprecedented mysterious phenomenon. The originally hopeless situation of the battle was reversed in an instant. Blood spurted out. Saber lights pierced through the Black Dragon King's body, continuously draining his life force. The Black Dragon King's expression turned sullen. He, who had been roaring furiously, fell silent. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun exchanged glances. They immediately understood that the Black Dragon King was preparing to make a desperate counterattack. Since they already knew, they naturally would not give him a chance. Everlasting Primal Chaos, Ancient One Sword. Mahamaya Abstinence Violation, Kill Without Mercy. Chu Chaoyun roared, and the Primal Chaos Great Tao spread out from his body. His physical body immediately became like a black hole. Primal Chaos spread out like the beginning of the primordial chaos, when the world had yet to be divided, and the sun and moon did not exist. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword light shot out from that primal chaos, turning into an azure beam of light. This sword split the world, projected the sun and moon, immortal for all time. Xiao Chen drove the heavenly Tao killing formation and gathered the boundless heavenly Tao's killing intent in his body. The saber hum in Xiao Chen's body did not stop, and a terrifying crack tore open in the sky. There seemed to be an eye slowly opening in the crack. If heaven had feelings, it would grow old. Since ancient times, the heavenly Tao was the most emotionless. If heaven wanted someone to die, they had no choice but to die. Kill, without mercy. The two worked together seamlessly. Observing the Black Dragon King's expression, they took the initiative and executed their killing moves at the same time. Boom! A sword light and a saber light pierced through the Black Dragon King at the same time. A sorrowful dragon roar came from the Black Dragon King's body, reverberating in the surroundings. Pu Ci. The Black Dragon King's facial features twisted as he vomited a mouthful of black blood. His life force drained continuously. Bang! The saber light and the sword light rampaged around the Black Dragon King's body without any fear. Then, they merged and exploded. In that instant, the insufferably arrogant Black Dragon King's physical body exploded. The sun and moon shone together in the desolate sea. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun showed fatigued expressions as they slowly approached. Is he dead? Xiao Chen asked doubtfully. He did not believe that the Black Dragon King died just like that. Chu Chaoyun's eyes were like lightning, piercing through the starry heavens. Then, he saw a flash of black light vanish from his vision. This blazing sun should be the trump card that the Holy Lord left behind, Xiao Chen said. Xiao Chen looked at the sky, at the blazing sun that shone as brightly as the moon. Then, he looked at Chu Chaoyun. Xiao Chen had thought countless times that the blood moon was the trump card that Xiao Yun materialized with the wings of time. In that case, whose trump card was the blazing sun in the desolate sea? After thinking about it, there was only one answer. Chu Chaoyun did not deny it. He smiled faintly and said, "You are right. After I completely sever the karma, you can tell me." Boom! Right after Xiao Chen spoke, a dragon roar suddenly rang out. The expressions of Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun changed slightly. When the two looked up, they saw an unknown object continuously falling. The two slowly approached the desolate sea from the starry heavens. When they saw it clearly, their expressions changed drastically. This was actually a black dragon head. It was just a head, but it encased the entire desolate sea. It's the Black Dragon King's main body. He executed a forbidden art. We cannot let him come down. Otherwise, the entire central great realm will suffer a calamity. Chu Chaoyun said hastily, his expression turning pale with fright. The two roared ferociously and threw a palm strike at the same time. The sun and moon rose into the sky. The blood moon and sun soared into the sky at the same time and smashed into the Black Dragon King's head. Rumble. As the shock waves spread out, the entire central great realm, from the 8 great empires to the Shuowu dynasty, the Yanwu dynasty, the Xinwu dynasty, and the Tianwu dynasty, shook intensely. The world spun around like the end of the world had arrived. Let's go. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun soared into the air, instantly arriving in the boundless starry heavens. When the two clearly saw the Black Dragon King's main body, they both inhaled sharply. The Black Dragon King's colossal body stretched across the starry heavens. The sun, moon, and stars were as insignificant as the glass balls in a child's hand before the Black Dragon King. We absolutely cannot let him appear in the central great realm. The two immediately made up their minds. Given the Black Dragon King's horrifyingly colossal body, it would be an irreversible disaster if he appeared in the central great realm. Chu Chaoyun, do you trust me? Xiao Chen asked as he looked at Chu Chaoyun. If I did not trust you, why would I come and help you? Right after Xiao Chen said that, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun both revealed smiles. They both felt like they had said something pointless. I have a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. If I can control the blood moon and your sun and materialize the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, I will definitely be able to knock him back. I understand. Without needing to say anything more, Xiao Chen spread out the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram with a wave of his hand. Then, a painting unfurled in his hand and covered the vast starry heavens. Xiao Chen took the lead, absorbing the blood moon into it. The two watched as the Black Dragon King roared in the depths of the starry heavens. Countless stars shattered with a horrifying might. The entire starry heavens trembled. Here. At the critical moment, Chu Chaoyun shouted and finally succeeded in embedding the sun into the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Sun and moon cycle, endlessly multiplying. Xiao Chen pushed his hand forward. Immediately, the blood moon and the blazing sun turned into a black and white fish. A Taiji yin-yang flame diagram formed in this boundless starry heavens, turning into a light screen that forcefully knocked the Black Dragon King back. The two gathered their strength and materialized the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. In the starry heavens, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun worked together to push this diagram, continuously pushing back the Black Dragon King in the boundless, pitch-black starry heavens. The Black Dragon King's colossal body continuously crashed into the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. However, he could not stop himself from being pushed back. The two forces clashed in the starry heavens. Everywhere they passed, stars exploded and shattered. Crack. Crack. Cracks appeared in the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Xiao Chen quickly said, "Withdraw." After withdrawing the blood moon and the blazing sun, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun each landed on a star. The star that Xiao Chen landed on was desolate, devoid of spiritual energy. When Xiao Chen looked around, he saw a vast, boundless wasteland. Just as he was about to soar into the air and meet up with Chu Chaoyun, the ground under his feet suddenly exploded. The ground under Xiao Chen's feet suddenly exploded, and a black spear appeared without any warning, thrusting at him. Bang! Closely following that, the entire star shattered. Intense, fiery shock waves erupted from the core of the star. One of the Black Dragon King's claws directly shattered the star, nearly injuring Xiao Chen. It was not over yet. The instant the star exploded, the surrounding space shrank. A suction pulled at Xiao Chen. This startled Xiao Chen. He knew that the Black Dragon King's dragon claws had grabbed him. However, the other party's dragon claws were too large. Xiao Chen did not have time to grab the Black Dragon King. Xiao Chen immediately swung his saber, illuminating the surrounding starry heavens. Then, he forcefully chopped off a dragon claw and jumped out. But the danger did not stop. In the depths of the universe, in the vast starry sky, the Black Dragon King, who used a forbidden art to revert to his ancestral roots, erupted with strong combat prowess. Although Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun did their best, they were too insignificant before the Black Dragon King. Chu Chaoyun, protect me. Xiao Chen sent a voice projection. Then, he merged Heavenly Slayer into his physical body and bloodline before retreating continuously. What are you doing? When Chu Chaoyun saw Xiao Chen, he showed a grave expression. Something was wrong with the situation. Previously, we severely injured this Black Dragon King. In a desperate situation, he executed a forbidden art. In reality, he is already a spent force. As long as I successfully execute the forbidden art and revert to my ancestral roots, I will definitely be able to destroy him in one go. In that case, I'll protect you. Before you successfully execute the forbidden art, I guarantee that you will not be injured. Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, he bit his lip and did not say anything else. Then, he brought out his primal chaos great Tao to the limit, and countless stars continuously gathered over. When the stars approached, the primal chaos great Tao shattered them. As the stars shattered, space twisted, and a huge black hole appeared. Chu Chaoyun paled as he roared. At the cost of overdrawing on his life, he drove the primal chaos great Tao without a care for anything else. He used the horrifying black hole to block the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King felt danger. However, a distorted black hole formed by swallowing countless stars lay in front of him. Even with the Black Dragon King's current body, he still felt some fear when he looked at that black hole. He sensed the aura of a primal chaos god fiend in it. However, when the Black Dragon King saw Shao Chen, who had merged with a soul tool behind Chu Chaoyun, his aura turned increasingly dangerous. The Black Dragon King had to make a move. He opened his mouth and spat out pitch-black dragon flames of destruction, continuously attacking Chu Chaoyun's body. The Black Dragon King wanted to kill Chu Chaoyun and force him to give up on maintaining the primal chaos great Tao. However, Chu Chaoyun allowed the waves of dragon flames to strike his physical body. He remained as unmoving as a mountain, continuing to drive the primal chaos great Tao. Dragon's Gate Forbidden Art, God-Demon Body Disintegration. Boom! Shao Chen's eyes turned scarlet as he watched Chu Chaoyun block the Black Dragon King's attack with his body of flesh and blood. Shao Chen had long felt anxious and enraged. Now that the forbidden art finally succeeded, an ancient dragon roar resounded in the starry heavens. Shao Chen's body wriggled continuously. Soon, he turned into an ancient blue dragon. However, this was not enough. Shao Chen continued to execute the god-demon body unsealing art. The ancient blue dragon reverted to its ancestral form, finally turning into a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. When the ancient great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon appeared, some mysterious existences in the depths of the starry heavens trembled in fear. The ancestor dragon's body was even larger than the Black Dragon King's, and its dragon might was even stronger. Horror immediately appeared in the Black Dragon King's heart. No matter how strong he was, he could not change the dragon race bloodline in his body. When the Black Dragon King saw the ancestor dragon's fear, it instinctively turned around. The insufferably arrogant Black Dragon King, who claimed to be the incarnation of destruction, fled in panic. "You want to leave?" "No way!" Shao Chen roared. Then, he infused the heavenly Dao's killing intent materialized by Heavenly Slayer in his bloodline into his dragon claws. Pa! The primal chaos ancestor dragon pounced forward and struck the Black Dragon King's body with its claw. The Black Dragon King, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, was already a spent force. The Black Dragon King, who was already a spent force, let out a miserable shriek, and his colossal body crumbled, exploding in the depths of the starry heavens. With one strike, Shao Chen's thoughts turned chaotic. Many chaotic memories of an ancient ancestor dragon appeared in his mind. Shao Chen felt like his head was going to explode. His entire body twisted uncontrollably, causing stars to explode. The side effects of the forbidden art had arrived. If Shao Chen could not maintain his original heart, he would not be able to recover his physical body. This would continue until his bloodline drained, his soul fell, and he died of exhaustion. Seeing the ancestor dragon instantly descend into madness after killing the Black Dragon King, Chu Chaoyun quickly retreated. Shao Chen had nearly injured him. When Chu Chaoyun saw the situation, he frowned slightly. After a while, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Then, he took the risk to approach Shao Chen, who had already turned into an ancestor dragon. Using his soul energy as a voice, the name Shao Chen continuously echoed in the ancestor dragon's mind. This helped Shao Chen maintain his original heart and not let it fall into chaos. After a long time, just as Chu Chaoyun felt some despair, a light flashed in the great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon's eyes. The berserk aura on the great desolate Ian ancestor dragon's body slowly dissipated. After a while, its terrifyingly huge body shrank and fell towards a star. I'm back. Chu Chaoyun revealed joy on his face as he said softly. Then, he gave chase. About 7 minutes later, Chu Chaoyun saw the fatigued Xiaochen lying on the ground on a desolate star. Can you still stand up? Chu Chaoyun asked with a faint smile. You are not dead. Naturally, I can stand up. Xiaochen stood up with much difficulty. Then, he looked at Chu Chaoyun and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this fellow was really not dead. Earlier, when the Black Dragon King spewed waves of destructive dragon flame at Xiao Chen's physical body, it frightened Xiao Chen badly. I'm not dead yet, but I'm almost there. Who knew? Chu Chaoyun said something that stunned Xiao Chen for a long time. What's wrong? Ha ha ha. I thought that with your intelligence, you would have guessed it long ago. Unexpectedly, you are still so shocked. As Chu Chaoyun wiped away the blood on his lips, he revealed a radiant smile. His laughter was melodious, calm, and carefree. However, Xiao Chen could not bring himself to smile. I already felt that something was wrong with you in Black Wind Ridge. When that sun appeared, I roughly guessed it. Chu Chaoyun sighed softly. Sometimes, I feel really helpless. It was not easy for me to come to this great thousand realms from the Kunlun realm. I thought that I could fly freely, that I could have a new start from here on out. Unexpectedly, I still could not shake off my fate. Back then, the Tianwu dynasty of the Kunlun realm was established by the Holy Lord. His bloodline flows in me. From the start to the end, I was just a pawn that he used to suppress you. Is it strange? Back then, when the Blue Dragon race was destroyed, the Blue Dragon Palace preserved its inheritance and flew to the Kunlun realm. This did not escape the attention of the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord followed the Blue Dragon Palace to the Kunlun realm and established the Tianwu dynasty in the Sky Dome realm, leaving behind this plot. My fate has been intertwined with his from the very beginning. If he lived, I lived. If he died, I died. From the very start, I was a pawn that he used to deal with you. When I learned the truth, I nearly collapsed. When I saw you in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, I wanted to say something several times but hesitated. At that time, I really admired you. You clearly had no choice, but you still dared to draw your saber and make your own choice. Xiao Chen said, actually, don't say anything. Listen to me. In the future, you won't be able to hear much. Chu Chaoyun interrupted Xiao Chen. He narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint smile. Then, he said softly, 1 day ago, I was still uncertain whether I had no choice but to follow the trend and use the trump card that the Holy Lord left behind to kill you and become the new epic master. Or, I could just not resist and die at your hands. However, in Dragon God Plaza, you gave up on the Dragon Emperor position and the luck of the Divine Dragon Empire. At that moment, I knew that I already had my answer. No matter how helpless I was, we all have our own choices in life, and we all have our own perseverance. I don't want to be the epic master or any pawn. I just want to be myself, to be Chu Chaoyun, to be your close friend, Xiao Chen. Ha 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 ha. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, Chu Chaoyun guffawed, his laughter filled with boundless joy and delight. The facts prove that I did the right thing. I feel joy in my heart. Since I was born, I have never felt as relaxed and happy as I do now. As Xiao Chen faced Chu Chaoyun's carefree laughter, Xiao Chen could not bring himself to laugh in his heart. This was clearly a matter of boundless misery. However, Chu Chaoyun spoke casually. If Xiao Chen did not become the new epic master, the Holy Lord would definitely die. If the Holy Lord died, Chu Chaoyun, who had the Holy Lord's bloodline and was connected to the Holy Lord's fate, would die as well. In Xiao Chen's life, he had friends, lovers, and masters. However, there had never been anyone like Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun was both an opponent and a close friend, with such a deep bond. However, this person would soon die along with the Holy Lord. Let's go. I'll help you with one last thing. The Holy Lord is astute and astute. He still has a trump card that he used to threaten you. I'll help you get it back and easily sever my own karma. What is it? Come with me. The instant Chu Chaoyun turned around, he staggered and nearly fell. Clearly, Chu Chaoyun had overdrawn on his life force to block the Black Dragon King's dragon flame of destruction earlier. Now, it was not as easy as it seemed. The two arrived in the starry heavens. Not long after, they discovered a corpse floating in space. Jin Yuan? Stepping forward, Xiaochen clearly saw the corpse's appearance. Then, a complicated expression appeared on his face. The Black Dragon King was killed. As the host, Jin Yuan's soul completely merged with the Black Dragon King and died as well. It looked like the Venerable Xian Bei's instructions from back then could not be fulfilled. Let's go. Xiaochen did not feel much sympathy for Jin Yuan. He brought this upon himself. 1 hour later, under Chu Chaoyun's lead, the two entered the tattered Faux God world. The void god realm that was once bustling with activity was now completely empty, without the slightest bit of life. All the faux gods were already dead, falling along with the destruction of the martial epoch. The two arrived at the holy city and entered the divine palace step by step. A skinny old man wearing a mask lay weakly on a high throne in the depths of the palace. This old man's aura was weak, and his life force was faint. When the old man heard footsteps, he did not open his eyes. He said weakly, "Chaoyun, you're back. Did you kill Xiaochen?" "Yes. I killed Xiaochen. I will become the new epoch master." "Really?" The incredibly weak old man on the throne shuddered and sat up. He was so agitated that his voice trembled. The old man looked like he came back to life, brimming with energy. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. He happened to see Chu Chaoyun. His eyes narrowed, and he smiled craftily like a white fox. "Sorry, I lied to you. Ka Xie." Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, a sword light flashed. Then, Chu Chaoyun killed this dying holy lord with one sword strike. Chu Chaoyun stepped forward and searched under the old man's throne. Joy appeared on his face as he took out an item. Then, he turned around and said, "For you." Pu Ci. Before Chu Chaoyun finished speaking, he vomited a mouthful of blood. His pale complexion turned even scarier. A dragon head. Xiaochen caught the item that Chu Chaoyun tossed over. Then, he showed a startled expression. This was the Azure Mountain's dragon head that he had been searching for. Chu Chaoyun coughed intensely a few times. Then, he smiled and said, "This old man is very sinister. If I failed to kill you, he would use this to threaten you. If this item is destroyed, even in the new epoch, the blue dragon bloodline will not be able to rise again." The Holy Lord died. Chu Chaoyun, whose fate was linked to the Holy Lord, visibly lost his life force. However, Chu Chaoyun did not seem to notice. He looked at Xiaochen and asked, "Do you have wine? I suddenly recall that we have known each other for so many years, but I have never had a proper drink with you." Xiaochen took out heartburn and poured a cup for each of them. How unfortunate. It was not easy for me to live for myself, but I have to leave so soon. However, it does not matter. After this cup, we will be bosom friends in our next lives. There is no such thing as fate. There is no such thing as an undying old man wearing a mask. There is only a bond and friendship. My sword awaits your saber. Chu Chaoyun raised his wine cup and clinked it. The crisp sound of cups clinking rang out. Then, Chu Chaoyun coughed endlessly and vomited a large mouthful of blood. The blood fell into the two's cups, dyeing the wine red. This made one's heart ache. "It's dirty." Xiaochen changed to another cup, plop. Chu Chaoyun, who was changing cups, suddenly felt his hands losing strength to hold the wine cup. As the wine cup fell to the ground and shattered, he fell limply. It looked like he had fallen asleep. Then, he closed his eyes with a smile. "Chu Chaoyun." Xiaochen stepped forward and caught her. Then, he shouted, "Brother, you're not dead yet." However, that handsome and outstanding Chu Chaoyun, who always had a smile on his face, was already asleep forever. Drip. A tear leaked out of the corner of Xiao Chen's eyes as he closed his eyes. The tear fell into the cup and melted into the blood like heart burning. Xiao Chen drained the cup in one go. However, although this wine was called heart burning, it did not make him feel any heartache. There was a kind of pain called pain at its peak. The heart could no longer feel pain. 5 years later, after Xiao Chen dealt with the matters of the Great Thousand Realms, he prepared to head to the Kunlun realm with Lu Ryue, Ao Jiao, and Mo Chen. Before parting, Xiao Chen looked at the starry heavens and spread his hands. Then, he merged his soul energy with the great Tao and said softly, "I hope that all the men in the world have the heart of a gentleman, that the heavens move vigorously, that they constantly strive to improve themselves. I hope that all the women in the world have the heart to improve themselves, not inferior to men, comparable to the sky. I hope that all the people in the world are like dragons, having the heart of a newborn, not seeking eternal life, only chasing their dreams, not regretting it even if they die." Whoosh! Right after Xiao Chen spoke, a crystalline, dazzling seed flew out of his palm and slowly drifted into the sky. "Big brother Xiao Chen, what is this?" Mo Chen asked softly. Xiao Chen replied gently, "This is the epic heart that I condensed. It is also a seed, the divine dragon epic that I want. I hope that all the people in the world are like dragons, having the heart of a newborn, not seeking eternal life, only chasing their dreams. However, why not seek eternal life? Because eternal life represents all desires. Eternal life is lived for one's desires, not for oneself. Such a person living is worse than death. If everyone lived forever, then this epoch would end sooner or later." Lu Ryue, Mo Chen, and Ao Jiao entered deep thought, not really understanding. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Stop thinking about it. Let's go. Let's return to the Kunlun realm." However, when Xiao Chen saw the bright moon in the night sky, his smile revealed a trace of bitterness. Back then, the bright moon shone on the colorful clouds. End of book.
Chapter 1958. Bang! Two loud sounds rang out. It was not Xiao Chen continuing to attack. Instead, it was the White Sun sect disciples and the ruling Sword Gate disciples crashing into the herb garden's barrier. The two sect disciples flew out too fast. In the end, they crashed even harder, falling to the ground. What's going on? This barrier does not look like it is meant to seal the inside. The expressions of Qi Yunfeng and the others changed slightly, revealing confused expressions. Earlier, they had seen those cultivators run out without any obstruction. Naturally, the reason was that these people had been absorbing the spiritual energy in the herb garden for a moment after entering. The spiritual energy in their bodies had completely merged with the herb garden. After Xiao Chen's warning, the others did not absorb the spiritual energy in the herb garden. Naturally, they could walk out easily. Damn it! How can it be like this? Qi Yunfeng cursed. However, he did not say anything more. He prepared to gather the ruling Sword Gate disciples and attack with their soul tools. "Sorry, I did not intend to let you go." Firmament's rage. Xiao Chen directly threw a palm strike. The fingers of the gigantic hand were like sabers flickering with electricity. Then it smashed down with the rage of a great, desolate Ian ancestor dragon. "You are going too far." Qi Yunfeng felt incensed. He could only change the direction of the ice cloud sword's attack to clash with this horrifying palm strike. Bang! The instant the gigantic palm landed, the ice cloud sword pierced through the soul tool. However, Qi Yunfeng and the others showed extremely unsightly expressions. This was especially so for the sect disciples at the back. Blood leaked out of their lips. "Senior brother, we have already overdrawn on our veritable essence energy. If we continue, we will overdraw on our soul energy. Even with the strength of a few people, A soul tool was not that easy to control. Qi Yunfeng looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Xiao Chun, what exactly do you want?" The White Sun Sect's pretty girl, the Northern Mountain Academy's white-clad scholar, and Qi Yunfeng all felt somewhat anxious from Xiao Chun. If this continued, they would end up in a life-and-death struggle, fighting with their lives on the line. When the white-robed scholar saw that the other two did not succeed in leaving, he heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Xiao Chun, don't go overboard. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Don't force people into a corner." Lu Ruyun and the others could not help feeling nervous. They leaped onto the coiling dragon tree and stood behind Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun looked at the white-clothed scholar and said with a snicker, "So what if I'm forced into a corner? Do you still want to fight me to the death? Do you dare? If you dared to risk your life, you would have done so long ago. Why do you need to deceive yourself? You want to fight to the death? Xiao Chun, am afraid of everything, but I am not afraid of fighting to the death with you people. Whoever dares to move, I will see." Xiao Chun twirled the god shadow bow in his hand and locked onto the three. The others were so frightened that they took a few steps back. Their faces darkened, and they didn't dare to say anything. God shadow bow. As the three looked at the soul tool in Xiao Chen's hand, they revealed horrified expressions as they fought to the death with Xiao Chun. They did not know whether Xiao Chun could survive or not. However, if Xiao Chun used his full power on the bow in the other party's hand, they would definitely die. Fighting to the death was just a pretense to deceive themselves. If they did not even believe themselves, how could they scare Xiao Chun? They could only mock them. As the three looked at the white-clad, expressionless Xiao Chun on the coiling dragon tree, they felt uncertain. They could sense a strong aura from Xiao Chun. This caused them to feel the pressure that could only be felt when facing the elders of the sect. Their mental state and cultivation were on a completely different level. Xiao Chun took in the reactions of the three. Disdain flashed in his heart as he said, "My request is very simple. Do what you did to my companions earlier." The moment Xiao Chun said that, the white-clothed scholar and the others were startled. Xiao Chun wanted them to spit out all their gains from earlier. This could not be tolerated. "Young Master Xiao, these are our gains in the ancient city. Leave them all." Before the three could say anything, the Wolf Smoke Pavilion disciples who had lost their leader took out the natural treasures they had obtained in the ancient city and placed them on the ground. Xiao Chun waved his hand, and an opening appeared in the herb garden's barrier. Those people felt like they were relieved of a heavy burden. Then, they picked up their dragon-tooth sabers and rushed out. Such a scene was inconceivable to the white-clad scholar and the others. How could Xiao Chun control the herb garden's barrier? They needed to use a soul tool to open an opening. To think that Xiao Chun managed to do it easily with a casual wave of his hand. The white-clad scholar's heart immediately thumped. His final bit of courage was gone. The white-clad scholar's expression turned sullen. After discussing with the others, he took out the resources and placed them on the ground. Every time the white-clad scholar took out a portion, his heart bled. He went for wool and came home shorn. Originally, he wanted to make a huge profit from this group of dragon race cultivators. Who knew? He ended up losing his gains. "Is that enough?" the white-clad scholar asked through clenched teeth. Xiao Chun nodded and gestured for them to do as they pleased. With a thought, an opening appeared in the herb garden's barrier and let them out. Following that, the White Sun Sect's people were forced to do the same. They handed over their gains and left as well. Qi Yunfeng's expression changed unpredictably, appearing uncertain. He felt extremely depressed and upset in his heart. Qi Yunfeng originally thought that this was a rare chance to turn the situation around. Unexpectedly, he ran into this group of dragon race cultivators again. Not only could he wash away his previous humiliation, but he could also recoup his losses with interest. Who could have imagined that the moment Xiaochen appeared, the situation would instantly turn around? Senior brother, we already overdrew on our veritable essence energy. The ruling sword gate disciples behind complained bitterly. The ruling sword gate disciples at the back complained bitterly. The ice cloud sword was very powerful, but it was not easy to control. The few attacks exhausted these people's veritable essence energy. Shut up. Do you think I don't know? Qi Yunfeng cursed as he took out the resources and placed them on the ground, his heart filled with sullenness and displeasure. When it was about time, Qi Yunfeng looked at Xiaochen and angrily said, "Green robes should not flow forever. Xiaochen, just you wait. Don't let me run into you again. Let's go." "You talk too much." Xiaochen immediately became slightly angry. Originally, letting this Qi Yunfeng off was already showing mercy. Who could have imagined that this person would still dare to boast shamelessly after leaving? A spot of heart flame appeared on Xiaochen's fingertip. He drew the bow, pulled the bowstring, and released. Qi Yunfeng dead. The divine image pierced through the heart. The might of the arrow instantly shattered all of Qi Yunfeng's life force. The heart flame spread, and his eyes slowly lost color. Qi Yunfeng did his best to turn his head, wanting to see Xiaochen again. His heart filled with regret. Why did he have to be so shameless? Wouldn't it have been better for the white-clad scholar and the white sun sex people to leave quietly? If Qi Yunfeng had another chance, he definitely would not have been so shameless. His mouth felt good for a moment, and it repaid itself in an instant. Senior brother. The remaining true inheritors of the ruling sword gate were all frightened silly, not daring to say anything. They also did not dare to look at Xiaochen. After using the ice cloud sword to create an exit, they fled for their lives, running as far away from the herb garden as they could. Good kill. Back then, we could have left. However, this fellow jumped out and spoke of us killing the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, nearly causing us all to die. Morong, Yen said ruthlessly as he looked at Qi Yunfeng with some disgust. Situ Changfeng said, "This person asked for it. Back then, when we killed the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, he already had bad intentions. Even though he was clearly not strong, he wanted to work with eccentric Tai and the others to suppress us. He is a classic fence-sitter." Situ Changfeng said, "This person asked for it. Back then, when we were dealing with the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, he already had bad intentions." Xiaochen put away the god's shadow bow and calmed himself. Then he said, "Let's not talk about this person. There are some coiling dragon fruits on this coiling dragon tree. After we pick them, we should leave quickly." Lu Ruyun asked, "Xiaochen, what exactly happened below? Also, how did this 7-colored coiling dragon tree grow so big in an instant? What exactly is going on? What about the others? What about the sovereign personage Lu Yuanzong?" Murong Yen and the others all felt incredibly curious, wanting to know what happened below the medicinal spring. "I'll explain it to you later. The matters below are too complicated. This herb garden is no longer safe. If we continue waiting, I will not be able to control the situation." At this moment, the coiling dragon tree and the pill demon were in an intense battle to the death in the medicine cauldron. The pill demon was not resigned to being suppressed, resisting to the death. However, Xiaochen did not know the result. Naturally, if the pill demon was suppressed to death, that would be the best result. However, if the pill demon came out, Xiaochen did not dare to imagine the consequences. When the others saw Xiaochen's grave expression, they did not dare to delay, quickly picking the coiling dragon fruits of various colors on the tree. Xiao Chen landed and collected all the harvests of the white-clad scholar and the others. Then he turned his head back to look at the coiling dragon tree. A trace of reluctance appeared in his eyes. What a pity for this 7-colored coiling dragon tree, the medicinal spring, and the Pill River. Originally, Xiao Chun had wanted to leave the sapling behind. In the future, when the Kunlun Realm's Dragon's Gate disciples came up, they could quickly increase their strength. Chapter 1959. Under the white-clad scholar's lead, the Northern Mountain Academy's group left the herb garden feeling extremely depressed. They only calmed their emotions after a long time. After all, this group had soul tools. As long as they did not run into a strange person like Xiao Chen, they would be able to reap great benefits in the ancient city if they put in some effort. Even if they ran into a sovereign personage, they would be able to hold their own without fear. No matter what, he absolutely could not run into Xiao Chen. "Senior brother, where are we going now?" The white-clad scholar replied, "We cannot remain in the southern city. We came from the western city. That leaves only the northern and eastern city. Let's go to the eastern city. As far as I know, not many people go there. With a soul tool, we can dominate." "All right, I'll listen to senior brother." The group executed their movement techniques and continuously leaped from roof to roof in the ancient city. As they rose and fell, they traveled a long distance. These people were not weak. However, when they ran into Xiao Chun, they paled in comparison. When the god Shadow Bow clashed with the soul tool, it completely countered it. On a street in the eastern city, a white-clad monk looked at the item in his hand with joy on his face. Just earlier, he finally walked out of the blood rain that no one dared to touch. Indeed, he had obtained a great, fortuitous encounter in this dangerous land. It turned out that there was a drop of divine blood at the end of the blood rain. This was a drop of martial god essence blood containing a divine nature. If one could refine it all, the benefits would be extremely startling. Unfortunately, even a sovereign emperor could not refine it all. At most, one would have to spend more than 10 years to slowly digest it. Otherwise, one might explode and die at any moment. The white-clad monk knew his own strength. He only took a trace of this drop of divine blood and used it for himself. Even if it was just a trace, less than 1% of the drop of divine blood, it still benefited the white-clad monk greatly. Even so, Xiao Chun still received boundless benefits. His physical body and bloodline were thoroughly purified. There was also some divine might that merged with his Buddhist might, making it even more wondrous. Someone is coming. The white-clad monk looked up into the distance. A group of people quickly leaped from roof to roof, appeared at the limits of his vision. A soul tool, the white-clad monk focused his gaze on the folding fan in the white-clad scholar's hand. With one glance, he recognized the grade of the folding fan. However, this wasn't what surprised him. What surprised him was that this person had a trace of an aura that he was rather familiar with. The aura of an old friend. The white-robed monk muttered to himself. Who was his old friend? Who was he? Naturally, this person was the Black Lotus Church's only remaining Holy Sun Ming Xian. The Black Lotus wholly venerates death, allowed him to break out of his cocoon and become a butterfly. His comprehension of the Buddhist Dharma improved further. After making arrangements for the Black Lotus Church, Xiao Chun went to the central Great Realm alone. Treasure path of Buddha light. The white-robed monk's hands moved, forming hand seals. Buddhist light gathered above the dome. In the next moment, a golden path was carved out, and the white-robed monk stepped onto it. The golden path brought him along like an aurora movie, flying away. However, his clothes did not move in the slightest, and he looked rather calm and composed. In just a moment, he appeared in front of the people from the Northern Mountain Academy. Where did this monk come from? Move aside, don't block the way. The white-robed scholar looked at this monk. Although he chided him, he did not dare to underestimate this monk at all. The white-robed scholar silently opened the folding fan in his hand, and the might of a soul tool encased the group. The holy sun, Ming Xian, looked at the white-robed scholar and said, "I do not have any malicious intent. I just sensed the aura of an old friend on you. Who did you see earlier? I hope you can tell me." The moment the white-robed scholar said that, he immediately became enraged. Being humiliated by Xianxia earlier was the greatest humiliation of his life. How could he let others know? To think that this monk actually wanted him to say at the moment he opened his mouth. How could this be? An old friend? Wait a minute. Could this person be acquainted with Xianxia and is his friend? If I can subdue him, I might be able to recoup my losses from Xianxia. With this thought, the white-robed scholar could not help surging with a murderous chi. "You do not have any malicious intent, but I do. Kill." The white-robed scholar gently waved the folding fan in his hand. Immediately, the Confucian scriptures in the fan started chanting. A vast righteous chi gathered above the white-robed scholar's head. The might of a soul tool is indeed extraordinary. The holy sun, Ming Xian, dodged by a hair's breadth. However, the fan's shock waves still struck him. The vast Confucian scriptures rang out in his ears, one word at a time. Bang, bang, bang. The holy sun, Ming Xian's mind shook, and his chi and blood surged. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion paled slightly. Don't blame me for being too ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being acquainted with Xianxia and befriending someone you should not have. The white-robed scholar's attack succeeded, and his righteous chi grew even stronger. He said seriously, "Life is like a dream. The curtain falls on prosperity." The scene in the folding fan immediately changed, showing 100 years of life. The curtain falls on prosperity. Life is like a dream. As the palm strike flew over, it looked like a dream. It was like real life was just a dream in the first place. The holy sun Ming Xian smiled faintly and said, "So, you really do know an old friend. Black Lotus secret technique. Destroy." The Buddhist prayer beads in the holy sun Ming Xian's hand instantly formed a horrifying hand seal. Buddhist might surged all over his body, brewing horrifying energy. However, it was like the calm before the storm. There were no energy fluctuations coming from Ming Xian's body at all. Only when the holy sun Ming Xian stretched out his hand did all his energy erupt at this moment. Boom! A black Buddha statue appeared behind the holy sun Ming Xian. Its eyes showed an expression of loathing for everything in the world as it shouted. The tall building under the holy sun, Ming Xian, instantly turned to dust. The white-robed scholar bore the brunt of the attack. Before the secret technique, the holy sun Ming Xian appeared extremely petty, immediately getting blasted away. Bang! 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 When the dust settled, everything within 1 kilometer of Ming Xian was empty. No buildings could be seen. The many Northern Mountain Academy disciples were blasted into pieces. Their mangled corpses littered the place. Boom! Ming Xian's figure flashed. When he landed, he stepped on the chest of the white-robed scholar, who was struggling to get up. A miserable shriek rang out. The holy sun, Ming Xian, remained indifferent. He said indifferently, "You are not the only one with a soul tool. Now, can you tell me what happened to you earlier?" I'll talk. The white-robed scholar said with some difficulty, feeling unbearable pain. After the white-robed scholar finished speaking, the holy sun Ming Xian kicked the white-robed scholar into the air. Then he said sullenly, "What a coincidence. However, I have an appointment with someone, so I won't be looking for you now." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After learning about Xiao Chen's whereabouts, the white-robed scholar moved quickly. 1 hour later, on a tall building in the ancient city. "You are late." When Ming Xian reached the tall building, a mysterious person shrouded in scarlet shadows spoke to him indifferently. This person exuded a strong, evil demonic Dao aura, a stark difference from the calm and peaceful Ming Xian. However, these two people with completely different auras ended up together. I was delayed on the way. The east gate was indeed difficult to reach. However, it should not be too late now. The mysterious scarlet shadow person looked at the center of the ancient city and said, "It is not that easy for those undying old men of the heavenly lodging palace and the 4-rank 6 sects to break the restrictions." How surprising! Who could have thought that an ancient city left behind by a true god would appear in desolate God Valley? Ming Xian looked at the center of the city, where a mysterious crystal core supported the vast spiritual energy in the city, controlling everything in the city. That was a divine crystal that contained divine Tao energy. Even a sovereign personage would not know how valuable it was. Only sovereign emperors who surpassed sovereign personages could understand a little about these existences that surpassed the mortal realm. Divine crystals held a fatal attraction. Ming Xian said softly, "To think that no sovereign emperors arrived. This is the most surprising thing. It looks like this ancient city is indeed appearing for the first time. The heavenly lodging palace did not know what was in there either. This is an opportunity for us." Xiao Chen did not know where the two got their confidence from, daring to barge into the center of the city. The rank 6 sects and the heavenly lodging palace's sovereign personages gathered there. Everyone could tell that the center of the city had the greatest fortuitous encounter. However, as long as one knew one's limits, one would not take such a huge risk by getting involved. Inside the herb garden, Xiao Chen, there is a total of 10-odd coiling dragon fruits of all attributes. This is a great harvest. The coiling dragon fruit's effects are not much weaker than your heaven dragon fruit. Murong Yen said joyfully. To think that the coiling dragon tree could sprout leaves and bear fruit in a short time. All of them were astonished by what they saw. "Let's go. We can't stay here any longer," Xiao Chen said softly as he put away the coiling dragon fruits. However, this coiling dragon tree seems to be continuing to grow. "Should we not wait a little longer?" Murong Yen asked. The coiling dragon tree had already grown to 3 kilometers, but it had not given up. Clearly, it would bear more coiling dragon fruits. When Xiao Chen saw this, he felt that it was a pity. If Xiao Chen had not given the immortal spirit ring to Ao Jiao, he could have ignored that pill demon and directly collected this tree. However, that was all he could do now. Let's go to the city. I feel that there are even greater fortuitous encounters there." Chapter 1960. The group left the herb garden one after another. Then Xiao Chen turned his head back to look at the coiling dragon tree and the pill river. There was also the huge medicine cauldron at the bottom of the herb garden, where the others could not see. All of this held an incredible allure for Xiao Chen. "I can't just give up." While the others were not paying attention, Xiao Chen casually formed a hand seal. Life bestowal spell. Some of the soil in the herb garden gathered and turned into a lively little bird, which became Xiao Chen's eyes. If the pill demon was destroyed, then Xiao Chen would do his best to subdue this coiling dragon tree and that incomparably huge medicine cauldron. "Xiao Chen, why don't we refine this coiling dragon fruit here? It can increase our strength significantly in a short time," Situ Changfeng suggested to Xiao Chen. The others were filled with anticipation as well eager to give it a try. Xiao Chun looked at the surroundings and nodded. Go ahead and refine it. I'll stand guard for you. Murong Yen took out the coiling dragon fruit. Dragon-shaped spiritual energy swirled around the group. The different colors represented different attributes. Murong Yen chose the red one. That was a fire-attributed coiling dragon fruit. If others consumed it, not only would it be useless, but it would even harm their bodies and minds. However, if the red dragon race members consumed it, they would benefit from both. Their soul energy and veritable essence energy would increase significantly. They would also gain great comprehension of the fire Tao, which had boundless, wondrous uses. Murong Yen received the coiling dragon fruit and smiled. In our red dragon palace, only elders can consume the coiling dragon fruit. Disciples have to complete very difficult missions. Disciples have to complete very difficult missions or have exceptionally outstanding cultivations to be rewarded. Master said that when I enter Ancestor Dragon City, he will reward me with one. Ha ha ha. I can refine it now. When I return, I will probably be so shocked that my jaw will drop. After the others received the coiling dragon fruit, they all revealed joyful expressions. However, Lu Ruyun was surprised. She did not have a choice. She shook her head and said, I don't need it. I already refined a similar fruit 3 months ago. It would be a waste to refine it again. Xiao Chun shoved the coiling dragon fruit to her and said, There is no need to be afraid of wasting this thing. It is fine as long as it is not harmful. This white coiling dragon fruit is actually quite suitable for you. Leaving it in my hands would be a true waste. Lu Ruyun smiled helplessly and received it. The few of them began to refine it. Xiao Chun guarded it carefully. There were a lot of death servants here, so someone had to protect them. The dead pool was extremely difficult to deal with, but as long as he was not surrounded, it would not be a big problem. Xiao Chun looked at the center of Xie City and was a little puzzled. What exactly was there? The dense spiritual energy that filled the entire city came from that point. The energy of the various restrictions and formations in the city also came from that point. That place should also be extremely dangerous, not a place ordinary people could go. 1 hour later, Murong Yen and the others woke up one after another. Strong auras surged out from their bodies. Their auras were clearly much stronger than before. Let's go. Setting off again, Xiao Chen's party's speed was much faster. Along the way, they met many cultivators and had some harvests. However, compared to what Xiao Chun and the others had obtained in the herb garden, it was nothing. However, as Xiao Chun approached the center of the city, he encountered fewer and fewer cultivators. One could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the air had become much heavier. The formless might and pressure placed an increasingly heavier restriction on them. The deeper they went, the more they felt it. How terrifying! I feel like my strength is suppressed by about 10%, Murong Yen said with a grave expression. As he looked at the unknown center of the city, he felt pressure. This is actually good news for us. This is actually good news for us. The pressure on sovereign personages will be even greater, Situ Changfeng calmly analyzed. Xiao Chun felt that his strength was suppressed by about 20%, much more severely than Murong Yen and the others. Situ Changfeng was right. The stronger one was, the greater the restrictions they would face. However, at the same time, Xiao Chun was shocked to discover that his physical strength was not suppressed. Under such pressure, his vital qi became even heavier. This was a piece of comforting news. Wait, there's the sound of fighting. Suddenly, Xiao Chun stopped and listened attentively. Situ Changfeng closed his eyes. In the next moment, he opened them and said, It came from the west. I seem to hear some familiar voices. I heard them. It's Zhongli and the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Outyin. Situ Changfeng was skilled in the wind great Dao. He could clearly hear the faint sounds coming from the wind. With an advantage that the others didn't have, the few of them were quite convinced of his judgment. Murong Yen smiled and said, Zhongli actually allied himself with Qin Outyin. Interesting. No wonder he has the confidence to fall out with us. Xiao Chun recalled that he seemed to have beaten up this Qin Outyin before. He asked seriously, what is Qin Outyin's background? Finding this strange, Murong Yen asked, You don't know? His first brother is known as the top expert of the Golden Dragon Palace. He was already a late stage, holy venerate many years ago. He grasped two great Dao, and even comprehended the Emperor Dragon's mysteries. Although he is known as the top expert of the Golden Dragon Palace, he is actually the top expert of the Outer Palace. Wei Hongfei should be clearer on this. Wei Hongfei ignored Murong Yen. He said with a grave expression, They probably ran into the group of people I met earlier, the mortal enemies of the dragon race. Murong Yen's expression changed slightly. Do we need help? I'm afraid we have no choice. Situ Changfeng said, They are currently being chased. The direction they are fleeing in happens to be where we are. Indeed, right after Situ Changfeng spoke, hurried footsteps came from the front. Hurried footsteps came from ahead. Soon, Zhongli, Lu Yunfei, Qin Outyin, and the others appeared before them in somewhat sorry states. Aside from Qin Outyin, who was in a slightly better state, the others were all injured. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out. A saber light struck a dragon race disciple who was running too slowly. The black saber light turned into a malicious spirit, continuously gnawing on the other party's physical body and soul. The miserable shriek was incredibly mournful, making everyone tremble in fear and their legs go soft. What saber technique is this? Murong Yen asked with a somewhat trembling voice. This was too evil. He had never seen it before. We have never seen anyone with a saber before. The Green Dragon Palace's Duan Fei said softly. When Zhongli and the others saw Xiao Chun, they were startled. Then they said joyfully, Xiao Chun, Wei Hongfei, you came at a good time. We ran into the flood dragon humans. Help us block them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before they could react, the pursuers had already arrived. A group of black-clothed men wearing masks that covered the lower half of their faces, revealing only their foreheads and eyes, as well as a man wearing a bamboo hat wielding a saber, appeared. When Wei Hongfei saw the leader of the black-clad men, his expression changed drastically. He cried out hoarsely, Yen Tsangming! Although that person wore a mask, Wei Hongfei immediately recognized his eyes. This was the flood dragon human Yen Tsangming, whom Wei Hongfei fought in the abyssal underworld battlefield. His strength was still fresh in Wei Hongfei's mind. With one hand, Yen Tsangming beat Wei Hongfei until he could not retaliate. I was wondering who it was. It turns out that it is a group of defeated people. Yen Tsangming only glanced at Wei Hongfei before shifting his gaze to Xiao Chun. He said seriously, Very good. Unexpectedly, you are here as well. Zhen Yuan, you should be very happy, right? Whoosh! The bamboo hat man removed the conical bamboo hat from his head and waved it. The conical bamboo hat immediately shot towards Xiao Chun. As it spun around, it actually turned into a black dragon image. When it arrived before Xiao Chun, the black dragon image appeared and roared ferociously. A berserk dragon might surged out. This stunned Murong Yen and the others. They felt immense pressure and could not help taking a step back. Bang! Xiao Chun calmly attacked, throwing a punch and shattering that black dragon image along with the conical bamboo hat. Boundless shrapnel flew into the air. Xiao Chun, it has been a long time since we last met. Under the conical bamboo hat was a face that Xiao Chun was very familiar with. It was the profound light temple's Shun Yuan. However, he now had hair, and his face looked older. When Xiao Chun saw that strand of saber light earlier, he had already suspected it. Unexpectedly, it really was Jun Yuan. After absorbing the Black Dragon King's strong demonic nature, Jun Yuan actually did not turn crazy. Not only that, but Jun Yuan even mingled with the Flood Dragon humans, who once followed the Black Dragon King. Damn, these dragon race cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. I'll leave them to you, Xiao Chun. Yen Songming had an innate hatred for cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. When he saw them, he would feel an uncontrollable murderous intent in his heart. In reality, the Flood Dragon humans had an inextinguishable hatred for the dragon race. Back then, the Flood Dragon humans could not stand the pressure of the six-colored divine dragons and followed the Black Dragon King to the abyssal underworld. Now, they lived at the bottom of the abyssal underworld, even more miserable than they had been in the divine dragon empire. Naturally, the Flood Dragon humans placed all this hatred on the cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. I'll block them. You all split up. Xiao Chen sent a voice projection to Murong Yen and the others. Then, he activated his divine dragon war body, and his body instantly swelled up. His bones crackled like thunder. Xiao Chen's dragon might immediately strengthened several-fold. What was even more shocking was that Xiao Chen's dragon might completely merged with his physical body, not leaking out at all. This blocked Yen Songming, preventing him from continuing forward. Xiao Chun, I'll leave these people to you. We'll go first. When Zhong Li and Qin Outyin saw the situation, they rejoiced in their hearts. Then they laughed loudly and turned to leave, not lingering at all. Chapter 1961. Before Murong Yen and the others could decide, the instigators, Zhong Li and Qin Outyin, quickly fled. They had no intention of staying to help. Perhaps they knew how horrifying Yen Songming and Zhen Yuan were and felt that they could not defeat them. So they used Xiao Chun and the others as shields. Do you think you can leave? Martial artists with divine dragon bloodlines are indeed as shameless as ever. Today, I will kill all of you. Yen Songming snorted coldly. Without even looking at Xiao Chun, he turned around and directly grabbed at Zhong Li. Xiao Chun did not move, as Zhen Yuan's saber intent had already locked onto him. There was no room for change in the confrontation of Qi. Touch of death. As Yen Songming waved his hand, countless strands of black energy moved towards Zhong Li like dragon whiskers. Zhong Li's expression sank. Black tentacles surrounded him from all directions. There was no way he could escape. Rushing Cloud Hand. With a furious roar, Zhong Li's hands moved rapidly. Layers of clouds surrounded him as he thrust his palms forward. The clouds changed constantly, forming all sorts of mysterious phenomena that charged out in all directions with great might. However, once the clouds got close to the black tentacles, the mysterious phenomenon formed by the thousands of clouds corroded, rendering it useless. Thousand cloud flower rain, falling water turns to ice. Zhong Li's expression changed slightly, and his hands moved as he attacked again. The mysterious phenomenon of thousands of clouds turned to ice. Cold qi spread everywhere, sealing the black tentacles in ice. He blocked it. Zhong Li showed joy on his face. However, before his smile faded, he saw Yen Songming reach out and grab. Kacha-kacha! The layer of ice shattered, and thousands of black tentacles gathered into a tentacle containing the mysteries of the Death Dao. Then it grabbed at Zhong Li. Everywhere the black tentacle passed, all life was lost, and everything was silent. It was extremely terrifying. It's over. A trace of despair involuntarily surged in Zhong Li's heart. If he was grabbed by this palm, he would lose most of his vitality. Even if he did not die, he would be crippled. The falling leaves filled the sky like rain. Shwa. Leaves fell from the sky as the wind blew. They were sparse, like the sound of falling rain. A flash of saber light with strong life force and humanity appeared. It streaked across the sky and cut off the black tentacle. Lu Ruyun pushed off the ground and moved gently, shielding Zhongli. Let's go. I'll cover you. Thank you, senior sister. Zhongli was still in a state of shock. He felt a trace of shame in his heart, but a trace of determination flashed in his eyes as he turned around and left. Xiao. Yen Songming hovered in the air. Then he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The shattered black tentacles returned to his body. His entire body was suffused with a black aura of death. The aura wriggled like tentacles, looking exceptionally terrifying. What a pure white dragon bloodline. Your identity is definitely not simple. Yen Songming looked at Lu Ruyun and his eyes lit up. He said seriously, perhaps there might be some value in changing my mind. When Xiao Chen noticed this scene, his heart skipped a beat. He said, protect Lu Ruyun. Xiao Chen had seen this Yen Songming make a move before. Yen Songming's strength was extremely terrifying, far beyond that of an ordinary holy venerate. This person's resentment and killing intent were the most horrifying that Xiao Chen had ever seen in his life. So. Murong Yen and the others quickly rushed over and arrived before Lu Ruyun. At the same time, the other flood dragon humans moved as well, arriving behind Yen Songming. I alone am enough. You all go and chase after those small fries that fled, Yen Songming said indifferently. His tone filled with strong confidence. Yes, young master. The other flood dragon humans immediately scattered, leaving only Yen Songming. A wind blew. The flood dragon humans shattered. Zhen Yuan appeared where Xiao Chen stood. As he looked at Xiao Chen, who had already retreated far away, Zhen Yuan asked seriously, "Are you not going to draw your saber?" Zhen Yuan's face hurt somewhat. He had already dodged very quickly earlier. However, due to his distraction, the saber chi broke his defense and injured his face. The saber chi broke through his defense and injured his face. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and prodded his wound. Then he looked at the blood on his hand before looking at Zhen Yuan. When a saber is drawn, it will definitely see blood. I promised your master to spare your life. Ha! That old fellow is really concerned about me. Since that is the case, why did you not send me to the 4 great monasteries earlier? This old man has had enough of that tiny place. Zhen Yuan revealed a mocking smile as a crazed look appeared in his eyes. Since that is the case, then die. You can forget about drawing your saber for the rest of your life. Mahamaya abstinence violation saber, breaking the mundane. A black saber light burst out of Zhen Yuan's body, and a black swastika appeared on his forehead. Scriptures appeared in the surroundings. All sorts of illusions appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, all of which were tragedies of the mortal world. The flames of war raged on. Corpses piled up. Cries of starving people filled the land. Crows ate humans. Emaciated people appeared everywhere, starving and cold, their clothes barely covering their bodies. Zhen Yuan used the most decisive method, a method that was completely different from Xiao Chen's to break the mundane world. Zhen Yuan comprehended the mysteries of the first move of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber. However, in Zhen Yuan's hand, it became an incredibly horrifying demonic saber. In the next moment, all sorts of illusions, crows eating corpses, and passers-by lying on the roadside, waiting to die, all showed their ferocious sides. Zheng Yuan's sharp gaze focused on Xiao Chun. Then, it turned into a saber light and charged at Xiao Chun. The entire world turned into Zheng Yuan's saber light. Break. Xiao Chun did not think too much. He materialized the divine dragon war body and punched 100 times in all directions. Bang! 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 Vital chi surged, and dragon roars rang out. The illusions instantly broke, and Zheng Yuan took advantage of the opportunity to charge over. This is for not drawing your saber. Zheng Yuan did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He quickly launched all sorts of sharp attacks, turning them into a complete saber move, putting immense pressure on Xiao Chun. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Xiao Chun was forced back several steps, allowing Zheng Yuan's aura to reach its peak. Azura held chop. When Zheng Yuan's aura reached its peak, he did not hesitate to chop with his saber. The saber move that Zheng Yuan set up completely erupted at this moment, revealing his ferocious and terrifying side. It turned into Azura hell, concentrated in this saber strike. This was the opportunity that Zheng Yuan had been waiting for. Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. Xiao Chun roared ferociously and executed the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal in the time it took for a spark to fly. His killing chi expanded sevenfold. Supreme Dragon Fist, raging at the unfair heaven. Zheng Yuan's surging killing chi turned into rage, shaking the sky and making it pale. When Zheng Yuan punched, killing chi surged out endlessly like a gushing river. Before the fist light arrived, the terrifying killing chi turned into a sharp dragon image and tore that Azura hell into pieces. When the fist light arrived, the sevenfold killing chi suddenly erupted, and the Azura hell instantly crumbled. Zheng Yuan vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. Shock appeared in his eyes. Unexpectedly, his peak-killing move could not defeat Xiao Chun. Supreme Dragon Fist, Heaven Dragon regrets. While you are down, I'll take your life. Xiao Chun did not hold back. He leaped into the air. His killing chi erupted as he punched again. The boundless killing chi gathered into a lofty aspiration, like a regretless heaven dragon. It carried an aura of despair and self-sacrifice, pressing forward with no regrets. The strong dragon might cause the nearby ancient city to tremble. Many buildings collapsed. When Yan Songming, who was fighting 1 against 4, sensed this scene, he sent out a palm strike to block Lu Ruyun and the others. Yan Songming charged over to Xiao Chun in a flash. The mysteries of death chi all over his body surged as he sent a palm strike to clash with Xiao Chun's sure-kill fist light. Bang! The fist and palm clashed, and the shockwaves spread out. The others all moved back, afraid of getting caught up in the shockwaves. Cracks appeared on the ancient street. A certain formation that was originally supporting the ground looked like it would break at any moment. Xiao Chun took a few steps back and thought to himself, what a pity. This punch did not land on Zheng Yuan. It would be difficult to subdue him. Zheng Yuan had refined the demonic chi that the Black Dragon King had accumulated for many years. His physical body had already fallen into the demonic Tao, and his recovery ability was startling. Indeed, the demonic chi on Zheng Yuan's body surged. His injuries healed at a visible rate. A brilliant light flickered in Zheng Yuan's eyes, and the demonic chi on his body surged. Yan Songming looked at Xiao Chun, and a look of praise flashed in his eyes. Supreme Dragon Fist. To think that you actually managed to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist. This is truly shocking. However, I know this fist technique as well. Supreme Dragon Fist, Master of the World. Right after Yan Songming spoke, he suddenly punched. Black dragon chi spread out from his body, and his veritable essence energy burned, materializing a war banner burning with black flames. When Yen Songming punched, the war banner carried a boundless, tyrannical aura that commanded the surroundings as it shot towards Xiao Chun. This startled Xiao Chun. Clearly, he had not expected Yen Songming to practice this forbidden technique that only the Heaven Dragon Palace had. However, the situation before Xiao Chun did not allow him to think too much. He was very clear on how strong this punch was. As Xiao Chun circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist, he punched and materialized a blazing war banner as well. Then he punched. Bang! One side infused the mysteries of the Death Dao into the Supreme Dragon Fist, and the other infused the mysteries of the Massacre Dao into the Supreme Dragon Fist. The strong clashed, and the two war banners crashed into each other in the air. A horrifying dragon roar shook the surroundings. The two war banners shattered at the same time, and a startling force exploded where they stood. The two war banners turned into a horrifying pillar of energy soaring into the clouds. In the next moment, the ground cracked open. A black hole appeared, and everyone fell into it uncontrollably. After everyone fell, a strong suction came from the hole, making it even more difficult for those who struggled to get out. They could not resist this mysterious suction at all. Chapter 1962. Inside the mysterious cave, Xiao Chun and Yen Songming did not give up on fighting. As the two descended, they continued to search for opportunities to severely injure each other. The two executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, exchanging moves in the average-sized cave, fighting intensely. The Heaven Dragon's dragon might and the Death Dragon might clashed, neither giving way. Dragon roars rang out. Xiao Chun showed a grave expression, feeling shocked. To think that someone could rearrange the Supreme Dragon Fist like him. In reality, if the other party used resentment to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist, it would be even more mighty. However, like Xiao Chun, Yen Songming saw the flaws of the Supreme Dragon Fist and switched to the Death Dao to drive the Supreme Dragon Fist. The other party's comprehension of the Death Dao was much stronger than Xiao Chen's Massacre Dao. Xiao Chen's killing qi had been tempered in the Great Thousand Realms for many years. Although it was vast and dense, it barely advanced to the level of will. Xiao Chun was still a long time away from truly comprehending the Massacre Dao. In reality, few of the thousands of cultivators, even divine vein sovereign emperors, could comprehend such a great Dao that surpassed attributes. The process was painful, arduous, and long. However, once one comprehended it, one's strength would be extremely horrifying. Within the same cultivation realm, one would be unrivaled. The Yen Songming before Xiao Chun was such an existence. To think that he comprehended the Death Dao. If not for Xiao Chun using the 7-kill seal to drive his killing qi, Yen Songming's Supreme Dragon Fist would not be able to hold his own. However, Xiao Chun did not know that Yen Songming was even more shocked than he was. The other party should not have come into contact with the Supreme Dragon Fist for long. However, the comprehension ability that he showed was already no weaker than Yen Songming's. How did you cultivate the Heaven Dragon Forbidden Art? Xiao Chun asked as he looked at the other party. Compared to the other party's horrifying strength, this question was even more serious. Yen Songming retorted coldly, "When I came into contact with the Supreme Dragon Fist, you had not even grasped it yet." Boom. The two exchanged moves again, and the effects of the 7-kill seal on Xiao Chun slowly weakened. In the clash of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Yen Songming slowly fell into a disadvantage, losing his aura. "This is not enough for you to be arrogant in front of me." Yen Songming grabbed hold of this opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Xiao Chun before he landed. However, Xiao Chun suddenly discovered that Xiao Chen's aura had become erratic. Xiao Chun had clearly locked onto the other party, but Xiao Chun was unfathomable, like a fish in water. Bang! Xiao Chun punched out, only to find that he missed. The terrifying might of the fist exploded, but it did not hurt Xiao Chun at all. Heaven Dragon Profundity. You actually comprehended the Heaven Dragon Profundity. This greatly startled Yen Songming. Theoretically, a flood dragon human could become a heaven dragon. Yen Songming had studied the heaven dragon's mysteries for many years. Even though he could comprehend the Death Tao, he could not make any headway. Not only that, Xiao Chun snorted coldly in the darkness. The substantial heaven dragon's mysteries merged with the supreme dragon fist's final move. When Yen Songming sensed Xiao Chun's aura, he recognized this move. It was the supreme dragon fist's final move. Only I am supreme. Without even thinking, Yen Songming used his strong Death Tao's mysteries and his mental cultivation technique, which he was far more familiar with than Xiao Chen's, to launch this punch first. Supreme Dragon Fist. Only I am supreme. When Yen Songming punched, an unparalleled tyranny burst out from his body. That was the intense confidence of being the only one in the entire world, everywhere, and everywhere. What was a supreme? Until the end of time, a supreme would not age. Even after a long time, a supreme would not die. This heart would not die. These words would not be regretted. This body would not die. At first, Xiao Chen's fist move was the same as Yen Songming's. However, later on, it gained an even more distant state. Supreme Dragon Fist. Only I am supreme. Although it was only in embryonic form and not complete, when Xiao Chun merged the Heaven Dragon's mysteries with it, Xiao Chen's punch became well prepared. In that instant, Yen Songming's might drowned out Yen Songming's. The instant the two fists clashed, Yen Songming's aura shattered. He vomited a large mouthful of blood as he went flying. Why? They were both using the Supreme Dragon Fist's final move. Even if Yen Songming grasped the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, the other party's 7-kill seal was no longer effective. Yen Songming should be slightly stronger. However, why did the might of Xiao Chen's only I am supreme completely drown out Yen Songming's? They were not on the same level at all. Yen Songming, who flew back in pain, felt very confused. However, before he could think too much, Yen Songming, who had been severely injured by the punch, lost control of his body and fell down. Withdraw. Xiao Chun opened his fists and retracted the scattered dragon might, negating the might of Yen Songming's punch. There was no one else in the darkness. Silence reigned. Yen Songming had been defeated. However, he could not continue his pursuit in this mysterious cave. Caught off guard, the others had already fallen somewhere. Only the two of them could control their falling speed. Now that Yen Songming was defeated, only Xiao Chun remained, able to control his body somewhat. This cave in the depths appeared rather abruptly. This was worth thinking about. Why would such a cave appear near the center of the city? Xiao Chun calmed his mind and entered deep thought. Then he opened his heavenly eye and did his best to see his surroundings. However, the situation was only a little worse. He could only see some blurry light in the darkness. There were also flickering spots of light on the walls. Wait, there seems to be some pattern to these spots of light. Are they talisman scripts or ancient characters? Xiao Chun did his best to control his body. Then he arrived before the wall. As he descended, he imprinted the flickering characters into the depths of his mind. He compared them with the memories that the blood-soaked dragon emperor left behind, hoping to gain something. These are divine characters. Xiao Chun finally confirmed that these were divine characters, the characters that the heavenly realm's martial gods used back then, compared to ordinary characters. Divine characters contained the energy of the divine Tao. After they were written, they naturally contained laws and supreme truths. Xiao Chun felt like this was a record of some cultivation technique. Unfortunately, whenever he tried to recall it, The divine characters imprinted in his mind would quickly slip away. After that, he had no recollection of them. Just at this moment, Xiao Chun felt something under his feet, and he landed. The huge impact nearly sent Xiao Chun tumbling down. Fortunately, Xiao Chun had been doing his best to control his body. Although the impact was strong, it was still within his control. After stabilizing his footing, Xiao Chun controlled his body and walked forward step by step. After opening his heavenly eye, he could see divine characters that others could not. Xiao Chun was strangely obsessed with these divine characters. Although he could not truly remember them, Xiao Chun found them very wondrous as he walked along the flickering divine characters on the walls. My soul energy. Suddenly, Xiao Chun was shocked to discover that the originally faint sun and moon shining together in his soul pool actually glowed. A bright moon and a blazing sun competed for brilliance. Although the light was not dazzling, it flickered, giving this mysterious phenomenon its original form. Originally, Xiao Chen's soul energy had to advance by at least 5 or 6 layers to reach this level. However, just by observing these divine characters, he managed to achieve such an effect. This helped Xiao Chen save a lot of time. Interesting. If I continue to observe these divine characters, will I be able to bring out the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon in the end? Xiao Chen thought joyfully. Originally, he had only just advanced to the Holy Venerate realm. His soul energy had been extremely weak. After all, he had not cultivated any soul energy secret manuals. Previously, he had only been a star venerate. His usage of soul energy had been very crude. Wanting to bring out the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon without reaching the sovereign personage realm was like a fool's dream. Those outstanding talents of rank 7 sex had been nurtured from a young age and received pointers from experts. That was why they could bring out mysterious phenomena at the Holy Venerate realm. However, along the way, Xiao Chun had relied on himself to fumble about, unyielding perseverance to achieve this. Xiao Chun, who came from the abandoned land, was much weaker than many people in the Great Thousand Realms. With this anticipation, Xiao Chun immersed his consciousness into the divine characters, following the traces left by the divine characters as he chased after them. He did not notice that the space he was in had already turned blurry without him realizing it. Whoosh! Murong Yen was the first to come out of the cave. Soon after, Lu Ruyun, Wei Hongfei, and the others came out one after another. How piercing! The first reaction of these people, who suddenly came out of the darkness, was to close their eyes involuntarily. When these people got used to the light, they were horrified to discover that they were under a pink screen of light. There was a mirror made of light under their feet. They could not see the exit at all. Where's Xiao Chun? Lu Ruyun suddenly thought of this question and asked the others, appearing somewhat flustered. I don't know. He and that flood dragon, human, should have fallen in first. Logically speaking, they should have arrived earlier than us. Did you not see him? I was following behind you. I thought that Xiao Chen came out long ago. Just as the group felt confused, Sidu Changfeng said, At that time, I felt that Xiao Chun and that flood dragon human continued fighting after they fell in. Since that flood dragon human Yen Songming has not come out yet, Xiao Chun should not have come out so early either. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun and the others relaxed slightly. Soon, Yen Songming and Zhen Yuan appeared together. However, there was still no sign of Xiao Chun. Damn it! What did the two of you do to Xiao Chun? Why is he not out yet? Lu Ruyun shouted when she saw the situation. This startled Yen Songming. He thought to himself, shouldn't this fellow have come out long ago? However, Yen Songming remained expressionless, not showing any fluctuations. He smiled coldly and said, "Why are you so concerned about that fellow? You are a noble white dragon. Did you fall in love with a mixed-blood dragon? He already died at my hands. You can rest easy now." You, Lu Ruyun, and the others immediately became enraged. They prepared to activate their great desolate Ian bloodlines and fight to the death with Yen Songming. Upon seeing this scene, Zhan Yuan frowned slightly. These people activating their great desolate Ian bloodlines was problematic. He said coldly, "Xiao Chun is not dead. We do not know where he is, either. Before you make a move, look at your surroundings first. Everyone is looking at us like fools." Chapter 1963. Xiao Chun followed the flickering divine characters on the walls and walked all the way. When he startled awake, he discovered that he was in a strange world. Where am I? Where are Lu Ruyun, Murong Yen, and the others? Xiao Chun felt suspicious. He felt that there was only one path in the cave, and he had walked for a long time. After walking for so long, even if Xiao Chun was at the very back, he should have met someone else or left the cave he came from. Or perhaps Murong Yen and the others had already arrived here before him. However, after looking around the place, he didn't find anyone else. The strangest thing was that Xiao Chun discovered that the path he came from had been cut off. It looked like he had arrived in this strange space for some reason. This place was filled with pink crystal walls that flickered with a dazzling luster. Xiao Chun did his best to recall. Unfortunately, he had been immersed in the divine characters earlier and had no recollection of them at all. Of course, the divine characters that captivated him had all slipped away. He could not remember a single one of them. The only thing that proved their existence was that Xiao Chen's soul energy had increased significantly. The mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together in Xiao Chen's soul pool had become increasingly distinct. The silhouettes of the sun and the moon appeared clearly. Not only did they flicker with light, but they also shed a faint radiance on the ground. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. With a thought, he sent out his holy venerate will. Boom! In that instant, the mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together appeared in Xiao Chen's soul pool. The bright moon and the blazing sun appeared at the same time. The entire space and the surrounding crystal walls reflected off each other, looking very beautiful. Xiao Chen revealed joy on his face. I succeeded. The increase in Xiao Chen's soul energy allowed him to finally bring out the mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together. In the future, even if he faced a sovereign personage's will of soul, he would be able to hold his own. Xiao Chun would no longer be in a predicament like when he was a star venerate, feeling a headache every time he faced a holy venerate's will of soul. After withdrawing the mysterious phenomenon, Xiao Chun frowned slightly. Returning to reality, where exactly am I? After searching for a while, Xiao Chen's expression slowly turned grave. There was no exit. The entire space was like a maze, crisscrossing and confusing. There were crystal walls all around him that emitted pink radiance. They were filled with an energy he couldn't understand. That energy was unfamiliar and powerful, causing people to feel reverence. It was somewhat similar to the divine text, but this was tangible energy. Xiao Chen knew very well that he did not absorb it. Bang, bang, punch after punch landed on the crystal wall. Xiao Chen's hands hurt a little, but the crystal wall didn't move an inch. It was as if it had existed for eternity and would never change. Was he going to be trapped here for the rest of his life? Since he could get in, he could definitely get out. Xiao Chen calmed himself down and began to search for the divine characters that had drawn him in. The light of the crystal wall covered the light of the divine characters. Xiao Chen's eyes were dazzled, but he still didn't discover anything. He had to think of a way to make the divine text appear. With a thought, Xiao Chen said softly, "Demonic cloud, heaven-swallowing art." Within his 9-star primal core, the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art slowly circulated, and strands of black demonic qi emanated from his body. The demonic qi thickened and stuck to the walls, covering up the light of the crystal walls. The originally flickering space turned pitch black. Xiao Chen circulated his energy and nimbly controlled these demonic clouds, making them thinner. With Xiao Chen's continuous effort, flickering divine characters finally appeared on the crystal wall. In this dark environment, these flickering divine characters gave off a faint light, appearing exceptionally eye-catching. Xiao Chen activated the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories to see if he could dig out more information about the divine characters. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was only one step away from becoming a true martial god. Although Xiao Chen could not write divine characters, he could still recognize them in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Xiao Chen knew that the original deities of the heavenly realm had a complicated relationship with the peak factions of the Great Thousand Realms. In reality, in every war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, the true masterminds behind the scenes were these deities of the heavenly realm. Be it the righteous Dao or the demonic Dao, they all had the support of the heavenly realm's deities. However, the deities had not expected that the last great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions would involve a variable like the Black Dragon King, bringing the flames of war to the heavenly realm. The chaotic war between the deities resulted in the heavenly realm's destruction. From then on, the heavenly realm no longer existed in the Great Thousand Realms. However, when the deities of the heavenly realm still existed, the decrees they passed down were written in divine characters. The various major factions all had people who could read the divine characters and clearly understand the decrees of the heavenly realm's deities. Naturally, the divine Dragon Empire had a backer in the heavenly realm back then. Those dragon races that advanced to martial god would definitely take care of their own races in the central great realm. As the ruler of the divine Dragon Empire, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor naturally could read the divine characters. After some hard work, Xiao Chen finally obtained some simple techniques for reading the divine characters. However, these techniques were limited to letting Xiao Chen understand the divine characters. They could not leave an impression in his mind. Divine characters were different from ordinary characters. The meaning of one divine character might require thousands of ordinary characters to describe. Xiao Chen's eyes quickly scanned these divine characters, searching for a way to escape. Since Xiao Chen came to this place because of the divine characters were definitely his only chance to escape. It was very possible that he had accidentally touched one of the characters while reading those divine characters, which resulted in him being sent here. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived before a divine character. After hesitating for a moment, he gently tapped on it. Perhaps he could use the same method to send himself out now. Boom! A huge force shot out, and Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. This divine character recorded a flame containing the supreme principles of the Fire Tao. It was berserk and merciless, inflicting severe damage on Xiao Chen's physical body and soul. Xiao Chen did not complain. After he stood up, he continued to read these obscure and unfathomable divine characters. After trying many times, Xiao Chen felt like he was on the verge of death, killed by the energy in the divine characters. Xiao Chen thought about giving up. However, if he gave up, he might really be trapped here forever. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth, feeling mentally fatigued. Then he touched another divine character. If Xiao Chen understood this divine character correctly, it described big. There was no way to count on a beginner like Xiao Chen to understand the complete meaning of this divine character. It was already extremely difficult for him to comprehend a rough state. This divine character contained a state that Xiao Chun could only comprehend too big. Boom! After Xiao Chun touched the divine character, the entire crystal wall started to tremble slightly. The flickering divine characters vanished, hiding within the crystal wall. Xiao Chun did not know what happened. He withdrew the demonic clouds in the surroundings, and the space regained its brightness. That is, in the center of the crystal wall, Xiao Chun discovered a beam of light encasing a stone stele. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chun was certain that before he touched the divine character that represented Big, this stone stele had not appeared. Xiao Chun's heart skipped a beat. He quickly walked over and looked carefully. Then he muttered, "Divine Universe stele." Just as Xiao Chun finally obtained an opportunity to leave this mysterious place, Murong Yen, Lu Ruyun, and the others found themselves in trouble. Murong Yen, Lu Ruyun, and the others found themselves in trouble. They followed Jun Yuan's instructions and looked around. Then they all showed stunned expressions. At the moment, they were in a certain barrier, and beneath their feet was a pink mirror that was as bright as if it had been washed. Outside the barrier was a group of cultivators so shocked that their jaws nearly fell off. These people were the 4 rank 6 sects and the Heavenly Lodging Palace branches, upper echelon, and elite disciples exploring the center of the ancient city in search of the greatest fortuitous encounter, the divine crystal. Aside from these people, there were also many sovereign personages, loose cultivators, in ancient desolate town, who were confident in their strength. These loose cultivators cut their way through the pressure of the divine crystal, crossed many restrictions, and killed countless corpses. After paying a huge price and going through a lot of trouble, they finally arrived here. After that, they discovered to their frustration that the divine crystal was right before them. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not break the barrier of the divine crystal. Even with the combined power of several soul tools, they could not shake this barrier at all. In the hands of a sovereign personage, a soul tool could bring out 50% of its might, perhaps even 100%. Compared to the might that Xiao Chun and the others could bring out with soul tools, it was on a completely different level. However, even under such circumstances, they still could not break the barrier. Looking at the divine crystal, right in front of them, yet they couldn't get their hands on it. Anyone would go crazy. Just as they were about to despair, Murong Yen and the others appeared inside the barrier. How could they not be shocked? Damn it! Did I see it wrong? There are actually people in there. I did not see wrongly. I saw it too. How did this group of people appear? Quickly come over and tell us how to enter. Otherwise, everyone will die. After the upper echelon of the 4 rank 6 sects recovered from their shock, they rejoiced and shouted. After the initial shock, Murong Yen and the others discovered that this group of people could not enter. So they ignored this group of frantic sovereign personages. Lu Ruyan looked at Yen Songming and demanded, "Where is Xiao Chun? If you do not give me an explanation today, I will not let you off." Yen Songming's and Zhen Yuan's gazes were already fixed on the sky. A pink crystal floated there quietly. This was the divine crystal that the group of people outside yearned for. This divine crystal gave off an awe-inspiring energy that they could not comprehend. A fanatical look flashed in Yen Songming's eyes for only an instant before he calmed down. Given Yen Songming's current cultivation, snatching this divine crystal would be pointless. Not only would he not be able to comprehend it, but it would also bring him a lot of trouble. Upon hearing Lu Ruyun's words, Yen Songming recovered his wits. He smiled and said, "I feel that you should not worry about Xiao Chun at this moment. You should worry more about yourself and the people around you." When Murong Yen and the others heard the meaning behind Yen Songming's words, their faces immediately sank. they stepped forward and shielded Lu Ruyun. Shen Yuan, you don't mind helping me block the attacks of these people with their great desolate Ian bloodline, right? I am very interested in this young lady. Her value might surpass our imagination. Yen Songming had great insight. When his gaze fell on Lu Ruyun, a sinister look flashed in his eyes. As you wish. Zhen Yuan felt somewhat displeased. However, since Yen Songming insisted, he could only agree. Boom! In that instant, Zhen Yuan ignited the demonic nature that the Black Dragon King left in his body. His black hair immediately fluttered about, and his eyes flickered with a pitch-black light. His expression twisted, and his demonic might flourished. Chapter 1964. Yen Songming had sharp eyes. He determined that Lu Ruyun had an extraordinary background and was extremely valuable. Even if Murong Yen and the others activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines, the two of them would have to pay a heavy price. He still felt that it was worth a try. Zhen Yuan had been in the central great world for some time. He knew how terrifying the martial practitioners with the 8 overlord bloodlines were after they activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines. If he were to lower his guard, he might very well lose his life here. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun ignited the Black Dragon King's demonic nature that he had absorbed and refined. His body immediately erupted with a demonic might that rivaled that of a sovereign personage. However, this was because his cultivation was not high enough and his body could not withstand it. The Black Dragon King's demonic nature could display even more terrifying might. However, now it was already frightening enough. The moment the demonic might appeared, Murong Yen and the others trembled in fear. Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Entering hell. Zhen Yuan drew his saber and shouted ferociously. A black saber light instantly materialized a horrifying scene of purgatory. Zhen Yuan turned into the Kasayapa Buddha in hell, exuding boundless demonic might. The demonic smoke materialized thousands of malicious spirits circling above Murong Yen and the others. They bared their fangs and claws, giving off ghostly cries and wolf howls. From time to time, the spiraling demons and monsters would transform into sharp saber chi. They rained down like a torrential storm, each and every one of them lethal. They carried fear and resentment, and very quickly they messed up their formation. As expected of a Buddhist forbidden art, if you can learn the 7 kill seal, TSK, its power will be unimaginable. However, this move can actually be more perfect. I'll bring you to the real Azura blood, to train some other day. Yen Songming silently spread out his death Dao's mysteries. Black smoke lingered on his body, wriggling like tentacles. Zhen Yuan said in a deep voice, and the battle quickly to avoid any accidents. As Yen Songming looked at the somewhat disheveled Murong Yan's group, he smiled casually. They are just a group of outer sect disciples. If they were the Dragon's Gate's inner sect disciples, it would be somewhat problematic. However, it was true that he had to end the battle quickly. Accidents were bound to happen. Death like wind. Hu Qi, with a wave of his hand, it was as if autumn had arrived in an instant, bringing with it gusts of autumn wind that were suffused with a bleak feeling. It arrived mercilessly, sweeping away all the fallen leaves in the world, bringing with it a sense of desolation and withering. The wind of autumn, the wind of death. This move was so brilliant that it made people gasp in amazement. He had actually merged the death Upanishad into the wind invisibly. One would not be able to sense where the death force was hiding. While it appeared to be empty, it was actually like a shadow following one's body. What a terrifying young man to have mastered the Tao of death to such a level. Outside the barrier, the sovereign personages of the various sects, who were shouting earlier, all showed grave expressions when they saw Yan Songming make a move. He is Yan Songming. So, it is him, the strongest outstanding talent of the Flood Dragon humans. According to rumor, when he fought a sovereign personage, he managed to retreat unscathed. This group of Dragon Clan juniors are going to be unlucky against him. They would have to be at least at the level of the 7 sons of the divine dragon to be able to suppress him. However, this guy is truly terrifying. I've never heard of him comprehending the Tao of death before. This fellow holds a great grudge against the dragon race. The dragon race cultivators that run into him usually do not have a good ending. Some sovereign personages recognized this Yan Songming. It turned out that he was not a nameless person. We have to break this Azura purgatory first, or we'll all die, Situ Changfeng shouted, and arrived at the front. When he saw the death wind, his expression turned grave. Then he attacked decisively. 1,000 cloud, stacking cliffs. In an instant, a heavy cloud will emerge from his body, stacking layer upon layer like a cloud mountain. The wind follows the clouds. This young man is very decisive. He wants to attract the wind of death to himself, creating an opportunity for his companions. But can he withstand it? The eyes of many sovereign personages lit up as they figured out Situ Changfeng's intentions. Boom, boom, boom. Murong Yen and the others activated their great, desolate Ian bloodlines, one after another. Without hesitation, they each sent out a move at the Azura, hell trapping them. Amidst the horrifying dragon roars, several people attacked at the same time. The Azura purgatory immediately shook, looking like it would collapse soon. If I don't go to hell, who will? Just at this moment, Zhen Yuan shouted, and the demonic might on his body turned into a horrifying Buddhist might. A black swastika appeared under his feet, the full might of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Entering hell was displayed. Block him. The expressions of Wei Hongfei and the others changed drastically. This was the greatest danger they had faced since they started cultivating. They all focused and did their best. Heaven-burning rage, golden light cauldron, falling leaves filling the sky, sounding like voices. Boom. The few attacked at the same time, clashing with the horrifying saber move that Zhen Yuan executed after he ignited the Black Dragon King's demonic nature. However, after Zhen Yuan ignited his demonic nature, he executed entering hell. This could not be viewed with common sense. This saber strike knocked Morong Yen, Lu Ruyun, and the others back one after another. Their auras plummeted, and blood leaked out of a corner of their lips as they fell to the ground. Zhen Yuan turned around and took 3 steps back before he stabilized himself. The demonic might on his body slowly receded. Bang! On the other side, Situ Changfeng, who was blocking Yan Songming's killing move alone, finally could no longer hold on. The 1,000 clouds stacking cliffs shattered, and the mysteries of death entered his body. Situ Changfeng's life force immediately drained away. His expression turned grave as he resisted the endless mysteries of death in his body with much difficulty. Whoosh! Come with me, then. Yan Songming brushed past Situ Changfeng and charged at Lu Ruyun, preparing to send Situ Changfeng flying. However, something strange suddenly happened. A horrifying aura burst out of Lu Ruyun's body. Despite moving later, she arrived first and soared into the air. Yan Songming revealed an extremely horrified expression because of Lu Ruyun's aura. At this moment, it completely suppressed Yan Songming. His body even turned somewhat stiff, and fear welled up in his heart. Lu Ruyun blew away the death chi on Yan Songming's body with a palm strike. Then she instantly stabbed the saber with her right hand into Yan Songming's chest. A horrifying saber intent surged out. Even the injuries that Yen Songming suppressed when he fought with Xiao Qin erupted at the same time. At the crucial moment, Yen Songming landed a palm strike on Lu Ruyun and quickly bounced back. "Situ, are you all right?" Lu Ruyun landed and looked at Situ Changfeng with guilt on her face. Had Situ Changfeng used the strand of aura that the White Dragon King left in his body earlier, Situ Changfeng would not be in such a predicament. If Lu Ruyun used this strand of aura, her father, the White Dragon King, would know that she had snuck out. The dragon race had extremely strong life force. The innate energy that their bloodline gave them made them different from other cultivators. They had strong recovery abilities and strong life force. When facing the corrosion of the Death Dao's mysteries, they should have strong resistance. However, this Yen Songming seemed to have modified his Death Dao, making it especially effective against dragon race cultivators. Situ Changfeng's current situation did not look optimistic. "Damn it! You two bastards!" The others struggled to get up. After checking Situ Changfeng's situation, they glared at the two. "So, that's how it is. I know who you are now." After Yen Songming fell to the ground, he executed a strange hand seal. Then, the death chi on his body suddenly soared, forcefully suppressing his injuries. Yen Songming's gaze turned even more fervent as he looked at Lu Ruyun. "It is not just him. All of you will not be able to escape death today. In your next life, don't be a dragon race cultivator." Yen Songming roared, and a terrifying demonic flame continuously appeared behind him. Even the smooth mirror under his feet looked down on it. Reversing the Death Dao's mysteries, he is really crazy. His talent is also startling. His comprehension of the Death Dao puts even the older generation demonic Dao experts to shame. When the many sovereign personages outside the barrier saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Yen Songming's gaze locked on Lu Ruyun. Aside from her, everyone else was a dead person to him. Bang! Right at that moment, a strange change occurred. Cracks began to appear on the spirit formation barrier, and frightening power began to leak out non-stop. Just as everyone felt confused, the floating divine crystal in the air suddenly exploded. A white figure floated down from the sky. The divine crystal exploded. Furthermore, a person flew out of it. This person was Xiao Qin, who had found an opportunity to break free. Xiao Qin raised his eyebrows when he saw Yen Songming, who exuded a terrifying Death Dao. Holy Venerate Will, sun and moon shining together. With a thought, Xiao Qin brought out his Holy Venerate Will. A bright moon and a blazing sun rose up at the same time. Moonlight and sunlight intertwined. As Xiao Qin slowly descended, he let his will of soul encase Lu Ruyun and the others. This immediately suppressed Yen Songming's Death Dao's mysteries, causing him to feel a huge resistance. Yen Songming's way forward immediately became restricted. Damn it! At the crucial moment, Xiao Qin suddenly appeared. This instantly drove Yen Songming, who had suppressed all his trump cards, crazy. The negative effects of reversing the Death Dao started to appear. Black demonic patterns appeared on Yen Songming's face, and pain appeared in his eyes. Yen Songming's Death Dao's might continuously weakened. Zhen Yuan shouted anxiously, "Yen Songming, it's time to go." Damn it! A great opportunity is gone, just like that. Xiao Qin can only let them off today. Whoosh! A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. The tyrant's saber, which had not appeared for a long time, instantly appeared. Xiao Qin drew his saber. Before Yen Songming, who had just thought of retreating, could react, a cold saber light flashed. Then, Yen Songming's head flew into the air. His head separated from his body, and blood spurted out. "He's dead," Zhang Yuan, who had already taken a few steps back and waited for Yan Songming to retreat, was stunned when he saw this scene. Chapter 1965. The tyrant blade was unsheathed, sealing the marquee with blood. For some reason, Zhang Yuan suddenly recalled what Xiao Chun told him. It was not that Xiao Chun did not want to draw his saber, but that when he drew his saber, he needed to see blood. That saber. His gaze fell on Ba Dao, and his face instantly became solemn. Zhang Yuan had seen that saber before. However, now that he saw it again, he felt like he had been reborn. Tyrant blade. He was very clear about the origins of this saber. Back then, he had a great chance of obtaining this saber as well. Unfortunately, it still fell into Xiao Chen's hands by chance. At first, it was not particularly scary. However, now, the feeling it gave Xiao Chun was one of fear. If Xiao Chun had used the saber back then, he would have died. He might be caught off guard and lose his life without any mental preparation. This was what happened to Yan Songming before Xiao Chun. He died a wrongful death. Despite being severely injured, he still managed to reverse the Tao of death. When he saw Xiao Chun, he hesitated for a moment and did not retreat on the spot. When the profound of death started to devour him, he wanted to retreat, but Xiao Chun didn't give him the chance. Clang! After sheathing his saber, Xiao Chun landed beside Situ Changfeng and checked on his injuries. Xiao Chun frowned. What a horrifying death profound. The death energy in Situ Changfeng's body was invisible and formless. However, it continuously tortured Situ Changfeng, corroding his life force. He was like a bright flower slowly withering. If he wanted to treat Situ Changfeng, he would have to find the mysteries of death in his body. Of the group, Duan Fei, who was the most skilled, had already tried but could not find a solution. He directly said that only the elders of the Green Dragon Palace had a solution. However, based on Situ Changfeng's current situation, he would not be able to last that long. Xiao Chun, is there any way to save him? Morong Yen asked sullenly, feeling extremely grave. He simply did not wish to see Situ Changfeng die. Xiao Chun pondered and nodded. Don't worry. I have a way to stabilize his injuries first. If anyone has any medicinal pills that can excavate the power of the bloodline, give them to Situ. With the toughness of the dragon race's bloodline, it can slightly slow down the loss of vitality. This was only to strengthen Situ Changfeng's life force foundation, so that his life force would not drain away so quickly. Xiao Chun treated the symptoms and not the root cause. However, as long as he could endure this period, Xiao Chun would have a way to temporarily suppress the power of death in Situ Changfeng's body, allowing him to last until he reached the Green Dragon Palace. Given the strength of the Green Dragon Palace elders, it would not be difficult to remove Situ Changfeng's death energy. I do. Me too. The few of them rushed to take out their treasured medicinal pills and handed them to Situ Changfeng. Xiao Chun, is there really a way? Lu Ruyun's eyes turned red. Her valiant face looked somewhat heart-wrenching. This time, the stimulation this child received was still a little too big. For Xiao Chun and the others, they had experienced the parting of life and death a long time ago. No matter how fierce the competition was within the sect, it would not result in death. However, once they left the sect, death was all too common. At every moment, there would be cultivators falling on their way to the peak. You can trust me. Xiao Chun looked seriously at Lu Ruyun. Lu Ruyun, who always trusted him, nodded, feeling somewhat relieved in her heart. Carrying Situ Changfeng on his back, Xiao Chun looked around. Cracks appeared in the barrier, looking like it would collapse at any moment. Thousands of divine crystal shards hovered in the sky, attracting the attention of the various cultivators. No one had expected Xiao Chun to come out of the divine crystal and kill Yan Songming with one saber strike. All the more No one had expected the divine crystal to explode, producing so many shards. Some people rejoiced, and some people raged. The people rejoiced because the divine crystal had shattered into so many shards. The loose cultivators would have a chance to fight for them. The people raged were the stronger ones. With the divine crystal exploding, the complete true God's mysteries would no longer exist. Even if all the divine crystal shards were pieced together, their value would be far from comparable to a complete divine crystal. Let's go. This place will turn chaotic soon. We should leave this troublesome place first. With the shattering of the barrier, blood would flow like a river because of the divine crystal shards. Boom. Indeed, someone quickly used a soul tool to shatter the barrier. Many sovereign personages soared into the sky, heading for the divine crystal shards in the air. Xiao Chun and the others had already retreated to the periphery. The moment the barrier shattered, they quickly left. However, the group did not notice that Yan Songming's headless corpse on the ground silently turned into a clump of black smoke. After the black smoke of death formed a formation, it infused into a divine crystal shard. The divine crystal instantly turned black. Amid the chaos, it flew towards Zhen Yuan. Zhen Yuan felt slightly stunned. He received the divine crystal shard, feeling confused. Then, he revealed a confused expression. When Zhen Yuan saw a strange talisman seal in the divine crystal shard, he revealed an expression of understanding. I just knew that you would not die so easily. After putting away the divine crystal shard, Zhen Yuan carefully sized up the surroundings before leaving quickly. Brat, stop right there. On the other side, Xiao Chun ran into trouble. Someone had been targeting them for a long time. The moment the barrier shattered, a sovereign personage elder from the ruling sword gate was sent to block Xiao Chun. This was an initial perfection sovereign personage elder. His cultivation was about the same as Lu Yuanzong, whom Xiao Chun interacted with. However, this sovereign personage came from a large sect. He should be slightly stronger than Lu Yuanzong. When a sovereign personage blocked their path, Murong Yen and the others showed grave expressions. In the earlier battle, Murong Yen and the others had activated their great, desolate Ian bloodlines and could not put up a fight at all. Even if they did, it would not be of much use against a sovereign personage. It would not make much of a difference. You killed Qi Yinfeng, right? The old man said with a sullen expression as he looked at Xiao Chun. Clearly, there had to be a reason why this old man sought trouble for Xiao Chun while the other sovereign personages chased after the divine crystal shards. You speak too much nonsense. Xiao Chun knew that he could not resolve this peacefully. He did not overthink. The moment he appeared, the god shadow bow appeared in his hand. A spot of heart flame burned on Xiao Chun's fingertip and spread to the arrow. Then, a simplified version of heart force merged with the arrow. Xiao Chun drew the bow and drew the bowstring. Veritable essence energy and soul energy continuously poured into the bow. When facing a sovereign personage, Xiao Chun showed no intention of holding back. Aside from activating his bloodline power, he brought out the god Shadow Bow's full might. A soul tool. Interesting. This old man looks forward to seeing how much might an insignificant holy venerate like you can bring out. The old man showed a calm expression as he smiled faintly. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. The old man was very clear on the strength of a soul tool and the requirements to use it. A holy venerate would not be able to bring out much of its might. Boom. However, as the vast might and pressure from the god Shadow Bow soared up, the sovereign personage old man gradually turned grave. Damn it! The old man cursed after clearly seeing the grade of that soul tool. Then he turned to leave. Without a doubt, even a sovereign personage would not dare to clash head-on with Xiao Chun using the god Shadow Bow, at full power and the heart flame. However, By the time the old man flew over and blocked Xiao Chun, it was already too late. The god's shadow arrow had never missed before. The instant Xiao Chun let go, a miserable shriek rang out. There was no way to dodge. After the arrow struck the old man, it did not lose any momentum, continuing forward ferociously, destroying countless buildings and carving out a path. Let's go. With the significant increase in Xiao Chen's soul energy, he still had some strength left over after executing the god's shadow bow at full power. It was no longer like before, where he would run out of energy after executing the god's shadow bow once more. Then, Xiao Chun carried Situ Changfeng on his back and quickly led the others away. Right now was far from the time when the danger was over. Xiao Chun, thank you. Situ Changfeng, who was on Xiao Chen's back, was in a daze. His mind was somewhat unclear, sometimes awake and sometimes asleep. At this moment, Situ Changfeng endured the dizziness and the loss of life force before he finally managed to say a complete sentence. Xiao Chen understood Situ Changfeng's state the best. The death energy suppressed his life force. He could only watch helplessly as his life force drained away. Even in such pain, Situ Changfeng still had to thank Situ Changfeng. This made Xiao Chun feel somewhat uncomfortable. He replied softly, Situ, don't speak. Conserve your strength. On Xiao Chen's back, Situ Changfeng said in a somewhat daze, I can't. I have to say it. Otherwise, I won't have a chance to say it. That would be too regretful. Murong Yen felt a lump in his throat, and tears indeed flowed out. As he cried, he thought, stop talking. Xiao Chun said that he can save you, so he definitely can. Murong Yen thought of many things. He had known Situ Changfeng for much longer than Xiao Chun. Many times, Situ Changfeng would step forward without hesitation. Murong Yen thought of demonic venerate Mu Yun in Violent Flame Desert. Situ Changfeng had saved his life when he was in danger. Now, if not for Situ Changfeng blocking Yen Songming's death like wind, all of them would have died. They would not have lasted until Xiao Chun appeared. Situ Changfeng was always so kind. Most of the time, Murong Yen was heartless and did not overthink. He did not even say a word of thanks. Situ Changfeng's words were unbearable for Murong Yen. He should be the one thanking Situ Changfeng. Wei Hongfei and the others showed unsightly expressions as well. Their eyes even turned somewhat moist. Xiao Chun showed a grave expression when he felt the weight on his back. It was not because Situ Changfeng was really heavy. Instead, it was because he felt his responsibility. He felt everyone's anticipation of him saving Situ Changfeng's life. Xiao Chun killed Yen Songming with one saber strike and knocked back a sovereign personage with one arrow. To others, these actions looked casual. However, who knew how much effort, soul energy, and veritable essence energy Xiao Chun put into them? Xiao Chun did not say anything. He silently carried Situ Changfeng on his back as he killed the guards along the way. After making one round, Xiao Chun returned to the place where he fought with Yen Songming. He wanted to go to the southern city, to the herb garden in the southern city. Whether Situ Changfeng could survive or not depended on Xiao Chun. Kill. As Xiao Chun faced the guards blocking his way, he did not hold back on his veritable essence energy and soul energy, which he did not have much in the first place. It looked like hope was right before him. Xiao Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. When he looked up, he saw a white-clad monk and a mysterious person shrouded in a scarlet shadow standing on the roof in front. Ming Xian. Xiao Chen said through clenched teeth as he stopped walking. He had not expected to run into this person at this moment. Chapter 1966. Black Lotus Church's Holy Son, Ming Xian. He had actually appeared at a time that Xiao Chun would never have expected, and in a place that he would never want to see him. This caused his heart to sink for some reason. Who is this person? Upon seeing the holy sun Mingxian and the mysterious person shrouded in blood, Murongyan and the others were stunned, feeling somewhat worried. Based on the auras that the two gave off, it was clear that they were not ordinary holy venerates. Xiao Chun looked at Mingxian and said, "Mingxian, I had a chance to kill you before your master died. However, I spared your life. Now, can you return this favor? I'll stay and let my friend leave." The current situation was not suitable to fight with someone like Mingxian. In his life, Xiao Chun rarely gave in. Even if he was weaker than the other party, he would never beg the other party to let him go. As for those of the same generation, there was no such thing. Xiao Chun was alone. At most, he would die. At worst, the result would be nothing more than that. He was not too afraid. But now, it concerned Situ's life and death. Xiao Chun still wanted to fight for it. Of course I can agree. The holy sun Mingxian had a calm expression as he spoke softly with a smile. Just based on his expression, it was hard to imagine that he had a deep grudge with Xiao Chun. But I won't agree. The mysterious person shrouded in a bloody shadow beside him said in a hoarse voice. Based on the holy sun Mingxian's expression, it was like he knew that the other party would say that. He shrugged and said, "Sorry, I can only represent myself. I already repaid your favor. Please don't say such things in the future." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun could not help feeling enraged. This Mingxian was simply toying with him. He had no sincerity at all. He had never thought of letting the people around Xiao Chun go. I can still shoot another arrow. However, the current holy sun, Mingxian, is somewhat unfathomable. It was unknown whether or not this arrow could kill the other party. What was even more difficult to deal with was that there was another person beside Mingxian. That person's aura was even more terrifying than Mingxian's. Don't worry. A person's death is like an extinguished lamp. Everything becomes empty. What worries will there be? From the center of the ancient city, he chased after them in secret until now. Mingxian would definitely not give up on such an excellent opportunity to kill Xiao Chun. He would not have such a good opportunity the next time they met. How could Mingxian give up? Xiao Chun had never been afraid of fighting, but at this moment, he really yearned for a way to solve the problem in front of him without fighting. When Mingxian saw the unresigned expression in Xiao Chun's eyes, he smiled and said, "Still not giving up. Do you think that someone will come and help you? Accept your fate." Caw! Just at that moment, a piercing bird cry suddenly rang out from the horizon. It carried a sliver of arrogance as it resounded through the heavens recklessly. Xiao Chun was very familiar with this voice. It was the demon blood vulture. Xiao Chun's heart skipped a beat. He looked up and saw that, in the sky, the demon blood vulture spread its wings and soared high into the sky. It did not know what fortuitous encounter it had, but flames covered its entire body, making it look like a blood phoenix filled with divinity. "Xiao Chun, that stupid bird of yours is here." Murong Yen rejoiced when he saw the demon blood vulture turn into a flaming cloud, covering the sky and sun as it charged at Mingxian. Without saying anything, the demon blood vulture, whose strength had increased explosively, moved like scarlet lightning. The smile on Mingxian's face froze. Then he said sullenly, "What the heck is that? Quickly scatter." The mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows at the side said quickly when he sensed the extraordinariness of the demon blood vulture. However, the instant that voice rang out, the demon blood vulture crashed into where Mingxian and the mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows stood. A loud explosion rang out. Pillars of flame soared into the sky. The two did not have time to dodge at all. They were thrown into disarray, not knowing what was going on. The two appeared to be in a sorry state amid the flames. They did their best to charge out, but they appeared increasingly flustered. Let's go. With the demon blood vulture appearing to block these two, Xiao Chun could relax. Carrying Situ Changfeng on his back, Xiao Chun ran wildly, killing the damned servants in his way. For hours later, the herb garden they were in earlier reappeared before Xiao Chun and the others. However, Situ Changfeng, who was on Xiao Chen's back, was already fainting. The death qi had corroded away all the life force in his body. Situ Changfeng's body grew increasingly lighter. However, Xiao Chun felt his footsteps getting heavier. Quick, 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 quick. The group returned to the herb garden in a fluster. Xiao Chun quickly put Situ Changfeng down. Then he looked at the coiling dragon tree, which had stopped growing. Without thinking, Xiao Chun leaped down along the roots. Look after Situ Changfeng. Wait for me to come up. Xiao Chun showed a grave expression as he descended along the roots. The medicinal spring was already close to drying up, having been absorbed by the coiling dragon tree. Xiao Chen's descent was much faster than before. Right now, Xiao Chun placed all his hopes on the great desolate 10,000 beast pill, the little bird that he left here with the life bestowal spell. He saw the scene of the coiling dragon tree successfully suppressing the pill demon. The surging demonic nature scattered, turning into filth and scattering everywhere. Right now, the great desolate 10,000 beast pill should have been washed clean of impurities, leaving only the essence. As long as Situ Changfeng consumed it, it would continuously consolidate his life force, strengthen his bloodline, and unearth an endless stream of life force. The vast medicinal energy of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill was more than enough for Xiao Chun to rush to the Green Dragon Palace. Boom! Soon, Xiao Chun arrived at the medicine cauldron. Even though the coiling dragon tree had already absorbed most of the flames, using them as nourishment, the coiling dragon tree still had not recovered. The flames in the medicine cauldron were still frighteningly powerful. Xiao Chun used his true essence to protect his body. He didn't care about anything else as he ran through the fire. He searched for the great, desolate 10,000 beast elixir in the raging fire. Alas, the space within the cauldron seemed to be a world of its own, vast and boundless. Flames filled the entire area. Where was the great, desolate 10,000 beast pill? There was no way to find it. How could this be? Xiao Chun felt very anxious. According to his understanding, a medicinal pill at the level of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill would not be able to withstand it. Even if most of the medicinal properties had been shaken off along with the demonic nature, it was still as dazzling as the stars. It should not be difficult to find. Where is the divine pill? In the depths of the blazing fire, Xiao Chun calmed himself. There would definitely be no results if he searched blindly. Since it was a divine pill, no matter how weakened it was or how much the medicinal properties had been demonized, that strand of divine nature should still be there. I got it. Although the pill demon had been shaken off and its demonic nature eliminated, its divine nature and intelligence still remained. The pill demon knew that Xiao Chun was looking for it, so it hid. If Xiao Chun could not figure this out, he would never be able to find this great, desolate 10,000 beast pill. I will only lend you 10% of the medicinal properties to save my friend's life. I will not destroy your intelligence or take away your divine might. Xiao Chun shouted from within the medicine cauldron. He knew that the other party would definitely understand what he meant. However, the flames in the surroundings did not move or respond. Xiao Chun tried to persuade Xiao Chun with kind words, but the other party did not put on any pretense. Xiao Chun could not help getting enraged. He said sullenly, "Since you do not dare to show yourself, it means that your divine nature is weak and cannot withstand a single blow. If you continue wasting time with me, Even if it takes 10 years or 100 years, I will sweep away the flames in the sky and find your hiding place. Why are you still not coming out and offering up 10% of the medicinal properties? Boom, boom, boom. The ice snow divine flame in Xiao Chen's left hand and the primal chaos heavenly flame in his right hand. One was yin and the other was yang. No flame in the world could break free from these two attributes. Xiao Chen let go, letting the ice snow divine flame and the primal chaos heavenly flame continuously absorb the flames in the medicine cauldron. Immediately, the flames in the medicine cauldron surged like waves, roaring continuously. Xiao Chen remained unmoved, showing a calm expression. After a while, a bright light suddenly flew over to him. It was a great, desolate 10,000 beast pill containing heavy medicinal properties. However, it did not have any spirituality or divine might. The true, great, desolate 10,000 beast pill must have listened to Xiao Chen's suggestion and used 10% of its medicinal properties to refine it into a pill. Humph! Xiao Chen stopped absorbing the flames in the cauldron and snorted coldly, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He shouted, "If you waste my time, I will settle the score with you later." Whoosh! After obtaining the medicinal pill, Xiao Chen flew up on a cloud and arrived at the surface of the herb garden. When the others saw Xiao Chen, they were greatly startled and could not bear to look at him. Xiao Chen could not care less about his doubts. He took out the medicinal pill and handed it to Lu Ruyun. "Feed it to him." Lu Ruyun was stunned for a moment. Then she received the medicinal pill and fed it to Situ Changfeng. Murongyan asked nervously, "Xiao Chen, will this medicinal pill be effective?" "It should be." Xiao Chen felt somewhat uncertain. After all, there was only 10% of the medicinal properties. He could not guarantee anything. Who knew? Right after the two spoke, the great, desolate 10,000 beast pill took effect. A vigorous life force surged out of Situ Changfeng's body. His complexion recovered, and his lips turned red. This directly pulled him back from the gates of hell. Such a strong, medicinal pill delighted the group. They were already in despair. To think that Xiao Chen could still pull Situ Changfeng back from the brink of death. "Xiao Chen, what medicinal pill is this?" Wei Hongfei sighed somewhat. "Why do I feel that the aura of his bloodline is becoming increasingly stronger? What exactly rank is this medicinal pill? Even the rank 6 heavenly pills that I once saw could not strengthen the bloodline so quickly." No matter what, Situ Changfeng managed to keep his life, even profiting from a disaster. As for what the medicinal pill was, naturally, Xiao Chen would not say. If the matter of the divine pill spread, it would result in huge trouble. The demonic Dao cultivators had a vicious method of refining human blood into a medicinal pill. This increased the risk for Situ Changfeng. Xiao Chen relaxed slightly. Then he sized up his surroundings, the pill river, the herb field, the coiling dragon tree, and that heaven-supporting medicine cauldron. In the past, there were no suitable treasures to collect. However, the divine universe steel that Xiao Chen obtained from the divine crystal seemed to be able to collect everything. Chapter 1967. After a lot of effort, the group arrived at the herb garden. Outside the ancient city, a person wearing robes with pictures of the 26 constellations used his soul energy to rush over from the distant heavenly lodging sect's headquarters. The blood sand that lingered in desolate God Valley all year round, and the harsh environment did not seem to affect this person at all. It was like he was walking on a boundless plain, looking down on everything. All the storms, sand, and horrifying ferocious beasts did not exist before him. Or, rather, they were not worth his attention at all. He simply ignored them like air. The terrifying blood sandstorm scattered before this person, Before the horrifying, ferocious beasts could show their ferocious side, the blood sandstorm had already shattered into pieces. Not even a corpse remained. This person simply walked over, looking down on everything, feeling suffocatingly strong. No one knew where this person's destination was in the vast, desolate God Valley. His eyes scanned the surroundings as if he was searching for something. From time to time, he would close his eyes to sense, and a trace of worry and hidden anger appeared between his brows. That hidden anger made everyone who had seen his strength not want to become his enemy. After confirming a direction, the old man quickly headed over. However, when he reached his destination, he found nothing in this desolate God Valley. Even someone as strong as this person experienced interference with his soul energy. After a few attempts, the old man continuously corrected his direction. His hidden rage reached its limit. Finally, a 2-star heaven suspending war chariot hovering in the air appeared before the old man. Then, the old man truly stopped moving. Boom! The old man threw a palm strike, and the 2-star heaven suspending war chariot exploded in the air. The heaven suspending war chariot was like a toy. The defensive formations that the Pirate Alliance put in so much effort to create were not worth mentioning before this person. The heaven suspending war chariot exploded, and a figure fell. The old man's figure flashed and firmly caught this figure. Naturally, this person was Hua Qingyun, whom Xiao Chun and the others had been restraining. The old man casually removed the restrictions on Hua Qingyun and sent in a strand of astral energy. Hua Qingyun slowly woke up. When Hua Qingyun saw the old man's face, he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Grandfather!" This old man was Hua Qingyun's grandfather, the heavenly lodging palace's sovereign emperor, Hua Qin. When Hua Qin saw that Hua Qingyun was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then he asked sullenly, "Who did this to you?" They are truly audacious. They even dare to bully my Hua Qin's grandson. The people of this branch in ancient desolate town are all trash. The appearance of Xiao Chun and the others immediately appeared in Hua Qingyun's mind. He said, "It's a group of people from the Divine Dragon Empire. I only remember their appearances. I don't know who they are." "That's enough. Leave the rest to Grandpa. Whoever hurts my grandson, no matter who it is, must pay the price." The anger on Hua Qin's face seemed to be enough to make one's soul tremble. In the herb garden, Situ Changfeng recovered at a visible speed, and his complexion became better. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Situ Changfeng had profited from his misfortune. Not only had he recovered from his injuries, but his bloodline had also been strengthened. "Xiao Chun, what kind of medicinal pill does Situ eat? Give me one as well." When Murong Yen saw that Situ Changfeng was fine, he relaxed and said with a smile, "Get another one." It was estimated that the pill spirit would fight with him. There was not much medicinal power in the first place, and Xiao Chun seized 1/10 of it. If Murong Yen took another 10th, the pill spirit would definitely go berserk and try to take him down with it. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. After all, the pill spirit had divine nature. Murong Yen could not casually offend it. Xiao Chun smiled and ignored Murong Yan's request. He looked up at the sky, wondering how the demon blood vulture was doing. In reality, Xiao Chun was not too worried about the demon blood vulture's life or death. The demon blood vulture was very crafty and strangely fast. Even if it could not defeat Ming Xian and that mysterious person, it would not have difficulty fleeing. Xiao Chun did not know what fortuitous encounter the demon blood vulture obtained, but it looked like a burning blood phoenix. Speaking of fortuitous encounters, Xiao Chun should be the one with the greatest fortuitous encounters in this ancient city. Xiao Chun did not fight for the shattered divine crystal fragments. However, He vaguely sensed that the divine universe steel he obtained was even more valuable than the complete divine crystal. The four directions were called the universe, and the ancient times were called the Aeon. The divine universe steel was a space-related miraculous item. However, Xiao Chun had not had the time to investigate its mysteries. As for its origins, Xiao Chun found only some clues and a few words in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. It was mysterious and unfathomable. There was no real explanation for it. During the primal chaos epoch, before heaven and earth were separated and order was not born, the world was in primal chaos, giving birth to countless gods and demons. The primal chaos ended and shattered, giving birth to the great desolate continent. Legend had it that this divine universe steel was born when the primal chaos shattered. Aside from the divine universe steel, there was the even more mysterious divine Aeon steel. However, no one knew how many divine universe steels and divine Aeon steels were born at the same time, and whether there were other items born at the same time. Xiao Qin did not know how many mysteries the divine universe steel had. However, he could understand its simple function of storing things. The herb garden should be safe for now. Xiao Qin searched for a quiet place in the surroundings. He took out the divine universe steel, wanting to refine it and merge it with his physical body. However, after trying for a while, Xiao Qin was shocked to discover that he could not refine this divine item at all. Even leaving his own spiritual mark on, it was extremely difficult. After thinking about it, Xiao Qin felt that he needed divine energy to truly refine it. He had to settle for the next best thing, merging a strand of his will of soul with the divine universe steel to achieve simple control. This made Xiao Qin feel somewhat weak. Without a spiritual mark and without refining it, he could not leave it. If someone snatched it away, it would easily become someone else's treasure. Simply put, even if someone snatched away the tyrant saber in his hand, he would not worry at all. Others would not be able to use it at all. They might not even be able to draw the saber out. Sooner or later, it would belong to Xiao Qin. After a strand of his will of soul merged with the divine universe steel, Xiao Qin's spiritual sense entered the divine universe steel's inner space with a whoosh. The inner space was vast and boundless, with primal chaos at the edges. Deep inside, Xiao Qin felt very different from the immortal spirit ring. This was a real world. Can I enter with my physical body as well? Just as Xiao Qin wondered this in his heart, he felt something solid under his feet after a moment of distraction. He actually really entered. Where's Xiao Qin? The sudden disappearance of Xiao Qin quickly attracted the attention of Morong Yen, Lu Ruyun, and the others, greatly startling them. When they rushed over, they saw a stone steel radiating a horrifying might and pressure hovering where Xiao Qin cultivated. Divine universe steel. After the group read out the ancient words on the stone steel, they revealed doubtful expressions. They had never heard of such a stone steel before. Could it be that Xiao Qin entered the stone steel? Morong Yan's guess startled him. If that was true, then this stone steel was rather heaven-defying. A spatial treasure that could store a living person definitely surpassed a soul tool. People had only heard of such a divine item, but few had actually seen it. As though to verify Morong Yan's guess, Xiao Qin silently appeared before the group while holding the divine universe steel in one hand. Wei Hongfei exclaimed in shock, "What is Xiao Qin doing?" Xiao Qin smiled as he replied, "This is the divine universe steel that I obtained after deciphering some divine characters in the divine crystal. Right now, I do not know how useful it is." The group felt shocked at Xiao Qin's luck. After congratulating him, Wei Hongfei said with a grave expression, "Xiao Qin, don't casually reveal this treasure. I believe that even a sovereign emperor will want to kill it if they see it." Xiao Qin nodded. Even if Wei Hongfei had not said so, he would not have dared to casually take it out. After all, he had not even left a spiritual mark on it. The divine, universe steel did not belong to him yet. After separating the group, Xiaochen arrived before the Pill River and infused his soul energy into the divine, universe steel. After a while, the entire Pill River soared up like a dragon, flying towards the divine, universe steel. When the Pill River was completely absorbed into the divine, universe steel, Xiao Chun wobbled somewhat, and his complexion paled slightly. Many people had set their sights on this Pill River. However, at best, they could only collect some of it. It was not even a drop in the ocean. However, Xiao Chun waved his hand, and the divine universe steel activated, storing the entire Pill River in it. Murong Yen and the others were flabbergasted at this sight, feeling incredibly shocked. After resting for a while and recovering some of his soul energy, Xiao Chun held the divine universe steel and stored the coiling dragon tree and the gargantuan medicine cauldron into it. Xiao Chun nearly overdrew on his soul energy, if not for reading the divine characters strengthening his will of soul significantly. He would not have been able to collect the Pill River and the coiling dragon tree. Even with the divine universe steel, Xiao Chun believed that he would not be able to collect the Pill River and the coiling dragon tree. This made Xiao Chun realize that the divine universe steel was not omnipotent. When collecting treasures, it exhausted a startling amount of soul energy. As Lu Ruyun and the others looked at Xiao Chun, they all felt somewhat afraid. Right now, Xiao Chen's wealth was comparable to that of a sovereign personage. Even a sovereign personage would pale in comparison. There was a Pill River that could feed a rank 6 sect, a 7-colored coiling dragon tree, and a spatial divine item that could store a living person. Lu Ruyun suddenly recalled that when Xiao Chun obtained the coiling dragon tree sapling, he said that he would not hand it over to the Dragon's Gate to exchange for a reward. In that case, what was the point of keeping it for himself? A divine item like the coiling dragon tree could bring out its greatest value in the hands of a sect faction. It would benefit the sect disciples and quickly strengthen them, ensuring that the sect's inheritance would not be destroyed. To an individual, the only thing they could obtain from it was the coiling dragon fruit. At most, they could eat 4 or 5 of them, and there would not be much of an effect. Lu Ruyun thought for a while, but could not figure it out, so she stopped thinking. She revealed a faint smile. She should be happy for Xiao Chun for having such a fortuitous encounter. Situ Changfeng is awake. Murong Yen discovered that Situ Changfeng had opened his eyes at some point in time and stood up. Situ Changfeng stood up and looked at Xiao Chun with gratitude in his eyes. Situ Changfeng knew better than anyone else what kind of medicinal pills Xiao Chun gave him and what kind of changes it would bring him. Situ Changfeng had not expected Xiao Chun to give away such a precious medicinal pill instead of consuming it himself. Xiao Chun nodded slightly. He could tell what Situ Changfeng meant by his eyes, telling him not to mind. Situ, sorry. If I had used the strand of will that Father left in my body earlier, you would not have suffered so much. Lu Ruyun stepped forward and apologized to Situ Changfeng. This young lady had been feeling guilty all this time. Situ Changfeng smiled casually and said, "You should learn from Murong Yen. I saved this fellow's life several times, but he did not say a word of thanks." Clearly, Situ Changfeng did not mind Lu Ruyun's teasing and did not blame her. Lu Ruyun giggled. Only then did she feel relieved. Strangely, Murong Yen did not retort. Everyone looked around. Be it Wei Hongfei, Duanfei, or Xiao Chun, they all revealed smiles. After a calamity, one would understand many things. How fortunate was it to have such a group of friends and brothers to take risks and live together. Chapter 1968. In the ancient city, after Qin Outyen's group died, and only 3 people remained, they finally escaped the pursuit of the flood dragon humans. Those people seemed to have retreated. Zhong Li said cautiously as he sized up the surroundings after not seeing any movement for a long time. Beside him, Lu Yunfei's shoulder was bleeding profusely. His injury was terrifying. "Junior brother, is your arm okay?" Zhongli asked sullenly of the White Dragon Palace disciples that came with him. Only Lu Yunfei remained. The price he had to pay for this opportunity was a little too high. Most importantly, they didn't get any fortuitous encounters at all. After entering the city, they took the wrong path and entered the East Gate. Not long after, the group ran into Yan Songming and Zhen Yuan. These 2 freakishly strong people managed to injure the group within a few moves. As for Qin Outyen, Zhongli could only say that he had been blind to think that Qin Outyen was someone important. He had inherited Dao artifacts and grasped several great Daoists at the same time. Before he met a true expert, he was truly boundlessly strong. Xiao Chun felt that he was practically unrivaled among holy venerates. He gained many fortuitous encounters in desolate God Valley. However, Qin Outyen did not last even 10 moves against Yan Songming and veritable essence energy. Qin Outyen ended up severely injured within 10 moves, losing all his aura and being scared out of his wits. If Xiao Chun had all these inherited Dao tools, not to mention defeating Yan Songming, he would at least be able to protect himself. Thinking about himself, he did not even have a decent inherited Dao tool. This fellow was really lucky. Zhongli, just as Xiao Chun was examining Lu Yunfei's injuries, Qin Outyen suddenly walked over and grabbed Xiao Chen's collar with a sullen expression. "Qin Outyen, what are you doing?" Zhongli turned pale with fright. He even saw a trace of killing intent in Qin Outyen's eyes. Qin Outyen demanded coldly, "Tell me, what is your relationship with that white-robed bladesman? Why did he help you block Qin Outyen?" After recovering from his shock, Zhong Li's expression slowly calmed down. He did not reply and only pointed his finger. In an instant, the tip of his finger shone with a cold light and was extremely sharp. Qin Outyen was slightly startled, and he let go and retreated. Zhong Li said indifferently, "Qin Outyen, don't get touchy with me. I do not know the person you are talking about." Qin Outyen smiled and said, "You are actually playing dumb with me. But it doesn't matter. Since I already know his name, I will find out his identity sooner or later." Zhongli found this strange. Just what kind of enmity did this fellow have with Xiao Chun for him to endure for so long? After confirming that there was no danger, he immediately erupted. Boom! Just at this moment, an aura enveloped them. Qin Outyen, Zhong Li, and Lu Yunfei were immediately restricted, unable to move. Their hearts were filled with fear, and their eyes were filled with terror. Is it them? Looking carefully, he discovered that the source of all this aura was an old man wearing a constellation robe on the opposite roof. Beside him was a young man. The young man shook his head and said, "Not them." For some unknown reason, when the young man said that it wasn't them, Qin Outyen and the other 2 heaved a sigh of relief. There are 2 auras of dragon race cultivators in the city. Since it is not them, it should be another group of people. Just as the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin was about to leave, he suddenly waved his hand in the air, and a portrait of Xiao Chun appeared clearly before the 3. Do you recognize him? The expressions of Zhong Li and the other 2 changed slightly. However, at this moment, even Qin Outyen could not be stupid enough to say that he knew Xiao Chun. The 3 shook their heads and denied it. Hua Qingyun smiled coldly and said, "What clumsy acting skills. Since you know this person, grandfather, just kill them." Qin Outyen and the other 2 immediately felt like crying. What was going on? This was especially so for Qin Outyen. He cursed all 18 generations of Xiao Chen's ancestors in his heart. Xiao Chen offended a sovereign emperor for no reason at all. What exactly did he do? Hua Qin remained expressionless. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Qin, Outyen, like he was a little chick. All Hua Qin needed to do was squeeze gently, and he could kill Qin Outyen like he was squashing an ant. Qin Outyen was so frightened that tears leaked out of his eyes. He felt a chill in his pants. He had actually lost control. Hua Qin revealed a look of disgust in his eyes. However, just as he was about to make a move, he sensed a trace of a pure golden dragon royal bloodline in Qin Outyen's body. To think that the purple gold dragon emperor's bloodline has such a cowardly descendant. How laughable! The sovereign emperor Hua Qin revealed a disdainful expression as he tossed Qin Outyen back to the ground. When Hua Qingyun heard that, he could only give up on killing Qin Outyen. He looked towards the center of the city and said, "Grandfather, there seems to be some fortuitous encounter there." The sovereign emperor Hua Qin replied indifferently, "It is just a pile of divine crystal fragments. They are not of much use. After I deal with the matter at hand, I will get them to spit them out." The incomplete divine crystal did not hold much attraction to Hua Qin. However, it would be a pretty good reward for a sovereign personage of the sect. Whoosh! The two's figures flashed, and they left this place. Am I dead? After Qin Outyen was tossed to the ground, he still had not recovered his wits. It was like he was scared silly. Zhong Li and Lu Yunfei heaved a long sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, they relied on the clan behind Qin Outyen to survive. However, the two felt somewhat embarrassed and did not look at Qin Outyen. "Senior brother, senior sister Ruyun is still with Xiao Chun," Lu Yunfei said when he thought of something. Zhong Li looked in the direction that the sovereign emperor left and said, "Let's follow and take a look. If we can find senior sister before the sovereign emperor, we might still make it in time." "Let's go." The two knew Lu Ruyun's identity. Earlier, they left her behind because they felt that she would not die if she was with Xiao Chun and the others. However, now that a sovereign emperor was here, the situation was different. As cultivators of the white dragon race, the two still had some conscience. However, while they had good intentions, how could they be faster than a sovereign emperor? Back in the herb garden, Xiao Chun sensed that the demon blood vulture had already shaken off the holy Sun Ming Xian. He relaxed and decided to leave the city immediately before meeting up with the demon blood vulture. Aside from Xiao Chun, everyone else in the ancient city had gained something and was already satisfied. Everyone agreed to the suggestion of leaving. "You want to leave just like that?" Who knew, just as the group left the herb garden, a familiar voice rang out from the roof in front. Hua Qingyun. When the group saw the source of that voice, they were greatly startled. They had clearly worked together to restrain this person. At this moment, Hua Qingyun should be in the heaven, suspending war chariot outside the city. Why was he in the ancient city? Xiao Chen's heart sank. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Then he said, "Let's go." Murongyan and the others did not understand why they should fear Hua Qingyun. However, since Xiao Chun said it, it was better to listen to him. At this moment, Xiao Chun could only place his hopes on that person. He was greedy for the divine crystals in the center of the city and did not come with them. Bang, bang, bang. The group soared into the air. However, they crashed into an invisible barrier in the air and bounced back. Xiao Chun landed firmly on the ground with a grave expression. He knew that the thing that he did not want to happen the most had happened. Since Xiao Chun learned of this Hua Qingyun's identity, he had thought about how to deal with this person. Originally, he wanted to release this person after leaving ancient desolate town. Xiao Chun thought that a sovereign emperor expert would not make things difficult for them. The juniors. If Hua Qingyun came to seek trouble, he would just be seeking his own humiliation. There was no need to worry. Unexpectedly, that mysterious sovereign emperor cared so much about Hua Qingyun that he personally came to seek trouble. When Hua Qingyun saw Murong Yen fly up in disbelief and get knocked down again and again, he mocked, "Go ahead and fly. Aren't there a bunch of dragons? Why are you all not flying anymore?" Even without Xiao Chen's reminder, the others already felt that something was wrong. Xiao Chen looked around and said indifferently, "Senior, just show yourself. Since you are already here, why are you still afraid of embarrassing yourself before us juniors?" Humph! A cold snort rang out. Xiao Chun and the others felt like they were struck by lightning. Their souls trembled, and their qi and blood surged. They could no longer endure it and vomited a mouthful of blood, their complexions paling. Hua Qingyun slowly walked out and looked coldly at Xiao Chun and the others, not saying anything. A sovereign emperor. Despair surged in the hearts of Murong Yen and the others. This old man was definitely someone who surpassed sovereign personage. The pressure he gave off was too strong. There was no way around it. Interesting. To think that a mixed-blood dragon has more backbone than the purple gold dragon emperor's descendant. When the sovereign emperor Hua Qin saw that Xiao Chun remained standing, showing no intention of begging for mercy in his eyes, he revealed a trace of appreciation. "However, I like to torture people with backbone the most." The sovereign emperor Hua Qin flicked his finger, and two cracking sounds rang out. Xiao Chen's calves shattered, and he fell to his knees. Amid the intense pain, Xiao Chen clenched his teeth in silence. He stabbed the tyrant's saber into the ground with his right hand and supported himself on one knee. Xiao Chun, Lu Ruyun rushed over and supported Xiao Chun, glaring at Hua Qin. However, Xiao Chen's gaze remained incredibly calm, not showing any fluctuations. The sovereign emperor Hua Qin asked, "Don't you hate me? I am not as skilled as others. What is there to hate? However, I will take responsibility for my own actions. I killed the heavenly lodging palace's people. It has nothing to do with others," Xiao Chen said, enunciating every word as he looked at the sovereign emperor Hua Qin. "If you dare to touch him again, I swear that I will make you pay the price." Lu Ruyun supported Xiao Chun as she looked at the sovereign emperor Hua Qin. Her valiant face looked somewhat scary. The White Dragon King's descendant, the sovereign emperor Hua Qin, looked at Lu Ruyun. When he saw the royal white dragon bloodline in her, some surprise flashed in his eyes. However, Hua Qin soon smiled coldly. "I just killed a mixed-blood dragon. Do you think that the White Dragon King is your father? He only has a royal bloodline. At most, he can guarantee your death." Having a royal bloodline did not mean that one was a direct descendant of the royal bloodline. It was just like how Qin Outyen was definitely not a descendant of the purple gold dragon emperor. He was just a relative of that bloodline. "Sorry, I am really her father." Faint laughter came from the surroundings. Then, a figure that looked like a white dragon suddenly appeared. This figure clashed with Hua Qin's palm strike. Boom! The shock waves spread out. All the buildings within 50 kilometers that were not protected by special formations turned to ashes. Blood leaked out of a corner of the sovereign emperor Hua Qin's lips. Horror flashed in his eyes as he staggered back a few steps. Chapter 1969. The White Dragon King. It really is the White Dragon King. The White Dragon King wore long robes of alternating blue and white. However, he looked young, handsome, and heroic. If one looked carefully, one would discover that Lu Ruyun's exquisite face, which exuded a heroic air, was more or less inherited from her father. The sovereign emperor, Hua Qin, felt somewhat shocked. He could not understand why someone of the White Dragon King's status would come to such an insignificant place. White Dragon King, why are you here? The White Dragon King smiled faintly and said, Hua Qin, you are still the same as before, unable to understand me. Didn't I say that I am her father? Do I have to repeat myself? The sovereign emperor, Hua Qin, immediately felt speechless. When he thought of what he said earlier, he wished that he could slap himself. This little girl's father was really the White Dragon King. Xiao Chun had guessed correctly. Hua Qin said sullenly, I don't care if she is your daughter. However, this fellow is just a mixed blood dragon. He imprisoned my grandson. It is not overboard for me to take his life, right? How frustrating. Boom. The White Dragon King revealed an impatient expression. His figure flashed as he threw 3 palm strikes. Bang, bang, bang. Hua Qin took a step back every time he received a palm strike. After the 3 palm strikes, Hua Qin's face twitched slightly as if he was enduring something. However, he could not endure it in the end. He vomited a mouthful of blood, along with his shattered internal organs. A divine vein, realm's sovereign emperor, already condensed a divine body. Their physical bodies could be considered immortal. However, the White Dragon King's 3 palm strikes actually shattered Hua Qin's internal organs. This showed how great the gap between the two was. The White Dragon King acted like he had not moved at all. He said indifferently, Hua Qin, did you not hear what my daughter said? If you touch him, you will pay the price. You are already so old, but your intelligence is still the same as when you were young. I wonder how you surpassed a sovereign personage. Hua Qin felt humiliated. However, the divine vein realm had a total of 9 divine veins. Each additional divine vein represented a huge chasm. Hua Qin had just advanced to sovereign emperor. Compared to the White Dragon King, he was much weaker. Hua Qin had not expected the White Dragon King to not give him any face, not even letting him touch a mixed blood dragon. This humiliation reminded Hua Qin of the White Dragon King suppressing him when he was young, making him feel even more sullen. Let's go. Hua Qingyun was stunned. Grandpa, why are we leaving? Can't we even deal with a mixed blood dragon? The White Dragon King laughed. Ha ha ha. Hua Qin, your grandson is just like you. He has inherited your intelligence. No wonder you're so protective of your children that you wouldn't hesitate to come to such a small place to attack your juniors. Hua Qin's expression changed rapidly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chun picked up Hua Qingyun with one hand and quickly left. If he lingered, even if the White Dragon King did not beat him to death, he would be frustrated to death. Greetings, Lord White Dragon King. Wei Hongfei knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. The White Dragon King nodded slightly. Then his gaze fell on Xiao Chun. He smiled and said, Come, come, come. Let me see what the person my daughter is interested in looks like and what his name is. The moment the White Dragon King said that, Murongyan and the others felt embarrassed. This White Dragon King really spoke without restraint. When Lu Ruyun heard this, she felt even more speechless. Her face filled with embarrassment. You should know my name. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked at the White Dragon King. Then he clenched his teeth, his voice trembling somewhat. He could not hide the rage and dissatisfaction in his heart. Xiao Chun originally thought that with his mental state, he could hide his true emotions without changing his expression, not expressing his joy or anger. However, When he personally saw the person who erased Lu Ruyue's memories, he still lost his composure. The White Dragon King's smile froze. As he looked at Xiao Chen's face, many scenes flashed in his mind. It's him. This was the person whom Lu Ruyue could not forget in the abandoned land, the person whom she entrusted her life to. Hence, the White Dragon King had to personally erase Lu Ruyue's memories. The White Dragon King had never expected that one day this person would come from the abandoned land and find his way here one step at a time. The White Dragon King was very clear on how many difficulties, dangers, and obstacles one had to face to reach this step from the abandoned land. Before Lu Ruyue's memories were erased, she said that Xiao Chen would definitely come out of the abandoned land and come to the Divine Dragon Empire to look for her. The White Dragon King laughed it off, not taking it seriously. This was simply impossible. To the White Dragon King, the abandoned land could not even be considered a rank 2 sect. It was too insignificant. However, right now, Xiao Chun truly appeared before the White Dragon King. He looked exactly the same as the person in Lu Ruyue's memories. Xiao Chun had a delicate and handsome face, a determined and unyielding gaze, and a hidden sharpness on his face. No words could describe the White Dragon King's shock. The White Dragon King had been a sovereign emperor for many years and had seen many grand scenes. However, he had never shown such an expression before. "You are very good." After a long time, the White Dragon King said these 3 words, which sounded rather strange. The others all felt that the atmosphere was somewhat strange. There seemed to be some karma between the White Dragon King and Xiao Chun. Murong Yen and the others felt that something was wrong when Xiao Chun spoke to the White Dragon King without using honorifics. Even a simple-minded person like Murong Yen knew that one had to use honorifics when meeting the White Dragon King. It was impossible for Xiao Chen not to know. However, everyone found it hard to imagine what grudge there was between Xiao Chun and the White Dragon King. The difference in strength between the two was too great. There should not have been any interaction between them. In reality, no matter how hard they thought, they could not imagine that the White Dragon Holy Daughter was Xiao Chen's lover. The White Dragon King had erased his lover's memories. The somewhat stunned Lu Ruyun also felt that something was wrong. She knew more than the others. At this moment, she finally confirmed that Xiao Chun was the person in her elder sister's painting. The scarier thing was that Lu Ruyun saw a trace of murderous intent on her father's face. No one noticed this trace of murderous intent. Only Lu Ruyun knew that her father would show such an expression only when he really wanted to kill someone. Even when the White Dragon King attacked the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin with a horrifying momentum earlier, he did not show any murderous intent. Lu Ruyun felt some fear, for some reason. She said, "Father, what are you saying?" Quickly reattach Xiao Chen's leg. Xiao Chen rejected. "There's no need. It will heal eventually." The White Dragon King's expression finally changed. He smiled and said, "It's fine. It's just a piece of cake." Upon seeing this scene, Lu Ruyun heaved a sigh of relief. The White Dragon King scattered that trace of murderous intent. Whoosh! The White Dragon King did not move at all. He arrived beside Xiao Chun and gently tapped twice. The shattered bones in Xiao Chen's leg healed at a visible pace. Then the White Dragon King arrived beside Situ Chongfeng and patted his shoulder twice. Strands of Black Death energy immediately leaked out of Situ Chongfeng's body. The White Dragon King felt it was strange. He said, "What exquisite death energy! Who did it?" With the hidden danger in his body removed, Situ Chongfeng felt much more at ease. He said gratefully, "Lord White Dragon King, many thanks for making a move." This was the Flood Dragon human outstanding talent. Yan Tsongming. Is he still in the ancient city? A rather clear, murderous intent flashed in the White Dragon King's eyes. Clearly, he did not want to leave this disaster alive, so he was rather decisive in killing. He already died under Xiao Chen's saber. The moment Sidu Changfeng said that, he felt that he said something wrong. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. After hearing that Yan Tsongming died under Xiao Chen's saber, the murderous intent in the White Dragon King's eyes did not fade. Instead, it intensified. The White Dragon King turned around and looked at Xiao Chun. He discovered that although Xiao Chun was disrespectful to him, he was not stupid enough to point fingers at him and ask him to recover Lu Ruyue's memories. Unfortunately, the White Dragon King sighed in his heart. Then he looked at Xiao Chun and said, "You are very smart. Unfortunately, I like dealing with stupid people, like that sovereign emperor Huaqin, like this silly girl, and her mother." The White Dragon King's words looked ordinary, but in reality, they contained a heavy murderous intent. If Xiao Chun were stupid, the White Dragon King would have spared his life like he did with the sovereign emperor Huaqin. Xiao Chun could be considered a fatal threat. Lu Rian pouted. "How am I stupid?" "How are you stupid?" The White Dragon King retorted in frustration. Naturally, Xiao Chun understood the meaning behind the White Dragon King's words. He replied calmly, "However, I like to interact with smart people. Smart people think more. The more they think, the more they have to worry." When the White Dragon King heard that, his heart sank. He almost could not resist smacking Xiao Chun to death on the spot. Xiao Chen's words also contained a hidden meaning. He could tell that the White Dragon King had some worries. If he were as stupid as the sovereign emperor Huaqin, he would not have any worries at all. He would not have any qualms about killing Xiao Chun with one palm strike. There was no need to think too much. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun was the White Dragon King, not the sovereign emperor Huaqin. "Brat, you have guts." The White Dragon King felt incredibly frustrated. He did not want to remain here any longer. He pulled Lu Ruyun and said, "Come back with me." However, Lu Ruyun continued to support Xiao Chun, grabbing Xiao Chen's arm. She feared that if she left, her father would turn around and kill Xiao Chun. She lowered her head and said, "I'll go back myself." The White Dragon King laughed in frustration. He said helplessly, "I said that you are stupid, and you still refuse to admit it? You should have known long ago that a girl cannot be kept at home. It would have been good if you gave birth to a son. No, if you gave birth to such a stupid son, you would really be frustrated to death." The White Dragon King's words made everyone flabbergasted. Murong Yen and the others could not help laughing, but they did not dare to. The White Dragon King let go. Shaking his head, he did not linger and left. As the White Dragon King walked, he suddenly felt very sullen, even more sullen than the sovereign emperor Huaqin. About 7 minutes later, the sovereign emperor Huaqin led Hua Qingyun rushing out of desolate God Valley. Along the way, Hua Qingyun complained endlessly. However, Hua Qin showed a sullen expression, pretending not to hear anything. Suddenly, Hua Qin stopped, and his expression changed slightly. At some point in time, the White Dragon King blocked the two's path with a smile. The sovereign emperor Hua Qin felt goosebumps from the White Dragon King's stare. He asked somewhat weakly, "White Dragon King, why are you blocking my path? Are you trying to kill me?" The White Dragon King smiled happily and said, "Indeed, it is more comfortable to deal with stupid people. The moment they speak, they can make others laugh. What is the point of me killing you? I just feel somewhat sullen and want to vent it on someone. No, that's not right. It's exchanging a few moves. Come, 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 come. Let me beat you up." "Screw you." Hua Qin felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He cursed and turned to run, not even caring about Hua Qingyun. Ha ha ha, you are still not getting any better. Don't you know that my principle for beating people up is that the farther you run, the harder I beat you up? The White Dragon King laughed loudly. Before he left, he glanced at Hua Qingyun, leaving behind something that Hua Qingyun found strange. It is better to have a daughter. She is cute when she is a little stupider. A stupid son would really be frustrated to death. Chapter 1970. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, giving off a resplendent light. Desolate God Valley was covered in blood sand all year round. It was rare to see such a clear blazing sun. After the White Dragon King left, Xiaochun and the others followed. 1 hour later, they arrived outside the city. When the group looked back, the ancient city glistened under the sunlight, giving off a different kind of light. Even the blood sand in desolate God Valley could not hide the beauty of this city. It was time to leave. The group had gained a lot on this trip to the ancient city. They all felt confident of successfully entering Ancestor Dragon City in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Half a year later, Xiao Chun looked at the group and asked, "What are your plans after we return?" Murong Yen stretched lazily and patted his mouth with his right hand. Then he yawned and said, "I will probably sleep for a while and properly refine the accumulations during this period. After that, I might make a trip to the Red Dragon Palace to see if I can find the inheritance." The Red Dragon race's inheritance might be the same as the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance that Xiao Qin obtained in the Blue Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palaces of the various races all had similar inheritances to test their juniors. Xiao Chun recalled some of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories of the Red Dragon Palace. Then he said to Murong Yen, "The Red Dragon Bloodline's Inheritance Palace has a total of 9 stages. If you want to go further and obtain a better inheritance, I suggest that you make up for some wind-attributed martial techniques and mysteries and train your eyes." 9 stages? The stages of the Inheritance Palace have always been a secret. I heard that others only made it to the 6th stage at most. Furthermore, what the test is a secret. How did you know? Xiao Chun. The laziness on Murong Yan's face vanished, replaced by shock. Xiao Chun smiled and did not say anything more. Murong Yan scratched his head and said, "I'll listen to you. In any case, there is no loss." "Xiao Chun, what are your plans after you return?" Sita Chongfeng asked. Xiao Chun thought for a while before replying, "I have not thought about it yet. I am already confident of entering Ancestor Dragon City. I might consider some things after I enter Ancestor Dragon City." The others felt embarrassed. While they were still thinking about how to enter Ancestor Dragon City, Xiao Chun was already thinking about what to do after entering Ancestor Dragon City. However, no one doubted that Xiao Chun indeed had this ability. A sharp bird cry came from the sky. When the group looked up, joy appeared on their faces. The demon blood vulture. "The silly bird is back." Murong Yen said joyfully, "This is great. There is no need to walk back." The group soared into the air and landed on the demon blood vulture, one after another. It was time to go back. Xiao Chun took one last look at the ancient city, deep in thought. This was a city created by the martial god after his death. Every cultivator had such a city in their hearts. It was dreams, it was youth, it was pride, but in the end, it couldn't resist the mercilessness of time. In the face of time, everything became nothing. The city was still there, but the people were not. Time has taken away our city, but it cannot take away our pride, just like the city in front of us. Even after so many years, when the sun shone on it, it still glistened, showing the glory and glory of the past. There was such a person who once worked hard, had dreams, and fought hard. In the end, He became a martial god and left behind a city in this desolate god valley. That was enough. Let's go. Under the sunlight, the demon blood vulture, which looked like a scarlet phoenix, carried the group of people into the distance. There was no protection from the ancient city there. Blood sand spread everywhere, and the environment was harsh. Day after day, year after year, it was the same, dull and unchanging. However, who cared? Battles were still going on in the ancient city. However, more and more people were walking out of the city. The remaining fights were a game between sovereign personages, which had little to do with them. Zhen Yuan came out of the western city, holding a black divine crystal. When he turned his head back to look, his expression turned grave. Soon, many flood dragon human cultivators gathered here. Where's the young master? The flood dragon humans asked somewhat anxiously when they saw only Zhen Yuan and not Yen Songming. Whoosh! The black crystal left Zhen Yuan's hand, and black smoke spread out, slowly materializing a vague silhouette. Although the silhouette was not clear, the flood dragon humans immediately recognized it. They exclaimed excitedly, "Young master! Don't worry, I'm fine. The Dragon Man race doesn't even have a place to stand. How can I die so easily?" That blurry silhouette and face were indistinct. Only a pair of eyes flickered with a resolute expression. This time, it was a blessing in disguise, and he'd managed to survive in the midst of death. It actually allowed him to comprehend a trace of the profound meaning of life that was even more difficult to comprehend. He had to say that he had to thank Xiao Chun. I hope the next time he sees me, he won't be too surprised. Let's go. With Zhen Yuan leading the way, the group of flood dragon humans started their return journey. On the other side, the Black Lotus Saint and the mysterious person shrouded in a bloody shadow walked out from the east gate. There were a few wounds on Ming Xian's body from the demon blood vulture's poison. The Buddhist light flowed in the wounds, and the black toxins were constantly being cleaned out. What a pity! If I miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to kill him next time. The mysterious person shrouded in the blood shadow sighed and said softly. At that time, the two had clearly sensed that Xiao Chun was already in a rather weak state. At best, he could bring out 30% of his usual strength. Unfortunately, the demon blood vulture had appeared out of nowhere, delaying the two. They had clearly knocked back this demon blood vulture several times. Who could have imagined that after circling around, the demon blood vulture would craftily appear again? That demon blood vulture did not seem like a beast at all. Its high intelligence made the two clench their teeth in frustration several times. Holy Sun, where are you going next? Since they missed the opportunity, so be it. The two had a pretty good harvest in the ancient city. This was especially so for Ming Xian. He had unexpectedly obtained some divine blood. In the future, his strength would soar rapidly, and the benefits of the divine blood would slowly reveal themselves. Ming Xian said softly, "I will break through to sovereign personage first. After that, I plan to go to the Xiuwu dynasty." During the Black Lotus Church's most glorious period, it was the state religion of the Xiuwu dynasty. Now, there are many believers there. If I develop properly, I will definitely be able to make a comeback. The mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows said after some thought. However, I heard that the Xiuwu dynasty is now filled with demonic Daoist sections. Back then, the Azure Lotus Church killed most of the Black Lotus Church's believers. If you go, you will definitely clash head-on with the Azure Lotus Church. The Holy Sun, Ming Xian, said indifferently, "Where there is a will, there is a will." Master told me that the Black Lotus Church still has some seniors in the Xiuwu dynasty. As long as I find the ancestral court, I can officially wield the sect master seal. As for the Azure Lotus Church, I have long wanted to meet that Azure Lotus holy daughter. A trace of confidence appeared in the holy Sun Ming Xian's words. As he looked at the mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows, he asked, "What are your plans? Are you coming with me?" "How can I go? I do not even have a physical body. When I find the 5-element divine lightning and condense the 5-element divine body, I will meet up with you." The mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows sighed softly, a trace of loneliness flashing in his tone. "All right, I'll wait for you." The two parted like this, agreeing to meet up in the Shuowu dynasty in the future. 7 days later, 2 people in white battle armor landed in the sky above the ancient city. The battle armor flickered with a crystalline light, radiating a faint divine nature. This battle armor actually contained divine might. Although it was very faint, it was bona fide divine might. If others saw this, they would definitely be greatly startled, feeling extremely confused. However, if a divine vein realm sovereign emperor were here and saw the insignia of the sun, moon, and stars carved on the battle armor, they would not reveal an expression of understanding. Another true god that lost to time. Just look at the size of this ancient city. I wonder how horrifying it was when it was alive. Stop sighing and get to work quickly. The major characters in the Holy Domain are all waiting. Yes. As the two hovered in the air, they continuously formed extremely complicated hand seals. Immediately, the divine energy hidden in the ancient city activated. The cultivators still exploring the city were prepared to send this divine energy all the way to the ends of the world. Then they left for some reason. After a while, the ancient city floated up. The two actually lifted the ancient city with their bare hands and flew into the sky. From a distance, it looked like the two were not holding up a city but a gravestone. Their expressions were solemn and respectful. At this moment, Xiao Chen had just rushed back to the Divine Dragon Empire's Heaven Dragon Palace and had not had time to rest. Many elders sent word to him at the same time, saying that the first palace master had been waiting for him for a long time. Chapter 1971. The head palace master is looking for me? What is it? Don't be so long-winded. Hurry up and go. If you don't come back soon, the recall order will be issued. Without any hesitation, the elders led Xiao Chen to the main hall of the Heaven Dragon Peak. Xiao Chen was somewhat puzzled. The 3 palace masters were elusive existences in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Many people might not even have the chance to see the 3 hall masters even after staying in the Heaven Dragon Hall for more than 10 years. Among the 3 hall masters, the first hall master was the most mysterious. He almost never showed himself. The second palace master, Zhu Yang, held the true authority in the palace. He often saw the heaven-class core disciples, so he was not too mysterious. The third palace master was in charge of the medicine refining pavilion, so he would occasionally see the people who often went to the medicine refining pavilion. As for the first palace master, he did not care about anything. Aside from the heaven-class elders, ordinary elders rarely saw him, not to mention these disciples. Xiao Chen was puzzled. He did not know why the first hall master was looking for him so urgently. What Xiao Chen heard the most about this first palace master was that he was the person who truly perfected Firmament's rage in the past few thousand years. He didn't know anything else. After analyzing it for a while, he couldn't come to a conclusion, so he could only let him be. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Chen saw the mysterious first palace master in the hall. Unexpectedly, the other 2 palace masters were there as well. When the second and third palace masters saw him, they nodded slightly. Xiao Chen sized up the first palace master. His aura was unfathomable, and his strength was not something he could estimate. He wore a gray dragon robe and had an extraordinary bearing. However, There was a hint of fatigue on his face. Who knew what he had experienced recently? "Greetings, Hall Masters." Xiaochen bowed slightly and cupped his hands in salute. The first palace master revealed a smile when he saw Xiaochen. He said softly, "You are too polite. Since you can stand at the top of the Heaven Dragon, you don't have to bow to anyone in the Heaven Dragon Hall. My name is Yun. You can just call me Senior Yun. There's no need to be reserved." "Thank you, Head Palace Master." Even so, Xiaochen still felt somewhat restrained, and did not dare to be presumptuous. The first palace lord did not mind. He said in a deep voice, "You must be very curious as to why I called you here in such a hurry. Even the 3 hall masters summoned you at the same time. In fact, 2 months ago, the 3 of us had already had a serious discussion about you." When Xiaochen heard this, he could not help but be surprised. He did not know what earth-shattering thing he had done. Supreme Dragon Fist. Second Palace Master Zhu, who was at the side, looked at Xiaochen. When he saw Xiaochen's confusion, he gave a simple explanation. "This is just a fist technique, right? Although it is very heaven-defying, its flaws are also very obvious. I believe there should be a martial technique in the dragon race that is no weaker than the Supreme Dragon Fist." Xiaochen was slightly surprised. Just a fist technique caused 3 palace masters to seriously discuss it. Wasn't this a little too much? Of course. The vast dragon race has a long inheritance. There are countless cultivation techniques and martial techniques. At every moment, there are powerful martial techniques of our predecessors being excavated, or perhaps there are peerless geniuses creating their own shocking martial techniques. A brilliant light flashed in the first palace master's eyes. It was like he was recalling the past. After a pause, he said, "As far as I know, in terms of fist techniques, there are 4 martial techniques that are no weaker than the Supreme Dragon Fist. However, the Supreme Dragon Fist is unique. If one becomes a heaven dragon, the horrifying might of this fist technique will surpass your expectations." Xiaochen knew that the might of the Supreme Dragon Fist would increase when one became a heaven dragon. Xiaochen infused the mysteries of the heaven dragon into the Supreme Dragon Fist and instantly overtook Yan Songming. This was the best proof. However, Xiaochen had not expected that after he truly became a heaven dragon, its might would increase to a level that even the first palace lord feared. However, what did all this have to do with calling Xiaochen over? Feeling suspicious, Xiaochen asked, "Could it be that you want to cripple my Supreme Dragon Fist?" If the Heaven Dragon Palace wanted to cripple it, Xiaochen would feel helpless. However, he would probably still choose to accept it. After all, it was a secret technique of the Heaven Dragon Palace in the first place. If it were a cultivation technique that Xiaochen created, he would fight to the end, no matter who it was, if anyone wanted to cripple it. When the first palace master heard that, he hesitated for a moment before saying sullenly, "Let's not talk about this for now. This time, the one who truly wants to meet you is not us, but the royal clan of the Golden Dragon bloodline." At the mention of the Golden Dragon bloodline's royal clan, a look of disgust flashed in the first palace master's eyes. However, it was extremely minute. No one noticed it. "You are Xiaochen, that mixed-blood dragon, who comprehended the Supreme Dragon Fist." Just at this moment, an arrogant voice rang out from outside. A dignified and graceful middle-aged man, wearing golden dragon armor, with Emperor's dragon chi surrounding him, opened the door. This person's cultivation was not very high, only a small perfection sovereign personage. However, his aura was much stronger than that of the small perfection sovereign personages that Xiaochen had seen before. Clearly, with the support of the divine dragon bloodline, this person was not an ordinary small perfection sovereign personage. The first palace master said softly, "This is Lord Qin Yu, Monarch Yu from Ancestor Dragon City. At the same time, the third palace master's voice projection rang out in Xiao Chen's ears. Whether Xiao Chen crippled the supreme dragon fist or not, it all depended on this person's thoughts. When Xiao Chen heard that, he immediately felt dissatisfied. If the Heaven Dragon Palace wanted to cripple his supreme dragon fist, Xiao Chen would not have any complaints. Xiao Chen would not have any complaints. However, if a random golden divine dragon wanted to cripple his supreme dragon fist, he would not be able to do so. He absolutely would not agree. To think that you are not bowing when you see this monarch. When that Qinyu saw that Xiao Chen did not move, he smiled coldly and said, "You are indeed a mixed-blood dragon who cultivates the supreme dragon fist. Your temper is extraordinary. You have completely forgotten your status." "Greetings, Monarch Q." Xiao Chen spoke in a calm tone, neither servile nor overbearing. Qinyu snorted coldly and did not look directly at Xiao Chen. He said indifferently, "Cut the crap. Demonstrate the supreme dragon fist for me, right here. After I take a look, I will decide whether you can continue practicing it." "Sorry, I cannot comply." Xiao Chen felt speechless. "Do you think I will practice it just because you say so? Do you think I am a monkey?" Qinyu revealed a horrified expression. He could not help feeling enraged. To think that a mixed-blood dragon could throw a tantrum at him. "I will count to 3. If you do not practice it, I will cripple your supreme dragon fist." Qinyu threatened coldly with a sullen expression. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "Who do you think you are? If the 3 palace masters want to cripple my supreme dragon fist, I will not say any nonsense. I won't say a word of nonsense. Who do you think you are? Have I received any kindness from you? I will not practice it for you to see. If you are capable, try crippling me now." Everyone had their own temper and bottom line, their own pride and persistence, and their own principles of dealing with people and things. Even if he died here today, Xiao Chen would not practice the supreme dragon fist for Qinyu. When the 3 palace masters heard this, they were greatly startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen spoke to Qinyu like this. After all, the other party came from the Golden Dragon's royal bloodline. Although he was only a sovereign personage, he was not worth mentioning in their eyes. However, his bloodline was there for all to see. In name, his status was even higher than the 3 palace masters. "You are seeking death." Qinyu released a murderous intent. Unexpectedly, an insignificant mixed-blood dragon dared to berate him. This person truly did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Qinyu immediately punched at Xiao Chen. This was the Emperor Dragon Fist that only the royal bloodline of the Golden Dragons could practice. This punch contained the Dragon Emperor's might. It carried heavy might and pressure as it punched at Xiao Chen at lightning speed. Divine Dragon War Body. The other party was a small perfection sovereign personage, 1 grade higher than Lu Yuanzong, who was an initial perfection sovereign personage. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had the support of a divine dragon bloodline. He did not dare to underestimate the other party, so he immediately activated the divine dragon war body. All the bones in Xiao Chen's body crackled like thunder, and his body instantly swelled up. Then, he punched with the supreme dragon fist. Bang! The 2 fists clashed, and Xiao Chen immediately vomited blood and went flying back. Xiao Chen was not a match for the other party at all. After he landed, he even took a few steps back before he could stand stably. However, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and revealed an unyielding expression in his eyes. He showed no intention of retreating. Instead, his fighting spirit blazed even stronger. To think that he did not die, Qinyu is shocked. Just now he used 30% of his power in that punch. Originally, he wanted to use a thunderous method. Originally, he had wanted to kill Xiao Chen at lightning speed, preventing the 3 palace masters from reacting. However, From the looks of it, although Xiao Chun was injured, he clearly could still fight. His aura did not weaken at all. Xiao Chun could not help feeling humiliated. The other party was merely a holy venerate, while he was a bona fide sovereign personage. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu failed to kill the other party with one punch, not even severely injuring him. If word of this spread, he would become a huge joke. A murderous intent involuntarily welled up in Qin Yu's heart. "Stop!" The first palace master shouted coldly as he stood up, enraged. This Qin Yu was becoming increasingly overboard. However, Qin Yu acted like he did not hear anything, showing no signs of stopping. He knew that the three palace masters would not dare to truly attack him. If they dared to attack him, the Heaven Dragon Palace would suffer the punishment of Ancestor Dragon City, suffering an extremely miserable end. "Screw you! How dare you injure my brother? You are really damned tired of living." Bang! Just as the three palace masters felt incredibly frustrated and furious, a scarlet figure suddenly appeared outside the hall. A blood-red silhouette suddenly appears outside the main hall. It rushes in at an extraordinarily fast speed and sends Qin Yu flying with an extremely overbearing kick. It was the Blood Dragon Guard's Vice Hall Masterly. Who dares to injure me?" Qin Yu, who fell to the ground, was greatly startled. He could not believe that someone really dared to attack him. "Beat him up!" Vice Hall Masterly shouted coldly. A group of Blood Dragon Guard experts immediately rushed out of the hall and surrounded Qin Yu without even thinking. All sorts of attacks rained down on Qin Yu. Chapter 1972. The sudden appearance of the Blood Dragon Guards and Vice Hall Master Li shocked the three palace masters. Even Xiao Chun looked surprised. He had already thought of the worst-case scenario, which was to leave the Heaven Dragon Hall and find another place to develop. Who knew that such a funny scene would occur? Miserable screams could be heard coming from the spacious hall. The experts of the Blood Dragon Guard surrounded and beat up Qin Yu. Qin Yu was pretty strong. Unfortunately, Vice Hall Master Li's strength was a level higher than his, firmly suppressing him. Coupled with the other Blood Dragon Guard's experts, they could not retaliate in mere moments, letting out miserable shrieks. "Li Yunfeng, how dare you attack me? Are you tired of living?" Qin Yu, who was beaten to a horrible state, finally recognized Vice Hall Master Li and scolded loudly. Vice Hall Master Li laughed loudly and said, "Who is Li Yunfeng? This old man is the Blood Dragon Guard's Lord Li. Today, I will beat you up. Beat him to death. Beat him until he can't speak. A mere royal prince dares to bully my brother? Yes, Hall Master. Three palace masters. Save me." Qin Yu, who was beaten miserably, finally remembered his savior and shouted loudly. But after calling for a long time, nobody responds. Qin Yu turns his head to take a look. At the center of the great hall, the three hall masters had left at some point. That's right, he left. He had completely disappeared, as if he had never appeared and never seen him. How could this be? Qin Yu said in a daze, not understanding what was going on. "Pa!" With a swaying movement of his body, Vice Leader Li attacks Qin Yu again. After blocking 3 moves, Qin Yu's aura is in chaos. Vice Leader Li sends him flying with a slap. F***CK. It hurts. His skin is extraordinarily thick. Vice Hall Master, Li said somewhat exaggeratedly as he looked at Qin Yu, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. "Don't just stand there. Continue beating him up." "Yes." Xiao Chun silently scattered his divine dragon war body and arrived beside Vice Hall Master Li. He said, "Big Brother Li, many thanks." At the same time, worry flashed on Xiao Chun's face. Will there be any consequences for this Vice Hall Master Li standing up for me? Vice Hall masterly smiled disapprovingly and said, "Don't say too much first. I'll tell you in detail later. There will be a good show to watch later." Just as Qin Yu, a bona fide sovereign personage, was about to kneel and beg for mercy, a loud shout came from outside the hall. "Stop!" It was the three hall masters. The three of them walked in with some surprise. When they saw the situation before them, they were stunned for a moment. The third palace master went over to help Qin Yu up and examined his injuries. "Big brother, the ribs in front of Monarch Yu's chest are all broken, and his internal organs are all shattered. His face has already been destroyed." The third palace master said in shock, as if he had just found out about this. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth twitched for a moment. His acting was so real that if he hadn't seen everything with his own eyes, he would have believed it to be real. The first hall master looked at Vice Hall Master Li and asked, "What happened?" Vice Hall Master Li said, "I don't know what's wrong with this kid, but he actually attacked a core disciple of our Heaven Dragon Hall. Fighting is not allowed in the Heaven Dragon Hall. This is the ancestral rule. So I taught him a lesson." The first hall master said coldly, "Do you know who you beat up? This is Monarch Yu, Ancestor Dragon City's Monarch Yu." Vice Hall Master Li looked at Qin Yu in shock and exclaimed, "Monarch Yu? Woo, 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 woo." Qin Yu's face looked like a pig's head, with dark circles under his eyes. He looked left and right, completely stunned. He felt like his intelligence was insufficient, not knowing what was going on. Qin Yu wanted to say something, but discovered that his mouth was too swollen. He could no longer speak, so he could only whimper endlessly. Vice Hall Master Li said in understanding, "I understand now. It's all this brat's fault. I'll bring him back to the law enforcement hall to interrogate him. Let's see what's going on with him. To think that he dared to attack Monarch Yu. 3 palace masters. I'll bring him away now." Woo, woo, woo. "Don't let this brat go." Qin Yu sat on the ground, whimpering endlessly. He was so anxious that he nearly cried. However, Qin Yu could not do anything. He could only watch as Vice Hall Master Li, who beat him up, led Xiao Chen away. The first hall master and the second hall master said, "It looks like it is a misunderstanding." However, although it is a misunderstanding, the Blood Dragon Guards are becoming increasingly overboard. They even dare to beat up Monarch Yu. The second hall master nodded with a smile and said, "We have to report this matter as it is. I just used a light and shadow stone to record it. I will send it over later. Monarch Yu, don't worry. We will definitely uphold justice for you. We will not let you get beaten up for nothing." After saying that, the second hall master gently tapped the light and shadow stone in his hand. Immediately, a screen of light appeared. The light and shadow stone showed only scenes and no sound. The first scene was of Qin Yu and Xiao Chen chatting. Then, Qin Yu suddenly attacked. This scene stunned Qin Yu. How could it be like this? In the scene, Qin Yu ignored the difference in cultivation and directly attacked a junior, looking like he wanted to kill Xiao Chen. After that, Vice Hall Master Li barged in and beat Qin Yu up. The 3 palace masters came out to stop him. Finally, the scene fixed on Qin Yu's face, which looked like a pig's head. Qin Yu was utterly stunned. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have fallen into a trap. If Xiao Chen handed over this light and shadow stone, he would not be able to explain himself. Not only would he have to suffer a beating for nothing, but his reputation would also be ruined. Furthermore, he would be punished by the royal clan. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he would not be able to clear his name. Xiao Chen's illustrious reputation would fall here. In the past, Xiao Chen felt that these 3 palace masters were obedient to him, not daring to say anything even though he was angry. Now that he thought about it, he trembled in fear. They were already divine vein realm experts, yet they still tried to scheme against him. After coughing a few times, Qinyu said with some difficulty, "The matter of the Supreme Dragon Fist, let it go. Xiao Chun has not comprehended the essence of the Supreme Dragon Fist yet, so it is not worth mentioning." The second hall master smiled faintly and tossed the light and shadow stone in his hand to Qinyu. "Many thanks. Monarch, you reported it honestly. Third brother, go and find some good medicinal pills to quickly treat Monarch Yu's injuries." After Vice Hall masterly pulled Xiao Chen out, he also felt somewhat confused, not understanding what happened. The acting of the three palace masters did not seem like impromptu performances. It seemed like they had planned this for a long time. Vice Hall Master Li said, somewhat ruefully, "Don't think about it. This was the second Hall Master's idea. Many of the Golden Dragon race's people have always been disdainful of mixed-blood dragons, looking down on them. However, this Qinyu is extraordinarily stupid. Does he really think that the three palace masters of the Heaven Dragon Palace are easy to deal with? He does not know that for a mixed-blood dragon to reach their positions, which one of them is not a formidable character, how can an insignificant sovereign personage like him guess? The details are like this. After you practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist, the first Hall Master went to Ancestor Dragon City to explain it to the other dragon race people. The main thing is the Golden Dragon race. The other dragon races will not care much about it. Hence, Qinyu came. Who knew you happened to not be in the Heaven Dragon Palace? He. Your luck is extraordinarily good. If he happened to block you, it would have been somewhat problematic. After that, the second Hall Master came to discuss it with me, and we came up with such a show. The commotion caused by you practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist has calmed down for now. There is no need to worry." Vice Hall Master Li spoke somewhat calmly. However, Xiao Chun could sense a surging undercurrent in his words. It looked like the commotion caused by the Supreme Dragon Fist was much greater than Xiao Chun imagined. However, Xiao Chun had been kept in the dark and did not know. Vice Hall Master Li sighed softly. The first Hall Master suffered significant grievances in Ancestor Dragon City. Originally, I did not intend to tell you all this lest it affect your mental state and delay your advancement to Holy Venerate. Now that the matter has blown up, I have no choice but to tell you. Ha ha. However, you gave us a pleasant surprise. To think that you actually broke through to Holy Venerate. A warm feeling welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. He said seriously, Big Brother Li has suffered as well. This time, the Blood Dragon Guards offended Qinyu. It will be troublesome. However, Vice Hall Master Li guffawed and said, "The Blood Dragon Guards are afraid of many things, but they are not afraid of offending others. The Blood Dragon Guards are an independent faction, not under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kings. We obey only the Shadow Dragon Sovereign." The Shadow Dragon Sovereign, Vice Hall Master Li nodded and said, "That's right. Hence, you don't have to worry about me. The three palace masters might fear this Qinyu, but we, the Blood Dragon Guards, do not. From the moment the blood-soaked dragon emperor established the Blood Dragon Guards, they were independent of the 7 major bloodlines. However, they were also closely connected to the 6-colored divine dragons, holding a transcendent status. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt stunned. The blood-soaked dragon emperor actually established the Blood Dragon Guards. This somewhat surprised him. So, he searched through the vast memories of the blood-soaked dragon emperor to see if he could obtain any useful information. Chapter 1973. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's memories were extremely vast and complicated. Xiao Chen could not possibly accept them all, so he compressed and sealed most of them in a corner. When he needed to use it, he would search for it. For example, the Red Dragon Race's Inheritance Palace. When Xiao Chun thought hard about the Red Dragon Race's Inheritance Palace, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's information about the Red Dragon Race's Inheritance Palace slowly appeared. When Xiao Chun heard that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor created the Blood Dragon Guards, he recovered from his shock. After a while, some information about the Blood Dragon Guards appeared in his mind. It turned out that while the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was in charge of the dragon race, the Blood Dragon Guards were an independent organization responsible for intelligence. The Blood Dragon Guards were indeed founded by the Blood Dragon Guards. However, after so many years, the Blood Dragon Guards were no longer just in charge of intelligence. Now, they extended their reach to every corner of the Divine Dragon Empire. You have never heard of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, right? Vice Hall masterly said with a smile when he saw Xiao Chen's confused expression. Xiao Chen came back to his senses and nodded. I've never heard of it. How could Xiao Chen not have heard of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor before? Right now, Xiao Chen was the person who understood the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor the best in the entire dragon race. However, he was unable to explain it to Vice Hall masterly, so he could only feign ignorance. Vice Hall masterly said, unhurriedly, speaking of this blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, there are some secrets of the dragon race that I only heard of by chance. Just treat it as a story. Actually, I don't really believe it. Xiao Chen said softly, brotherly, tell me. It is said that 100,000 years ago, there were a total of 7 divine dragons, other than the white dragon, the golden dragon, the silver dragon, the red dragon, the blue dragon, and the green dragon. There was also the strongest divine dragon. This blood-soaked Dragon Emperor is the Dragon King of the strongest bloodline and one of the strongest Dragon Emperors in the history of the dragon race. Back then, the Black Dragon King nearly destroyed the dragon race and turned the entire central Great Realm upside down, starting a horrifying war between the righteous and demonic factions. However, the one who sealed him in the end was the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. Vice Hall masterly said softly, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he personally ended the previous war between righteous and demonic factions. Xiao Chun pretended to be curious and asked, what kind of dragon is this? Since it is so strong, why is there no word of it? Vice Hall masterly frowned and said, yeah, I find it strange too. It is said that this lineage is called the Blue Dragon, but it has been extinct for nearly 100,000 years. I'm afraid that even if the Blue Dragon lineage stood in front of me, I wouldn't know what kind of dragon it is. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. After he confirmed that this Vice Hall master Li was not testing him, he heaved a sigh of relief. It's not that there weren't any words left behind. It's said that some secrets were preserved. Furthermore, it would be passed down from generation to generation. Who would care about a dragon race that no longer existed? The Empire's territory has changed several times, and the central world is in turmoil. There are too many distractions. Xiao Chun was slightly startled when he heard that, but when he thought about it, it was indeed so. As it was passed down from generation to generation, fewer people knew about the Blue Dragon lineage, unless they were like the Heaven Dragon of the previous generation. Otherwise, they would not care about the Blue Dragon lineage at all and would not know more about the Blue Dragon. Vice Hall masterly said, however, no matter what, the Blood Dragon Guards have passed it down from generation to generation. We have never forgotten that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor is the founder of the Blood Dragon Guards. This is recorded in the General Principles. Xiao Chun smiled and said, that's a pretty good story. I'm done listening to it. Big Brother Li, are you going to bring me to the law enforcement hall now? Vice Hall Master Li laughed loudly and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. Return to your residence and cultivate properly. Don't overthink. The 3 palace masters are counting on you in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. After saying that, Vice Hall Masterly left. If Qinya knew about this, he would probably die of depression. The Blood Dragon Guards did not even put on a show of bringing Xiao Chun to the law enforcement hall to interrogate him, directly letting Xiao Chun go. As Xiao Chun looked in the direction that Vice Hall Masterly left, he entered deep thought. He felt that, in these short 4 hours, he had experienced a lot. It was even more tiring than the adventure in the ancient city. The seemingly calm Divine Dragon Empire was actually filled with undercurrents. The Supreme Dragon Fist's cultivation technique stirred up so many storms. Xiao Chun vaguely sensed that the storm had not completely subsided yet. The Dragon Emperor's throne changed every 500 years. Before the Dragon Emperor abdicated, the successor would be determined first. According to the rules, mixed blood dragons could fight for the successor. However, in reality, only the most talented junior generation outstanding talents of the 6 colored divine dragons fought for it. The Golden Dragon bloodline had already occupied the position of Dragon Emperor for many years. This time, only the Golden Dragon race's people came to care about the matter of the Supreme Dragon Fist. In reality, the other 5 bloodlines were happy to see this happen, hoping for a variable to appear. To break the Divine Dragon Empire's calm on the surface, the more chaotic it was, the better. Thousands of clues gathered in Xiao Chen's mind. Then, a majestic scene appeared before his eyes. Xiao Chun thought of the White Dragon King. For a moment, Xiao Chun felt that he would die at the White Dragon King's hands. The White Dragon race had Lu Ruyue. The other divine dragons should have their own outstanding talents as well. The 6 colored divine dragons were all stifling themselves in the struggle to become the Dragon Emperor. Sooner or later, an even greater storm would erupt, shaking the entire Divine Dragon Empire. However, what role would I play in this? After returning to reality, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he returned to Cold Moon Cave. Then, he arrived at the mirror-smooth lake in the cave. Splash! Xiao Chen directly leaped into the lake. Then, he closed his eyes and slowly sank into the lake. When Xiao Chun reached the bottom of the lake, he shut off his senses. Then, Xiao Chun relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. He was too tired. Right now, he did not want to do anything. He just wanted to sleep quietly. In the struggle of the martial Tao, a good night's sleep was often a luxury. 3 days later, the tranquility of the lake was broken, and a figure leaped out of the center. As Xiao Chun stood on the lake, the water droplets on his body gently fell into the lake. Xiao Chun did not use his veritable essence energy to evaporate the water. He just wanted to experience the feeling of being wet. Amid the mist, he looked up at the rising sun in the east. It was colorful and had a different flavor. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and wiped away the water on his face. His vision became clear, and his eyes immediately lit up. He felt carefree and relaxed. The fatigue that he had accumulated for a long time was swept away. Then, Xiao Chun let out a long breath of turbid air. Dressed in white, Xiao Chen's long hair draped over his shoulders, and the water droplets had yet to dry. He appeared unrestrained and unrestrained as he arrived at the courtyard with his hair draped over his shoulders. Xiao Chun took out a bottle of wine, the 1,000-year flame. However, he could not bear to drink it. There were only 2 or 3 bottles of 1,000-year flame left. If he drank it all, there would be no more. Xiao Chun took out a night-glazed wine cup and filled it with wine. Then, he raised the exquisite wine cup and gently swirled it. The golden starlight hovering above the wine cup slowly flickered with light. As the fragrance of the wine spread out, it rippled. As Xiao Chun slowly swirled the wine cup, the wine was adjusted to its most perfect state. The starlight flew out and formed a golden crow flying in the air. When the golden crow mysterious phenomenon disappeared, Xiao Chun drank it in one gulp, feeling the fiery aftertaste of the 1,000-year flame. After drinking only one cup, Xiao Chun put away the 1,000-year flame. What wine is it? It smells so fragrant. Just at this moment, someone arrived uninvited. Xiao Chun turned his head to look and saw the third palace master, the second palace master, and the first palace master. Xiao Chun stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. Greetings, palace masters. At this meeting, the expressions of the three palace masters were much warmer, no longer as grave and fatigued as they had been the first time they met. Clearly, the storm of the supreme dragon fist had come to an end. The third palace master looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Xiao Chun, are you hiding some good wine? Quickly take it out. I already smelled it." Xiao Chun could not help feeling some heartache. He could negotiate with the other good wines, but he could not bear to take out this 1,000-year flame. "I'll exchange it with you with a rank 4 heavenly pill." The third palace master said fervently as he closed his eyes and sniffed the fragrance of the wine. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, the second palace master saved Xiao Chun. "Third brother, speak your mind. Don't get drunk here." Only then did the third palace master say, somewhat unwillingly, All right. Xiao Chun, the three of us palace masters have unanimously decided to give you some pointers before the competition between the 7 outer palaces begins." When Xiao Chun heard that, he rejoiced. Really? This was a pleasant surprise. Probably no heaven-class core disciple in the entire Heaven Dragon Palace would receive such treatment. Having 3 palace masters giving pointers at the same time was heaven-defying. "Of course, I have long wanted to see your firmament's rage." The first palace master revealed a smile as he looked at Xiao Chun. Clearly, he already knew about it. Aside from the first palace master, Xiao Chun was the second person in the Heaven Dragon Palace in the past few thousand years to successfully practice firmament's rage. Chapter 1974. Second Palace Master Zhuyang said after some thought, "Before we came, we already discussed that the first Palace Master would give you pointers in martial techniques. In reality, aside from Firmament's Rage, Big Brother also participated in the Supreme Dragon Fist that you practiced back then." What? This startled Xiao Chun. This first Palace Master truly hid his strength. Firmament's Rage, which no one in the dragon race had successfully practiced for thousands of years, reached perfection. Unexpectedly, the first Palace Master could be considered half the creator of the Supreme Dragon Fist. This was truly surprising. Palace Master Zhuyang continued, "I am most skilled in soul Dao cultivation, so I will give you pointers in this aspect. Third Brother's cultivation is weaker than ours, but medicinal pills are excellent. However, medicinal pills are the best, and there's nothing better than cultivating your fleshly body." Martial techniques, soul energy, and physical body were all targeted at Xiao Chun, giving pointers on strengthening his body. Xiao Chun had to say that he was filled with anticipation. However, don't overthink this. The 3 of us cannot guide you for too long. At most, we will give you 1 day. The rest will depend on your own comprehension. The second Palace Master is the busiest, so he will guide you first. We will take our leave first. When Xiao Chun heard this, he still felt happy. In reality, he did not think too much about it. The other party was not Xiao Chun's master. It was enough for them to take time out to guide him for 1 day. Most of the time, there was no need for long-term guidance. Sometimes 1 sentence might be enough to benefit someone for life. It was fine as long as one put in the effort. "Thank you, Palace Masters." Xiao Chun bowed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first Palace Master and the third Palace Master vanished at the same time. leaving only Xiao Chun and Second Palace Master Juyang in Cold Moon Cave. Palace Master Juyang said softly, "Xiao Chun, show me your holy venerate will. Your holy venerate will should be able to materialize, right? I sense that your soul energy is very strong at the late stage holy venerate level." Yes, with a thought, the azure-colored dragon seal in Xiao Chen's soul pool flickered. The blazing sun and bright moon slowly rose into the air, competing with each other. In mere moments, Xiao Chen's holy venerate will covered the surrounding 1 kilometer. Sun and moon shine together. The second palace master, Zhu Yang, was greatly startled. There was actually a mysterious phenomenon. This was truly a pleasant surprise. A soul will that could produce a mysterious phenomenon was 1 in 10,000, perhaps 1 in 10 million. Normally, soul wills that could produce mysterious phenomena were mostly inherited from their ancestors, passed down through their bloodline. It was rather common among the outstanding talents of the various dynasties and aristocratic clans. However, it was rather rare in the 8 great empires. In the vast northern region, there were very few outstanding talents that could produce a phenomenon. Juyang smiled and nodded. "Not bad. This way, it will be easier for me to guide you. I will teach you how to use the mysterious phenomenon. Please enlighten me, Second Palace Master. The so-called application of skills is the actual combat skills. There are only 2 points. One is offense, and the other is defense." Palace Master Juyang said softly, "You cannot have both at the same time. There must be a priority. Tell me first, is your avatar mainly for defense or offense?" Xiao Chun was deep in thought. He actually had many ways to attack. As for the soul energy, Xiao Chun mostly wanted to replenish it. He could not allow himself to end up in a passive position when he met a soul Dao expert. The clear-headed Xiao Chun quickly made his choice. He said decisively, "Defense." "Good. Since it is defense, then I will teach you how to merge the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon with your physical body." The second palace master Juyang's face sank. He stepped forward and suddenly tapped Xiao Chen's forehead. Boom! The light of the sun and moon in the sky intensified continuously. The blazing sun in the sky looked very real, giving off a scorching glow. The moonlight was like water, calm and serene, as it sprinkled down a gentle glow. When the two merged, they reached an exquisite balance. This prevented one from feeling the heat of the blazing sun or the gentleness of the bright moon. Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chen sank into this wondrous feeling, the sun and moon entered his body at the same time. His body immediately gave off a bright light. Xiao Chen's might soared, and the light of the sun and moon flickered rhythmically. The surroundings fell into a wondrous, mysterious phenomenon. One moment it was night, and the next moment it was day. Xiao Chun felt very surprised. To think that the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon could be used like this. This was truly incredible. Now, control it yourself. The second palace master withdrew his hand and retreated quickly. Then he appeared on a distant wall and looked at Xiao Chun with a smile. Boom! In that instant, Xiao Chun felt like the two different wills of soul in his body went haywire. The wills of soul moved everywhere, alternating between hot and cold. Black and white light flickered without any pattern. Xiao Chun completely lost control, which he could not endure. Think carefully. This is the will of soul, not veritable essence energy. Don't use your usual methods to control them. The second palace master's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's ears, calming him down somewhat. That was right. This was the will of soul, not veritable essence energy. Xiao Chen calmed down. However, he normally controlled a portion of the will of soul, which was a whole entity. Now that this will of souls suddenly split into two, Xiao Chun felt somewhat flustered. Xiao Chun controlled the blazing sun, messed up the bright moon, and stabilized the bright moon. However, the will of the blazing sun turned irritable. Sweat trickled down Xiao Chen's forehead. Boom! In the next moment, the light of the sun and moon burst out of Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, suffering a backlash to his soul. The second palace master reappeared beside Xiao Chen. Without saying anything, he placed his finger on Xiao Chen's forehead again. This time, Zhu Yang healed the damage to Xiao Chen's soul. Zhu Yang's strong soul energy quickly healed Xiao Chen's injuries. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief and voiced his earlier doubts. The second palace master smiled without saying anything. Then he got Xiao Chen to stretch out one hand and one foot at the same time. Xiao Chen sat nimbly, moving his hands and feet. Xiao Chen felt enlightened. Second palace master, this light of the sun and moon is actually like my hands and feet. While they look separated, they are actually one entity. I only have one will of soul. Of course, if you could have two different wills of soul, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? After your soul is destroyed, you can still survive. That is equivalent to having another life. Do you think that is possible? The second palace master smiled, feeling gratified. Although this was Xiao Chen's first contact, he was not stupid. I'll let you experience it again. Properly experience it. You were too distracted the previous time. Zhu Yang placed his finger on Xiao Chen's forehead again. Soon, the earlier scene reappeared. The sun and moon entered Xiao Chen's body. Day and night alternated, flickering rhythmically. Suddenly, the rhythm became chaotic. Day and night alternated, changing constantly. However, in reality, it was still under the second palace master's control. Zhu Yang let go, and the light of the sun and moon scattered. Then he said softly, "In reality, I still used your soul energy. I did not use any of my soul energy. Come, experience it again." This time, Xiao Chen used his mind to experience it. It was indeed, as the second palace master said, be it the strengthening of the light of the sun and moon, or the light of the sun and moon entering Xiao Chen's body at the same time, merging with his physical body. Xiao Chen controlled it with his soul energy. He did not need a strong soul energy to achieve such an effect. He only needed a small amount of soul energy to easily control it. The important thing was how to control it. I understand. This time, Xiao Chen took the initiative to stop forcing out the second palace master's will. The second palace master felt slightly startled. Then he moved back and watched Xiao Chen's actions. Sun and moon competing radiance. With a thought from Xiao Chen, the bright moon and the great sun soared into the air at the same time, hanging high in the sky. As Xiao Chen drained his soul energy, the light of the sun and moon continuously strengthened. However, everything was in order. Neither side was stronger. The second palace master felt somewhat surprised. To think that Xiao Chen grasped the art of equilibrium so quickly, this was truly shocking. Conservation of yin and yang. Light of the sun and moon, heed my call. Xiao Chen shouted in his heart, and the light of the sun and the great sun entered his body at the same time. The two were indeed one. Xiao Chen imagined it as a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, with the sun and moon corresponding to yin and yang. After the initial immaturity, he could control them as he pleased. The sun rose and the moon set. With a raise of his hand, Xiao Chen moved freely. He smiled as he soared into the air, moving up and down. Xiao Chen looked into the distance. It had only been a while, but he no longer needed to focus fully. While maintaining the light of the sun and moon, he could still move and even drive his veritable essence energy. This dumbfounded the second palace master. Juyang. This was equivalent to having practical combat ability. This was truly impressive, causing him to clap and praise Xiao Chun. Whoosh! As the alternating light of the sun and moon flickered, Xiao Chun landed beside the second palace master. Then he smiled and said, "Second palace master, please teach me the attacking technique of my holy venerate will." The second palace master shook his head and said, "There's no need. Once you understand one method, you will understand all methods. All that is left is for you to choose a soul energy cultivation technique to cultivate. I have nothing to teach you." Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He scattered the light of the sun and moon and sent his will of soul into his soul pool. Then he exclaimed in shock, "That's it." Juyang thought to himself, what else could he do? Originally, he thought that it would take him several months to comprehend, but he learned it in 3 tries. Chapter 1975. The second palace master looked at the somewhat disappointed Xiao Chun and said, "Don't be too disappointed. You are not a cultivator who focuses on soul energy. Indeed, you do not need to learn too much. However, given your talent, it is truly a pity that you do not focus on soul energy." Focus on soul energy? Xiao Chun had never thought about it before. Soul energy was more supportive. He could not let himself get flustered when he ran into a soul energy expert. How horrifying are the strength of a soul energy expert? Xiao Chun asked. After some thought, the second palace master replied, "That's hard to say. The soul energy Tao is similarly vast and profound. The strongest person I've seen can even cultivate a will clone to the same level as the main body. As a soul body, it has the same cultivation as the main body. Furthermore, it has some advantages that the physical body cannot, making it exceptionally difficult to deal with. There are also those who can merge their soul energy with their eye technique. With just one look, one will sink into it, trapping the soul. The scariest are some demonic Tao sections. The ghost penance that they refine are extremely evil. The second palace master explained many things, broadening Xiao Chen's horizons. The central Great Realm's soul Tao experts were filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were even fewer soul Tao cultivators than physical body cultivators, and they were much more difficult to cultivate. However, once one succeeded, one would be extremely horrifying. Second Palace Master, can you show me a soul energy attack? Xiao Chun was somewhat eager to see how strong the Second Palace Master, who had an extremely strong will of soul, was. Palace Master Juyang entered deep thought. After a while, he said, "That's fine. I will restrict my cultivation to Holy Venerate and use my soul energy martial techniques to attack. This will be a good test to see how you can use the light of the sun and the moon to defend against my soul technique attacks." Right after Palace Master Juyang spoke, Xiao Chun suddenly felt a terrifying will of soul coming from Palace Master Juyang. Whoosh! Almost instinctively, Xiao Chun turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly dodged. After Xiao Chun landed, he was somewhat horrified to discover the afterimages he left behind. These short spears were condensed from soul force and seemed solid. If one was struck by them, one's soul would immediately be riddled with holes. Boom! Before he could sigh, the Second Palace Master's will of soul turned into a landscape painting that spread out. Immediately, the Holy Venerate will greatly suppressed Xiao Chun. His movement technique and veritable essence energy decreased by more than half. The Second Palace Master grabbed gently with his hand, and a dragon claw made of soul energy swiped at him. Xiao Chen's movement technique was limited. After dodging for a moment, he was caught by accident. In an instant, he felt as though half of his soul was gone, and the pain was unbearable. Several times, Xiao Chun tried to bring out his Holy Venerate will. However, the second palace master's soul technique attacked him. Almost all the time, it was like a torrential storm, continuously attacking him. As a result, Xiao Chun was unable to concentrate and had no chance to use it at all. All of a sudden, Xiao Chun felt the pressure on him lessen abruptly. Just as Xiao Chun was feeling bewildered, a dragon's soul descended from the sky, pouncing at him with a vast dragon might. When Xiao Chun felt this pressure in the depths of his soul, he could not move at all. His entire soul felt suppressed. This startled Xiao Chun. If he let the dragon's soul descend, it would definitely swallow up his soul. Sun and moon shining together. At the moment of life and death, Xiao Chun erupted with unprecedented potential before the immense pressure. The bright moon and the sun soared into the sky at the same time, hanging high in the sky. In the next moment, the light of the sun and the moon entered Xiao Chun's body. His surroundings flickered with light as day and night alternated. Bang! The dragon's soul crashed into Xiao Chun's body, and a huge shock wave erupted. The entire dragon's soul directly scattered, but Xiao Chun's soul only suffered some minor injuries. Very good. As long as you can bring out the light of the sun and the moon before this pressure, you will be able to protect yourself. Even if you face a sovereign personage's will of soul, you will be able to protect yourself. The shock wave scattered, and the second palace master, Zhu Yang, smiled faintly. Xiao Chun panted gently. He felt that the second palace master had not used his full power at all, and he could not even withstand a single strike. Xiao Chun felt somewhat embarrassed, not daring to accept this praise. Many thanks for second palace master's pointers. Zhu Yang smiled faintly and withdrew. Then, the first palace master's figure slowly appeared before Xiao Chun. The first palace master looked at Xiao Chun and said, "This is really surprising. I originally thought that you would need at least 3 months to control the light of the sun and the moon. Unexpectedly, in less than half a day, you managed to grasp it in actual combat. First palace master, you praise me too much." The first palace master shook his head and said, "I did not praise you too much. You are just lacking in accumulations. If you had cultivated in a large sect of the central great realm since you were young, you would have become famous long ago. However, you are not afraid now. Sooner or later, your name will spread throughout the northern region, even the entire central great realm." Clearly, the first palace master thought very highly of Xiao Chun. He continued, "I heard Zhu Yang mention the Supreme Dragon Fist. He brought you to see that person in the dragon prison. He seemed to have gained some new comprehension." Xiao Chun nodded and said, "Yes, he gained a new understanding of what it means to be a prime. It involves many things that I do not understand." After saying that, Xiao Chun told the first palace master about what he saw in the dragon prison. The first palace master sighed and said, "Even being locked up in the dragon prison did not stop him from gaining an understanding of this world. However, you don't have to worry about this for now. The Supreme Dragon Fist has not reached that level yet." Right. In the future, when you become a heaven dragon, you will discover some of the mysteries of the Supreme Dragon Fist. Perhaps it will be much easier for you to understand it. After some thought, the first palace master said, "I'll teach you Firmament's rage first. Show me your Firmament's rage, and let me observe it." Xiao Chun nodded and thrust his hand out. Immediately, the great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon's rage spread out in the sky. A gigantic, burning hand appeared, covering the sky and sun. Its 5 fingers were like sabers. Resplendent electric light and cold saber light flashed in the palm. Its might was vast and incredibly horrifying. The first palace master carefully observed it. After a while, he said, "It's done." Xiao Chun withdrew his hand and Firmament's rage flew into the distance, shattering a mountain peak. Then, he quietly waited for the first palace master's guidance. Xiao Chen felt extremely satisfied with the might of this Firmament's rage. That earlier strike had exhausted only 1% of his strength. You have not searched for the 5 elements yet. Are you looking for the 5-element divine lightning? The first palace master could tell that Xiao Chen had already practiced the second layer of Firmament's rage to perfection. He could already infuse it with the 5 elements' energy. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "The 5-element divine lightning happens to be compatible with my Thunder Great Tao. Furthermore, it is a peak energy of the 5 elements. It is very suitable to infuse it into this Firmament's rage. However, this 5-element divine lightning is not easy to find. Furthermore, there are many experts who are interested in it. I will help you keep an eye out. If there is any news of the 5-element divine lightning, I will inform you immediately." "Thank you, First Palace Master. You are too polite. For now, your Firmament's rage actually does not need much guidance. You already grasped its mysteries. You just lack some flexibility." Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity, For example, like this. The first palace master stepped forward and stretched out his hand. Then he turned his palm into a claw and grabbed. The first palace master instantly executed Firmament's rage. Before Xiao Chen could react, he felt the horrifying rage of a great, desolate Ian ancestor dragon encasing him. He felt the horrifying rage of the great, desolate Ian ancestor dragon enveloping him. Boundless sword chi assaulted his entire body. If he moved rashly, this rage would swallow up his physical body, and the sword chi would tear him to shreds. What was even more horrifying was that the first palace master did not unleash this Firmament's rage, even as he clawed at Xiao Chen's head. The first palace master already had complete control over the release of his rage. Unlike Xiao Chen could not control the rage of a great, desolate Ian ancestor dragon. Once he executed it, he needed to vent his rage quickly. Otherwise, he would explode from the rage. Whoosh! The first palace master withdrew his hand, and Xiao Chen felt sweat pouring down his forehead. He heaved a sigh of relief, horror flashing in his eyes. Xiao Chen had never thought that Firmament's rage could be executed in such a manner. There was no startling aura or rage spreading in the sky. The first palace master simply executed it casually. Xiao Chen was certain that the first palace master had not brought out the might of the 3rd layer of Firmament's rage. How do you feel? This is an eye-opener. Incredible. I am ashamed of my inferiority. Xiao Chen answered honestly, not exaggerating at all. The first palace master smiled and said, "This is the result of my centuries of comprehension. Of course, you are not as good as me. There is no need to feel ashamed. Speaking of which, I should be the one feeling ashamed. Back then, I spent an entire year to reach the 2nd layer. Even so, my master praised me to the heavens, saying that I was a rare genius of the Heaven Dragon Palace that only appears once every 1,000 years. The first palace master revealed a sorrowful expression as he recalled the past. Then he said seriously, "Come, I'll teach you how to be flexible. First, control the rage. Hold it in without unleashing it. Finally, reach the state of showing might without rage." The first palace master was very patient. He guided Xiao Chen over and over again, teaching him how to control the rage. This was a very dry process. Seeing that Xiao Chen had the patience to learn, the first palace master felt extremely happy, revealing a satisfied smile. Next, condense the Firmament's rage. It does not have to really make the sky rage. If the rage of the water can shake the sky, wouldn't that be even better? Don't you think so? Good. That's it. Withdraw your rage and do it step by step. There is no rush. I failed. There is no rush. Again. Watch me demonstrate it. It was hard to imagine that a person could cultivate Firmament's rage to such a level. For someone to have such a good temper, patiently giving pointers and guiding him step by step, this made Xiao Chun feel somewhat embarrassed. He felt that he was too stupid. Even after such careful guidance, he still could not learn it. Focus. Xiao Chun repeatedly warned himself in his heart. He showed a serious expression, not daring to get distracted. Try it again. Control the rage. Good. That's it. There is no rush. Anger without showing it. That's right. Very good. Condense the ancestor dragon's rage in your palm. The Thunder Dao and the Saber Dao are both in your palm. Soon, the first palace master stopped speaking. Xiao Chun immersed himself in this, reaching a state where he forgot about himself and the world. Then he raised his hand and curled his fingers. His palm turned into a claw, and he moved it gently. Boom! A tyrannical look that showed disdain for the world burst out of Xiao Chen's eyes. With this gentle claw, the entire sky trembled. Success! The first palace master's voice rang out again, containing a gratified smile and satisfaction. Chapter 1976. Angry but not obvious, not angry but mighty. Xiao Chun clenched his fist and retracted the great path power and the ancestral dragon's fury in his palm. The god mountain erupted with a shocking pressure. Although it was calm, it was still awe-inspiring. All right. The first palace master praised softly as he clapped his hands in satisfaction. Xiao Chun was pleasantly surprised. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Thank you, First Hall Master, for your guidance. Xiao Chun is deeply grateful and has no way to repay you." There was an ancient saying that apart from one's parents and heaven and earth, only the master could be worshipped. Although the first palace master was not Xiao Chen's master, the first palace master's patient guidance had greatly benefited Xiao Chun. The first palace master was like half a master. If not for the other party, Xiao Chun would have needed at least another 10 years to comprehend Firmament's rage. His horizons were limited. In the past, he had never imagined that Firmament's rage could be used like this. Right now, this first palace master was the best at using Firmament's rage in the Divine Dragon Empire. The first palace master stepped forward and helped Xiao Chun up. Then he said, "You are too polite. Just do your best to enter Ancestor Dragon City in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Actually, there are still many things that can be developed in Firmament's rage. The great Tao that you and I cultivate is different. The Firmament's rage that we execute is actually 2 different martial techniques." The first palace master continued, "I see that you seem to have cultivated the will of ice as well. Unfortunately, you do not use it much. I'm afraid that you will have to wait a long time before you can break through this bottleneck. If I manage to break through, I really look forward to infusing Firmament's rage with the Ice Tao. What kind of changes will there be?" Xiao Chun said softly, "I do indeed not use the Ice Tao much. I cultivate too much and cannot afford to be distracted for now. Unfortunately, none of us 3 palace masters knows how to use the saber. The other experts of the Heaven Dragon Palace who use the saber are all cultivating in Ancestor Dragon City. This is problematic." The first palace master was rather disappointed that he could not guide Xiao Chun in the Saber Dao, which he excelled at. "That's it. Let third bro do it. He can't wait any longer." "Ha ha." The first palace master chuckled and waved his hand, disappearing from Xiao Chen's sight. "It's finally my turn. Xiao Chun, don't hide anymore. Bring out your good wine." The third palace master appeared anxiously and said impatiently. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly, feeling helpless. Since the third palace master was so enthusiastic, he could only take out a flask of 1,000-year flame. Come, teach me how to drink. The third palace master was clearly a wine lover. When he saw this 1,000-year flame, he knew that he could not casually drink it. So, Xiao Chun told him how to drink this 1,000-year flame. Boom! A golden crow soared into the sky and circled around. After circling a few times, it turned into specks of golden light and slowly dissipated. The third palace master picked up the 1,000-year flame and drained it in one go. He immediately felt very satisfied and refreshed. Good wine. After drinking the cup, the third palace master felt somewhat dissatisfied. He sighed softly. If this wine appeared in the Golden Crow Empire, just one cup would fetch a sky-high price. How unfortunate! Xiao Chun had already told the third palace master that he did not have much of this wine left and felt that it was unfortunate. All right, it's time to help you temper your physical body. Here comes the proper business. Just as Xiao Chun was feeling some anticipation, wondering how the third palace master would temper his physical body. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a large pile of bottles appeared on the table, all sorts of medicinal pills. The third palace master pointed to the medicinal pill bottles on the table and said, "This is dragon bone paste. It is a rank 4 heaven ranked medicinal pill forged from dragon bones, found in the ancestor dragon remnant. When refined by me, it is no weaker than a heaven-ranked item. There are a total of 3 bottles. Each bottle contains 50 pills. Don't try to save them. Just refine them. Come and look for me after you run out. This is the Heavenly Cloud Bishio Pill. It can help you repair your hidden injuries. Cultivators of the physical body can easily leave hidden injuries, damaging their foundations. With my Heavenly Cloud Jade Elegance Pill, you can practice without worry. I guarantee that you won't have any internal injuries. This is the Putua Pill, used to refine one's blood and strength. It's also of the heaven rank. Looking at the pile of pills, Xiao Chun was somewhat dumbfounded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Third Hall Master, are these the pointers you gave me? The third palace master smiled and said, Of course, what else do you think it is? Do I look like a physical body cultivator to you? Doesn't seem like it. That's it then. I'm here to teach you how to take medicine. Medicinal pills can't be taken randomly. If you were to eat this pile of heaven-ranked level 4 medicinal pills, not only will it be ineffective, it will also harm your body. Suddenly, the third palace master paused. His expression turned serious as he said, I say, brat, I can tell long ago whether you are unhappy or not. Back then, when I took you in as my disciple, I was already extremely unwilling. Under the guidance of Big Brother and Second Brother, you benefited greatly, and you looked down on this old man. Fine, I'll take it back. So. How can that be? The table was filled with rank 4 heaven ranked medicinal pills. Just thinking about the value of rank 4 heaven ranked medicinal pills, this table was probably worth millions of primeval heavenly pills. This startled Xiao Chun. However, he reacted quickly and collected all the medicinal pills before the third palace master could. Then he said softly, Third palace master must be joking. Who doesn't know that talent comes first and resources second on the path of cultivation? However, without resources, no matter how talented one is, it would be useless. The third palace master snorted softly and said, It's good that you know. Xiao Chun did not dare to offend the third palace master, so he carefully dealt with him, lest the third palace master get angry and take everything back. With so many medicinal pills piled up, Xiao Chun estimated that he should have no problem cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art to the 5th layer. 50 cauldron force would probably be able to improve it further. Furthermore, it would take a long time. Of course, the most important thing was that Xiao Chun would have to interact with the third palace master for a long time. For the next half a year of cultivation, Xiao Chun would have to go to the pill hall to exchange for medicinal pills. Clearly, the third palace master was not truly angry. He took out a list and said, "Refine according to the steps on it." There are also some instructions on how to use the medicinal pills and how to refine them to achieve the best effect. Xiao Chun received the list. The details on it warmed him. Although this third palace master did not personally guide Xiao Chun like the other two palace masters, he was very considerate. "Many thanks, third palace master." The third palace master waved his hand and said, "There's no need to thank me. Compared to the other outer palaces, our Heaven Dragon Palace is poorer. There are not many Heaven-class core disciples that we can nurture. Those that the three palace masters can nurture with all their might are even fewer." "Oh, right. I just recalled something. You should have a primal chaos level flame, right?" Xiao Chun nodded and opened his hands. The heavenly snow divine flame, and the heavenly flame appeared in his hands. What a fellow! To think that it is the heavenly snow divine flame. And, hey, what flame is this? It seems like it. The third palace master stared at the heavenly flame, feeling very doubtful. He asked, "Isn't this the universe origin true flame that only the Tianwu dynasty's royal court can grasp?" The universe origin true flame. When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt stunned. This should be the true name of the heavenly flame, the universe origin true flame. "How did you obtain this flame?" Just as Xiao Chun was about to answer, the third palace master suddenly stopped. He said, "I forgot. How can I casually tell others about such a secret? It is best to use it sparingly in the future. Although this universe origin true flame is not of a high rank yet, it is still something that only the Tianwu dynasty's royal court disciples can grasp." "What do you mean?" The third palace master looked at Xiao Chun with some surprise. Then he explained, "Brat, you really don't know? Where did you come from? You don't even know this? The universe origin true flame's primeval flame seed is in the Tianwu dynasty's royal secret realm. It is the forbidden land of the royal court. If the people of the royal court can pass the test, they can obtain a strand of the primeval flame seed and nurture it for themselves. In the future, take it easy. Don't tell others. If someone says that this is the universe origin true flame, you can deny it even if you are beaten to death. Just say that this is the dragon race's extreme thunder true flame. After all, most people would not recognize it. You also do not know the Tianwu dynasty's martial techniques. No one should suspect anything." Suddenly, Xiao Chun recalled that Chu Chaoyan had a heavenly flame as well. However, he did not have an origin flame. Xiao Chun did not know if Chu Chaoyan would go to the Tianwu dynasty, or where he was now. Aside from Xiao Chun, the only other person who came out of the Kunlun realm was Chu Chaoyun. That's not right. There is also the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, who was brought away. "I'm leaving. If you need anything in the future, you can come to the medicinal pill hall to look for me." The third palace master stood up and prepared to take his leave. While Xiao Chun was distracted, he took advantage of the time when the third palace master was distracted to sneak away with the 1,000-year flame on the table. "Wait, what's the matter?" The third palace master, who had already stood up, asked with some guilt. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Finally, he made up his mind. "Third palace master, during my experiential training outside, I actually gained a great harvest. However, I am unable to grasp it and bring out its power." The third palace master said lazily, "What is it? Let's talk about it another day." Another day. As the third palace master spoke, he prepared to leave. When Xiao Chun saw the situation, he said anxiously, "It is a medicine cauldron that can endure an astral flame. Senior, are you really not going to take a look?" "What?" The third palace master was greatly startled. He turned around and revealed an extremely shocked expression. "It is a medicine cauldron that can endure 9 astral cores at the same time. There is also a rudimentary divine pill in it." Xiao Chen answered honestly. This thing had a frightening origin. However, it was temporarily useless in his hands. If it were the third palace master, it would be a different story. "Quick, quick, let me take a look." Chapter 1977. With a smile on his face, Xiao Chun left the third palace master's secret realm. It had to be said that the secret realm was a huge treasure trove. The foundation of the Heaven Dragon Palace was still very impressive. Unfortunately, he only managed to obtain a 9 heavens mysterious ice fruit. However, if these words were heard by the third palace master, he would definitely reprimand him. After returning to Cold Moon Cave, Xiao Chun began to prepare for his closed-door training. Right now, he did not lack resources, comprehension, and accumulation. He needed to go into seclusion and consolidate his foundation, turning all of this into actual combat power in preparation for the competition between the 7 palaces. Not only did Xiao Chun want to enter Ancestor Dragon City, but he also wanted to enter with the best ranking. Xiao Chun started with the Holy Venerate Will. The second palace master said that if one understood one method, one would understand all methods. Hence, he did not teach Xiao Chun the attacking methods of the Holy Venerate Will. The logic was the same. There wasn't much of a gap between defense and attack. Since he could use the light of the sun and the moon to defend himself, he could definitely use the blazing sun and the luminous moon to attack as well. For example, a scorching sun or a luminous moon could fall to the ground and form a soul power shockwave, or the sun and moon could fuse, and then the light of the sun and moon would explode. Actually, the various methods and the technique of infusing the light of the sun and the moon into one's body were all the same. There was nothing too difficult to understand. Xiao Chun gave it a try. After half a month, he finally managed to switch the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon between offense and defense as he pleased. At the same time, Xiao Chun was more concerned about the second palace master's method of guiding soul power. Xiao Chun did his best to recall the feeling of controlling soul power when the second palace master's finger touched his forehead. His current soul power was actually higher than his cultivation. Xiao Chen's cultivation was only at early stage, Holy Venerate. However, with the help of the divine characters, his soul energy already reached peak, Holy Venerate. The sun and moon shining together, mysterious phenomenon could be directly manifested. If used well, it could catch the opponent off guard. After Xiao Chun stopped cultivating his Holy Venerate Will for a while, it was time to solidify Firmament's Rage. The first palace master's Firmament's Rage made Xiao Chen's eyes light up, fresh in his memory. Although he could successfully use it now, it wasn't very smooth, and the success rate wasn't high. Not only did it require a change in technique, but it also required a change in mentality. It wasn't something that could be achieved in a day or two. It required a long period of hard work. After cultivating for half a month, Xiao Chun felt that there was no obvious room for improvement, so he stopped and began cultivating. Physical body, divine dragon body tempering art, relying on the third palace master's resources, it would be inexcusable if he did not make a breakthrough. Day after day, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chun had already been in seclusion for 4 months. In the Cold Moon Cave, the white-robed youth continued to cultivate. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he was puzzled, and sometimes he was doubtful. Occasionally, his brows would relax, and he would reveal a knowing smile. That was the sincere happiness he felt after a difficult problem was solved. The path of a martial artist had always been like this. There were no shortcuts. On the road to success, those who stood at the peak would always be those who knew how to persevere. No one could casually make progress. Explode. In the Cold Moon Cave's combat training room, Xiao Chun tried his best to throw a punch. The towering dragon pattern cauldron rang out 100 times. The sound was ear-splitting, like the roar of a dragon or the roar of thunder, reverberating endlessly. 100 cauldron force. After 4 months of bitter cultivation and the aid of many resources, Xiao Chen's vital qi finally reached a horrifying 100 cauldron force. Divine Dragon War Body. With another shout, Xiao Chen's physical body swelled up, reaching 2 meters tall, becoming like a small giant. The muscles all over Xiao Chen's body bulged, filled with explosive energy. The divine dragon's dragon might lingered, looking solid as it wandered around his body, turning into strands of azure-colored dragon qi. Xiao Chen's eyes filled with pressure. Even if he faced the power of a sovereign personage, he would not shrink back in fear. In the ancient city, Xiao Chun could barely hold his own against an initial perfection sovereign personage. At best, he would not lose. Now, Xiao Chun, who had strengthened and consolidated his strength in every aspect, could hold his own against a sovereign personage. It might even be possible for him to defeat one. Furthermore, this was without using soul tools or trump cards like the demonic cloud, heaven-swallowing art. Xiao Chun gently snapped his fingers, and combat puppets immediately leaped out of the cultivation room. Xiao Chun had requested these from the Blood Dragon Guard's Vice Hall Master Li. The Blood Dragon Guards normally used these combat puppets for combat training. Every one of these combat puppets was at least an early stage Holy Venerate. Compared to real cultivators, they lacked some flexibility and intelligence. These combat puppets still possessed the offense and defense of a Holy Venerate. Firmament's Rage. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and grabbed. His fingers curled, and his palm turned into a claw as he pressed it against the combat puppet's head. Immediately, boundless saber qi and thousands of lightning bolts encased this combat puppet. With a thought, the puppet gave off a crunching sound as the saber qi tore it into thousands of pieces. Each piece flickered with crackling electricity. Bang! Xiao Chun threw another palm strike, still using Firmament's Rage. However, this time, he did not turn it into a claw. Instead, he threw this palm strike. The lightning infused with saber intent turned into a lightning saber qi storm. Howling, the 10-odd combat puppets in front all got blasted away, their bodies riddled with holes. Pa! This time, Xiao Chun turned his palm strike into a palm strike. When the palm strike landed, a huge palm imprint appeared on the ground. All the damaged combat puppets shattered into pieces, destroyed. A sense of danger came from behind. Xiao Chun turned into lightning, and his figure flashed. This was the last combat puppet left. This combat puppet was stronger than the others, reaching the peak of the Holy Venerate level. Xiao Chun had just landed when this combat puppet quickly followed and punched. Bang! 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 After exchanging 3 punches, Xiao Chun moved back 10 steps, his aura forcibly suppressed. The veritable essence energy of a peak, Holy Venerate was extremely strong. Right now, as a middle-stage Holy Venerate, Xiao Chun was not a match for it. Blood Dragon Chop. After gaining the upper hand, the combat puppet showed no mercy. Scarlet flames burned all over its body, and a scarlet dragon coiled around its arm. Then, it punched with great might. Firmament's Rage. When Xiao Chun executed Firmament's Rage, he turned his palm strike into a fist. He tightly grasped the Thunder Great Tao, the horrifying Saber Great Tao, and the mysteries of the great, desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon. Boom! The two fists clashed. This time, it was the combat puppet that got knocked back by Xiao Chun. However, he did not move at all. A terrifying might erupted from Xiao Chen's body. He exuded might without showing rage, shaking the sky with one punch. Divine Dragon War body. Xiao Chen's body swelled up, and his vital qi surged. Then, he roared and charged over. Xiao Chun punched 10 times in a row. Each punch contained 100 cauldron force. After the 10 punches, the combat puppet's arm shattered. Cracks appeared in half of its body. Xiao Chun raised his leg and kicked heavily. The late-stage, holy venerate combat puppet directly exploded, and its core crystal rolled on the ground. After stretching his body, Xiao Chun felt somewhat relaxed. However, he did not feel satisfied. After all, a combat puppet was just a combat puppet. It was still much weaker than a true cultivator. It could only be used to familiarize oneself with martial techniques and movement techniques during training. It could not be used as a reference for one's strength. If one treated a cultivator as a combat puppet in actual combat, one might not even know how they died. 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. The competition between the 7 outer palaces drew closer. However, Xiao Chun did not feel much about it. After 4 months of closed-door cultivation, his originally somewhat restless heart calmed down. This was especially so after practicing Firmament's Rage. Xiao Chen's mental state had improved significantly between anger and calmness. Xiao Chun picked up the combat puppet's core crystal on the ground. At the same time, he pondered, how should I use the remaining time? There were still 2 more months. Even if there were fortuitous encounters before me, I would not be able to truly digest them. Should I go to the Blue Dragon Palace, the Red Dragon Palace, and the White Dragon Palace to look for Morongyan, Situ Changfeng, and the others? At the same time, I can understand the strength of the experts of the other outer palaces. After thinking about it, Xiao Chun gave up on this idea. The other outer palaces discriminated against mixed-blood dragons. If Xiao Chun went over, he could not guarantee that he would not run into trouble like the White Dragon Palace. Heaven-class core disciples quickly gather at the profound dragon platform on the Heaven Dragon Peak. Just at this moment, a message came from Xiao Chen's identity token. It was Elder Tianyun's voice. Why are the Heaven-class core disciples gathering at this moment? There are only 2 or 3 Heaven-class core disciples in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Is there a need to gather? Xiao Chun did not feel like going. He did not like Elder Tianyun either. However, Xiao Chun was wrong about this. There were more than 3 Heaven-class core disciples in the Heaven Dragon Palace. It was just that those who could climb to the top of the Heaven Dragon Peak had all gone out on experiential training. The remaining 3 happened to be the weakest. They had not been able to climb to the top of the Heaven Dragon Peak. Xiao Chun had something important to discuss at this gathering. After collecting the core crystals on the ground, Xiao Chun prepared to go to the Blood Dragon Guards and meet with Vice Hall Master Li. The two got along well. Xiao Chun found it interesting to hear about the Blood Dragon Guards. Senior brother Xiao, this junior brother was about to disturb you. Unexpectedly, senior brother came out on your own. Just as Xiao Chun left Cold Moon Cave, he saw an outer palace disciple stop him and say respectfully, "What's the matter?" Elder Tianyun was afraid that senior brother Xiao did not receive the message to gather at the Profound Dragon platform, so he sent a disciple to inform you. Xiao Chun had no choice but to go. Chapter 1978. On the Profound Dragon platform, figures flashed. Exin, Zhu Yun, and Li Luo had arrived long ago. They looked around as if searching for someone. However, they revealed disappointed expressions. They did not see the person they wanted to see. Soon, 10 odd people gathered on the Profound Dragon platform. Xiao, Jinyu felt startled, somewhat surprised. To think that the Heaven Dragon Palace had so many Heaven-class core disciples. Whoosh! Soon, an extremely strong aura flew over from the profound dragon platform. That aura was so strong that everyone felt an obvious pressure, prompting them to look over involuntarily. This person wore white battle armor and showed no expression, appearing somewhat indifferent. This person was already a late stage, holy venerate. He had an extremely sharp look on his face. After slowly looking at the crowd, he silently hid his sharpness. This person radiated sharpness as he pleased. Senior Brother Lu. This person seemed to be very famous among the older generation Heaven-class core disciples. Many people greeted him respectfully when they saw him land. Jinyu pulled Yi Qianyun, who was beside him, and asked, "Who is this person?" Yi Qianyun had stayed in the Heaven Dragon Palace longer than Jinyu, so they should know each other. After passing the test, the two had already become official Heaven-class core disciples. Yi Qianyun gave that person a deep look and said, "His name is Lu Feng. He joined the Heaven Dragon Palace at the same time as me. He has a mixed blood dragon bloodline, but he already became a Heaven-class core disciple 3 years ago. During the test back then, he suppressed us all by himself. I was the most confident of becoming a Heaven-class core disciple. In the end, I lost to him, wasting 3 years of time." "A mixed blood dragon bloodline is still that strong?" Jinyu said in surprise, feeling startled. Yi Qianyun whispered, "Speak softly. Don't let him hear you. This person will take revenge for the smallest grievance. Don't let him target you." Just at this moment, Jinyu felt a chill. When he looked up, he saw Lu Feng looking at him coldly. Jinyu only felt better when the other party looked away. He could not help feeling shocked. Originally, he thought that after cultivating bitterly during this period, he should be able to rank within the top 3 of the Heaven-class core disciples. Now, it looked like he was somewhat surprised. There were many hidden talents among the Heaven-class core disciples. It was not as simple as he thought. Boom. "Junior brothers, long time no see." All of a sudden, an aura even stronger than before descended from the sky. A figure slowly landed on the peak of the Heaven Dragon, looking down at the crowd. "Eldest senior brother," the others said in unison when they saw this. As Jinyu looked at that person, he thought to himself, "Is this the strongest Heaven-class core disciple, Bai Yunfeng?" Chun had heard Li Luo and the others mention Bai Yunfeng long ago. Bai Yunfeng had already occupied the top position of the Heaven Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciple for many years. Chun spent most of his time traveling. Rumor had it that the people he befriended were already inner sect disciples of Ancestor Dragon City, not outer palace disciples. He had a close relationship with many of the inner disciples, and he often followed them around. Chen's wanderings were not limited to the Divine Dragon Empire, but the entire northern region. He came into contact with the outstanding young talents of the entire northern region. He could be considered as someone who had seen the world. His knowledge and strength were a level higher than the others. Bai Yunfeng descended from the top of the Heaven Dragon and swept his gaze across the crowd. His gaze lingered on Lu Feng for a moment. It was like the others looked down on Lu Feng. "Who is Chun?" Bai Yunfeng asked sullenly. However, no one answered him. Jinyu felt startled. Could it be that this Bai Yunfeng has heard of Chun as well? Li Luo stepped forward and said, "Senior brother Bai, Chun has not arrived yet. He is not here." Bai Yunfeng smiled in understanding. "That's true. If he is really here, then the rumors are too exaggerated. Let me wait and see how strong this Chun is. To think that 3 palace masters personally guide him." Whoosh! The moment Bai Yunfeng said that, everyone was startled, feeling deeply shocked. What? 3 palace masters actually guided the same person at the same time? That's impossible, right? This is too exaggerated. It is already very fortunate for people like us to receive guidance from just one palace master. To think that he received guidance from 3 palace masters at the same time. Could it be that this fellow has some backer? It was not that no one in the history of the Heaven Dragon Palace could receive guidance from 3 palace masters at the same time. However, they could be counted on one hand. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the 3 palace masters to guide Xiao Chun to leak out. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. The 3 palace masters did not hide it on purpose. It was not strange that Bai Yunfeng, who had some means, found out. Shock flashed in Li Luo's heart. Then she asked, "First senior brother, did you gain anything after going out for 2 years?" Bai Yunfeng smiled faintly and replied, "I can't really say that I gained anything. However, I am confident of entering Ancestor Dragon City this time." As Bai Yunfeng spoke, he radiated strong confidence. His body radiated a pure dragon might. The surrounding disciples all took a few steps back, feeling startled. What a strong dragon might! Such an aura could rival that of a sovereign personage. Congratulations, first senior brother. You probably converted at least 30% of your bloodline power. Someone with sharp eyes praised softly, noticing the mysteries behind it. Bai Yunfeng said softly, "It's still all right. I just gained some benefits from traveling with the inner sect disciples. If you have the opportunity to enter Ancestor Dragon City, you will see how strong the inner sect disciples are. The competition between geniuses in the entire northern region will be very exciting." These words made some people uncomfortable. It was as if Bai Yunfeng himself had already entered Ancestor Dragon City. First senior brother, which experts in the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces do you think are worth paying attention to? Someone asked softly. After all, the other party was very knowledgeable and well-informed. He knew many things that the others did not. Bai Yunfeng pondered for a moment before replying, "There are many experts in the 6 divine dragon outer palaces. The first is the Golden Dragon Palace's Qinmu, whom you all know. There is no need for me to elaborate. His Emperor Dragon Fist has already reached the 7th layer. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest in the outer palaces. Next is the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi. His sword skills are superb, and his sword Great Dao has already reached great perfection. I heard that he is already close to the Dao domain level. Ordinary sovereign personages would not dare to fight him. Next are the Red Dragon Palace's Ding Jun and the Blue Dragon Palace's Feng Wuheng. Their comprehension of the Fire Dao and the Wind Great Dao is unrivaled in the outer palaces. These 4 are definitely people who will enter Ancestor Dragon City. The inner sect elders even took a liking to them long ago. Qin Mu, Yuan Shi, Ding Jun, and Feng Wuheng were currently the 4 strongest experts of the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces. Xiao Jinyu made a mental note of these people's names. In that case, senior brother Bai, how many of our heaven-class core disciples do you think can enter Ancestor Dragon City? Someone asked in anticipation. Bai Yunfeng looked around and replied softly, "Aside from me, Lu Feng has a high chance. As for you all, your chances are rather slim. If that Xiao Chun is not up to par, it is likely that only the 2 of us will enter Ancestor Dragon City." Ah, Bai Yunfeng's words were like a bucket of cold water splashing on everyone's heads. Everyone immediately fell silent. They found it hard to accept. However, the one who said this was Bai Yunfeng, so they could not rebut. Just as everyone fell silent, a cold snort suddenly rang out. "Who are you? How dare you speak nonsense here? What does my situation have to do with you?" It was Xiao Chun who had walked up from the foot of the mountain. Xiao Chun remembered that he had not come up from the foot of the mountain before, so he came up from the foot of the mountain, which delayed him for some time. He was somewhat surprised to see so many heaven-class core disciples gathered at the profound dragon platform. What was even more unexpected was that he heard someone talking about him behind his back the moment he arrived. Xiao Chun immediately felt dissatisfied. This was a formal gathering. How could others speak nonsense about him? Whoosh! The moment Xiao Chun said that, everyone felt shocked. They had not expected Xiao Chun to challenge Bai Yunfeng the moment he arrived. Bai Yunfeng's eyes lit up. He said seriously, "You must be Xiao Chun, right? You are rather strong. No wonder you are someone who received guidance from 3 palace masters. However, with your strength, you only have a 50% chance of entering Ancestor Dragon City. You are a frog in a well. The sky is only as big as the mouth of the well. You should go out and see more." Xiao Chun frowned slightly. This person seemed to understand Xiao Chun very well and seemed to have made preparations long ago. This person even knew about the 3 palace masters' guidance. Xiao Chun, senior brother, has a close relationship with Elder Tian Yun. It seems like he is targeting you. Li Luo sent a voice transmission to Xiao Chun, resolving Xiao Chun's doubts. It turns out that Bai Yunfeng is Elder Tian Yun's man. No wonder this old fellow is so prejudiced against me. Since Elder Tian Yun does not care about me, there is no need to be overly concerned. There is no need to stoop to the level of a jumping clown. Xiao Chun looked around, preparing to find a place to rest. "Junior brother Xiao, it seems like you do not agree with senior brother's point of view?" Who knew Bai Yunfeng's figure flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Chun, looking at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows, and a murderous intent flashed in his heart. He was already angry. Xiao Chun turned around and walked in another direction. Whoosh! Bai Yunfeng seemed to be putting on a show. His figure turned into a dragon image in the air and spun around several times. Then, with a loud boom, he appeared in front of Xiao Chun again. I wonder if junior brother Xiao has any advice for senior brother's movement technique. As Bai Yunfeng spoke, his figure turned illusory, continuously circling around Xiao Chun. A strong wind blew, and afterimages flickered. A deep dragon roar rang out in the surroundings. No one could see where Bai Yunfeng's true body was. Just as everyone was praising Bai Yunfeng's movement technique, a resounding slap rang out, sending Bai Yunfeng flying. Chapter 1979. The profound dragon platform fell completely silent. Many people were so shocked that their jaws nearly hit the ground. Xiao Chun actually sent Bai Yunfeng flying with one slap. Naturally, the calmest person was Lu Feng. From the very start, he had maintained a cold and indifferent appearance. Even after Bai Yunfeng appeared and commented on him, Lu Feng remained expressionless, not showing any fluctuations in his expression. It was like Lu Feng was not talking about himself. Now, after Xiao Chun sent Bai Yunfeng flying with a slap, Lu Feng still showed no signs of changing his expression. Bai Yunfeng held his burning cheeks. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Even he felt somewhat confused. My soaring cloud art has already reached peak great perfection. Why can he still see me? Not only can he see me, but his attack is also so accurate. Most importantly, Xiao Chun even used the most humiliating method to slap me. You are seeking death. Bai Yunfeng was thoroughly enraged. Originally, he only wanted to promise Elder Tian Yun that he would humiliate this Xiao Chun. He had not thought of doing anything to Xiao Chun. However, rage filled his heart. He only wanted to trample on Xiao Chun, mercilessly trample on him. Rage burned in Bai Yunfeng's heart, and his aura soared. Dragon might roared out, venting the murderous intent and rage in his heart. Quickly dodge! Quickly dodge! This is already the aura of a sovereign personage. First senior brother's improvement in the past 2 years is really terrifying. Even an initial perfection sovereign personage would not have any advantage against first senior brother. This rage is somewhat scary. Let's move further away and not get caught up in it. Everyone felt the rage in Bai Yunfeng's heart. Aside from Lu Feng, they all left in a hurry, afraid of getting caught up in it. Worry appeared in Li Luo's heart as she looked around. Why is the sect elder not here yet? It must be Elder Tian Yun. Elder Tian Yun must have sent him away. He still has not let go of his grudge with Xiao Chun and does not want to give up this opportunity to deal a blow to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, you forced me to do all this. You are just a frog in a well. Today, I will show you how vast the sky is. Bai Yunfeng roared, and his holy venerate will appeared, infusing it into his aura. The strength of his soul energy turned the formless dragon might into something solid. Layers of dragon shadows floated in all directions. Not only did they bring a strong sense of oppression to one's physical body, but even one's soul would tremble. Soaring dragon fist, flying flame meteor. Bai Yunfeng soared into the sky like a dragon, soaring through the 9 heavens. He turned into a shooting star that traveled across the horizon and punched out. It gave off the feeling of a meteor falling from the sky, bringing with it a peak aura as it turned into a falling star. The fist light was like a star lighting up the surroundings. The dazzling light made it hard for people to open their eyes. Not only was it powerful, but its speed was also frighteningly fast. In the next instant, it had already arrived before Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's left shoulder shook slightly, his body slanted, and he easily dodged the punch. When the horrifying fist light struck the air, it instantly exploded. Sparks flew everywhere, and the entire profound dragon platform trembled. Twinkling starlight. Bai Yunfeng roared with a frown. His fists flashed as he continuously punched. Motes of light looked like flickering stars, crackling as they flew at Xiao Chun like a torrential storm. The dense attacks and the overwhelming aura made it impossible to dodge this punch. Let's see where you can dodge to. After learning from the previous punch, Bai Yunfeng immediately changed his strategy, not giving Xiao Chun a chance to dodge. However, Bai Yunfeng seemed to have misunderstood. Did Xiao Chun need to dodge? Did he? Naturally, he did not need to, holding it in without unleashing it, angry but not showing it. Xiao Chun planted his feet on the ground. He did not see a startling aura erupt from his body as he threw a palm strike. This was Firmament's rage. However, most of the people present could not recognize this Firmament's rage. There was no rage filling the sky, no colossal hand, and no overwhelming rage that made everyone tremble. There was only a palm wind. Bang! When Xiao Chun threw a palm strike, it did not show its might. However, the thunder great Dao and boundless saber chi, as well as the rage of a great, desolate Aeon ancestor dragon, completely poured out. Boom! With this palm strike, Xiao Chun clashed with the thousands of fist lights that Bai Yunfeng sent out with his fists. A loud sound rang out. The motes of starry fist lights scattered. Bai Yunfeng took 10 steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. Might without getting angry. Xiao Chun stepped forward and gently pushed off the ground. His expression was calm, but an overwhelming might encased Bai Yunfeng's body. This made Bai Yunfeng feel very uncomfortable. To think that the other party actually suppressed his aura. Dragon subduing fist, burning clouds, Bai Yunfeng did not want to just sit and wait for death. He shouted again, and his aura rose by 50%. Only then did he feel the pressure on him lessen. Fiery clouds surrounded Bai Yunfeng as he charged at Xiao Chun. Fist lights rained down, clashing head-on with Xiao Chun, not believing that he could not do so. Xiao Chun remained calm, dealing with the moves as they came, fighting steadily and surely. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Unexpectedly, Bai Yunfeng did not gain any advantage. Bai Yunfeng looked like a raging monkey jumping around Xiao Chun. I don't believe that I cannot injure you. Soaring dragon, profound chop. Rage filled Bai Yunfeng's heart as he chopped with his hand. Flames spread out in the sky and gathered into a 300-meter-long saber light. The blazing flames on the saber light inspired fear when seen from afar, deterring one from clashing head-on. To think that this was a martial technique that merged soul energy and veritable essence energy. No wonder it was so scary. The moment this move appeared, the surrounding Heaven Dragon Palace disciples retreated significantly. They all sensed that this move would be extremely horrifying. Sun and moon shining together. Xiao Chun shouted, without needing to bring out the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon. He drew the light of the sun and the moon into his body. Instantly, day and night moved around his body. One moment it was day, and the next moment it was night. The pressure that this soaring dragon profound chop brought on his soul vanished. When he looked at it again, it was just the same. There was no need to care. Explode. When Xiao Chun punched, it was still Firmament's rage. However, this time, it turned into a fist light. The ancestor dragon's rage. The overwhelming saber chi and the lightning saber Dao instantly exploded together with the fist light. The terrifying subduing dragon profound slash was shattered into thousands of pieces by this punch and scattered in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out in the surroundings. The expressions of the cultivators who were already far away changed greatly. They hurriedly made their moves in a fluster, trying to shatter the remnant flames. Only Lu Feng did not panic. He gently tapped a few times with his fingers. The remnants of the flames that flew towards him were torn apart by strands of sword intent, turning into wisps of faint hot wind that blew past his body. She only lifted the hair in front of her forehead, but her body was not injured at all. How could this be? Seeing Xiao Chun perfectly break his killing move, Bai Yunfeng suffered a huge blow. His momentum faltered, and he became somewhat dazed. So. However, Xiao Chun didn't give him the time to be in a daze. He took a few steps forward and officially attacked for the first time. In just 3 moves, Zhang Xian had forced the other party into a dilemma, and his face paled. Whoosh! After 10 moves, Bai Yunfeng was struck by a punch. He soared into the air, flying towards the top of the Heaven Dragon. At this moment, Bai Yunfeng already felt regret in his heart. He wanted to use his movement technique to get Xiao Chun to stop. However, who could have imagined that Xiao Chun would arrive first despite moving later? He turned into a lightning dragon and soared up. When Bai Yunfeng stabilized himself and looked down, he saw nothing but empty air. He did not see Xiao Chun at all. Suddenly, Bai Yunfeng felt a strong might and pressure above him. When he looked up, he saw a lightning dragon charging at him. This startled him so much that he nearly fell off. Boom! Bai Yunfeng did his best to throw a punch, wanting to shatter the lightning dragon. In the end, he was knocked back several steps. Then, he stepped on the dragon's head and looked like he would fall off. When the lightning dragon appeared, Xiao Chun did not show any mercy. Using Firmament's rage, he used his palm as a claw and swiped at Bai Yunfeng. At this moment, Bai Yunfeng forced out all his strength. He dodged left and right, dodging several times, causing Xiao Chun to grab nothing. Scram! With this, Bai Yunfeng's confidence soared. He grasped the opportunity and threw a punch. Xiao Chun had to admit that his first senior brother was truly his first senior brother. Even in such an adverse situation, he could remain calm and steady. Before everyone's eyes, Bai Yunfeng's final, all-out punch struck Xiao Chen's shoulder at lightning speed. Is he going to make a comeback? From the start until now, the two's fight had been startlingly fast, making everyone's hearts hang in their throats. Who would have thought that Bai Yunfeng would be able to seize the opportunity at the last moment? Bang! The fist light landed solidly on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Before Bai Yunfeng could smile, his expression changed. Vital qi surged in Bai Yunfeng's body and gathered at his left shoulder. 100 cauldron force surged out. The one to retreat was not Xiao Chun, but Bai Yunfeng. However, Xiao Chun did not give Bai Yunfeng a chance to fall. Using Firmament's rage, he turned his palm into a claw and attacked again. Whoosh! In an instant, Xiao Chen's 5 fingers pressed against Bai Yunfeng's head, preventing him from moving carelessly. The horror that Xiao Chen experienced at the hands of the first palace master appeared on Bai Yunfeng's body tenfold, 100-fold. Boundless saber qi, the thunder great Dao, and the great desolate Ian ancestor dragon's rage all appeared in this claw, encasing every corner of Bai Yunfeng's body. As long as Bai Yunfeng resisted, he would instantly shatter into pieces. Life and death depended on a single thought from Xiao Chen. Bai Yunfeng looked around and saw everything in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Then Xiao Chen asked indifferently, "How big do you think the sky is?" At this moment, how could Bai Yunfeng dare to answer? He begged, "Junior brother Xiao, please let me off." Senior brother was confused. "I'm asking you how big the sky is." Xiao Chen interrupted the other party coldly. Bai Yunfeng's legs trembled. He felt like his life hung by a thread. Earlier, he had mocked Xiao Chun for being a frog in a well. Now he could not answer. "At the top of this Heaven Dragon Palace, I'll teach you a principle. Being a frog in a well is not laughable. As long as your heart is always higher than the sky, it is fine. The laughable thing is that by looking at the sky, you can jump out of the well, but you cannot jump out of your own heart." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he retracted his hand and slapped Bai Yunfeng off the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Then he shouted, "Old fogey Tian Yuan, how long are you going to keep sneaking around?" Chapter 1980. Just a moment ago, the resounding slap still resounded above the Heaven Dragon statue. In the next moment, Xiao Chun shouted furiously, forcefully drowning out the sound of the slap. Before the crowd could recover from the shock of Xiao Chun defeating Bai Yunfeng, Xiao Chun did something shocking, challenging a Heaven-class elder. Xiao Chun had long sensed that something was wrong. After fighting with Bai Yunfeng for so long, no sect elder came out to stop him. It had to be Elder Tian Yun's doing. During the battle, Xiao Chun kept an eye out and sensed that someone was spying on him several times. The other party hid very well. Xiao Chun could not figure out how. He only vaguely sensed that the other party wanted to make a move several times. However, he seemed to have some misgivings and did not make a move. Now that things had reached this point, Xiao Chun was sure that the old Revenant Tian Yun had been hiding from the start. According to the Heaven Dragon Palace's rules, those who disrespect an elder can be executed on the spot. On account of your ignorance, this old man will not bicker with you. Get down. Elder Tian Yun said seriously as he appeared in the air with a sullen expression. Then he landed on the Heaven Dragon statue. Xiao Chun turned around and looked at the other party. On account of my ignorance, although this Bai Yunfeng is stupid, he will not take the wrong medicine and seek trouble for me for no reason. This is especially so when he knows that the 3 palace masters have given me pointers. He will not come and offend me. If not for someone supporting him, How could he be so confident? Elder Tian Yun felt very confident. He smiled coldly and said, "What do you mean? Are you trying to say that I instructed him? Brat, don't think that you can challenge an elder just because you have the support of the 3 palace masters. Not to mention that I did not instruct by Yunfeng. Even if I did, what can you do to me? Can you get the 3 palace masters to teach me a lesson? The 3 palace masters only gave me pointers for 1 day. Don't think too highly of yourself." Elder Tian Yun spoke arrogantly. He simply could not be bothered with Xiao Chun not caring about him at all. Elder Tian Yun already made it clear that he was the one behind this. "Scram! This is not a place for you. This elder still has something important to announce." "Xiao!" Elder Tian Yuan's figure flashed, and he arrived before Xiao Chun. Then he threw a palm strike. The palm was so fast that Xiao Chun couldn't see it clearly. He could only rely on his body's instincts to dodge it in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Missed? Elder Tian Yun felt somewhat surprised. He felt slightly angry in his heart. "This elder is teaching you a lesson. Just stay there properly." As soon as he said those words, he struck out with an even faster and stronger palm strike. The difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Elder Tian Yuan was a late-stage sovereign personage. Furthermore, he had comprehended a Dao domain. Even among late-stage sovereign personages, few could defeat them. The difference between Xiao Chun and him was too great. They were not on the same level. It was already extremely rare for him to be able to dodge his palm strike. However, Xiao Chun didn't even have the time to react and was hit. Several of his ribs broke, and he vomited a mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. Then, with a loud thud, he landed heavily on the ground. Li Luo quickly went over and helped Xiao Chun up. Xiao Chun showed a calm expression as he wiped away the blood at a corner of his lips. Then, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Elder Tian Yun. Elder Tian Yun smiled coldly, showing no fear. Naturally, Elder Tian Yun showed no fear. He was a heaven-class elder and had known the 3 palace masters for decades. The 3 palace masters cherished talent and taught Xiao Chun for a day. However, they did not take him in as a disciple. He was not even a nominal disciple. In the past 4 months, they did not give him any instructions. Furthermore, Xiao Chun did not make any major mistakes. Even if Xiao Chun called over a palace master, he would at most give him a verbal warning. This Xiao Chun was reckless. Defeating by Yunfeng was enough. To think that he dared to challenge Elder Tian Yun. If Elder Tian Yun did not teach Xiao Chun a lesson today, he would lose his prestige as a heaven-class elder. "Xiao Chun, take a step back, and you will see the world. After all, we are disciples. A disciple is a disciple, and an elder is an elder. There is no need to bicker with them." Li Luo advised softly when she saw that Xiao Chun had no intention of backing down. In Li Luo's opinion, Xiao Chun was seeking trouble for himself. How could a disciple challenge an elder? Even the unruly genius disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace for thousands of years did not dare to do so. "Xiao Chun, do you admit your mistake?" Elder Tian Yun asked as he looked coldly at Xiao Chun from the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace. "What mistake?" Whoosh! Elder Tian Yun remained expressionless as he casually waved his hand. Immediately, a sword wind pulled Xiao Chun away from Li Luo. After the sword wind passed, many crisscross bloody wounds appeared on Xiao Chun's body, inflicting incredible pain. Elder Tian Yun's sword intent remained in Xiao Chun's wounds, continuously deepening them. "Did you admit your mistake?" Elder Tian Yun shouted coldly. Then, with a flip of his hand, he sent another sword wind at Xiao Chun's body. Intense pain assaulted Xiao Chun but he gritted his teeth and endured. Xiao Chun remained silent as he gave Elder Tian Yun a deep look. Then he turned and left. The elder is asking you a question. Just at this moment, the figure of Bai Yunfeng, whom Xiao Chun had slapped earlier, flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Chun. A mocking smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he said, "You are still too inexperienced to fight with me. Weren't you very arrogant up there earlier? Now, let me ask you, how big is the sky? Speak. If you don't, you are not allowed to leave today." The other disciples on the profound dragon platform could not bear to see this. Xiao Chun should not have offended Elder Tian Yun. No matter what, Elder Tian Yun was a heaven-class elder. Xiao Chun instantly reversed the situation. Bai Yunfeng, who was under Xiao Chen's foot, flipped around as if he wanted to get back at Xiao Chun. Disdain flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He could not be bothered with Elder Tian Yun. With Elder Tian Yun backing Xiao Chun, do you think I do not dare to attack him? Wrong. Gravely wrong. Xiao Chun replied to Bai Yunfeng with a lightning-quick strike. 100 cauldron force instantly erupted, sending Bai Yunfeng flying with one punch. Bai Yunfeng was sent flying back in a sorry state, crashing into the cliff wall. His facial features twisted together as he felt extreme pain. Idiot! Just as Elder Tian Yun was about to make a move, who knew Xiao Chun would leap off the cliff? Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, a group of elders emerged from the Heaven Dragon statue. They asked somewhat worriedly, "Elder Tian Yun, isn't this somewhat inappropriate?" Elder Tian Yun retorted indifferently, "What's inappropriate? He is just a disciple. Can he really instruct the 3 palace masters to teach me a lesson?" The other elders thought about it and agreed. The 3 palace masters were very busy people. How could a disciple casually instruct them? Xiao Chun, who came down from the Heaven Dragon Peak, showed a cold expression, not saying a word. Xiao Chun felt angry in his heart, but he did not lose his composure. If it were an ordinary person, they would either get angry and fight it out with Elder Tian Yun. Otherwise, they would feel sullen and have nowhere to vent, resulting in a heart demon, making them feel even more depressed and pained. However, since Xiao Chun dared to challenge Elder Tian Yun, he naturally had his reasons. Elder Tian Yun's thoughts were right. Even if Xiao Chun called the first palace master and the second palace master over, they would only give Elder Tian Yun a warning. They would not give Elder Tian Yun any substantial punishment. After all, the other party was a heaven-class elder. However, it was different for the 3rd palace master. Xiao Chun moved as fast as lightning, heading for the secret realm where the 3rd palace master was. When he neared the secret realm, when he approached the secret realm, there were many checkpoints guarding it. However, the 3rd palace master had instructed not to make things difficult for Xiao Chun. Seeing that it was him, all the checkpoints led him through, and Xiao Chun successfully entered the secret realm. At this moment, the 3rd palace master's face was full of smiles as he studied the medicine cauldron inscribed with divine runes. After 4 months, he was finally able to slightly control this medicine cauldron. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he could officially use this medicine cauldron to refine pills. At that time, not only would the pills he concocted be upgraded to a whole new level, but it would also increase the grade of the pills he concocted. He might even be able to break through the bottleneck that he had been stuck in for over 100 years and reach another level. When the 3rd palace master thought that he was about to break through his bottleneck, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. "Ha! Xiao Chun, you came at the right time. Did you bring any wine? Come, have a drink with me." The 3rd palace master sensed Xiao Chun's presence the moment he entered the secret realm. When he saw Xiao Chun, he welcomed him with a smile. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chun would ignore him? He walked over, waved his hand, and put the medicine cauldron into the divine universe steel. Kid, what do you mean by this? The third palace master asked anxiously. This medicine cauldron was about to start a fire to refine pills. Now that it was gone, how could the third palace master sit still? Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, I can no longer remain in this heaven dragon palace. I'm preparing to pack my things and leave. Naturally, I have to take this medicine cauldron as well. Only now did the third palace master notice the sword wounds on Xiao Chen's body. He was startled to realize that the other party was not joking. This is that brat Tinyun's sword intent. What exactly happened? Tell me. If there's anything, this old man will take care of it for you. Xiao Chen turned around and said, I already told him everything I needed to say. There is nothing more to say. He already injured me to such an extent. How can I have the face to remain here? The third palace master carefully examined Xiao Chen's injuries. They were a ghastly sight, and he immediately became enraged. Even if the third palace master did not say anything, the fact that Xiao Chen told him the secret of the divine rank medicine cauldron was already a great favor. Given Xiao Chen's talent and aptitude, he should not have suffered such grievances. How dare you rebel? There's no need to say anything else. Come with me. This old man will not believe it today. How can an elder be so bold? The third palace master showed a sullen expression. Without saying anything, he grabbed Xiao Chen and left the secret realm.